The sharp, pungent smell of hospital disinfectant. The bloated, agonizing pain of being immobilized, tubes inserted everywhere. A mind clouded in haze. This was all Chen Lifu could sense at this moment. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the woman on the other side of the bed. His wife, Lin Siyun. She hadn't come to the hospital for several days. Chen Lifu just stared at her. "Lifu, there's something I need to tell you," she said. Chen Lifu forced himself to focus. "Go on." Lin Siyun sat on the edge of the bed, looking at him. "You've been sick for a year now. We spent the last half year on treatment, but our family really doesn't have much money left." Chen Lifu instantly understood what Lin Siyun meant. But the closer one is to death, the stronger the instinct to survive becomes. Chen Lifu said before, "Didn't we sell my parents' house? Wasn't that money used to buy a school district apartment for Nan Nan?" For a brief moment, Lin Siyun's expression flickered with unease. Nan Nan is already dead, but a school district apartment is still a school district apartment. The market's so good right now, should we really sell it and pour all the money into the hospital? It might be worth it if it worked, but the doctor said it's not going to make much difference. It can only barely sustain your vital signs. Do you really want to spend every last cent of our life savings? Have you ever thought about my future? Chen Lifu's head throbbed. But we still have over 500,000 in savings. The money spent on treatment over the past half year had come almost entirely from company crowdfunding donations and a portion of his parents' inheritance. All their marital assets, however, were in Lin Siyun's hands. Lin Siyun stood up. "Do you think 500,000 is a lot?" "Lifu, times have changed. 500,000 can't even buy a decent car these days. Can't you leave me something?" "Lifu, please don't be so selfish. If you hadn't pressured me, I wouldn't have married you so quickly. I've already married you as you wished. If you truly loved me, you'd think of my future, of making my life better, wouldn't you? I've already told the doctor to discontinue the next round of treatment. Lifu, I have no choice. You're beyond saving, but I still have my whole life ahead. I can't spend the rest of my life paying for you. Lifu, I'm sorry. I'll handle your funeral arrangements properly." With that, Lin Siyun didn't even glance back at Chen Lifu. She turned and walked out of the ward. Chen Lifu opened his mouth, wanted to call her back, but searing pain in his throat prevented any sound. At the age of 39, his life was sentenced to death. The executioner was his wife, his childhood sweetheart of over 30 years, married to him for 15. At 4:54 p.m. on December 31st, 2035, Chen Lifu died in Ward 32 of Haisher First People's Hospital. He never saw the sunrise of a new year, nor did he live to see his 40th birthday. At the moment of his death, not a single family member was by his side. His mother had died 5 years earlier. His father 3 years ago. Even his only daughter, Nan Nan, had died in a car accident 2 years prior. His sole remaining relative, his wife Lin Siyun, did not come. Chen Lifu's soul clung with countless regrets. She regretted this world. He regretted his once promising life. He regretted Lin Siyun, who had abandoned him. His soul drifted aimlessly in the air, lingering by his own corpse, waiting for Lin Siyun to come and take him home. Lin Siyun did come 4 hours after his death, but she wasn't alone. With her was the one person Chen Lifu never wanted to see again, Meng Xiaohui. Chen Lifu watched the two, his eyes burning with rage. Lin Siyun wore a light apricot-colored dress today, with pleated detailing at the waist that accentuated her already nearly perfect figure. Her makeup was flawless, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, adding a touch of allure with its gentle curve. The faint scent of her perfume drifted into Chen Lifu's nostrils, making him frown. Meng Xiaohui, dressed in a sharp suit, held Lin Siyun's hand. "Siyun, the dead can't be brought back. Don't be sad," Meng Xiaohui comforted her. Lin Siyun gave a slight smile, took one last look at Chen Lifu's corpse, then turned away with a sigh. "My feelings are complicated right now. On one hand, I'm relieved he's finally dead and never found out that the school district apartment I bought is registered under your son's name. On the other hand, I feel a bit sorry. Chen Lifu was actually a decent person. At least he treated me well." Meng Xiaohui pulled Lin Siyun into an embrace. "I'll treat you even better from now on." Lin Siyun shyly nudged Meng Xiaohui's chest. "If I don't treat you well, who will? I went through so much trouble convincing your father-in-law to sell that house. As soon as the money came through, I used it to buy a school district apartment for your son, and all the over 500,000 in our marital savings. I've given it all to you and your son. I've given you everything I have. From now on, you must treat me well for the rest of your life and take care of me, understand?" Chen Lifu's soul trembled uncontrollably. He had originally been dead set against selling his parents' house. At the time, his mother had already passed. His father was living alone. When Lin Siyun saw that Chen Lifu refused to listen, she secretly approached his father, crying to him about their financial hardship. To preserve his son's marriage, his father volunteered to move into a nursing home and sell the house, transferring the money to Lin Siyun immediately. Later, his father accidentally fell into the water and drowned while living alone in the nursing home. When Chen Lifu arrived at the nursing home, his father's body was already swollen beyond recognition. Lin Siyun even dragged him away, saying it looked too disgusting. Chen Lifu never imagined that Lin Siyun would use that money to buy a school district apartment for Meng Xiaohui's son. Back then, she had clearly said it was for their daughter Nan Nan. After Nan Nan died in the accident, Chen Lifu was devastated and never thought to check on the apartment. Then, he was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. Until this very moment, Chen Lifu finally knew the whole truth. He wanted countless times to grab Lin Siyun by the collar and confront her, but he couldn't touch her body. He could only watch helplessly as she kissed and embraced Meng Xiaohui beside his still warm corpse. Overwhelming shame and fury consumed Chen Lifu. His hollow soul let out a silent, agonized roar in a place no one could hear, and then gradually lost consciousness. Chen Lifu could feel his soul slowly dissolving, reassembling somewhere else. All the memories of his past life flooded into his mind, mixed with endless regret and resentment. Lin Siyun, Meng Xiaohui, if only he could live his life again. If only he could choose differently. If only. A sudden, intense sensation of weightlessness came over him. Chen Lifu's heart felt as if violently seized by an invisible hand. He jolted awake, sitting upright, gasping for breath. Screech. The bedroom door opened. His mother and Shue's voice carried a gentle smile. Has the sun risen from the west? Our weekend lazybones actually woke up so early? Perfect your dad, buy your favorite braised eggs and pan-fried dumplings. Go eat first, then go back to sleep for a second round. Chen Lifu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No matter how many times he rubbed, and Shue's figure didn't disappear. You kid, I've told you 100 times not to rub your eyes. If they're uncomfortable, wash your face and apply some warm water. Chen Lifu stood frozen, staring at Shue. Then he stepped off the bed, took 2 steps forward, and tightly embraced her. Mom. Chen Lifu's voice trembled slightly. I really missed you. Chapter 2. Becoming alluring after rebirth, and Shue was taken aback by Chen Lifu's sudden confession. She was well aware of her son's character. Chen Lifu had never been one to utter such words, and Shue's heart raced with concern. Defei, has something happened at school? You can tell your mother. Chen Lifu wiped away his tears. It's nothing, Mom, I'm fine. He was simply in disbelief. And Shue, still skeptical, exited the bedroom. Chen Lifu took a deep breath. Feeling no discomfort or pain, the scent of antiseptic had vanished, replaced by the fragrant aroma of laundry detergent and the flowers and Shue tended to on the balcony. He surveyed the room, which, though somewhat dated, was spacious and bright. Posters of Kobe Bryant and Liu Yifei adorned the walls, while albums of Jay Chou and Stephanie Sun cluttered the desk, and tangled headphone wires lay scattered around. The bookshelf was filled with textbooks and exercise books from various grades. Suddenly, Chen Lifu recalled something and opened a drawer, discovering a Nokia phone within. He checked the date, March 1st, 2014. 2014. He had returned to his senior year of high school. His hands trembled slightly. He had been reborn. Remarkably, he truly had been given a second chance. Perhaps the intensity of his regrets before death had been so profound that even the king of hell hesitated to claim him, granting him an opportunity to restart his life. In his senior year, all the narratives had yet to unfold. His mother was in good health, his father was open-minded and cheerful, and he himself excelled academically. As for Lin Siyun, she was merely a classmate who had grown up in the same neighborhood, with no power over his fate. Everything could be rewritten. Suppressing the overwhelming excitement within him, Chen Lifu opened the bedroom door and found his father, Chen Dongjun, seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper while listening to the news. Chen Dongjun glanced at Chen Lifu. I heard you had a bit of an episode just now. Chen Lifu swallowed the lump in his throat and looked deeply at his father. Dad, you've worked hard. Chen Dongjun paused, then headed toward the kitchen, pulling in Shui over. This afternoon, let's take Defei to the hospital. They say many students in their senior year experience immense pressure and can easily become mentally unstable. I think our son isn't exactly normal either. Early intervention and treatment are crucial. And Shui playfully pushed Chen Dongjun out of the kitchen and then patted Chen Lifu on the shoulder. Defei, hurry up and eat your breakfast. Chen Lifu nodded obediently and sat down to enjoy a steaming meal. He reflected on his previous life, where, After his parents' departure, he had never tasted a warm dish again. Lin Siyun had never cooked for him once. Chen Lifu sniffled. Damn, how have I become so sensitive after this rebirth? In the past, he had faced challenges without shedding tears. He had once brimmed with ambition to revive his life, yet upon witnessing his long-lost parents, his heart had softened beyond measure. Now, he simply wished to cherish every day spent with them. The pain of wanting to care for one's parents, but being unable to do so, was truly unbearable. After finishing his meal, Chen Lifu lay back on his bed, pondering the astonishing turn of events. He has now returned to his senior year of high school. With merely 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, his academic performance had been exemplary, ranking first in his entire high school. Yet, astonishingly, after the exam, his score plummeted by over 30 points compared to his usual practice test results, landing him at a lesser-known institution. Many teachers advised him to retake the year, but he steadfastly refused. The reason for his decision was that he had intentionally left the last 2 significant questions in physics unanswered, solely to attend the same university as the girl he had adored for a decade, Lin Siyun. What a foolish choice. Chen Lifu muttered under his breath just as his phone chimed thrice, a notification sound. Indeed, it was a message alert. Back then, WeChat had not yet gained widespread popularity. The majority still relied on simpler messaging platforms. Chen Lifu opened his Nokia, a model from last year's touchscreen series. In that era, smartphones were just beginning to gain traction, with Apple making its mark in the domestic market. The device was somewhat sluggish, taking several seconds to open applications. Yet these minor inconveniences did not faze him. He patiently waited, finally managing to open the screen, where he immediately spotted an unread message at the top of the conversation list. The sender was Lin Siyun. A wave of nausea unexpectedly washed over him, prompting him to change her contact name to Bad Luck before reopening the message. Bad luck? I have something to do this afternoon, so I want to be going. Chen Lifu frowned. Just then, Shui entered the room and noticed him still lying in bed, motionless. She remarked, Didn't you say you planned to meet Siyun at the library this afternoon to get some papers? Why aren't you up and getting ready? Shui was well aware of her son's infatuation with Lin Siyun, often coming up with various excuses to invite her out whenever there was a holiday. Whenever she agreed, he would spend hours looking for clothes and preparing himself. Why was he not anxious today? Unbeknownst to her, Chen Lifu tossed his phone aside and pouted. I'm not going. Why not? She inquired. She said she has something to do. Shui chuckled, assuming that her son's mood was dampened due to being stood up. Dear, remember that Siyun is a girl. She's different from boys. Besides, your focus should be on your studies with the college entrance exams approaching. Once they are over, you can pursue her with confidence. And I'll gladly offer you some advice. Chen Lifu gazed at Shui's gentle smile. She had always held affection for Lin Siyun, having grown up together, and found her to be beautiful and well-behaved in front of elders. Yet, she was unaware that the very girl she considered the ideal daughter-in-law would later become an indirect agent of her ruin. After graduating from university, Lin Siyun finally agreed to marry him, but only under the condition of a bride price of 666,000 yuan and a fully paid new apartment in Haisher City. As a fresh university graduate, Chen Lifu simply did not possess such funds to marry the girl he had loved for over a decade. He had no choice but to approach his parents for assistance. However, Chen Dongjun and Shui were just ordinary wage earners, having worked diligently their entire lives with savings of around 1 million yuan, just enough for a single apartment. But where would the bride price come from? At a moment when Chen Lifu found himself in utter despair, Shui unexpectedly transferred 700,000 yuan to him, assuring him to proceed with his marriage. Enveloped in the exhilaration of finally being able to wed Lin Siyun, Chen Lifu gave no thought to the origins of this money. It was only later that he learned Shui was already suffering from uremia. This sum was the result of collective donations from her workplace, insurance advances, and loans from various relatives. Essentially, it was a lifeline. Shui bestowed this money upon Chen Lifu, while she herself chose to forego treatment, ultimately succumbing to the agonizing complications of her illness. Chen Lifu closed his eyes, overwhelmed by anguish. No, it wasn't just Lin Siyun who bore the guilt. He himself was also an indirect cause of his mother's demise. In this lifetime, he vowed to atone to his parents with every breath he took. Chapter 3. As long as she fits. After enjoying a blissful weekend at home, Chen Lifu rose early on Monday morning, donned his school uniform, and set out for breakfast. and Shue's homemade soy milk and brown sugar rice cakes were exceptionally delicious. It had been many years since he had tasted them. He devoured the food eagerly, stuffing his mouth with abandon. And Shui exchanged a glance with Chen Dongjun. "Dafei, slow down. Didn't you eat enough last night? Why are you in such a rush for breakfast?" Chen Lifei replied between bites. "It's delicious. I want to eat this every day." And Shui chuckled. "Even if you love it, you can't have it every day. Are you finished? Here." She handed him a reusable plastic bag containing several pieces of brown sugar rice cake and a sealed cup of soy milk. Chen Lifei swallowed hastily and opened the bag. "Mom, why not just put it on a plate? This is such a hassle." And Shui quickly covered her mouth. "What's gotten into you? Aren't you supposed to bring this to Siyun? Hurry up. She must be waiting at the entrance of the community. We shouldn't keep the girl waiting." At that moment, the food in Chen Lifei's mouth lost its appeal, as if he had tasted something repugnant. Yet, he didn't want to raise any suspicions with his parents. After all, the residents of their compound knew each other well and were aware of his childhood infatuation with Lin Siyun. If he suddenly displayed disinterest, they would surely think him bewitched. Wordlessly, he took the breakfast from Shui, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the compound, he found no sign of Lin Siyun. Of course, she was a princess, accustomed to him waiting eagerly at the gate while she strolled leisurely towards him, allowing him to present her with breakfast like a devoted admirer. However, today, Chen Lifei did not linger for even a second. He walked straight to the bus stop, tapped his card to board, found a seat, and resumed eating his breakfast. He wouldn't even offer Lin Siyun anything, not even to a dog. After mentally cursing himself for that thought, he sensed an inkling of discomfort, yet he brushed it aside and savored his meal until he arrived at school. As he disembarked, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Unlike the bustling metropolis of the future, the city of Haishur today was not as developed, yet the air was remarkably clean. At the school gate, youthful faces clad in uniforms abound, each student burdened with heavy backpacks yet treading with buoyant steps. This scene evokes in Chen Lifei a reflection on the years to come, when they would traverse swifter subways, private cars, or even drive themselves. Yet, the vibrancy that characterizes this moment will inevitably dissipate, leaving their faces devoid of the spirited zeal that speaks of boundless aspirations and the audacity to believe they can indeed change the world. As Chen Lifei stands at the entrance, lost in melancholic thought, a sharp pain jolts his backside, nearly causing him to collapse. Turning around, he finds Zhou Jiangjun doubled over in laughter. "Was that a proper greeting? I practiced all weekend." Chen Lifei gazes at the exuberant Zhou Jiangjun and, unable to contain himself, strides over to fiercely wrap an arm around his neck, pressing him downward. "You rascal." Chen Lifei had a myriad of words he wished to express, yet in this moment, he finds himself speechless. Reuniting with an old friend is truly a joy. Zhou Jiangjun, his companion from middle and high school, is his closest ally, affectionately nicknamed Stinky General. Alongside another friend, Han Yu, they once formed the illustrious three swordsmen of the 5th middle school. Tragically, one fell to lung cancer, another to a scam, and he to liver cancer. Currently, Zhou Jiangjun is pinned down by Chen Lifei. "What on earth did you do over the weekend to have such strength? Have you been holding back for ages? Get lost. I am essentially Schwarzenegger." The two engage in playful banter at the school gate for some time before ambling into the school. Midway, Zhou Jiangjun suddenly recalls, "Hey, why did you come alone today?" Chen Lifei dismisses it nonchalantly. "Why would I need to bring anyone? What about Lin Siyun from your family? Since when is she part of my family? I swear, weren't you the one pressuring me to acknowledge her as such? What has gotten into you today?" Zhou Jiangjun curses under his breath, then suddenly seems to recall something. Grinning mischievously, "Ha ha ha. Did you go out with her over the weekend and get rejected? Are you sulking?" Chen Lifei scoffs. "I had no time to go out with her. I spent the weekend watching The Legend of Wu Meinyang. I swear, Bingbing's figure is simply stunning. Speaking of Bingbing, you've stirred my interest. Goodness, I almost wish I could stuff the television in my mouth. Please, with that mouth of yours, it wouldn't fit." She could manage it just fine. Their playful exchanges distract them from the previous topic, their minds now filled with thoughts of Bingbing's exquisite beauty. When they finally arrive in the classroom for morning reading, Zhou Jiangjun discreetly snacks on a boiled egg. Lifting his gaze, he notices the class beauty, Lin Siyun, entering with a stormy expression. Instinctively, he glances at Chen Lifei, who, with a book propped on his head, is blissfully asleep, completely oblivious to Lin Siyun's presence. Zhou Jiangjun tears off a piece of scrap paper, crumples it, and tosses it at Chen Lifei's face. Awakened, Chen looks bewildered. Zhou Jiangjun immediately gestures for him to look over. Following Zhou Jiangjun's gaze, Chen Lifei finally sees Lin Siyun, her face a deep shade of displeasure. At this moment, her hair is still relatively short, reaching just to her collarbone. In an era where most female students sport heavy blunt bangs, Lin Siyun stands out with her delicate, softly parted fringe that casually rests upon her forehead. Her hair, uncolored and a pure black, frames her petite face, accentuating its smallness. Her striking phoenix-like eyes are slightly upturned. And her most captivating feature is undoubtedly her nose, high and elegant, gracing her oval face with an air of aloofness and nobility. Regardless of how many years Chen Lifu has spent in close proximity to Lin Siyun, or how many lifetimes he has lived anew, he cannot help but concede that Lin Siyun is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. She embodies the quintessential style of a classical Chinese beauty, a long neck and a well-proportioned figure, standing at 168 meters tall, which, when paired with her diminutive visage, renders her an undeniable focal point in any crowd. Even when she appears upset, her beauty remains unblemished. It was this very face that ensnared Chen Lifu for over 2 decades, leading him astray, causing strife for his parents, himself, and ultimately, his daughter. Now, upon encountering this visage once more, the affection that once resided in his eyes has morphed into a seething rage. No, not even rage, merely a sense of revulsion. He feels nauseated, regarding her with disdain, wishing to avert his gaze as if her presence sullied the air. As Lin Siyun settled into her seat, her desk mate and friend, Huang Ting, alerted her, "Chen Lifu is looking at you again." This only fueled Lin Siyun's irritation. "Please, do not mention that person to me. I shall never acknowledge him again." Huang Ting pressed, "Did he upset you again?" Lin Siyun remained silent, too embarrassed to reveal that the very Chen Lifu who had devoted years to escorting her to school had made her wait at the community entrance for an exasperating 15 minutes that day. It was only when the shopkeeper at the entrance informed her that Chen Lifu had long departed that she hurriedly boarded a bus to school. Upon entering the classroom, she indeed found Chen Lifu asleep inside. How could she not be angry? Huang Ting prodded her shoulder once more. "Chen Lifu is still watching you." Lin Siyun, brimming with indignation, turned to admonish him, vowing to disregard him entirely and instructing him to cease his gaze. Yet, in the moment their eyes met, she found herself momentarily entranced. Chen Lifu's expression was markedly different from before. It bore an unusual calmness, yet his eyes were devoid of emotion, flat as still water. Even as he slightly furrowed his brow, was he, perhaps, expressing disdain? Lin Siyun immediately dismissed the notion in her mind. How could that be? Even if every man in the world were to look down upon her, Chen Lifu could never harbor such feelings. Chapter 4. Who are you to bark here? Lin Siyun bit her lip, choosing to ignore the peculiarity in Chen Lifu's gaze. She turned back to her seat, suppressing her hunger and her rising anger. For nearly a decade, Chen Lifu had been the one to bring her breakfast since the 2nd grade of elementary school. Through 3 years of middle school and 3 years of high school, each day, her morning meal was provided by him. Whether prepared by his mother or purchased with his pocket money from the bakery, not a single day had passed in those 10 years without his presence at her breakfast table. At times, she would harbor anger towards Chen Lifu, refusing to partake in his breakfast offerings. He would plead with her for quite some time before she would begrudgingly relent and consume the meal as a mere concession. Lin Siyun extracted a book from her backpack, placing it upon the table, and then reached for her cup, initially situated on her right side near the aisle. She reconsidered and repositioned it to her left, closer to Huang Ting. Soon, Chen Lifu would undoubtedly approach to place breakfast on her desk. It was more convenient to have the aisle side clear. She was acutely aware that he must have been delayed by some matter today, yet she remained indifferent to his reasons. Once he delivered the breakfast, she intended to discard all of it into the trash bin, even if hunger gnawed at her insides. She wanted Chen Lifu to understand that today, she was indeed furious. As the morning reading commenced, the resonant voices of fellow students drowned out the faint grumbling of her stomach. At long last, when the session concluded, Lin Siyun feigned a trip to the restroom. Huang Ting offered to accompany her, but she declined. She wished for Huang Ting to remain and witness as Chen Lifu delivered the breakfast. Knowing her friend was upset, Huang Ting would undoubtedly voice her discontent towards him. Lin Siyun would then reappear and, in front of everyone, cast the food into the trash. ensuring Chen Lifu comprehended that regardless of the circumstances, neglecting to wait for her and failing to provide her breakfast promptly was an error. With this determination, Lin Siyun rose and exited. Zhou Jiangjun sat across the aisle from her and observed her departure, only to turn and see Chen Lifu still asleep. He approached and tapped Chen Lifu on the shoulder. "Hey, Lin Siyun just left, looking rather displeased. Aren't you going to check on her?" Chen Lifu, abruptly awakened from a dream about Bing, was irked. What nonsense. Zhou Jiangjun regarded him with a look of incredulity. Before he could respond, Chen Lifu, as if struck by a thought, retrieved a bag from his backpack and gestured towards Lin Siyun's seat. "Put this on her desk." Instantly, Zhou Jiangjun's expression shifted from disbelief to disgust. He glared at Chen Lifu, his disdain palpable. "I thought you had some backbone, capable of enduring for at least half a day. All you do is put on a fade in front of me, coward." With that, Zhou Jiangjun cast Chen Lifu a scornful glance and turned away, placing the plastic bag on Lin Siyun's table. At that moment, Huang Ting, who had been secretly engrossed in a novel about a domineering CEO falling in love, was startled by the commotion. Spotting Zhou Jiangjun and then glancing at the item he had placed on Lin Siyun's desk, realization dawned upon her. So, he was once again delivering something for Chen Lifu to Siyun. Huang Ting shot Zhou Jiangjun a disapproving look. Some individuals spend the entire day fawning over others, yet cannot truly express their sentiments, only to come bearing gifts after having upset someone. What good is that? We girls are not so easily appeased by a mere offering after a misdeed. All we seek is a genuine attitude. Why must you send someone else to apologize instead of doing it yourself? Is that what you consider friendship? Zhou Jiangjun was exasperated. In comparison to Lin Siyun, he found Huang Ting far more irritating. At the very least, Lin Siyun has a pleasing visage, and he can comprehend his brother's infatuation. It is only natural to be captivated by a childhood companion. However, Huang Ting, standing at less than 1.5 meters tall and weighing over 120 pounds, resembles a square figure, perpetually adorned with an oily sheen, indulging in mindless fantasies about domineering CEOs falling in love with her. She looks down upon this person and that, as if anyone would deign to notice her. Whenever Chen Lifu is near Lin Siyun, Huang Ting cannot resist taunting him with a sarcastic tone. Each time, Chen Lifu, valuing her connection with Lin Siyun, refrains from retaliating. Yet, this does not imply that Zhou Jiangjun shares the same restraint. With a disdainful snort, Zhou Jiangjun remarked, "Whether it's an apology or an attitude, what concern is it of yours?" Others wield chicken feathers as if they were imperial edicts, commanding the lords. What are you? The guardian spirit of Lin Siyun or the celestial hound of Erlang? Do you really think you have the right to bark here? Zhou Jiangjun's words were unrelenting, leaving Huang Ting speechless and dumbfounded. After years of silence, she never expected someone would so effectively counter her. Zhou Jiangjun's voice was not subdued, attracting the attention of onlookers. And Huang Ting's face flushed crimson, her grip on her novel tightening. At that moment, a cool, dispassionate voice interrupted the awkward atmosphere. "Please step aside." Zhou Jiangjun turned to see Lin Siyun returning from the restroom, her expression impassive as she fixed her gaze on him. Though her anger had somewhat dissipated, her demeanor remained far from pleasant. Zhou Jiangjun shrugged, saying nothing, and returned to his seat. In truth, apart from Lin Siyun's attractive face, he found little else appealing. She clearly did not harbor feelings for Chen Lifu yet relished his attentions, accepting his every gesture of kindness with a frosty facade, all the while pretending to be reluctantly obliged. Yet, she never declined the food he brought her. However, he understood how deeply his brother cherished this woman. And despite his many grievances, he could only endure, refraining from confronting Lin Siyun as he did with Huang Ting. It was infuriating. As he pondered this, Lin Siyun's voice, laced with disdain, broke through his thoughts. "What is this?" Lin Siyun pinched a plastic bag on the table with 2 fingers. Zhou Jiangjun replied curtly, "It's from Lifu." Lin Siyun raised an eyebrow in understanding. Only now did he bring breakfast? The flowers have already wilted. She turned, casting a casual glance at Chen Lifu, who was engrossed in a book. Her tone was cold and distant. "Could you please stop bothering me? Every day it's breakfast. Don't you ever tire of it? I can afford my own meals. If you have that money, why not donate it to those who truly need compassion instead of circling around me daily? Trying to impress yourself?" Lin Siyun's words bore 2 implications. First, her magnanimity in suggesting Chen Lifu offer his kindness to those more in need, and second, her genuine disdain for him, emphasizing that he had never been obligated to cater to her whims. In this manner, She maintained her persona of being aloof yet benevolent, simultaneously establishing boundaries against unwelcome intrusions. After speaking, Lin Siyun walked towards the front row trash bin and casually tossed the plastic bag inside. Turning around, she cast a cold glance at Chen Lifu. The lively chatter of the surrounding classmates shifted from Huang Ting to Lin Siyun and Chen Lifu. Under the watchful eyes of many, Chen Lifu stood up and approached Lin Siyun. Zhou Jiangjun remarked, "Here we go again. What a spectacle." However, Chen Lifu's voice drifted in nonchalantly. "Throw it if you wish. It's your own English paper anyway." Upon uttering these words, Chen Lifu sauntered out of the classroom with his hands in his pockets, leaving Lin Siyun momentarily stunned. Her eyes slightly widened as she watched his carefree departure. Eventually, her gaze returned to the black plastic bag she had discarded in the trash bin. Huang Ting came over, pulled the plastic bag from the bin, and upon opening it, discovered several sheets of English composition papers bearing Lin Siyun's name. Lin Siyun's complexion turned pale in an instant. "Indeed, it is your paper," Huang Ting exclaimed, oblivious to the situation. "How could your English paper be with Chen Lifu?" Lin Siyun pursed her lips and shot Huang Ting a discreet glare, though it went unnoticed. Her voice became somewhat stiff as she explained, "Earlier, Chen Lifu insisted I give him my English paper for him to correct my grammatical errors and enhance my vocabulary. I initially refused, but he was persistent, and I found it bothersome, so I eventually gave it to him." Lin Siyun feigned indifference, adding, "If he hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it altogether." Zhou Jiangjun scoffed at her reasoning. It was evident that Lin Siyun had deliberately pretended to be troubled in front of Chen Lifu, claiming she couldn't keep up with the lessons and that the teacher's corrections were insufficient, leaving her unaware of her mistakes. This had prompted Chen Lifu to feel a pang of sympathy, like a mother hen. He had quickly reassured Lin Siyun, asking her to hand him her homework after each assignment, so he could point out her errors and instruct her on what to do. Every day, after completing his own homework, Chen Lifu would meticulously review Lin Siyun's work, often staying up until 1 or 2 in the morning. With morning self-study starting at 7, he would leave 20 minutes early to wait for Lin Siyun to bring him breakfast. Hearing Lin Siyun speak this way now made Zhou Jiangjun feel as if he had bitten into something unpleasant, and he shot her a disdainful look before promptly exiting the classroom. As Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun departed, the classmates' attention shifted to Lin Siyun, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. She feigned calmness and added, "At least he was sensible today. After reminding him 800 times not to bring me breakfast, he finally listened to reason." Unaware and unconcerned about the events unfolding in the classroom, Chen Lifu made his way to the rooftop. He sat atop a fire hydrant, wanting to smoke a cigarette, only to realize he was still a high school student and had yet to learn how to smoke. This led him to ponder when he had begun smoking. It seemed to have started after he graduated from university, when Lin Siyun finally accepted his marriage proposal, albeit with a high bride price that left him stressed and sleepless, ultimately leading him to take up smoking. Reflecting on the past, Chen Lifu furrowed his brow. He still finds it hard to believe that the extraordinary phenomenon of rebirth has truly befallen him. The year 2014 feels both distant and familiar, as does the vitality of his 18-year-old self. With the opportunity to relive his life, Chen Lifu has but 2 aspirations: to cherish the companionship of his family and friends, and to earn a substantial fortune. However, the thought of earning money fills him with a sense of resentment. He possesses excellent grades, a sharp mind, and quick reflexes. In his previous life, he had countless opportunities to soar to great heights. Yet each time, he relinquished those chances for the sake of Lin Siyun, sacrificing the rigorous entrance exams, the pursuit of higher education, lucrative job offers, and promising investments. Consequently, he lived a life of mediocrity, tirelessly accumulating 500,000, yet lacking the means to extend his existence even for a single day. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lifu vowed atop the teaching building that in this life, his family and friends must be healthy, and he must earn enough money. As for Lin Siyun, he wished for her to stay as far away as possible. He was reborn. Who would still pursue her? How vexing. The most pressing matter at hand was the college entrance examination. With his capabilities, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University would be no great challenge. After graduation, he would create an account. 2014 was an opportune time, and he recalled a few stocks and virtual currencies. Don't be foolish, son. Your father is counting on you to support him in his old age. A swift left hook landed on Chen Lifu's shoulder, interrupting his reverie. Turning around, he saw Zhou Jiangjun draping an arm around Han Yu's shoulder. a teasing grin on his face, clearly mocking him. Can you not be such a disappointment? Running to the rooftop for a suicide attempt just because Lin Siyun said a few words to you? Is this what all those years of careful nurturing from your father amount to? Damn it, Chen Lifu shot back, placing his other hand on Han Yue's shoulder and pushing him down. I'm surveying the world from the heights. What do you, an illiterate, even understand? Among the three, Chen Lifu boasted the highest academic achievements, followed by Zhou Jiangjun, while Han Yue's grades were dismally poor. He could barely concentrate on reading for 10 minutes without succumbing to distraction, as his true passion lay in gaming. Yet, Chen Lifu remembered how, upon graduating high school, a representative from a professional gaming team had approached Han Yu. Initially, Han Yu had been quite tempted, but his parents vehemently opposed the idea, insisting he pursue his studies. Ultimately, he could only attend a private vocational college, and even then, he failed to graduate, resorting to a livelihood as a gaming companion and booster. Han Yu was skilled. During those years of gaming, he had indeed earned a considerable amount. He even confided in Chen Lifu his plans to buy a small apartment in Haishur and find a gentle and virtuous wife, desiring a simple and unremarkable life, which seemed perfectly acceptable. However, he soon fell victim to a scam. In a mere 3 months, he lost 60,000, his hard-earned savings, and accrued a debt of 1 million in usurious loans. Thus, Han Yu jumped from a bridge by the river. His parents, in poor health, could not withstand the blow and fell ill themselves. Chen Lifu wished to provide some financial assistance for their care, but was met with a scathing rebuke from Lin Siyun, who chastised him for barely being able to support his own family, let alone offering help to others, labeling him as despicable. Then she took every penny he had painstakingly earned and gave it to her beloved, raising someone else's child. What a tragic existence. Watching the vibrant Han Yu, Chen Lifu felt a pang of bitterness. Without revealing any signs to the two, Chen Lifu inquired, as graduation approaches, do you have any plans? Zhou Jiangjun raised his palm, swiftly running it from his forehead through his hair to behind his ear. I want to dye this thing green. And then, with an air of mystery, Zhou Jiangjun pulled a cigarette from his school uniform pocket, grinning lewdly. Look at this. Isn't it impressive? Just as Han Yu was about to respond, Chen Lifu snatched the item from Zhou Jiangjun's hand and tore it in half. Zhou Jiangjun's expression changed instantly. Hey, what are you doing? I stole this from my dad. Chen Lifu stepped forward, glaring fiercely. You really don't want to end up at 30, lying in a hospital bed, waiting to die. You don't want your dad to break his leg working hard to pay for your treatment, so just stay away from this. Chapter 6. Making do with instant noodles, Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu were immediately intimidated by Chen Lifu, known for his typically good temper. Seeing him so serious made them exchange glances. What are you talking about? Are you dreaming? Zhou Jiangjun pushed Chen Lifu playfully. Chen Lifu tossed the 2 halves of the cigarette at Zhou Jiangjun's face. Don't worry about it. If I see you smoke even once, I'll give your dad a reason to beat you. The class bell rang, and the 3 descended from the rooftop. Han Yu was in a different class on the lowest floor. Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun returned to the advanced class, and as soon as they entered, Chen Lifu's gaze instinctively drifted toward Lin Siyun's seat. Damn, that cursed muscle memory. He glanced for just a moment before quickly averting his eyes, walking expressionlessly to his own seat. As he passed by Lin Siyun, he caught a faint whiff of her shampoo, something he had saved up to buy for her. It was some expensive foreign brand, purchased with his New Year's money during the winter break. He casually settled into his seat, took out his books, and waited for class to begin. Lin Siyun, using her peripheral vision, noticed Chen Lifu's return. Reflecting on the embarrassment he had caused her earlier and his unusual demeanor today, she felt a mix of anger and confusion. Having known Chen Lifu for over a decade, she had never seen him like this. Could it be that her standing him up over the weekend had bruised his pride? But that shouldn't be the case. When had Chen Lifu ever shown pride in front of her? Even if he did, her feelings always came first. Lin Siyun was bewildered, feeling a blend of grievance and a vague sense of irritation. This was the first time Chen Lifu had influenced her mood. Throughout the entire morning class, Lin Siyun maintained a sullen demeanor, scarcely uttering a word. After the lesson concluded, she refrained from conversing with Huang Ting and remained seated, engrossed in her book. The chatter of Zhou Jiangjun and a few others, including Chen Lifu, continuously echoed in her ears. From the sounds emanating, it was evident that Chen Lifu was utterly unfazed, appearing to be in high spirits, which only exacerbated Lin Siyun's irritation. Seated in the back row, Chen Lifu was oblivious to Lin Siyun's thoughts. He swiftly reviewed several core subject textbooks on his desk and subsequently tackled a few problems from his exam paper. After verifying his answers, a knowing smile graced his lips. It seemed that his rebirth had not only rejuvenated his intellect, but also restored the remarkable memory he once possessed. The knowledge acquired in his senior year flowed effortlessly, and he could effortlessly devise multiple solutions to even the most complex problems. As long as the upcoming college entrance examination did not prove to be a hindrance, he was virtually assured of securing the top position. Closing his book, Chen Lifu exuded confidence. Finally, the long-awaited lunchtime arrived, and the moment the bell rang, Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun dashed out with their lunchboxes in hand, moving with the swiftness of the wind as they zipped past Lin Siyun. Huang Ting could not help but click her tongue in disapproval. Every Monday, Chen Lifu exhibited such haste towards the cafeteria. Lin Siyun remarked with irritation. Like a starving ghost reincarnated, Zhao Mengting, seated in front of her, turned to cast a glance at Lin Siyun. It's because Chen Lifu knows that every Monday features your favorite braised pork and stir-fried green peppers with potatoes. There was a hint of acidity in Zhao Mengting's tone as she spoke, for she had harbored feelings for Chen Lifu for many years. Having been classmates since middle school, Zhao Mengting had remained silent, as Chen Lifu's affections had long been directed solely towards Lin Siyun. Today, however, she sensed a peculiar change in Chen Lifu's demeanor, a boldness in his open disregard for Lin Siyun, which compelled her to muster the courage to voice her thoughts. Upon hearing Zhao Mengting's comment, Huang Ting chimed in, indeed. After all, Chen Lifu always brings back 2 servings from the cafeteria for you. His speed is all for you. Having not eaten all morning, Lin Siyun's stomach grumbled audibly. She feigned indifference and retorted, "Who cares? Meng Xiaohui is coming to find me. We agreed to have lunch together." Huang Ting replied, "Aren't you going to eat the lunch Chen Lifu brought back for you?" The mere thought of braised pork and stir-fried green peppers with potatoes caused Lin Siyun's expression to falter slightly. Her family's financial situation was not favorable, and the meat available was reserved for her ailing father, leaving her with little to savor. The delectable meals she enjoyed primarily came from the breakfast Chen Lifu brought her and the leftovers from the cafeteria. Yet, recalling Chen Lifu's attitude towards her today, Lin Siyun muttered, "I won't eat it. It's not as if I can't afford to eat with anyone." Huang Ting gathered her belongings and stood up, saying, "Then let's go. We can buy our own food at the cafeteria." "You're right. We girls must be independent and not rely on the food Chen Lifu brings us." With her meal card in hand, Huang Ting urged Lin Siyun, "Shall we go?" However, Lin Siyun remained seated. Her meal card was not with her. She had already given it to Meng Xiaohui. She swallowed hard and said, "You go ahead. I still have a few questions left to answer. There are too many people right now. I will go with Meng Xiaohui later." Huang Ting understood that Lin Siyun harbored feelings for Meng Xiaohui. In fact, many girls in the school were enamored with him. Standing at a height of 1.89 m, with a delicate appearance and eyes reminiscent of Zhong Hanliang. He also wore glasses that lent him an air of deep affection towards everyone he gazed upon. Thus, Huang Ting refrained from saying much and departed with her lunchbox and meal card. Gradually, the other students filed out as well, leaving Lin Siyun alone in the classroom. She felt lightheaded with hunger, pinching the web of her thumb with her fingertips. "Siyun," a voice, warm and gentle as jade, resonated at the classroom door. Lin Siyun looked up to see Meng Xiaohui standing not far away. Even clad in the same school uniform as the others, he appeared significantly more handsome. He wore his clothes neatly, and they were impeccably clean, exuding the fresh scent of laundry detergent. This was in stark contrast to Chen Lifu, who, often seen with Zhou Jiangjun and his friends, reeked of sweat from playing basketball and running, his uniform askew, resembling a little delinquent. Lin Siyun unconsciously compared Chen Lifu with Meng Xiaohui in her mind, as if proving Meng Xiaohui's superiority to Chen Lifu would offer her some solace. She stepped outside, her smile tender, a stark contrast to her demeanor in front of Chen Lifu. "Let us go. I'm so hungry. Let us eat." A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Meng Xiaohui's face as he produced 2 bowls of instant noodles from behind him. "Siyun, shall we settle for instant noodles for lunch today?" Lin Siyun's expression stiffened. "Why? Didn't I just give you money and my meal card yesterday?" Lin Siyun received 30 yuan as her weekly allowance and had 100 yuan for her meal card, totaling 130. Previously, she would give Meng Xiaohui the 100 yuan for the meal card and keep 30 for herself. Chen Lifu would often bring her meals. However, this week, Meng Xiaohui mentioned that he had given all his money to his sister, prompting Lin Siyun to give him her 30 yuan allowance out of sympathy. Meng Xiaohui lowered his gaze and explained, "My mother had a high fever last night and was rushed to the hospital, which cost a bit of money. Siyun, I've told you before, every penny you give me is considered a loan, and I promise to repay you." Chapter 7. No obsession left. Meng Xiaohui was commendable in every aspect, handsome, academically gifted, yet burdened by a difficult family situation. His father had suffered an accident at the construction site years ago, leaving him paralyzed at home, with the family relying solely on his mother's sporadic income. He had a younger sister, 3 years his junior, who was still in middle school, navigating her rebellious phase and often associating with a dubious crowd, frequently pressuring Meng Xiaohui for money. Indeed, he was surrounded by a sick father, a financially struggling mother, a rebellious sister, and his own fragmented existence. Lin Siyun felt a pang of sympathy for Meng Xiaohui, who struggled daily with insufficient food and clothing. She thought that, after all, she had Chen Lifu to fall back on, so she gave him all her money, claiming it was a loan. Yet, deep down, she had no intention of asking Meng Xiaohui to repay her. Hearing his pitiful tone stirred her compassion. "Please don't say that. We are good friends. It is only right for friends to help each other." Lin Siyun received the instant noodles and smiled, saying, "Just in time, I haven't had instant noodles in ages. Did you buy the braised beef flavor? That's my favorite." Yet, as these words escaped her lips, her mind involuntarily drifted to the braised pork that Chen Lifu brought her every Monday from the canteen. While preparing the noodles, she contemplated, "Oh well, I might as well just have a few bites of these noodles for now. Once Chen Lifu brings the braised pork later, I won't need to hold back. It's more important to fill my stomach. After all, there will be plenty of time and opportunities for Chen Lifu to make it up to me. No need to be upset with my stomach." With this thought, she sat on the stairs of the rooftop with Meng Xiaohui, eating and chatting. Halfway through, Meng Xiaohui suddenly inquired, "Siyun, about what I mentioned last time regarding the upcoming monthly exam and asking Chen Lifu for help, did you talk to him?" Lin Siyun paused, her hand holding the noodle box faltering. Previously, Meng Xiaohui had asked her to discuss with Chen Lifu whether he could manage his scores to let Meng Xiaohui take the top rank in their grade. Meng Xiaohui typically fell short of Chen Lifu by only about 20 points, meaning he only needed to miss one physics problem. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Siyun replied somewhat awkwardly, "I haven't spoken to him yet. I intended to this morning, but it seems Chen Lifu didn't wait for me." The recollection of this incident rekindled her irritation. She had planned to temporarily forgive him, but now that sentiment had dissipated. Meng Xiaohui continued, "Siyun, I understand you're in a tough spot, but you know my father's health is poor. My mother's sole hope rests on me. I've never secured the top spot, always overshadowed by Chen Lifu. I just wish to take the first place in this mock exam to bring him some joy. Perhaps it might even improve his health. It's just a mock exam. It won't hinder anything. Chen Lifu values your friendship, and I'm sure he would oblige." If this were in the past, Lin Siyun would have readily agreed without a second thought. Yet today, an unexpected uncertainty stirred within her. The security she had always taken for granted now felt threatened, leaving her quite uncomfortable. She bit her lip, almost defiantly, assuring Meng Xiaohui, "Don't worry, I'll find a time to speak with him." Meng Xiaohui sighed in relief and smiled broadly, "Siyun, you're truly wonderful." In that instant, Lin Siyun's earlier agitation dissipated upon seeing Meng Xiaohui's smile. Her face involuntarily flushed, and she lowered her gaze. "It's nothing, really. It's just a small matter. I'll talk to Chen Lifu, and he will listen." Meanwhile, in the second canteen, Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun rushed to the familiar 11th window, spotting the plump lady behind the counter. In unison, they called out, "Auntie, braised pork, braised pork. I want a generous serving." The plump lady recognized the two of them. Every Monday, they were always the first to rush over, and being tall and well-spoken, they charmed her whenever she served them. It was as if two individuals were engaged in a harmonious duet. "Auntie, your hands are so delicate. They resemble those of an 18-year-old girl." "Nonsense. The hands of the young girls in our class cannot compare to yours. Auntie, with such tender hands. You surely don't tremble while serving dishes, do you?" "Of course not. Our dear auntie, the plump one, has the steadiest hands, as firm as a mountain. When she scoops, it's as if by magic, effortlessly dishing out a generous serving of meat. Truly remarkable. Indeed, no one in the cafeteria serves as well as our dear plump auntie. If she isn't chosen as the outstanding server next time, I shall write a letter of complaint." The plump auntie, rolling her eyes at their frivolous chatter, could not suppress her laughter, her smile stretching from ear to ear. with a single scoop. She filled a hefty spoon with braised pork and poured it into the bowls of Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun. Both boys were astonished. With mouths full, they expressed their gratitude for the kindness of their benefactors, leaving contentedly with bowls brimming with braised pork. Chen Lifu remarked to Zhou Jiangjun, "You truly know how to flatter. You have the prowess to live off the generosity of others. I have faith in you. Get lost. You didn't see the look on your face just now. It was downright obsequious." Chen Lifu elbowed him playfully. "If you're so capable, then don't eat. You act as if you've never seen meat before." Zhou Jiangjun, upon taking his seat, immediately grabbed a pair of chopsticks and popped a piece of meat into his mouth, smacking his lips and exclaiming, "This braised pork is truly delectable. Is there something special added to it? It's utterly addictive." This reflects the ingrained awareness against drugs within the blood of the Chinese people. Chen Lifu rolled his eyes and also picked up his chopsticks, diving into his meal. "Hey, aren't you going to pack some braised pork for Lin Siyun?" Zhou Jiangjun asked, puzzled. Chen Lifu made a face that suggested he had just ingested something unpleasant. "Am I out of my mind? After all the effort I put into getting this bit of braised pork, why would I give it to her?" He then felt a twinge of embarrassment for his past behavior. Previously, he would have been eager to share any delightful food or drink with Lin Siyun. Sometimes, she would not appreciate it, and he would have to shamelessly plead for her to take a bite. He would feel elated as if he had achieved something monumental. How utterly revolting. A shiver ran down Chen Lifu's spine, and he fervently shoved a piece of braised pork into his mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. "Let me tell you, even if I were to die, jump off this place. I will no longer have any connection with Lin Siyun, nor will I do anything for her." Zhou Jiangjun regarded him solemnly for a moment. "Lifu, sometimes letting go suddenly can be a form of obsession, much like becoming entranced during practice." Chen Lifu kicked him in the knee, watching Zhou Jiangjun howl in pain, and managed a faint smile devoid of any real emotion. "I have no such obsessions anymore. When I died in my past life, I had come to terms with everything." Chapter 8. Are you going to wash the dishes for me? After finishing lunch, Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun returned to the classroom with their lunchboxes. Just as they reached the door, Zhou Jiangjun suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself. Chen Lifu remarked, "Eat and then go, that's disgusting." Watching Zhou Jiangjun enter the restroom, Chen Lifu felt a slight discomfort himself. He decided to take a trip to the restroom as well. "Eat and then go. My digestive system is truly remarkable. Youth is indeed a blessing." Chen Lifu placed his lunchbox on the miscellaneous table outside the classroom. A row of tables outside the classroom was designated for students to leave their backpacks, as the rigorous study demands of the senior year left each desk cluttered with various textbooks, exercise books, and papers, leaving no space for bags. Hence, the school had arranged a series of tables outside the classroom. Chen Lifu casually set his lunchbox in front of one of the backpacks and hummed a little tune as he headed to the restroom. Just as he entered, Lin Siyun descended from the rooftop. After bidding farewell to Meng Xiaohui, Lin Siyun intended to enter the classroom when her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar lunchbox. It belonged to Chen Lifu. She recognized it instantly because it was the very lunchbox that Chen Lifu had insisted they choose together, opting for a seldom chosen sky blue that few boys would select. Lin Siyun had chosen a pink one, and the shopkeeper mentioned that pink and blue made a pair, prompting him to take the blue one. Now, this blue lunchbox was conveniently placed in front of her backpack. As Lin Siyun approached for a closer look, she was greeted by a robust aroma of braised pork, far more enticing than the previous smell of braised beef noodles. A sense of pride swelled within her. She knew Chen Lifu would surely bring her favorite dish. He must have realized he had upset her earlier and, feeling too shy to present it directly, left the lunchbox in front of her bag as a subtle apology. Lin Siyun let out a soft huff, maintaining a composed exterior, yet her hands eagerly reached out to open the lunchbox. Upon lifting the lid, however, she was taken aback. Indeed, the scent of braised pork was unmistakable, but the box was utterly empty. No meat at all. Just then, a male voice interrupted her thoughts. "What are you doing rummaging through my lunchbox?" Lin Siyun nearly dropped the lunchbox in surprise, turning to meet Chen Lifu's gaze. For the first time, she felt an unexpected twinge of guilt. Hurriedly, she placed the lunchbox down, her cheeks flushed, yet her tone remained defiant. "I was just looking. Why did you leave your lunchbox in front of my bag?" Chen Lifu glanced at her backpack, nonchalantly replying, "Oh, I just put it there. Who would pay special attention?" Lin Siyun's face turned even redder. Chen Lifu continued, "If you're going to take it, just take it. Why open my lunchbox?" Before she could respond, he frowned and asked, "Are you planning to wash my dishes?" Lin Siyun's eyes widened in indignation, ready to retort, but Chen Lifu stepped closer, snatched the lunchbox from her hands without sparing her a glance, and stated coolly, "No need to be polite. I'll wash it myself." Watching him turn away towards the sink, Lin Siyun's anger flared. Who would ever wash his dishes? She merely thought, but the rest remained unspoken. Lin Siyun was utterly infuriated, feeling as though in her years of existence, she had never endured such humiliation, nor felt so stifled. The most frustrating part was that this vexation stemmed from Chen Lifu. Chen Lifu. The thought of him causing her distress was something she had never contemplated in the past decade. Lin Siyun's eyes instantly reddened. She stamped her foot and rushed into the classroom. After Chen Lifu finished washing his lunchbox, he returned to the classroom and casually glanced over. Noticing Lin Siyun resting her head on the desk while Huang Ting was speaking to her, he paid no mind, averting his gaze and returning to his seat. The afternoon's physics, chemistry, and English classes were Chen Lifu's forte. He listened attentively while completing the papers distributed that day. Soon, he could relax at home, watching Bing Bing, and indulge in a game later in the evening. When the bell rang, Chen Lifu, a day student, did not need to attend evening study sessions. He grabbed his backpack and called out to Zhou Jiangjun to leave together. Just as they reached the door, a voice called out from behind, "Chen Lifu, wait up. I need to talk to you." Both Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun turned around to see Lin Siyun standing behind them with her backpack, her expression somewhat troubled. Chen Lifu furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Lin Siyun glanced at Zhou Jiangjun and replied, "I said I have something to discuss with you. Let Zhou Jiangjun head back first." Zhou Jiangjun looked at Chen Lifu. Chen Lifu studied Lin Siyun, the face that had captivated him for an entire lifetime, and now, looking at her, he felt utterly indifferent. The thought of her indirectly causing his parents' demise, and now kissing her lover in the funeral home while he lay there, made him wish to tear her face apart. Yet he understood that their 10 years of acquaintance could not be resolved merely by avoiding her. She had something to say to him, and coincidentally, he had matters to discuss with her as well. It was best to clarify things early and uproot this source of misfortune from his life. Thus, Chen Lifu turned to Zhou Jiangjun and said, "You go ahead, General." Zhou Jiangjun shot him a bemused look, as if to say he already knew this, said nothing, and walked away with his backpack. Chen Lifu stepped closer, looking at Lin Siyun. "What do you want?" Lin Siyun, hearing his tone, felt even more aggrieved. He had never spoken to her with such impatience and coldness before. She intended to discuss the matter of Meng Xiaohui seeking her assistance with Chen Lifu. However, now she was filled with both grievance and confusion, asking, "Chen Lifu, what are you really angry about?" Chen Lifu's brow furrowed deeper. "What am I angry about?" Lin Siyun paused before saying, "I know you're upset because I stood you up over the weekend, but there was a reason. I had to go to the hospital to get my dad's medication, and by the time I returned, the bookstore was already closed." Chen Lifu impatiently interrupted. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why bring this up? Who's angry because you stood me up? Even if you hadn't, I didn't plan on going with you." Lin Siyun was taken aback. "What did you just say?" Chen Lifu was too weary to engage in further banter. "What do you want to say? If you don't, I'm leaving. This is a waste of time." Lin Siyun's face flushed with anger, and seeing Chen Lifu genuinely about to walk away, she shouted, "Chen Lifu, stop right there." She was utterly exasperated. Chen Lifu had never treated her this way before. No. Throughout her life, no one has ever dared to treat her in such a manner, least of all Chen Lifu. Chen paused in his tracks and turned back. Lin Siyun, indignant, felt her chest rise and fall violently. Her originally cool countenance flushed a vivid red, stripped of its former grace and elegance. He was merely an ordinary person after all. He regarded Lin Siyun with a frigid stare, his tone devoid of warmth. "Don't raise your voice at me. Who do you think you are?" Chapter 9. A foolish devotion. As Chen Lifu departed, a singular thought occupied his mind. Humans are inherently ungrateful. In his previous life, Lin Siyun had rendered him abjectly humble. He had been more servile than a dog. Yet, unlike a dog that learns from being beaten, he remained oblivious. No matter how coldly she treated him, no matter how fervently he pressed his warmth against her indifference, he found a strange pleasure in it. Yet now, after merely one day of not being her devoted servant, she could hardly bear it. How utterly laughable. As he walked away, he muttered to himself, "A fool for love deserves no mercy." Upon boarding the bus, he scanned the interior for a seat, but found none. Leaning against the railing in the middle of the carriage, he took out his phone. It held no games. The much-anticipated Dream of the West would not launch until next year, and the once popular Temple Run had long since faded. Suddenly, the thought crossed his mind. These trending games were still in their infancy. If he could develop them ahead of time, would that not lead to his fortune? Since his rebirth, his mind had been in a fog, but now it felt as though a light had illuminated it. His previous profession had been in computer science. Upon graduating, he had a chance to enter a major tech company, but the offers were located in coastal cities like Guangzhou and Shenzhen, which boasted high salaries and strong growth. However, Lin Siyun had been reluctant to move, making it clear that their relationship would be over if he did. At that time, she had just begun to express her willingness to give their relationship a chance. Caught between love and career, he naively chose the former, obediently pursuing a stable government job instead. With a mediocre salary, he barely scraped by in Haishur. Ultimately, all the hard-earned savings of 500,000 he had amassed throughout his life ended up in another man's pocket. Yet after his rebirth, he had not clearly defined his aspirations until this moment, when it felt as though a pathway had opened within him. Since 2013, the rise of Apple had catalyzed the rapid proliferation of smartphones in China, marking a peak in the mobile phone replacement era. This surge brought forth a plethora of mobile games. For instance, the mobile version of Dream of the West, launched in 2015, generated hundreds of billions in revenue within a year. The internet boom had already passed its halfway mark, yet the gaming development wave was just beginning. In his former life, to please Lin Siyun, he had forsaken a prestigious opportunity at a top-tier institution, settling for an ordinary university, which later hindered his job prospects due to his academic credentials. This time, however, his singular ambition was clear: to enroll in the esteemed computer science program at Tsinghua or Peking University, the nation's finest. Remove your filthy pigs trotters from my sight. Suddenly, Chen Lifei's ambitious thoughts were interrupted by a sharp female voice. He turned to see a girl with a ponytail, her eyes half lowered, glaring at a middle-aged man seated beside her. The girl, angled away from Chen Lifei, obscured her full visage, but he discerned her fair skin and the ponytail tied high at the back of her head, with a few strands fluttering gently in the breeze and rhythm of the bus. Her nose was prominent, and her previously alabaster complexion was tinged with a slight flush of anger. Her mouth pursed, and the graceful curve of her neck was noticeably animated due to her agitation. Dressed in a school uniform, it was clear she belonged to a different institution, likely the neighboring second high school. The girl's voice rang out again, sharp and piercing. "Speak up. Are you bold enough to touch, but too cowardly to speak?" She directed her gaze at the middle-aged man, accusingly questioning how he could dare touch a young girl at his age, warning him about the potential fate of his own daughter. "Are you even human?" The silent man, feeling the weight of all eyes upon him, became flustered and indignant. "What nonsense are you spouting? How old do you think I am? Touch you? With your little frame? I can't even tell the front from the back. I'm not that desperate." Upon hearing this, the girl raised her voice even further. "Indeed, I may not know the difference, but you certainly do, with that pig-like face of yours that resembles a monkey's backside. What an eye-opener." The bus fell into an oppressive silence. Chen Lifei widened his eyes in astonishment. Wow, in this day and age, there are still such fierce girls. Her fighting spirit rivals that of future feminists. Before the man could respond, the girl continued, "Dare to swear. If you didn't touch me, I'll be hit by a bus tomorrow. If you did, your entire family will perish this year. Do you dare to gamble?" The man's face slowly turned red as he glared at the girl, unable to utter a word. When the bus reached the station, he shoved the girl aside and exited. She turned her head, still shouting, "Coward! Accumulate some virtue for your daughter and mother. That touch you gave me today will serve as a shield against a year's misfortune." Fuming, the girl spun around, and it was then that Chen Lifei finally beheld her full appearance. Her profile was strikingly defined, yet her face, viewed head-on, had a slightly round shape with a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, which, combined with her exceptionally fair skin, accentuated her roundness. Her eyes were wide, especially now as she glared, resembling shiny coins. Her brows were faint yet perfectly placed, and the sharp, three-dimensional features harmonized beautifully with her plump, rounded face, striking a balance between youthful sweetness and spirited confidence. Chen Lifei couldn't help but ponder how he had never encountered such an attractive and spirited girl before. In his past memories, aside from Lin Siyun, he had scarcely noticed anyone else. Perhaps he was too engrossed in his admiration, for the girl suddenly caught his gaze and turned towards him. "What are you staring at?" she challenged. She glared with narrowed lips at Chen Lifei. He glanced her way again, a playful smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth before shifting his gaze. It was evident to him that the girl was merely feigning calmness. Although her expression was fierce, her ears had already turned a vivid shade of crimson. The hands gripping the railing trembled ever so slightly, a natural bodily response to tension. It seemed that her fierce demeanor was merely a fade, concealing her inner trepidation. Chen Lifu chuckled softly, finding her rather intriguing. Regardless of her internal apprehension, she maintained a commendable fade. After alighting at 2 stops, the girl exited the bus at the 3rd. Chen Lifu observed her retreating figure, his gaze lingering on a particular spot. Though his home was but 1 stop away, he too disembarked just as the bus doors were about to close, trailing behind her at a measured distance, contemplating how to initiate conversation. After walking a short distance, the girl abruptly halted, turning to glare at him with fierce intensity. With her backpack slung over her shoulders, she grasped the straps tightly, resembling a rooster poised for battle. Pervert. First, an old creep, and now a young one. What do you want from me? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Her voice was sharp and piercing, even when laced with anger, lacking any real intimidation. Chen Lifu removed his school jacket and approached her. As she retreated, panic visibly washed over her, her voice trembling involuntarily. What are you doing? Chen Lifu stopped in his tracks, standing still as he tossed his jacket toward her. Instinctively, she caught it, her furious expression softening into confusion as she stared at him blankly. Here, cover up your dirty pants, he remarked. Chapter 10. Disgracing the Rebirth realm under Chen Lifu's calm gaze, the girl's face turned a noticeable shade of red. Earlier, only her ears had betrayed her embarrassment. But now the crimson hue spread to her cheeks, creeping down to the tip of her nose, and finally staining her tightly pressed lips. The blush continued its descent, even tinting her long, fair neck a delicate pink. Chen Lifu felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. The girl had seemed fierce when scolding a lewd man on the bus. Yet now she appeared so bashful. He felt oddly guilty, as if he had done something wrong. Scratching the back of his head, he reassured her. This is a perfectly normal physiological reaction. There's no need to feel embarrassed. With a dismissive wave, he turned to leave, saying, "All right then, goodbye." He felt it was best not to gaze any longer, fearing she might truly lose her composure. Just as he turned away, her soft voice called out to him, "Hey." It was a much gentler tone than before. Chen Lifu glanced back, and as the sun began its descent, the streetlights had yet to illuminate the dim alleyway. Half of his face was cloaked in shadow, giving him a more defined appearance. The girl shot a quick glance at him and asked, "What about my jacket?" Chen Lifu finally realized that this was his school uniform, which he still had to wear. He introduced himself, saying, "I'm Chen Lifu from Class 1, senior year of No. 1 high school." He gestured with his fingers, indicating the characters, Ear East Chun, the meaning to stand, and meaning to fly. The girl murmured something, and for some inexplicable reason, when she pronounced his name in her soft, delicate voice, he shivered involuntarily. He silently reprimanded himself, thinking, "Damn it, I've lived once again. Is this all I amount to? What a disgrace to the realm of Rebirth." Before he could respond, the girl nodded and said, "I'll return your clothes by tomorrow morning." Feeling somewhat annoyed, Chen Lifu merely nodded and waved his hand, turning to leave. The girl called after him, "Sorry for earlier on the bus." "And thank you." He paused momentarily, and when he turned around, she had already jogged away, her slender figure mostly concealed within his oversized school uniform, which billowed in the wind like a flowing skirt behind her. Suddenly, Chen Lifu thought to himself that he had missed an opportunity. He hadn't even asked her name. Upon arriving home, he heard laughter from inside and noticed 2 pairs of shoes on the shoe rack at the entrance, one of which he recognized as Lin Siyun's. Frowning, he opened the door and indeed found Lin Siyun and her mother, Lu Qian, sitting in his living room. Lin Siyun sat obediently on the far right of the sofa, holding a workbook, while Lu Qian chatted and laughed with Shui in the center. Chen Dongjun was on the far left, peeling fruit. Seeing Chen Lifu return, Chen Dongjun quickly gestured at him, winking at Lin Siyun, and Shui stood up, saying, "Defei, you're back. Why are you so late?" "Siyun has been home for quite a while." She continued, "You should take Siyun to your room to do homework. Mom still has 2 dishes to finish cooking. And then you can come out for dinner." Lu Qian chimed in. "Yes," Siyun mentioned she couldn't solve a few problems. "Lifu, your grades are excellent. You should help her out. You 2 have grown up together, your bond is naturally different from that of ordinary classmates. You should support each other." Chen Lifu coldly regarded Lu Qian, his expression impassive. In this new life, the woman he despised most, aside from Lin Siyun, was Lu Qian. In his previous life, she had always portrayed herself as the good person in front of him, acting as though she was quite fond of him, frequently mentioning how he and Lin Siyun had grown up together, thereby morally coercing him. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, it was Chen Lifu who tutored Lin Siyun. He, the top student since childhood, had been her personal tutor without charging a single penny, even subsidizing his own pocket money for each tutoring session. Later, Lin Siyun's academic performance gradually ascended from the lower to the upper middle ranks, and she excelled in the college entrance examination, securing a place in a prestigious university alongside Chen Lifu. Lu Qian hosted a grand celebration for her academic advancement, neglecting to express any gratitude towards Chen Lifu, and even accepted 3,000 yuan as a contribution from Shui. When Shui arranged a celebration for Chen Lifu, Lu Qian, under the pretext of taking Lin Siyun on a vacation, chose not to attend, naturally failing to reciprocate. This was particularly notable as Chen Lifu had willingly sacrificed several points in order to gain admission to the same university as Lin Siyun, while Meng Xiaohui, who ranked second in their grade, achieved extraordinary results and was accepted into Qingbei University. Lu Qian then began to encourage Lin Siyun to develop a closer relationship with Meng Xiaohui, even facilitating Lin Siyun's infidelity with him. When Chen Lifu was diagnosed with cancer and undergoing chemotherapy, Lu Qian visited him in the hospital and said, "Chen Lifu, to be honest, our Siyun's life has truly been hindered by you. If it weren't for the fact that you both grew up together, I would never have agreed to Siyun marrying you." Given her qualities, there were so many wealthy and talented individuals vying for her attention, yet she unconditionally chose you. She sacrificed a better future for you. Can't you, for her sake, stop lingering in the hospital and wasting her life? He devoted his entire life to Lin Siyun, only to become the one who hindered her. The hefty bride price of 666,000 yuan and the full payment for the house transformed into her unconditional choice of him, even at the cost of his mother's life. The thought of it chilled him to the bone. He stared at Lu Qian expressionlessly for a moment, uttering not a single word, before shouldering his backpack and walking to the study, leaving Lin Siyun behind. Lin Siyun's expression shifted. She had not intended to come today, as she was still upset with Chen Lifu. However, Lu Qian insisted on bringing her along, claiming that with the imminent college entrance examination, Chen Lifu needed to help her catch up on her studies, and that she should take advantage of such free labor. Moreover, Lin Siyun had matters to discuss with Chen Lifu. Thus, she had come. Yet, to her dismay, he had not spared her a glance since entering, ignoring her completely in front of so many adults. Lin Siyun felt a mix of frustration and anger. Lu Qian nudged her arm, urging, "What are you standing there for? Hurry inside." Lu Qian's features were somewhat sharp and unappealing, while Lin Siyun's beauty was undoubtedly inherited from her father. She pouted, displaying her reluctance. But after a moment's thought, she took her practice book and entered. As Lin Siyun stepped in, Chen Lifu was engaged with his computer. Having just updated 2 episodes of a show, he was buffering them for later viewing during dinner. Upon noticing Lin Siyun's entrance, he briefly lifted his gaze, only to return his attention to the screen, his eyes cast downward. Lin Siyun placed her practice book heavily on the table, deliberately making a noticeable sound. She looked at Chen Lifu and asked, "Chen Lifu, what have I done to offend you? Is it really necessary for a grown man to be so petty?" Her tone was tinged with anger, yet upon closer listening, there was an undercurrent of hurt. Chen Lifu's expression remained downcast, yet the corners of his mouth twisted into a sardonic smirk. In his former existence, Lin Siyun was an untouchable entity, aloof, ethereal, and precious, deserving of gentle adoration and careful handling. It was never her role to console him or to show concern for his feelings. However, in the present moment, after merely a day of neglect, she hurriedly approached him, impatiently demanding an explanation. Her demeanor of grievance and indignation bore no distinction from that of any ordinary girl. The lofty and precious image he had of her crumbled. She was just as desperate as anyone else. As he pondered this while browsing the web on his computer, he mused that once a warm face is pressed against a cold rear, only the cold rear remains to be pressed against in the future. If one desires to hold warm hands and exchange affectionate words, it is imperative not to rush in with one's face first. Humanity is inherently flawed, he thought, as he nonchalantly spoke, feigning ignorance of her ramblings. "What are you babbling about? Do you need something from me?" His tone suggested a disinterest in her concerns. Despite the surface-level inquiry, Lin Siyun stepped closer, watching him download a television series with an air of agitation. It's my fault for flaking on you over the weekend. But you didn't even insist on going. The moment I said I wouldn't go, you backed out. If you had waited for me at the bookstore, I might have shown up, she exclaimed, indignation lacing her words. Chen Lifu, is your resolve truly that weak? Indeed, he should have waited for her at the bookstore. In his past life, he ought to have sold all his possessions and offered them to Lin Siyun, allowing her to indulge in the company of Meng Xiaohui. He should have relinquished treatment upon learning of his cancer, channeling all his resources to her. In this reincarnation, he ought to persist as her devoted admirer, loving her for eternity. The audacity of his indifference was unparalleled. Chen Lifu placed his palm on the cool, pale expanse of his chest and clicked the mouse. Pausing the playback, he lamented that soon, due to regulatory changes, the vivid scenes would vanish from view. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze from the screen, landing it blankly on Lin Siyun's face. How frustrating it was that even a moment of leisure was not free from disturbance. He observed her in silence, devoid of expression, his eyes hollow and detached, embodying an even more profound tranquility than during the so-called sage time. Lin Siyun felt somewhat unnerved under the weight of his gaze, but she took solace in the fact that he seemed no longer inclined to retort. She speculated that Chen Lifu had likely calmed down, his male pride preventing him from engaging in conversation. Moreover, he must have recognized that his earlier treatment of her was excessive, leaving him hesitant to speak. Lin Siyun bit her lip, deciding to let the matter rest. Chen Lifu, I have something to discuss with you. Her demeanor returned to its former high and aloof elegance as she stood before him, while he remained seated. With her eyes cast downward, she addressed him with a commanding presence. For next week's mock exam, could you refrain from answering one of the physics problems and allow Meng Xiaohui to take the top spot in our grade? Lin Siyun reminisced about Meng Xiaohui, her tone softening somewhat. Chen Lifu, you are aware that Meng Xiaohui's family is not in good circumstances. His father has been ill, and it seems the situation has worsened recently. His family is counting on him to succeed. Over the years, he has consistently ranked second or third, yet he has never achieved first place. He harbors no other ambitions but to attain the top spot in the mock exams, just to bring a moment of joy to his parents. Chen Lifu, this is a noble act of kindness. Surely, you cannot refuse, can you? Upon hearing this impassioned plea, Chen Lifu's initial reaction was not one of anger. A memory surfaced from his previous life, where a similar situation unfolded. Lin Siyun had insisted that he hold back during the mock exams to allow Meng Xiaohui to secure the first position. However, her tone had been far more rigid then, akin to a command, as she was certain he would comply. And indeed, he had foolishly acquiesced, deliberately answering several questions incorrectly during the mock exam. What he recalled more vividly was that a benevolent individual had prearranged with the school to reward the top scorer with 50,000 yuan following the mock exams. This benefactor's child had tragically lost their life in a heroic act, never to witness their offspring partake in the mock or the actual college entrance examinations. Thus, this generous gesture aimed to provide some solace for the departed child. This matter remained a secret, known only to Meng Xiaohui, who had fortuitously overheard the conversation outside the teacher's office. Consequently, he approached Lin Siyun, urging Chen Lifu to concede the first place to him. This revelation was later disclosed by Meng Xiaohui during a graduation party, after a few drinks. 50,000 yuan, while not a substantial sum in this day and age, was significant for Chen Lifu, who had little pocket money and awaited these funds as his initial capital for entrepreneurship. This financial support could enable him to pursue numerous opportunities, particularly with the upcoming World Cup this summer. Germany versus Brazil, he was ready. Contemplating this, Chen Lifu's eyes brightened. After a moment of silence, Lin Siyun, noticing his lack of response, furrowed her brows and called out to him, Chen Lifu? Yet, Chen Lifu was in no mood for idle chatter with Lin Siyun. Without sparing her a glance, he retorted, Are you confused? Your words are as nonsensical as flatulence. He clicked the mouse, returning his attention to the television. If you have the ability, then surpass me in the exams. Why should I concede? Lin Siyun's eyes widened in disbelief. It took her several minutes to ascertain that the person before her was indeed Chen Lifu, the same Chen Lifu who had been by her side for the past decade, never once rejecting her and treating her words as commandments. Anger welled within her, causing her eyes to redden as she spoke with a tremor. Chen Lifu, I am giving you one last chance. If you continue to speak to me in this manner, I will truly, she paused, then declared, I will truly never speak to you again. Chen Lifu, with an impassive expression, lifted his head and stood up under Lin Siyun's gaze. He walked to the door and directed his words towards the outside. Then why don't you hurry up and leave? Chapter 12. A great favor is like a great grudge to Chen Lifu's surprise when Shui called him out for dinner half an hour later. Lin Siyun was still seated in his living room, her complexion as pale as death, as if she had been lifeless for years. Do not fault him for knowing what a deceased person's face looks like. He has experienced death himself. He merely glanced at her before turning away, sitting at the dining table and picking up a piece of twice-cooked pork to eat. And Shui's twice-cooked pork truly possesses the power to grant one a longevity surpassing that of deities. Hey, you child, as Shui brought out the sweet and sour ribs. She noticed Chen Lifu had already begun eating with his hands and quickly swatted at him. Have you washed your hands? How unsanitary. Hurry up and wash your hands. Chen Lifu, while claiming that eating uncleanly had not made him ill, obediently followed Shui into the kitchen to wash his hands. In this second chance at life, the most important lesson was to heed one's mother. Upon entering the kitchen, Shui, filled with exasperation, pulled him aside and whispered, Your Aunt Lu and Siyun are still at home. The way you eat is utterly disgraceful. Since you like her, you must present yourself well in front of her. Leave a good impression and be a good boy if you wish to be liked by girls. A twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Lifu's mouth. Times had changed. Good boys and honest men were no longer the ideal choices for partners. Only those who were opportunistic and heartless seemed to attract women in droves. Nevertheless, Chen Lifu refrained from voicing these thoughts, instead serving himself rice while saying, Mom, what do you mean by like? We are merely ordinary classmates. Do not speak recklessly and tarnish my reputation. I am still just a child. After he finished speaking, he strolled out of the kitchen leisurely under Shui's astonished gaze. Lin Siyun had already been pulled to the dining table by Lin Siyun. Her complexion remained grim, her brows tightly knitted. She could not fathom why Chen Lifu had changed so drastically. Yet, she felt embarrassed to express her frustration in front of the adults. Moreover, it was humiliating to acknowledge that Chen Lifu, who had always regarded her so highly, now treated her this way. Feeling wronged, Lin Siyun nearly cried. Burying her face in her bowl, pretending to eat. The meal proceeded relatively harmoniously, with only Shui and Lin Siyun engaging in conversation, while Chen Lifu quietly ate his own food, ignoring everyone. Eventually, Shui retrieved a card from her bag. Chanqian, this is the health check card issued by our unit this year. I thought since I am in good health, and your family has health issues, it would be more beneficial for you to use it rather than me. So, I have saved it for you again this year, just like in previous years. Lin Siyun's face lit up with joy, and she put down her chopsticks to take it. Oh, Xiaohui, how can I accept this? Just as she began to speak, Lin Siyun's smile froze, her eyes wide as she watched a hand reach out and snatch the health check card away. All eyes turned to Chen Lifu, who let out a burp. Mother, how could you think that Aunt Lu is so shameless? Once or twice might be excusable, but how could she be audacious enough to use your medical examination card every year? One must possess a sense of propriety. If others are too embarrassed to take something, one should not force it upon them. Lin Siyun's face paled slightly as she glanced at Chen Lifu, then at Shui, ultimately turning her gaze to the examination card. She awkwardly admitted that, indeed, every year it was your medical card, Xiaohui, and I feel rather embarrassed. Let's just overlook it this year. Chen Lifu nodded, gazing sincerely at Lin Siyun. Moreover, I have always known that Aunt Lu is not one to seek petty gains. Although she has been using it for several years, she has kept a mental note of this debt, contemplating when to repay us for the medical card. This matter has been mentioned to me by Siyun several times. I hadn't taken it seriously before, but I never imagined Aunt Lu could be so candid. Lin Siyun suddenly lifted her head to look at Lin Siyun. She has never spoken such words. Lin Siyun's smile grew even more strained. Yes, I have always taught Siyun that we cannot take advantage of others. However, regarding that medical card, Chen Lifu waved his hand dismissively. The card has a value of 1,500. Typically, it is sold at an 80 discount. Aunt Lu, given your familiarity with my mother, let us settle for a 65 discount, shall we? That amounts to 1,000 yuan. Isn't that fair? You have utilized it for nearly 5 years, so a token sum of 5,000 would suffice. Half an hour later, Chen Lifu chuckled at the memory of Lin Siyun and Lin Siyun fleeing in haste. Lin Siyun had insisted on returning the money to Shui, and only after Shui repeatedly declined did Lin Siyun half-heartedly drag Lin Siyun away from Chen Lifu's home. After they departed, Chen Lifei felt as though the world had fallen silent, and Shui stormed in, her face a mask of fury as she confronted Chen Lifei. Lifei, what on earth is going on? Why would you suddenly say those things to Aunt Lu? Aren't you and Siyun? Chen Lifei interrupted in Shui, speaking earnestly for the first time about this matter. In the past, I was immature, revolving around Lin Siyun. Didn't he mean I held any particular affection for her? It was merely a reflection of my naivety, as I had not encountered many women and was rather bewitched. Now, Lin Siyun is merely an ordinary classmate to me. I harbor no feelings for her, and our relationship will remain strictly that of classmates. Therefore, you need not cultivate a relationship with someone like Lu Qian, who relishes exploiting others on my behalf. People can be ungrateful. The more you lower yourself, the more they perceive you as easy to manipulate. A great kindness can be viewed as a significant grievance. They will not remember your goodwill, only that you have not given enough. And Shui stared at Chen Lifei, momentarily rendered speechless. It was Chen Dongjun, who had remained silent until now, who pondered for a moment and finally spoke. I believe my son is right. While Siyun is indeed a relatively well-behaved child, Lu Qian and her husband are notoriously lazy and gluttonous. What neighbor hasn't suffered at their hands? They take advantage of their own poor circumstances, shamelessly seeking handouts from others. Although I have long disapproved, I tolerated it for the sake of my son. Now that he has gained clarity, let us heed his perspective, dear wife. And Shui observed the harmonious exchange between the father and son, feeling a sense of bewilderment, yet at a loss for words. It seemed as though her son had undergone a sudden transformation, though she could not pinpoint the exact change. Chen Lifei rose and approached Shui. Looking down at his mother, who was now noticeably shorter than him, he said, Mom, please take this health check card to the hospital and have a thorough examination, particularly of the internal organs, especially the kidneys. Your long-term medication places a significant burden on your liver and kidneys. We must detect any issues early to prevent complications. Chapter 13. Back in school uniform the following morning. After finishing breakfast, Chen Lifei slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked towards the community exit. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure at the entrance, Lin Siyun. A frown creased his brow. She seemed to linger like a ghost, refusing to fade away. Without a second thought, he approached the entrance and walked past her without pausing, offering nothing more than a glance to acknowledge her presence. As the bus arrived, Chen Lifei boarded swiftly, swiping his card with ease. He caught sight of an available seat and hurriedly made his way over, settling down with a sigh of relief. Lin Siyun, breathless, managed to board just in time. Standing beside him, the bus swayed precariously, and she struggled to maintain her balance, clutching the handrail to steady herself. Classmate, please hold on tightly and steady yourself. You're stepping on my foot, someone complained to Lin Siyun. She apologized while stealing glances at Chen Lifei, who displayed no reaction. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be asleep. A surge of frustration welled up within Lin Siyun. She had countless questions and thoughts to share, but Chen Lifei completely ignored her. As soon as the bus reached the school, he seemed to awaken as if triggered by an internal radar, stretching and yawning as he disembarked with a group of classmates. From the community entrance to the bus, and from the school gate to the classroom, Chen Lifei consistently walked his own path, not sparing a single glance for Lin Siyun. Meanwhile, her gaze remained fixated on him, her eyes nearly crossing in intensity. She remembered the harsh word he had used the previous day, leaving her with a night filled with nightmares that still haunted her. Upon reaching her seat, Huang Ting shot Lin Siyun a knowing look. Oh, look who's here together again. Could it be that Chen Lifei realizes his mistake from yesterday and has come to apologize to you? Huang Ting asked, munching on a dumpling. Have you forgiven him yet? Lin Siyun's face darkened. Before she could respond, someone shouted from the doorway, Chen Lifei, someone's looking for you. The early study period had yet to commence, and the students were still somewhat drowsy. At the sound of the call, nearly all eyes turned towards the entrance. There stood a girl with a ponytail, her skin remarkably fair, especially illuminated by the backlight, resembling a freshly peeled egg, pure and luminous. Her large eyes blinked, taking in the classroom with a hint of nervousness as she pressed her lips together. She was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating enough to draw attention away from Lin Siyun, the class flower. She was clad in the uniform of the first high school, yet it seemed as if no one had ever laid eyes on her before. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became lively, with the girls scrutinizing the features of this beautiful newcomer, speculating about her connection with Chen Lifei. Particularly, Lin Siyun fixated on the girl's face, assessing every detail from her eyebrows to her eyes, her skin to her figure, leaving no aspect unexamined. Meanwhile, the boys wore knowing smiles, their gazes filled with envy and playful teasing directed at Chen Lifu. Chen Lifu, hurry up. Don't keep her waiting. Amidst the raucous encouragement, Chen Lifu approached the entrance, and upon seeing him, the girl lowered her head and took a few steps outside. Chen Lifu, I've come to return your uniform. As she spoke, she unzipped the jacket, slipped it off, and extended it toward him. Even from half a meter away, Chen Lifu could detect the scent of laundry detergent lingering on the garment, a fragrance of oranges. The girl's expression remained as cold as it had been when he encountered her yesterday, her lips pressed slightly downward, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, her cherubic face inexplicably invited a playful response. Chen Lifu deliberately teased, "You've worn it, and now you're just giving it back?" She cast a glance at him, noticing several of his classmates peering at her from the windowsill, and her ears inadvertently flushed crimson. "I'm not from your school. I can't enter without the uniform. I've only worn it for a short while, and I didn't tease sweat. The garment was washed thoroughly yesterday. It bears no scent at all." Observing her earnest explanation, Chen Lifu ceased his teasing and took the uniform, countering with a question, "You deliver my uniform and skip class?" The girl averted her gaze. "Once I've returned it, I'll leave. I promised to bring it to you first thing yesterday. I'm going now, Chen Lifu." As she prepared to depart, he called out to her, "You keep addressing me as Chen Lifu, yet I don't even know your name. What is it?" She paused, her voice soft and delicate. "Su Xiaoyu." "Which Su? Which Xia? Which you?" Su Xiaoyu turned back and shot him an irritated glance. Su from Su Xian, the small from the character for small, and you from the phrase little fish and shrimp. Chen Lifu broke into a grin. "Su Xiaoyu, got it. Now go to class, bye." Su Xiaoyu glared at him once more before striding away, her ears now flushed a deep red that spread to her cheeks. Holding the uniform, infused with the scent of oranges, Chen Lifu leisurely walked into the classroom. Zhou Jiangjun immediately dashed over, draping an arm around his shoulder, and inquired on behalf of all the boys in the class. "When did you get to know such a beautiful girl? What is her name? Which class is she in? What is your relationship? What does she want with you? And why is your uniform on her?" Not only the boys, but Lin Siyun also appeared composed in her seat, her thoughts wandering, eagerly awaiting Chen Lifu's response. Yet, he merely delivered a playful elbow jab to Zhou Jiangjun. "Do not inquire too much about my father's affairs." Zhou Jiangjun would gladly give him a kick. "When exactly did you upgrade behind my back?" Chen Lifu smiled mysteriously. "There are many things you are unaware of, otherwise. How could I possibly be your father? Get lost." Chapter 14. I have no interest in women. The news spread swiftly throughout the school when a beautiful girl, clad in Chen Lifu's school uniform, appeared at the classroom door searching for him. During lunch, Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun subjected Chen Lifu to intense interrogation, demanding he recount the events from the beginning. Chen Lifu hastily shoveled a large mouthful of the rice he had just snatched. "I've already said it was merely an accident. I have no interest in women, so please stop asking." Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they launched a verbal assault on Chen Lifu. "Damn, you truly excel at putting on an act, compared to the casual banter among brothers. Such nonchalant remarks are the epitome of subtlety in pretense." Nevertheless, Chen Lifu appeared utterly unfazed. "I genuinely have no interest. They all have two eyes, one nose, and one mouth. What's the difference? What matters most now is that we study diligently and strive for improvement every day." Meanwhile, Lin Siyun, lacking both money and a meal card, clutched a bowl of instant noodles, waiting on the rooftop for them to soften alongside Meng Xiaohui. In March, the weather in Haisha remained somewhat chilly. Lin Siyun huddled, lost in thoughts of Su Xiaoyu, her oval face, youthful cheeks, large and round eyes, and a refined, delicate nose. Dressed in Chen Lifu's school uniform, she had boldly disrobed for him in front of everyone at the classroom door. Lin Siyun had never realized that Chen Lifu was acquainted with such a stunning girl. She was oblivious to when such a girl had appeared by his side. Distracted, she snapped back to reality upon hearing Meng Xiaohui call her name. "Siyun, have you spoken to Chen Lifu about that matter?" Chen Lifu again. Lin Siyun furrowed her brow, the humiliation from the previous night washing over her once more. "I haven't mentioned it," she replied stubbornly. "Shall we? I believe we should refrain from resorting to such methods regarding exams. They should be fair and just. And I trust in your abilities. With a week of diligent effort, surpassing Chen Lifu is certainly achievable." Meng Xiaohui's expression flickered with disappointment and resentment. He wanted to say more, But Lin Siyun interjected. Moreover, do you wish for me to owe Chen Lifu a favor that only grows? With that, Meng Xiaohui found it difficult to continue the conversation. He awkwardly shifted the subject. Let us eat quickly. Yesterday's braised beef flavor might have tired you. So today I brought you spicy pickled noodles. Should I prepare chicken and mushrooms for tomorrow? Lin Siyun frowned deeply. How long must she continue eating instant noodles? There was no breakfast prepared for her, lunch consisted of instant noodles, and her dinners at home were primarily vegetables. Although she managed to eat a bit of meat at Chen Lifu's house yesterday, her lack of appetite had kept her from enjoying it. With less than a month until the college entrance examination, the pressure of studies was already immense, and having a full meal was of utmost importance. However, as she gazed into Meng Xiaohui's sincere eyes, she ultimately swallowed her words, forcing a smile and nodding. By the time school was dismissed, Chen Lifu had already completed the test papers distributed that day. Thus, while others were still busily cramming books, papers, and various exercise books into their bags, Chen Lifu merely slipped a notebook into his bag and departed. As he passed by Lin Siyun, Huang Ting nudged Lin Siyun's arm and gestured towards Chen Lifu. He is not waiting for you to go home together today? Lin Siyun pouted, suppressing the unpleasant feeling within her. I'm going home with Meng Xiaohui today. Huang Ting replied. That's true. Meng Xiaohui is certainly much better than Chen Lifu, although his grades may not match up. Just look at how Chen Lifu has been slacking off in his studies lately. With the college entrance examination just 2 to 3 months away, he hasn't even taken a single book home. Sooner or later, Meng Xiaohui will surpass Chen Lifu and claim the top spot. Hearing Huang Ting's words, Lin Siyun felt a bit more at ease. She recalled last night at Chen Lifu's home. He had not studied either, instead opting to watch dramas and play games on the computer. While she acknowledged his intelligence, she believed that even geniuses must exert effort. She was confident that, given Meng Xiaohui's diligence, surpassing Chen Lifu was merely a matter of time. As soon as school was over, Chen Lifu raced to the bus station. Just as he swiped his card to board, he spotted Su Xiaoyu standing at the back of the bus. Su Xiaoyu was not in her school uniform. Instead, she wore a snug white basic t-shirt layered with a light blue checkered shirt, though she still had on school trousers. The light blue color of the second school's pants harmonized beautifully with her top. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, and as the bus swayed, the fullness of her head and her striking facial features, complemented by her lovely profile, lent a vintage charm to the dilapidated old bus. Su Xiaoyu was undeniably attractive. No matter what she wore, she seemed to strike a pose effortlessly. As Chen Lifu approached slowly, Su Xiaoyu noticed his gaze and turned to face him. Her large, round eyes landed on his face, blinking before she expressionlessly nodded in acknowledgement. That was their greeting. Chen Lifu, unfazed by her demeanor, stood in front of her, leaning against the seat back, gazing nonchalantly out the window. The two remained in silence, neither initiating conversation. Suddenly, the bus came to a sharp halt, causing everyone to lurch forward. Chen Lifu, quick to react, grasped the metal railing, but Su Xiaoyu was less fortunate. Having been holding onto the unsteady triangular handrail and lost in thought, she was caught off guard by the abrupt stop and nearly flew forward, colliding with Chen Lifu's back. Chen Lifu felt a soft pressure against his back, though he also experienced a sharp pain in his shoulder from the impact. Before he could turn around, a slender hand rested on his shoulder, as if someone had momentarily hung on to him. Chen Lifu glanced down and sideways. According to the position of the shoulders, the two soft parts pressed against his back were rather ambiguous. Ahem, Chen Lifu coughed lightly and turned his head away. Hey, are you alright? Once the bus came to a halt, Su Xiaoyu hastily removed her hand from Chen Lifu's shoulder and took a step back. Chen Lifu felt the soft sensation on his back dissipate. Su Xiaoyu, a head shorter than Chen Lifu, looked up at him with an innocent yet slightly displeased expression. Her nose was reddened from the bump, and her forehead bore a slight flush, giving the impression, from Chen Lifu's perspective, that she had recently wept. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, despite the evident pain in her nose, she forced a smile and said, I'm fine. Chen Lifu glanced at her and reached out. Taking her hand, Su Xiaoyu's face paled in shock. What are you doing? Without uttering a word, Chen Lifu pulled her hand over to the iron railing in front of him, instructing her to hold on tightly. Grasp this, and you won't lose your balance, he remarked. After Su Xiaoyu secured her grip on the railing, Chen Lifu released her hand and nonchalantly slipped his hands into his pockets, as if nothing had transpired. Su Xiaoyu felt a brief warmth envelop her hand before it was quickly withdrawn. The unique roughness and warmth of a male hand were strikingly apparent. and she instinctively glanced at the hand that had just held hers. It was slightly darker, broader, and had more pronounced knuckles than her own. Diverting her gaze, she observed Chen Lifu leaning against the back of a nearby seat with his hands in his pockets, and asked, "You should hold on too. You might fall." Chen Lifu raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a hint of pride. "No need, my core is stable." Chapter 15. Shall we reconcile? Chen Lifu had a rather roguish appearance. He was tall and slender, his hair unkempt and slightly longer than the average boy's, falling haphazardly to the back. When he smiled at Su Xiaoyu, his mouth tilted whimsically, exuding an air of casualness. Su Xiaoyu cast a glance at him, her expression subtly awkward, and chose not to look again, silently gripping the handrail. Fortunately, the driver did not make any abrupt stops, and they traveled in relative peace. As the bus neared their stop, Su Xiaoyu intended to move forward, but noticing Chen Lifu remained still, she asked, "Aren't you getting off? Hadn't he gotten off with her just yesterday?" Chen Lifu replied, "I have one more stop." Su Xiaoyu paused, momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on her. Yesterday, he had chased after her to return her school uniform after noticing her pants were dirty. Her expression shifted slightly as she glanced at Chen Lifu, wanting to say something but ultimately refraining. When the bus stopped, Chen Lifu stepped aside to let her pass. As Su Xiaoyu walked by, he caught a whiff of the same citrus scent emanating from her school uniform. He smiled in confusion, which Su Xiaoyu noticed and turned to inquire, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Lifu shook his head. "Just get off the bus, bye." Su Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, refraining from saying goodbye, and stepped off the bus. Chen Lifu's gaze, both intentional and inadvertent, lingered on Su Xiaoyu's receding figure as the bus gradually departed. It was only when her silhouette vanished around the corner that he averted his eyes, nonchalantly humming a tune. Returning home, the routine remained unchanged: dining, watching ice, and gaming. As the looming college entrance examination approached, few friends were online in the game, save for Han Yu. Chen Lifu glanced at Han Yu's gaming statistics. Astonishingly, he seemed to pull all-nighters nearly every evening, dominating every match. In just a month, he had ascended from master to king rank. Contemplating this, Chen Lifu pulled out his phone and messaged Han Yu. Fei, every night of all-nighters, aren't you worried about collapsing in the exam room? Han Dashui, a top student is free to play games today? Come on, let me guide you to rank up. Fei, seriously, do you have any plans after the exams? Han Dashui, first, I'll find a girl to date. They say with my skills, if I practice some bubble voice, even if I don't show my face, girls will automatically envision me as Wu Yinzu. There are plenty of girls who would like that. Chen Lifu felt a pang of frustration. This poor child remained oblivious to the fact that his previous life had been marred by such distractions. After some thought, Chen Lifu advised, "Listen to me. After graduation, try your luck in a youth training team. Given your skills, even if you're a bit older, you should be fine." Han Dashui, the royal family never surrenders. We shall not yield. Fei, if I send you, you must bring home a world championship. Would you still worry about women then? If memory serves, in a subsequent year, he indeed secured a world championship title. While the royal family's best performance seemed to have stalled at the West Strong, it was true that he had not paid much attention to gaming after entering university. Otherwise, perhaps he could have offered better guidance to his good brother. Nevertheless, getting him into a youth training team was certainly preferable to a life of mediocrity as a mere gaming companion, ultimately deceived by women into ruin. After a brief exchange, once Han Yu borrowed someone else's account, they promptly logged in for a few ranked matches and achieved a significant rank boost. Exhausted after their gaming session, Chen Lifu checked his phone, only to discover that an hour prior, Lin Siyun had sent him a message. "Are you there?" With an impassive expression, Chen Lifu opened the message, then closed the chat without a word, locking his phone with the same stoic demeanor. That night, he dreamt of Ice, envisioning her in tears, lamenting how women had ruined his life. Ice comforted him as he buried his face in her chest, weeping profusely. Life in the third year of high school was both monotonous and stressful, the days dwindling closer to the exams. The atmosphere in the elite class grew increasingly tense. The countdown clock at the back of the classroom steadily decreasing, and the heads of students buried in their desks sank lower. Even Zhou Jiangjun, who usually refrained from studying, had begun to memorize English vocabulary during lunch. Chen Lifu cast a glance his way. Memorizing these advanced words is pointless. This year's exam essay won't be difficult. You should read a few high-quality articles and peruse the English version of international news. Zhou Jiangjun rolled his eyes, You're not the one setting the questions. Chen Lifu merely tugged at the corners of his mouth. The specific details of the college entrance examination from years past have faded from memory. Yet he recalls that the English portion was quite straightforward, with the most challenging aspect being a passage concerning international news, laden with specialized vocabulary. The closed test, composition, and translation sections were rather simple. He scored 138 in English, while Zhou Jiangjun achieved a score of 130. As they were dining, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. Zhou Jiangjun looked up to discover it was Lin Siyun. With a tray in hand, Lin Siyun positioned herself to the left of Chen Lifu. At Zhou Jiangjun's silent prompting, Chen Lifu turned to cast a fleeting glance at her before returning to his meal, leaving Zhou Jiangjun astounded. This fellow, this attitude, he seemed genuinely indifferent. Lin Siyun, undeterred by Chen Lifu's demeanor, took a seat beside him and demanded, "Chen Lifu, why did you not respond to my messages a few days ago?" Without lifting his gaze, Chen Lifu replied, "I did respond," but silence followed. Lin Siyun pressed her lips together. Since the day Chen Lifu's attitude towards her underwent a complete transformation, nearly half a month had elapsed. During this time, he had treated her as though she were invisible, no longer waiting for her at school, ceasing to bring her breakfast and lunch, and neglecting to send her messages in the evenings. After enduring this bewildering silence, she had finally taken the initiative to message him, only for him to read her words without replying. Lin Siyun resolved to confront Chen Lifu today. "Chen Lifu, I have always considered you my closest friend. We have known each other for so many years. What prevents us from discussing matters openly? Why must you adopt this cold demeanor? Have I offended you in some way?" Zhou Jiangjun appeared to continue his meal normally, yet he had tuned in to the conversation between them. After finishing a piece of fatty meat, Chen Lifu remarked, "What matters do we have that require clarification? Then why do you ignore me?" Lin Siyun retorted, her tone laced with both anger and sorrow. Indeed, even she found it difficult to admit that Chen Lifu's sudden change in attitude had caused her considerable distress. Previously, she had regarded him merely as one of her many admirers, albeit the one who treated her best, with the longest history and the most commendable qualities. In terms of academics, height, appearance, and family background, Chen Lifu possessed no significant flaws. This was why, despite not harboring romantic feelings for him, she had maintained a relatively close relationship with him. After all, having such an admirable suitor who catered to her whims was, in itself, a form of unspoken allure. Yet, one day, this individual completely altered his demeanor towards her. The abruptness of this shift left her troubled, causing sleepless nights. Lin Siyun was not one to remain composed in the face of such turmoil, nor did she genuinely believe that Chen Lifu had lost all affection for her. She suspected that her recent behavior had been excessive and had inadvertently hurt him. If that were the case, then clarifying the misunderstanding should suffice. As long as Chen Lifu is willing to continue treating her with the same kindness as before, she will overlook all that has transpired during this time. Thus, Lin Siyun stated, "Chen Lifu, I formally apologize for the sudden abandonment on that day, and I hope you can forgive me. Shall we reconcile?" Chapter 16. The formal breakup. Before Chen Lifu could respond, Zhou Jiangjun, seated across from him, suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. Covering his mouth to prevent the food from spewing out, his face flushed with embarrassment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Siyun, unable to fathom that such words could escape her lips. This was the aloof class goddess who had maintained her distance for years. Was it truly a miracle that she was apologizing to Chen Lifu, asking him for reconciliation? What other secrets was this fellow hiding from him? They all shared meals, attended school, and engaged in the most mundane activities together. How could it seem as if he had been leveling up in a game behind Zhou Jiangjun's back? Amidst Zhou Jiangjun's astonishment, Chen Lifu merely frowned in indifference, displaying a demeanor of impatience. "Lin Siyun, the college entrance examination is approaching. Could you please focus on your studies? Even if you cannot, please refrain from affecting me. We are not in a relationship, so what do you mean by reconciliation? If others misinterpret this and it tarnishes my reputation, will you take responsibility?" After voicing his thoughts, Chen Lifu picked up his tray and walked out of the cafeteria without casting another glance at Lin Siyun, leaving Zhou Jiangjun sitting in stunned silence. Staring at Lin Siyun's face, which was on the verge of tears, for the first time in his life, Zhou Jiangjun felt a twinge of pity for Lin Siyun, whom he had previously looked down upon. "Hey, are you all right?" he tentatively inquired, noticing the redness in her eyes. It seemed Lin Siyun had only just grasped the weight of Chen Lifu's words. looking at Zhou Jiangjun with a face full of humiliation, her once beautiful features contorting into a grimace. Zhou Jiangjun, you wait. Please convey a message to Chen Lifu for me. From this day forth, I, Lin Siyun, sever all ties with him, and we are officially done. From now on, if I speak another word to Chen Lifu, may my name be written backward. He has gone too far, and I will never forgive him, never. Let him remember this and not regret it later. Having uttered these words, Lin Siyun left without even taking her tray. When Zhou Jiangjun returned to the classroom, he found Chen Lifu already slumped over his desk, asleep. In truth, not only Lin Siyun but even Zhou Jiangjun was baffled by Chen Lifu's sudden transformation. However, watching Lin Siyun's dismay brought Zhou Jiangjun a sense of satisfaction. Sitting at his desk, Zhou Jiangjun then noticed several English reading materials had appeared. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Chen Lifu's handwriting. He picked them up and found the readings to be quite challenging. The grammar was manageable, yet they were filled with specialized vocabulary. Nonetheless, he could discern that they were related to current affairs and international news. Zhou Jiangjun glanced at Chen Lifu, feeling a surge of curiosity. Could it be that this fellow was serious? The issue, however, is that the English teacher has never mentioned any international news. These specialized terms are entirely beyond the syllabus and are unlikely to appear on the college entrance examination. Zhou Jiangjun folded the paper and pondered little further. Tomorrow marks the monthly examination, which differs significantly from previous ones, resembling the first mock exam preceding the college entrance test. It is said that the preliminary assessments before the college entrance examination are quite challenging, designed to cultivate the mindset of all students. Consequently, Zhou Jiangjun had not indulged in gaming these past few days. Though he enjoys leisure, he would never jest about the college entrance examination. As school dismissed, Zhou Jiangjun called out to Chen Lifu, who was about to leave. Hey, let's go to your house tonight. Help me with a few physics problems. Chen Lifu frowned slightly. What problems? I could explain them now, but I need to get home. I have games to play, and Han Yu is waiting for me. Zhou Jiangjun looked at him incredulously. The mock exam is tomorrow, and you're not reviewing at all? Chen Lifu appeared unconcerned. Will this exam truly affect me? If I study a little less, it merely gives you ordinary folks a chance. Zhou Jiangjun rolled his eyes in disdain. Yet, one must admit that Chen Lifu spoke the truth. No matter how hard he tried, he would always fall short compared to a genius like Chen Lifu. Their conversation reached Lin Siyun's ears, who recalled Meng Xiaohui. She had told him that with effort, he might surpass Chen Lifu and secure the top position through his own merit. This statement had initially been a mere expedient, yet now it seemed plausible. Chen Lifu appeared to have genuinely neglected his studies during this period. As the saying goes, pride precedes a fall. Perhaps, this time Meng Xiaohui truly had a chance to outperform Chen Lifu and claim the first place. With this thought, Lin Siyun felt considerably uplifted. Was Chen Lifu's arrogance not simply a product of his rank? Once Meng Xiaohui secured the top spot, Chen Lifu's greatest asset would diminish. At that moment, she and Meng Xiaohui would be a perfect pair, and Chen Lifu would gradually come to regret his hubris. After school, Chen Lifu explained a few physics problems to Zhou Jiangjun in the classroom before leisurely returning home to log onto his computer. Han Yu could hardly wait, and the two engaged in a fierce battle in the gaming arena throughout the night, only parting ways reluctantly just past 5 in the morning. Rising at 7, Chen Lifu felt no trace of fatigue from the all-nighter. Instead, he was invigorated, feeling as though he could take on 10 opponents. How wonderful it is to be young. Chen Lifu mused. What did you say? You really gamed all night. Upon encountering Zhou Jiangjun at the school gate, Zhou Jiangjun looked at Chen Lifu in disbelief, his voice rising several decibels. Chen Lifu cast him a disdainful glance. What is so impressive about that? In a few days, I'll be at diamond rank. Tremble. Gold players. Zhou Jiangjun rolled his eyes. When you arrive at the classroom, make sure to rest for a few minutes. The exam is imminent. And I've heard this mock test is quite difficult. The conversation between two individuals was inadvertently overheard by Lin Siyun and Meng Xiaohui, who were walking behind them. Meng Xiaohui felt a surge of surprise. Just yesterday, Lin Siyun had mentioned that Chen Lifu had been rather negligent in his studies lately. He had initially thought it was merely Lin Siyun's way of comforting him, fearing that he was too anxious. To his astonishment, it appeared that Chen Lifu's attitude towards learning was indeed so lackadaisical. This revelation instilled a newfound confidence in Meng Xiaohui. The countless nights he had spent revising were driven by the desire to surpass Chen Lifu, and this seemed to be a fortuitous opportunity. At that moment, Lin Siyun turned to him and said, "Meng Xiaohui, did you hear that? Chen Lifu has not been paying much attention in class lately and has been playing video games after school. Although he is undeniably intelligent, diligence can compensate for a lack of talent. With your hard work during this period, you have a significant chance of surpassing him in the upcoming exam." Meng Xiaohui nodded emphatically in agreement. "Siyun, have no worries. Once I secure first place, I shall treat you to a fine dining experience with steak. I feel guilty that you've been eating instant noodles with me. You seem to have lost some weight." Lin Siyun's face lit up with anticipation. The prospect of a meal was trivial compared to her eagerness to witness Chen Lifu's downfall. Chapter 17. Falling asleep in the examination room. The mock examination adhered strictly to the schedule of the college entrance examination. Upon entering the examination hall, Chen Lifu found that Chinese was his weakest subject among the various disciplines. Nevertheless, scoring around 130 points was not particularly challenging for him. He completed an 800-word essay with ease, but soon, drowsiness began to take hold. By the time he was sitting for the comprehensive science exam in the afternoon, he could hardly keep his eyes open. He managed to squint through the questions, mentally calculating answers while jotting them down on scrap paper, before hastily transferring them to the answer sheet. Finally, unable to resist his fatigue, he laid his head down on the desk and succumbed to sleep. As he drifted into slumber, he mused that the comfort of sleeping at a high school desk was unparalleled. Just as he was enjoying a deep sleep, he was abruptly awakened by a vigorous shake. Upon raising his head, he was met with the furious gaze of the director of education, Wang Mingnan. "Chen Lifu, step outside." Wang Mingnan, in her 30s, had been married once before. Despite her age, she still radiated charm, possessing a presence that often outshone many younger female students. It was said that the most captivating women in the world were those who had never been in love or had been divorced. At that moment, Wang Mingnan furrowed her brow and looked sternly at Chen Lifu. "Who gave you the audacity to sleep during a mock exam? Pride precedes a fall. I am aware that you have consistently ranked first in your grade, but these last couple of months leading up to the college entrance examination are crucial. Your current attitude towards studying and taking exams could easily undermine your efforts from the past few years. I understand that the exam questions are challenging, but that is no excuse to abandon the exam for sleep. Pull yourself together and focus on your examination." After delivering a few more stern warnings, she finally allowed him to return to his exam with only 15 minutes remaining. In the final 15 minutes, Chen Lifu took the opportunity to conduct a thorough review of his work from beginning to end. Without doubt, achieving a score of 290 is well within reach, if not a perfect 300. Once the first day of examinations concluded, Chen Lifu strolled down the street, when suddenly, Han Yu dashed towards him, throwing an arm around his shoulder and laughing heartily. "I heard you got caught by Wang Mingnan today in the exam hall." Chen Lifu shot him a glare. "How do you know?" Han Yu laughed even louder. "Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Your reputation as the top student is well known. The entire grade is aware that you dozed off during the comprehensive science exam and only woke up in a flurry during the last 15 minutes to scramble back and answer questions." Chen Lifu initially considered defending himself, stating that he had completed all his work before succumbing to sleep, but after a moment's thought, he deemed it unnecessary. He waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What is a mere exam compared to a fleeting dream of spring? News of Chen Lifu's slumber in the exam hall swiftly reached Meng Xiaohui's ears. As he reveled in his silent triumph, he soon spotted Chen Lifu entering the cafeteria, tray in hand. While not particularly close to Chen Lifu, Meng Xiaohui had shared some interactions through Lin Siyun. Chen Lifu had occasionally brought breakfast for Lin Siyun, also delivering a meal or two for Meng Xiaohui. Thus, Meng Xiaohui approached with a facade of generosity, initiating a conversation with Chen Lifu. "Chen Lifu, make sure to rest well after your meal. It's just one exam. Your health is paramount. You can always try harder next time. Everyone makes mistakes. Don't dwell on it too much." Chen Lifu glanced at Meng Xiaohui's faintly smiling face, aware that Meng Xiaohui likely believed his first-place position was all but secured, merely feigning concern as a means of consolation, blissfully ignorant of his own arrogance. Chen Lifu let out a cold, expressionless laugh. As he passed by Meng Xiaohui, he spoke in a tone neither too loud nor too soft. "Thanks for your concern. Even if I only had 5 minutes left, I could casually mark the answer sheet with my foot and still score higher than you." Meng Xiaohui's face paled. During lunch, the cafeteria was bustling with students. and many overheard Chen Lifei's words, sparking hushed conversations among them. Chen Lifei merely smiled, saying nothing further, and gave Meng Xiaohui's shoulder a light pat. You think you can surpass me for first place? Perhaps in your next life. The following day, the mathematics and English exams proved equally challenging. Yet Chen Lifei managed to exit each exam at least half an hour early. He spent that half hour dining in an empty cafeteria, where he was free to select from an abundance of meat, his eyes gleaming with delight. By the time Zhou Jiangjun emerged from the exam room, looking disheveled and defeated, Chen Lifei had already enjoyed 2 full meals. Damn it, if you wanted to remind me of my inadequacies, you could have just said so. No need to orchestrate an entire exam to humiliate me. I couldn't even comprehend the last math question. Life, I feel, has already dealt me a losing hand. Zhou Jiangjun's tone was devoid of jest. It was evident that this examination had severely undermined his confidence. Noticing Chen Lifei's silence, Zhou recalled the incident when Chen had dozed off during the comprehensive science exam, assuming that Chen too was troubled by the results. He offered some consolation, saying, I understand your spirits are low. Let it go. It's all in the past, merely a mock exam. Next time, we shall start afresh. Chen Lifei, however, responded with a non sequitur. Shall we sneak out of school tonight? I'll take you to a splendid place. At their school, there was a tradition that the evening study session following each monthly exam was designated for relaxation. Typically, students would watch movies or engage in casual conversation. With hardly any teachers in attendance, Zhou Jiangjun assumed Chen was acting out of distress and inquired, Where are you heading? Chen replied, To a place filled with music, wine, and beautiful women. Zhou Jiangjun wore an expression of disbelief. Come on, you're just bluffing. Chen offered no further explanation and patted Zhou's shoulder. Once the results are out, I guarantee I'll cover your internet expenses for the next year, treat you to a grand feast, and buy you a pair of sneakers. For now, don't dwell on it. Just memorize those English current affairs articles I provided. I will guide you through the key points later. Acquiring admission to a top-tier university like 985 will be a breeze. Just treat this exam as a minor inconvenience. I'm off now, if Wang Mingnan asks. Tell her I went to catch up on sleep. Zhou Jiangjun watched Chen Lifei's carefree silhouette depart and called out, Where exactly are you going? To earn money to support you. Chen responded. Zhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed that ever since his fallout with Lin Siyun, this boy's mental state had become somewhat erratic. Upon leaving the school, Chen removed his uniform and stowed it in his backpack, then hailed a cab to number 80. Nopping Road West. As he stepped out, he spotted the unassuming Encounter Tavern by the roadside. It was only 6 in the evening, and the tavern had yet to open its doors. Leisurely, Chen crossed the street to purchase a bottle of cola. Just as he popped the cap and tilted the bottle back, a clear voice rang out beside him. Chen Lifei, what are you doing here? Turning to face the voice, he beheld a girl with long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin as smooth as jade, and large, round eyes fixed intently upon him. Her cherubic face bore a rosy hue, and her lips, glossed with a layer of transparent lip balm, shimmered like jelly. Who else could it be but Su Xiaoyu? In Chapter 18, the sailor suit girl, Su Xiaoyu appeared more mature than the last time Chen had seen her. The blue and white sailor suit accentuated her curvaceous figure, and the pleated skirt delicately divided just above her thighs, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, fair skin. Below, she wore knee-high white socks, her slender calves complemented by a pair of dainty leather shoes. As Chen's gaze traveled upward, he noticed her blue tie fluttering in the breeze, gently swaying as she leaned slightly forward, causing a dizzying effect. I'm talking to you. Chen Lifei, Su Xiaoyu inquired. Chen Lifei, having finished his cola, stood up and inquired, What are you doing here? He scrutinized her with evident curiosity. A student dressed in such a manner at a tavern inevitably provoked speculation. Su Xiaoyu noticed the expression on his face, her demeanor cooling as she rose, reminiscent of the aloofness he had first observed on the bus. So you, like them, believe that a girl appearing in such places cannot be a good girl, is that right? Su Xiaoyu spoke with a detached tone, yet her flushed ears betrayed her suppressed emotions, echoing the tension from her earlier confrontation with an older man. Chen Lifei, observing her feigned defiance juxtaposed with her sensitivity, allowed a smile to escape him. The term good girl is hardly a compliment. Those who judge you may not be paragons themselves. Why should their opinions matter to you? He added with a chuckle, I think this outfit suits you well. Perhaps you should try a maid costume next time. It would be even more flattering. Unable to restrain herself, Su Xiaoyu instinctively kicked at him. Go to hell, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Yet, Chen Lifei's words brought her some solace, though she felt no guilt. She had always harbored concerns about working as a female student in a tavern, anxious about being seen by classmates or misunderstood by patrons. But now, she reasoned, those individuals were unlikely to be virtuous themselves. Why should she care for their judgments? She was earning her keep through her own efforts, which was commendable. Realizing the nature of her work, Chen Lifei asked, "Are you working part-time here?" Su Xiaoyu nodded, gesturing toward the street corner. "It's that tavern called Encounter. Do you see it? Encounter?" Chen Lifei thought, surprised by the coincidence. He had chosen this place because he had been working there since the summer. The tavern's proprietress was amiable, straightforward, and generous. Regrettably, after he began university, she sold the tavern to settle her husband's gambling debts, unaware that she would soon be sold into Southeast Asia, disappearing without a trace. Later, he learned from insiders that the beautiful and alluring proprietress endured unimaginable suffering in that foreign land, passing through the hands of multiple owners. The mere thought of what a beautiful woman might suffer in such an environment sent chills down his spine. However, Chen Lifei's return was not driven by a noble desire to rescue the proprietress. He was aware that the tavern, along with the entire street, faced imminent demolition. This was one of the most shocking events for the residents of Haishur. Namping Road, not particularly old, was established around 2002 and had remained relatively unremarkable in the years since, with neither high rents nor property prices. In the year 2015, this street unexpectedly announced plans for demolition, as it was to be repurposed as educational land for the establishment of a prestigious high school. When I learned of this development in my previous life, I could only feel envy and lament the absence of such fortune in my fate. My own neighborhood had long been rumored to face demolition, yet it stood resilient until his demise, outlasting his life by far. Chen Lifu now visited this place to assess several storefronts, intending to secure a few before the impending demolition. Furthermore, if my rebirth could assist the proprietress in uncovering the truth about her partner and liberating her from his clutches, it would indeed be a delightful bonus. However, Chen Lifu found it curious that he had encountered part-time work roughly a week before the university semester commenced in his past life, while at that time, Su Xiaoyu was not present in the tavern, and he had not yet made her acquaintance. Perhaps, by that time, Su Xiaoyu had already earned enough to leave the tavern. He mused and thought little more of it. The two lingered on the street when a white BMW turned the corner and came to a halt by the roadside. A woman soon emerged from the driver's seat, clad in a striking red dress, her cascading black waves swaying around her slender waist. Her petite face was adorned with dark sunglasses and fiery red lips. Large, extravagant earrings dangled from either side of her face as she slightly bent down to retrieve a hair tie from the car, elegantly gathering her flowing locks into a low ponytail that rested against her right shoulder, artfully concealing her alluring curves, rendering her even more captivating. The woman was none other than Luo Yan, the proprietress of the tavern. Upon spotting her, Su Xiaoyu rose to bid farewell to Chen Lifu. "I must go to work now," she stated, taking a couple of steps forward, only to realize Chen Lifu was trailing behind her. Frowning, she inquired, "Why are you following me?" Chen Lifu, with a teasing glint in his eyes, replied, "Why do you always assume I am deliberately shadowing you? The tavern welcomes patrons. May I not be a customer?" Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. "You are an exemplary student at number 1 high school. A place like this is not suited for you. You ought to return and focus on your studies." Su Xiaoyu had previously visited number 1 high school to find Chen Lifu and discovered he was in an elite class. Upon leaving the school, she had seen his name at the top of the grade rankings. Chen Lifu merely chuckled nonchalantly, saying, "As I've told you before, the distinction between good student and bad student is merely an external judgment. If one lives solely by others' evaluations, one risks losing oneself. Do you understand, my dear sister?" As he spoke, Chen Lifu stepped closer, brushing his hand affectionately through her hair. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback by this sudden display of intimacy, her eyes reddening as she admonished him. "What are you doing? Listening to my teachings comes at a price," he retorted with an unabashed grin. Su Xiaoyu appeared earnest. Yet beneath her serious facade lay a playful spirit. Her face flushed easily, and even if she managed to conceal it, her ears betrayed her with their crimson hue. Quite endearing, indeed. Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu entered the Encounter Tavern, one following the other. The proprietress was just polishing the bar counter when she raised her eyes to see them. Her fox-like gaze flicked between the two, and then she smiled alluringly. "Well, Xiaoyu, have you brought a boyfriend today?" Su Xiaoyu pressed her lips tightly, a hint of fluster causing her to wave her hand. "Oh, what are you saying, Sister Yen? This is my classmate. We just happened to meet outside." "Oh, so it's a classmate," Luo Yen replied, her uniquely enchanting tone weaving through the air, evoking myriad thoughts. Many little couples start as classmates. You two are quite the match, handsome and beautiful. After speaking, Luo Yen's captivating gaze fell upon Chen Lifu, and she smiled warmly. This young man certainly appears to be a top student. He radiates an air of scholarly refinement. If my sisters were to see him, wouldn't they devour him whole? Chen Lifu couldn't help but chuckle. The proprietress hadn't changed a bit in her previous life. Her discerning gaze could almost see through others at a glance. In his past life, it was the proprietress who advised him that Lin Siyun was not worth a lifetime of pursuit, urging him to turn back before it was too late, as more splendid vistas awaited him. Alas, her wise counsel could not sway his obstinate heart, and the proprietress's sharp eyes failed to recognize that the person she had been close to for years was, in truth, a devil in human guise. Perhaps this is what they mean by the clarity of an observer versus the confusion of one embroiled in the situation. Chen Lifu pulled his thoughts back and inquired, "Proprietress, are you selling this tavern?" The proprietress was taken aback. Indeed, she had been contemplating selling the establishment due to some family matters that had arisen, leaving her in urgent need of funds. She scrutinized Chen Lifu for a moment, and he chuckled, explaining, "I happened to pass by here yesterday and saw you inquiring with the neighboring merchants about selling the tavern." The proprietress understood, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "So, you're interested in helping me find a buyer? I could offer you a commission." Chen Lifu waved his hand dismissively. "Why complicate matters? Just name your price, and I'll buy it." As soon as Chen Lifu finished speaking, Luo Yan's expression stiffened slightly, her smile fading into a more cautious demeanor. "Top student, this is not a place for boasting. What do you have to buy it?" It wasn't that Luo Yan looked down on Chen Lifu, but rather, she had seen enough of the world to discern the difference. She could easily identify those who came from wealthy families, spoiled heirs, and the like, as well as children from modest backgrounds. Chen Lifu emanated a clean aura, indicative of a nurturing family environment, with loving and harmonious parents. However, she could also tell at a glance that he was not from a wealthy household, while his family might not be lacking in funds. A high school graduate casually producing 200,000 to purchase a property was certainly beyond the reach of an ordinary family. Chen Lifu chuckled casually. Seated on a nearby stool, he lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingers and declared, "You need not concern yourself with the source of my funds. Just set your price and inform me. Should it be acceptable to me, we shall proceed with the transaction. I shall provide you with a deposit of 50,000 yuan within this month, on the condition that you reserve it for me until August. If you sell to someone else before then, you shall owe me tenfold the deposit. My dear, let us be straightforward, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yan paused her movements, her delicate fingers gliding over the surface of the table as her gaze drifted downward, intentionally or not, scrutinizing Chen Lifu. This young man appeared to be a quiet and diligent student, yet Luo Yan narrowed her eyes, sensing that he was not an ordinary scholar. Particularly, his use of "my dear" bore the tone of someone seasoned in the ways of society. However, coupled with his seemingly innocuous visage, it did not evoke feelings of distaste or offense in Luo Yan. Rather, it intrigued her. After a moment of contemplation, she raised an eyebrow and offered a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Quite interesting," she remarked, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "My price is 350,000, but given your forthrightness, I will offer it to you for 280,000. Indeed, Luo Yan was a woman of integrity. At 280,000, the price was undeniably reasonable for that location and size. "Let us settle on 300,000, Chen Lifu proposed, increasing his offer by 20,000, wishing to express his sincerity in light of the courtesy shown by the beautiful lady. At this, Luo Yan regarded Chen Lifu with newfound respect. "A diligent student. I have a witness here," she quipped, casting a glance at Su Xiaoyu. "You must not go back on your word, or else little fishy here may ignore you." Su Xiaoyu, seated nearby, poked Luo Yan playfully. "Sister Yan, we are merely ordinary classmates," she protested, clarifying that they were not even from the same school. The tavern's atmosphere lightened due to Luo Yan's playful banter, and Chen Lifu turned to Su Xiaoyu, smiling. "Aren't you supposed to be working here? The guests have been seated for quite some time. Where's my cup of water?" Su Xiaoyu shot him a gentle glare but complied, pouring him a glass of warm water. Clearly dissatisfied, Chen Lifu remarked, "Isn't this a tavern? Why has it turned into a water bar?" Luo Yin, with her graceful form, approached from the front desk, lightly patting Chen Lifu on the head with her polished fingers. You are still a student. Once you finish your exams, I shall treat you to a drink. Chen Lifu nodded eagerly. That was your promise. Luo Yin laughed heartily. Indeed, I did say that. As evening approached, the tavern began to fill with more patrons. Initially, Su Xiaoyu had time to sit beside Chen Lifu, and they exchanged a few casual remarks. However, as the crowd grew, she had to attend to her duties. When she departed, she inadvertently left behind a notebook that had been resting on the table. Filled with curiosity, Chen Lifu opened it to discover it contained various mathematical formulas. The calligraphy is indeed quite beautiful, yet upon closer inspection, Chen Lifu realized that these notes held little significance. They resembled a form of self-indulgence. Many students today exhibit a similar flaw. They take extensive notes that appear earnest, adorned with vibrant highlighters on their books and notebooks, creating an impression at first glance. However, in reality, some individuals may have filled an entire page of notes, yet only a line or two prove genuinely useful. This results in a squandered amount of time, with little knowledge gained. Su Xiaoyu is a quintessential example of this. When Su Xiaoyu finished her tasks and returned, she found Chen Lifu engrossed in her notes. Maintaining an impassive expression, though a hint of expectation lingered in her tone. This is my newly purchased notebook specifically for cramming for the college entrance examination. Please be careful not to soil it. Yet, even if you complete this entire notebook, it is of no consequence. Chen Lifu pointed out her dilemma. You are merely engaging in futile efforts. No matter how much time you expend, it is wasted. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback, a bit indignant. I may not be as clever as you, so I can only rely on some clumsy methods, but you need not look down on me so condescendingly. Her voice remained high-pitched and delicate. Even in her moment of frustration, it did not come across as unreasonable, but rather akin to a playful pout, reminiscent of a kitten's gentle scratching. Chen Lifu closed her notebook and, in a mere 2 minutes, recited all the formulas inscribed within. Su Xiaoyu gazed at him in disbelief, stubbornly opening her notebook to compare, only to close it in defeat shortly thereafter. Perhaps I really am quite foolish, she lamented. After toiling all day, I still haven't retained anything, while you remember it with a mere glance. Maybe my mother is right. I was simply not meant for academic pursuits. Her final words were soft, tinged with a light sense of helplessness and grievance, bubbling forth like the tiny effervescence of a freshly opened carbonated drink. Chen Lifu felt a surge of chivalry within him. He leaned back slightly. What is the big deal? He proposed. I'll tutor you. What score are you aiming for? Su Xiaoyu stared at him in a daze. She had never considered such a goal. Her only aspiration was to gain admission to a university. Any university would suffice. Observing her expression, Chen Lifu smiled knowingly. How about aiming for the second-tier university line? Universities above this level are predominantly public institutions, with tuition fees significantly lower than those of third-tier and vocational colleges. Although Chen Lifu was unaware of Su Xiaoyu's family circumstances, her decision to work while still in her senior year suggested a pressing need for financial support at home. Upon hearing his words, Su Xiaoyu blinked, her large, round eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be that reaching the second-tier university line sounded as easy as having dinner? With just over 2 months until the college entrance examination, was there still time? Despite his position as the top student in his grade, her own innate abilities were limited. Noticing the skepticism in Su Xiaoyu's demeanor, Chen Lifu chuckled. If you do not make it to the second-tier line, I will accompany you for a year of repeat study. How does that sound? This statement was, of course, uttered in jest by Chen Lifu. He merely found Su Xiaoyu's earnest demeanor to be endearing and, in an effort to bolster her confidence, while simultaneously indulging in a bit of bravado, playfully teased her. However, Su Xiaoyu took his words to heart. Clad in a sailor uniform, she stood before Chen Lifu, her round face appearing even fairer under the harsh lights, her dark pupils intently fixed on him. Beneath her calm exterior, a faint blush began at her earlobes and spread to the tips of her ears. Suddenly, she lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat flustered as she stared at her toes. Just as Chen Lifu was about to clarify that he was merely joking, Su Xiaoyu's melodious voice rang out, serene and gentle amidst the music of the tavern. Thank you, but you need not accompany me in repetition. I will diligently follow your lead in learning. And regardless of my final score, I will always be immensely grateful to you. Chapter 20. The first girl to take initiative. Chen Lifu was instantly caught off guard. Choking on his drink and coughed for quite some time, his face flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, he thought. He had ventured into the realm of abstraction and ignited a fire. He was simply unaccustomed to a girl expressing her gratitude with such sincerity, especially when his words were spoken so casually, yet this Na'vi girl seemed to have taken him seriously. In that moment, Chen Lifu felt like a scoundrel who trifled with a virtuous maiden. Seeing him in distress, Su Xiaoyu approached and gently patted his back, which evoked memories of the two soft sensations that had brushed against him on the bus. He couldn't afford to dwell on that any longer. In a flustered attempt to redirect the conversation, he said, "Shall we commence tomorrow? Are you working here every day? What time do you finish?" Su Xiaoyu replied, "I finish at 8:30 in the evening, but Yan Jia is very kind and allows me to study in the lounge behind the tavern until 11. Chen Lifu felt puzzled as to why one would choose to review their studies in a tavern. Even if it was a lounge, the music would be quite loud. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further and simply nodded. "I finish my classes at 8, so shall we meet here every night at 9? It sounds almost like a date." Su Xiaoyu's face reddened imperceptibly at his comment, and she nodded in agreement. "Then I will wait for you at the tavern. I will bring you some food each day, treating you to a meal." Chen Lifu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "You go ahead and attend to your duties. I will take my leave now. Until tomorrow." Su Xiaoyu accompanied him to the tavern's entrance. As Chen Lifu took a couple of steps away, he turned back to glance at her. The night had fallen, and the girl stood beneath the spotlight, slender and tranquil. The sailor uniform, rather than appearing frivolous, radiated youth and vitality, evoking the image of a sailor who, upon sighting a girl who captured his heart on deck, would turn to his companions and exclaim, "Hey, do you see that girl? I intend to marry her. All right, no need to see me off any further. Please take care on your way home," Chen Lifu said, turning to depart. However, he soon heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. When he turned back, Su Xiaoyu nearly collided with him, having almost lost her balance. She adjusted her wind-tousled hair and said, "Let's add each other, for convenience in communication." Chen Lifu couldn't help but reflect that this was the first time in both his past and present life that a girl had taken the initiative to add him as a friend. It was indeed a rare occurrence. With a soft chime, the friend request was accepted, and he opened Su Xiaoyu's profile card. Both her avatar and background depicted a cerulean fish. Her simple signature read, "Little fish, swim swiftly. In the west, freedom awaits." Suddenly, Chen Lifu felt a stirring within him, as if he had been touched by something profound. He glanced down at the girl before him, diligently writing her notes. Her petite figure stood resolutely against the wind, yearning for freedom, much like his own days spent in the hospital, teetering on the brink of death. After completing her note, Su Xiaoyu met Chen Lifu's gaze. Just as she prepared to bid him farewell, her words caught in her throat, and she looked at him with wide, puzzled eyes. "Is something wrong?" she inquired. Was it merely her imagination, or did it seem that Chen Lifu appeared somewhat melancholic? He seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Before she could ponder further, he reverted to his usual nonchalant demeanor, pocketing his phone and casually waving goodbye. "I'm off now," he said, vanishing into the night and slowly fading from her clear gaze. By the time Su Xiaoyu returned home, it was past 11 o'clock. Since her sophomore year, she had been working at a tavern every afternoon after school, finishing her shifts at 9, then spending 2 hours in the staff room on her homework, which brought her home around 11:30, just in time for the last bus. That evening, as she tiptoed into her home, she was greeted by a strong scent of alcohol. She frowned slightly but maintained a composed demeanor, as if accustomed to it. Closing the door and changing her shoes. With a loud thud, her foot inadvertently kicked an empty bottle on the floor, sending it sliding across the worn tiles with a jarring sound. In the next moment, another empty bottle flew through the dimly lit air, striking her right shoulder. Su Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain shoot through her shoulder as she stepped back, finally catching sight of the person seated on the sofa, her mother. The woman's voice was thick with the scent of alcohol, nasal and slurred, laced with a harsh and crude tone. "Damn it, you little brat. Coming home so late every day? Are you studying or selling yourself? Just look at other girls. None of them stay up this late for their studies. Your cousin is about to have her third child next month. They received a bride price of over 100,000, and for each child, the in-laws give them 10,000. What a bargain. Look at you. You're already 18 and haven't earned a penny. Yet you keep coming to me for money to waste on that useless education. What good does it do for a girl to study so much? You'd be better off spreading your legs. Easy money would come your way. Only a fool would pursue an education." Her voice was unbearable, echoing sharply in the confined and quiet space. Yet, Su Xiaoyu seemed to have heard nothing, her expression cold as she passed by the woman, deftly avoiding the scattered wine bottles on the floor. She made her way to a small room at the back of the house, retrieved a key, and unlocked the door. The woman's voice rang out once more. "You wretched creature, locking the door at home. Are you afraid I'll sell you off while you sleep? Let me remind you, you are my flesh and blood. Every inch of you belongs to me. If I truly wished to sell you, would you dare utter a word against it?" The bedroom door shut, yet the acrid scent of alcohol and the woman's incessant tirades could not be contained. Su Xiaoyu opened the window, inhaling deeply the air outside. The environment of the rented housing complex was dismal, a stench of decay and poverty wafting into her nostrils. She buried her head deep into the sleeve of her school uniform, the only scent that truly belonged to her being that of the orange-scented laundry detergent. Su Xiaoyu calculated in her mind. After the college entrance examination, she would have saved over 20,000 yuan. The money she had painstakingly accumulated over the past 2 years would serve as her ticket to a new life. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Lifu, remembering his promise to help her gain admission to a second-tier university. Gaining admission would mean escaping this place, distancing herself from her mother, and never returning forever. Chapter 21. A heroic rescue. When Chen Lifu returned home and checked his phone, he discovered that the class group chat had erupted with activity. The majority were lamenting the difficulty of the recent mock exam. After comparing answers, everyone seemed to retreat into a shell of despair, the chat filled with wails of distress. Some classmates tagged him, inquiring about his performance, while others, who usually shared a friendly rapport with him, jested that he had likely dozed off during the exam. Noticing his silence, Zhou Jiangjun, perhaps thinking Chen was in low spirits, replied on his behalf, "It's just a mock exam. Chen Lifu probably isn't taking it to heart. It's not the real deal." Chen Lifu leisurely ascended the stairs to read through the messages, spotting someone tagging Lin Siyun to ask about Meng Xiaohui's results. Lin Siyun responded with a shy cat emoji. He noted that he had performed quite well, especially in Chinese and the comprehensive sciences, feeling a surge of confidence in his abilities. With a neutral expression, Chen Lifu scrolled through the messages and, once finished, exited the class group chat, opening a private conversation with Zhou Jiangjun to ask what he wanted to eat over the weekend. "What's up? You want to indulge in a full Manchuhan imperial feast? And I should treat you? Of course. Let us invite Han Yu this weekend. We'll go to New World for steak, and I'll cover the bill." Zhou Jiangjun stared at his phone, bewildered, taking a long moment to respond. Finally, scratching the back of his head in confusion, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that Chen Lifu has been replaced?" The old Chen was the most frugal, desperate to save every penny for Lin Siyun and finding ways to spend from his own pocket. It was only before bed that Zhou Jiangjun finally understood. His son had grown up and learned to show filial piety. The following morning, as Chen Lifu arrived at school, he overheard numerous classmates still engrossed in discussions regarding the mock examination from the previous day. Suddenly, a boy burst into the classroom, wearing a look of distress, and stood upon the podium exclaiming, "Silence, silence. I have breaking news." Guess what? A pen was hurled at him from the crowd. "If you have something to say, say it. How can we guess when you speak so nonsensically?" The boy surveyed the room, and with an air of mystery, proclaimed, "Once the exam results are released, the top scorer in the grade will receive a reward of several thousand. I heard it's sponsored by a philanthropist, exclusively for the first place, nothing for the second." As soon as the boy finished speaking, all eyes turned to Chen Lifu. Traditionally, the top scorer was undoubtedly Chen Lifu from their class. However, this time was uncertain. Chen had not only dozed off during the exam, but had done so in the rigorous science subjects, which would undoubtedly affect his score, particularly as these subjects often had a significant impact on overall performance. At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a list in hand, ushering the boy off the podium. He slammed his hand on the desk and sternly declared, "Everyone quiet down. With the college entrance examination approaching, you still lack seriousness. You are the worst elite class I've ever taught. You have no semblance of an elite class and bring me nothing but shame." The teacher slammed the list onto the desk, visibly displeased. In contrast, Meng Xiaohui from the adjacent class had achieved a perfect score on the Chinese essay section, the only student in the entire grade to do so. You all know how challenging this mock exam was. Meng Xiaohui's perfect score signifies his capabilities. I must ask, why is it that Class 1 lacks a student who can achieve full marks, while Class 2 does? The teacher's gaze swept across the classroom before landing on Chen Lifu, his expression tinged with reproach. Chen had always been a source of pride for him, yet this time, The news of Chen sleeping during the exam had spread widely, and he had even been summoned by the disciplinary director, Wang Mengnan, for a reprimand, losing both face and reputation. The teacher continued. Some students consistently perform well and ease my worries, but you must not become complacent. You cannot falter at this crucial moment. The final 2 months are more significant than the 12 years of hard work. You must avoid a promising start followed by a disappointing finish. You must maintain a proper attitude towards your studies. Do you understand? It was evident to all that the teacher's words were directed at Chen Lifu. Yet, Chen appeared unfazed, indifferent to the scrutiny of his peers. The teacher sighed softly, recognizing that Chen had been under immense pressure lately, and decided to let the matter rest. Even if the top score were to be claimed by Meng Xiaohui this time, it was not the end of the world, as it was not the actual college entrance examination. However, it was a pity about the reward. The teacher waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us continue with our morning reading. Once the teacher exited, the classroom buzzed with lively chatter once more. The news that just arrived from that male classmate stirred everyone's emotions. They were all children from ordinary families and had never encountered a prize worth tens of thousands of yuan, making them quite exhilarated. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the classroom. Lin Siyun, someone is looking for you. The impeccably dressed individual standing at the classroom door was none other than Meng Xiaohui. The classmates began to tease, while several curious onlookers cast glances at Chen Lifu. Meng Xiaohui had come to deliver breakfast to Lin Siyun. It was evident that he was in high spirits today. Siyun, this is your favorite cake from Yuanzhou. I made a special trip to buy it this morning. You haven't eaten well lately, so please indulge. Huang Ting, accompanying Lin Siyun, exclaimed, this crown cake from Yuanzhou must be quite expensive, nearly 200 yuan each. Meng Xiaohui, you are truly wonderful to our Siyun. The classmates exchanged glances in surprise. A cake costing 200 yuan? Wasn't Meng Xiaohui's family struggling? It was rumored they had been living on social assistance for years, yet he could afford such a lavish gift for Lin Siyun. It seemed the earlier claim of a prize worth tens of thousands was indeed true. Consequently, it was clear that Meng Xiaohui was undoubtedly the top student in the grade. In an instant, sympathy filled the eyes of the classmates as they looked at Chen Lifu. Alas, he had lost the title of top student, the prize money, and the goddess he had pursued for so long. How unfortunate for Chen Lifu. Even Zhou Jiangjun felt a pang of empathy, turning to console Chen Lifu. Dad will treat you to something delicious this weekend. What is so great about a mere cake? It could make her fat, and then no one would want her. After a while without hearing a response, Zhou Jiangjun glanced down to find Chen Lifu rapidly writing something in his notebook. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be all the mathematical formulas and common problem types from high school. Zhou Jiangjun was perplexed. Why are you memorizing these basics? Have you truly been affected by something? Chen Lifu, having completed his writing with flourish, tore out the pages filled with formulas and problem types, waving them in front of Zhou Jiangjun. You wouldn't understand this, would you? Chen Lifu grinned mischievously. Dad, I'm off to rescue the fair maiden. Chapter 22. Eating excrement upside down at 8 o'clock in the evening. After the last evening study session concluded, Chen Lifu dashed out of the classroom. Huang Ting, watching him disappear in the distance, curiously asked Lin Siyun, it seems like Chen Lifu hasn't come to see you lately. Haven't you forgiven him yet? Lin Siyun's expression stiffened slightly as she recalled that day in the cafeteria when she sought to reconcile with Chen Lifu, only to be met with rejection. She had never felt such humiliation in her life, crying for 2 whole nights at home. Just as her mood began to stabilize, it now turned a bit irritable. Lin Siyun replied tersely, I said I wouldn't forgive him, and I mean it. I no longer wish to have any relationship with him, and I don't want to hear his name mentioned in front of me again. Observing Lin Siyun's earnest demeanor, Huang Ting refrained from saying more, feeling a slight sense of regret for her friend. Lin Siyun is blissfully unaware of her fortune. In truth, Chen Lifu possesses quite commendable qualities. His parents are employees within the government sector, ensuring that their household is free from financial worries. Chen Lifu himself excels academically. Although he may not possess the delicate features of Meng Xiaohui, his countenance is indeed respectable, far surpassing that of the average young man. It is only due to Lin Siyun's long-standing familiarity with Chen Lifu's presence that she takes him for granted, should he ever choose to abandon her. Huang Ting speculates that Lin Siyun might find herself filled with regret. Arriving at the Encounter Tavern precisely at 9 o'clock, Chen Lifu stepped inside to find the proprietress, Luo Yin, leaning slightly forward at the bar. In the dim light, her alluring figure was subtly accentuated. her long hair cascading to one side as she exchanged charming smiles with the gentleman before her. Upon closer inspection, the typically alluring proprietress appeared to exhibit a hint of shyness in the presence of this man. If Chen Lifei's memory serves him right, this individual would later marry Luo Yan, incur a staggering gambling debt, and ultimately betray her by selling her to Southeast Asia. Upon noticing Chen Lifei's arrival, Luo Yan promptly gestured for him to come over, her lips curving into a smile as she said, "Little fish has been waiting for you in the lounge for quite some time. Hurry along, don't keep him waiting." With that, Luo Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth. The man seated opposite her turned to regard Chen Lifei, seemingly assessing him with an air of indifference, yet a faint trace of disdain flickered in his gaze. This was the instinctive reaction of a self-proclaimed mature man encountering a brash youth. Unfazed by the man's scrutiny, Chen Lifei met his gaze with a cool demeanor, a half-smile playing upon his lips as he examined him from head to toe, before maintaining an unperturbed stare into his eyes, a hint of mockery evident. The man's expression shifted dramatically. He could not shake the feeling that this impudent youth looked down upon him. Before he could ponder further, Chen Lifei averted his gaze and confidently sauntered towards the lounge, effortlessly conversing with Luo Yan. "Boss, could you kindly bring in 2 glasses of water? Consider it your early service to the future proprietor." Luo Yan found his audacity amusing. This lad, who had yet to even scratch the surface of his ambitions, already presumed the tavern to be his own. The man beside her inquired, "What future proprietor?" Luo Yan succinctly recounted the events of that day, prompting the man to scoff, clearly unconvinced of Chen Lifei's capabilities. "I know these brash youngsters all too well. They strut around school, oblivious to the harsh realities of life, believing the world revolves around them. Don't let him deceive you. With his modest stature, he could never purchase your tavern. I would eat dung upside down if that were true." Luo Yan replied gently, "Youthful arrogance isn't necessarily a vice. At his age, a bit of bravado is to be expected." As Chen Lifei entered the lounge, he indeed found Su Xiaoyu seated at a table, engrossed in his writing. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a study guide for the Gaokao. Chen Lifei placed the torn pages he had brought on the table and handed them to Su Xiaoyu. "Stop writing." Chen Lifei interrupted her. "For today, focus on memorizing this page. Once you've finished, I will give you a few questions to tackle. Review these daily, ensuring you understand every method thoroughly. In due time, you'll find that the principles remain constant. By the way, what is your typical score in the liberal arts? Can you reach 200? Su Xiaoyu, being a student of the humanities, limited Chen Lifei's scope considerably. Otherwise, he would boast even more grandly, insisting that Su Xiaoyu should aim for a top-tier university. Unfortunately, he was utterly clueless about history, geography, and politics, his fervor having nowhere to channel. Su Xiaoyu pouted. "Who do you look down on? I can definitely score over 200. Last month, I scored 203 in the liberal arts, placing 5th in the class." Chen Lifei responded, "In your class, scoring in the low 200s in the sciences would only place you at the bottom." He refrained from dampening Su Xiaoyu's enthusiasm outright, and instead took out a pen, proceeding to calculate on her practice book. "If we assume you consistently score around 200 in the liberal arts, I can help you pull your math and English scores up to 130 each. That totals 260. Your foundation in Chinese should be solid, so scoring 100 should be no problem. That gives you 560 points, likely surpassing the second-tier university line by 30 to 40 points. You should have ample options among second-tier institutions." Su Xiaoyu listened, wide-eyed and incredulous, staring suspiciously at Chen Lifei. He, however, paid no heed to her expression, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he handed her the pen and uttered the well-known line of their homeroom teacher. "What are you looking at me for? Focus on the questions. There's nothing written on my face." Despite her confusion, Su Xiaoyu was indeed a very obedient student. When Chen Lifei instructed her to memorize formulas, she complied without hesitation. When he explained problems, she diligently recorded every solution. She asked no questions, nor did she express doubt. Anything Chen Lifei suggested, she noted carefully. Though they had known each other for less than a week, Su Xiaoyu inexplicably trusted that Chen Lifei would never lead her astray. The questions he posed were comprehensive, covering nearly every type related to a given formula. Although he could no longer recall specific exam questions, he remembered the essential knowledge points. As long as Su Xiaoyu grasped these concepts, she would essentially have no significant issues. Time flew by during their earnest study session. When Su Xiaoyu finally lifted her head from a mountain of densely packed problems, The clock indicated it was already 20 minutes past 11. A change flickered across her face. It's so late. I need to hurry home. Otherwise, she would be met with her drunken mother's scorn, or even worse, violence. However, Chen Lifu misinterpreted her urgency and jokingly remarked, "What are you afraid of? I won't assault you." Yet Su Xiaoyu's complexion turned pale as she mechanically stuffed all the problems she had worked on that day into her backpack, anxious to leave. Noticing something was amiss, Chen Lifu grasped her arm gently, asking, "What's wrong?" To his surprise, that slight gesture caused her pain, bringing tears to her eyes. She clutched her shoulder tightly, pursing her lips in silence. Chapter 23. First in grade or Chen Lifu, Su Xiaoyu offered no explanation, merely bidding a hasty farewell to Chen Lifu. Her gaze evasive as she hurriedly exited the lounge. Chen Lifu observed her retreating figure, recalling the phrase from her signature, little fish, swim swiftly, in the west. Freedom awaits. Suddenly, he realized that this seemingly cheerful and innocent girl might harbor untold stories, much like his own fade of nonchalance, which had been hard-earned through the trials of life. Life. One must shed layers to truly embrace growth. As Chen Lifu stepped out of the lounge, he found that the man had already departed. The small tavern was left with only the proprietress and a scattering of patrons. She was polishing a glass when she caught sight of Chen Lifu, a smile gracing her lips. "Did you give our little fish a hard time? Why did she flee so swiftly?" Chen Lifu, seemingly unfazed, inquired. "How long has Su Xiaoyu been working here?" Luo Yan pondered for a moment. "Almost 2 years, I believe. She first came during the summer of her freshman year. I felt sorry for her and let her stay." Chen Lifu casually probed, "What made her pitiable?" Luo Yan pursed her lips, her expression drifting into nostalgia, a hint of sentimentality shimmering in her eyes. At that time, she was quite a young lady. Her clothes were somewhat dirty, her hair a tangled mess. She seemed unlikely to drink. Yet there was always a faint scent of alcohol about her. She was thinner then, claiming to be very hungry, willing to forego her wages for just a meal. After becoming more acquainted, she confided that she had quarreled with her family, but upon sensing her reluctance to divulge further, I refrained from pressing her. Chen Lifu contemplated for a moment before uttering a quiet acknowledgement. He bid farewell to the proprietress and departed the tavern. On his way home, Chen Lifu opened his messaging app and sent Su Xiaoyu a message. "Make sure to memorize today's problems thoroughly, tackle an extra one, and you will swim even faster." What he was unaware of was that Su Xiaoyu, cocooned beneath her blankets, was enveloped by the rancid odor of reporters' trash wafting through her window, accompanied by her mother's drunken tirades echoing from outside. As she read Chen Lifu's message, tears flowed silently onto her sheets, the trails of her sorrow resembling little fish, desperately swimming toward broader horizons. Soon, Friday arrived, the day the results of the first mock exam were to be announced. By the time Chen Lifu reached the classroom, it was already abuzz with excitement. It was said that early in the morning, school officials had come to the entrance to welcome attendees. For the legendary philanthropist was scheduled to visit and present awards, in addition to the 50,000 yuan for the top student. The benefactor would also donate a new teaching building to the school. Life in the senior year was inherently dull. The prospect of such an event drew everyone in early. Chen Lifu, bleary-eyed, took his seat and stifled a yawn. Having spent the past few nights crafting problems for Su Xiaoyu, he dreamt of participating in the college entrance examination, which left him looking rather haggard. Huang Ting noticed the expression on Chen Lifu's face and quietly whispered to Lin Siyun. "It seems that Chen Lifu's recent exam failure has greatly affected him. I used to think he was indifferent, but it turns out he was merely putting on a brave front." Lin Siyun, however, felt a sense of satisfaction. Meng Xiaohui had been in high spirits these days, often treating her to breakfast and desserts, and even promised to take her for a buffet this weekend. Previously, Lin Siyun had been saddened by Chen Lifu, merely feeling the absence of someone to support her. Now, with the more accomplished Meng Xiaohui by her side, she naturally no longer regarded Chen Lifu with much importance. Lin Siyun remarked, Ting, let us not focus our attention on others. Whether they are good or bad is of no concern to us. The path we tread is forged step by ourselves. Look at Meng Xiaohui. Although he has often been overshadowed in recent years, with perseverance and hard work, there will surely come a day when his efforts are rewarded. A few classmates nearby, upon hearing Lin Siyun's words, quickly turned to inquire further. Lin Siyun, based on what you said, does that mean Meng Xiaohui is already assured of the first place? Has he seen his results in advance? No wonder he is so generous. If I suddenly had several thousand yuan, I too would treat myself to many delicious things. Lin Siyun, since you are so close to Meng Xiaohui, could you possibly ask him about his study techniques? I previously asked Chen Lifu, but he claimed he did not know how he studied. It seemed as if he was born to solve problems, and I couldn't gather any useful information. What a disappointment. Lin Siyun smiled gently. Some individuals may take pride in their intelligence and dismiss the efforts of ordinary people. Yet, the truth remains that with diligence, nothing is unattainable. Rest assured, after school today, I will ask Meng Xiaohui for his study notes and make copies for each of you. Thank you. Siyun, you are truly kind. As everyone lavished praise on Lin Siyun and Meng Xiaohui, Zhao Mengting, seated in front, felt somewhat displeased. She coldly remarked, "It's just a mock exam, not the college entrance examination. Furthermore, even if Meng Xiaohui takes first place, what does it have to do with you? We are in class 1. What advantage do we gain from someone in class 2 achieving first place? I don't understand what you are so excited about." Lin Siyun frowned at Zhao Mengting. Can't those from class 1 cheer for those in class 2? Meng Xiaohui is my friend. He has worked hard to achieve the top rank in the grade, and I am simply happy for him. Some people fail to secure the top position due to their own actions. It is not my doing. What concern is it of mine? Zhao Mengting was about to retort that Chen Lifu had maintained first place for many years without such arrogance. But she turned to see the homeroom teacher entering with a list in hand. The teacher, known for his stern countenance, appeared even more serious than usual, as if every student owed him 8 million yuan. Enough. Do you even realize how poorly you performed on the exam while you are here making noise? You are truly the worst class I have ever taught. My students have never performed this poorly. Do you have any sense of shame? This marks the first time in 3 years of high school that Class 2's average score and ranking have surpassed those of Class 1, securing the top position in the grade. Do you not feel any shame? I am quite embarrassed for you. While this may be a humiliation for the class, for Lin Siyun, it may not necessarily be a misfortune. At least she and Meng Xiaohui can hold their heads high before Chen Lifu. At least she can watch Chen Lifu deteriorate day by day after severing their friendship. Lin Siyun could not help but sit up, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the exam rankings by their homeroom teacher. The teacher scanned the room with a heavy sigh, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and declared, "Fortunately, our class's Chen Lifu has made us proud. He has secured the top position in the grade once again. Otherwise, both the class and individual first places would have been snatched away by Class 2. Where would I place my old face?" Upon hearing this, the entire classroom was in shock. Did they mishear? What did the teacher just say? Chen Lifu is still the top student in the grade. How could that be possible? Wasn't he asleep during the comprehensive science exam? The exam was so challenging that they barely managed to complete it, and Chen Lifu slept through half of it, yet he still topped the list? Surely, the teacher must have suffered food poisoning. Students exchanged bewildered glances, with Zhou Jiangjun showing a mix of shock and excitement, looking around like a monkey. The girls who had just praised Lin Siyun and Meng Xiaohui exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhao Mengting smiled softly, taking advantage of everyone's attention on Chen Lifu to feign indifference while quietly observing him. Meanwhile, Huang Ting cast a worried look at Lin Siyun, for the latter's expression was far from pleasant. Lin Siyun's body stiffened slightly, her lovely cherry-red lips parting in surprise. Utterly taken aback, her smile vanished entirely. The top position in the grade actually belongs to Chen Lifu? How could this be possible? Meng Xiaohui had scored full marks on her Chinese essay. Language was Chen Lifu's weak subject, and he had spent half the time during the comprehensive science exam sleeping. How could he possibly score higher than Meng Xiaohui? Lin Siyun remained seated for quite some time, until the homeroom teacher cheerfully affixed the ranking list to the side of the blackboard, prompting all the students to swarm around to take a look. A gasp erupted from the crowd. My goodness, 728? Chen Lifu scored 728 points. He lost 12 points in Chinese and 10 in English, yet achieved full marks in mathematics and comprehensive science. How could he score full marks on such a difficult test? This was no longer the realm of genius. This was the domain of prodigy. Chen Lifu had truly been hiding his talents. After all this time, he had said nothing, and everyone thought he was disheartened. In reality, he had simply been executing a pure and unadulterated display of superiority. As the students engaged in animated conversation, the protagonist, Chen Lifu, remained oblivious, soundly asleep at his desk. I am utterly exhausted. Tutoring others is truly a daunting task. However, the thought of Su Xiaoyu's sailor suit makes it bearable. After all, assisting others is in his nature. It cannot merely be for that sailor outfit. Groggily awakened by a gentle shake, Chen Lifu opened his eyes to the enlarged visage of his homeroom teacher, whose square face loomed before him. The abrupt transition from the sailor suit to that stern countenance left Chen Lifu feeling disillusioned. You have quite the patience. Stop dozing off. Put on your school uniform, and tidy your hair with some water from the restroom. We have an award ceremony to attend shortly. Present yourself well, and don't embarrass me. Chen Lifu immediately felt invigorated. Of course, anyone would feel energized at the prospect of 50,000 yuan. He rose from his seat and sauntered out of the classroom under the gaze of his peers. Upon reaching the restroom, he turned on the faucet, cupping his hands to splash water on his face. He slicked back his hair into a makeshift pompadour, ensuring that any stray strands were neatly arranged to the side. Gazing into the mirror, he admired his reflection. Dashing. Indeed, he looked quite handsome. Just as he exited the restroom, he unexpectedly encountered the pallid face of Meng Xiaohui, accompanied by Wang Mingnan. The tension in the air indicated that they were here to confront Chen Lifu. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, also stepped out of the classroom, rubbing his hands together. Director Wang, please hold on a moment. I'll have this lad tidy himself up before the award ceremony. Wang Mingnan cast a serious glance at both Mr. Liu and Chen Lifu. The awards can wait, Mr. Liu. We need you to bring Chen Lifu to the security office. A student has reported him for cheating during the mock exam, and we need to review the surveillance footage. The name of the accuser was almost certainly Meng Xiaohui. Chen Lifu found the situation amusing, observing Meng Xiaohui, whose expression had shifted from previous pride to one of palpable ire, as if he had consumed something distasteful. Before Chen Lifu could respond, Mr. Liu interjected. Director Wang, one can eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. Without evidence, how can one accuse another of cheating? Chen Lifu's academic performance has been exemplary for years. It is inconceivable to suspect him of dishonesty. Wang Mingnan pursed her lips, glancing at Chen Lifu. While she was not entirely convinced of Chen Lifu's guilt, Meng Xiaohui's fervent assertions and agitated demeanor suggested he would not relent without a resolution. To ensure fairness, Wang Mingnan decided that both parties should accompany her to the security office to review the footage. Indeed, there were certain discrepancies regarding Chen Lifu's exam results. Initially, Meng Xiaohui suspected that the teachers had graded the papers incorrectly. However, after a thorough reevaluation with several examiners, it was confirmed that Chen Lifu had achieved a perfect score. Meng Xiaohui contended that given the exam's difficulty, it was illogical for Chen Lifu to have secured full marks in merely half the allotted time. Therefore, to maintain fairness, we must collectively review the surveillance. Lao Lu furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Meng Xiaohui, but it was at that moment that Chen Lifu interjected. All right. Director Wang, let us proceed to the monitoring room. If I am found guilty of cheating, I shall forfeit my prize entirely and publicly pen a confession in front of all the faculty and students, offering a deep bow of apology to Meng Xiaohui. However, should I be innocent, the baseless suspicions and accusations from Meng Xiaohui have severely impacted my mental and emotional well-being, inflicting a profound insult upon my pride. Meng Xiaohui must, before the entire school, acknowledge his narrow-mindedness and his inferiority in skill and sincerely apologize to me. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Lifu provocatively fixed his gaze on Meng Xiaohui. Do you dare? Amidst the commotion outside, students from Class 1, Class 2, and many from Class 3 on the same floor congregated, forming an impenetrable crowd around them. Chen Lifu's words were crystal clear to all, and every eye turned towards Meng Xiaohui, eagerly awaiting his response. The situation had escalated beyond return. If Meng Xiaohui refused Chen Lifu's terms, it would imply his guilt, rendering his accusations untenable. Yet, if he conceded, for reasons unknown, a sense of trepidation lingered in Meng Xiaohui's heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Lin Siyun among the onlookers, and a surge of arrogance welled up within him as he gritted his teeth and declared, "What is there to fear? Chen Lifu, I do not believe you are truly a genius. It is inconceivable that anyone could complete that set of questions in merely half the allotted time. You must have cheated. Let us check the surveillance footage, and if I have wronged you, I shall kneel in apology." Having stated such, Meng Xiaohui had pushed the matter to its limits, leaving even Lao Lu somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he possessed undeniable evidence of Chen Lifu's wrongdoing? Before he could ponder further, Chen Lifu nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us head to the monitoring room, but do not delay me from receiving my award. Meng Xiaohui, filled with frustration at Chen Lifei's nonchalant demeanor, clenched his fists for encouragement, and followed closely behind him, accompanied by 2 teachers to the monitoring room. The security personnel had already received prior notice and had retrieved the surveillance footage from the classroom where Chen Lifei had taken the exam that day. Conveniently, Chen Lifei's seat was positioned centrally in the classroom, with both front and rear cameras capturing his every move. A multitude of eyes fixated on the monitor, revealing that from the very start of the exam, Chen Lifei was scribbling furiously on the paper, having completed nearly the entire test in approximately half an hour. Subsequently, they observed him toss aside his pen and slump over the desk to sleep. Then, Wang Mingnan happened to walk by, rousing him and ushering him out of the classroom. Moments later, with just 15 minutes remaining before the exam concluded, Chen Lifei returned to his seat to verify his answer sheet and submitted his paper. The entire footage displayed Chen Lifei's hands clearly in view, devoid of any blind spots. This indicated that, unless Chen Lifei possessed supernatural abilities, he could not have possibly cheated. As Meng Xiaohui watched the entire surveillance recording, his face paled to ashen gray. It was a reality he could not accept, yet Chen Lifei had indeed defied all odds. He astonishingly completed a challenging comprehensive examination in less than half the allotted time, achieving a perfect score. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, beamed with pride, taking solace in the presence of such a gifted student. However, Wang Mingnan's expression darkened as she addressed Meng Xiaohui, stating, "Classmate Meng Xiaohui, the surveillance clearly shows that Chen Lifei had no opportunity to cheat. He earned that score solely through his own capability and a stroke of luck. I hope you can temper your extreme views and focus on your own progress instead." Meng Xiaohui's countenance fell, his gaze cast downward. "I understand, Director Wang. I owe classmate Chen Lifei an apology. I let my baser instincts cloud my judgment and wasted everyone's time." Wang Mingnan sought to defuse the situation, saying, "All right. You may return to class now." Just as Meng Xiaohui was about to leave, he was halted by Chen Lifei's voice. "Are you leaving just like that? Were your earlier words mere folly? Did you not intend to apologize before the entire school and kneel before me?" Meng Xiaohui stood frozen, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over him. What had begun as an impulsive remark was now being relentlessly pursued by Chen Lifei, despite Wang Mingnan having already offered him an escape. "Chen Lifei, is this truly necessary? Must you insist on my kneeling? We are all classmates. Must you be so unforgiving? People may forgive, but dogs do not," Chen Lifei replied nonchalantly. Frustrated, Meng Xiaohui retorted, "Do not revel in your triumph just yet. Who's to say you completed those questions so swiftly without some clandestine assistance from a teacher, perhaps even having been privy to the questions beforehand? It's highly improbable otherwise." Before Meng Xiaohui could finish his thought, Mr. Liu interjected sharply, "Hey, I've noticed a troubling mindset in you, my dear student. Who are you accusing? He is my pupil. Who could possibly have leaked the questions to him? Are you insulting him or me? How can someone so young harbor such dark thoughts? I had praised you just the other day. How can you slander without evidence?" Chen Lifei chuckled derisively from behind. Such is the nature of a rabid dog. Meng Xiaohui's expression shifted as he shot back, "You." "Enough," Wang Mingnan admonished. "This matter is settled. Chen Lifei, Meng Xiaohui has already apologized. You must also learn to forgive. Are you truly demanding a classmate to kneel before you? Hurry and prepare to receive your award. Let this nonsense come to an end." Chen Lifei, of course, chose not to pursue Meng Xiaohui any further. After all, a pair of knees was hardly worth more than 50,000 yuan. Moreover, he was confident that there would be ample opportunities for Meng Xiaohui to willingly kneel before him in the future. One who has been given a second chance at life need not be overly concerned with trifles. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Chen Lifei graciously accepted a donation from a philanthropist in front of the entire school, a colossal check for 50,000 yuan prominently displayed. He stood alongside the philanthropist and various school officials for a photograph. In the distance, Han Yu and Zhou Jiang grimaced, their teeth grinding in frustration. "That brat has truly managed to put on quite the show," they thought, embodying the age-old fear of watching their peers succeed while they themselves remained stagnant. The young man, infuriatingly, had invited me to dinner, yet this solitary meal was hardly sufficient. It should at least cover my internet expenses for an entire year and include a lavish gift package for a limited edition dragon year skin. Han Yu and Zhou Jiang were both engaged in abstract discussions, while below them, some individuals appeared ready to succumb to envy. Lin Siyun, upon learning that Meng Xiaohui had reviewed the surveillance footage, sought him out. Observing his ashen complexion, she grasped the situation. In truth, she had never quite believed that Chen Lifu would resort to cheating. After all, she had known him for over a decade and was well aware of his character. However, such sentiments could not be expressed in Meng Xiaohui's presence. Lin Siyun attempted to console him, saying, "Xiaohui, it's merely a mock exam. The college entrance examination does not differentiate between first and second place. Based on your capabilities, you can still easily gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University without needing to compete with Chen Lifu for the top spot." Yet, Meng Xiaohui was in no mood to listen. He must have known. He definitely knew in advance that the first prize was a reward of 50,000 yuan. He plays his part so well, pretending to be unaware. Clearly, no one else heard the teacher on the phone at that moment. Either his homeroom teacher informed him beforehand, or how else could he possibly know? Lin Siyun was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization had struck her. "Meng Xiaohui, so the favor you asked me to do for Chen Lifu was not for the sake of the top position, but rather because you were already aware of that 50,000 yuan prize. Was it all for money?" At this moment, Meng Xiaohui, agitated, failed to notice the shift in Lin Siyun's tone and furrowed his brow, replying, "What of it? Who doesn't live in this world for money? I study hard to secure a good university and subsequently find a lucrative job. So why shouldn't I earn a bit of money through my own efforts?" Chapter 26. Perhaps he's off dating. Lin Siyun stared, dumbfounded, at Meng Xiaohui's furrowed brow and impatient demeanor, struggling to reconcile this with the clear-eyed young man she knew. A profound disappointment welled up within her. She had believed Meng Xiaohui to be untainted and extraordinary, rising above the mundane. To her dismay, it seemed he would malign a fellow student for the sake of money. Lin Siyun remained silent, gazing into the distance at Chen Lifu, who was basking in the limelight, his bright smile and immaculate school uniform drawing a crowd. A sudden sense of disorientation washed over her. Once, this celebrated figure had cherished her as if she were a precious gem, cradled in his palm. Yet, somewhere along the way, he had drifted away from her side. And now, the once insignificant Chen Lifu stood at an unattainable height, while the previously radiant Meng Xiaohui seemed overshadowed and diminished. 50,000 yuan might sound impressive to a high school student, but in reality, it was merely 5 crisp bills. Chen Lifu received the money and placed it in his backpack, as their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, approached to offer a caution. "Make sure to give this to your parents. Let them save it for you. At your age, it's difficult for boys to hold on to money. Before you know it, it will all be spent." The homeroom teacher, in fact, had a deeper meaning behind his words. Having mentored Chen Lifu for 3 years, he was acutely aware of the unique feelings Chun harbored for their classmate Lin Siyun. If this young man were to foolishly squander 50,000 yuan on a female classmate, it would indeed be a significant loss. Old Liu had often contemplated advising Chen Lifu that there were countless flowers in the world. Upon entering university, he would find plenty of girls. Why fixate on just one? However, as a teacher, he could not voice such thoughts. Chen Lifu grinned broadly. "Don't worry, old Liu. After graduation, I'll present you with a grand gift. We'll see then if you dare to accept it." "How cheeky. What could I possibly refuse?" Old Liu retorted. Chen Lifu chuckled, packed his bag, and casually remarked, "I'm off now," before disappearing in a flash. Beside them, Lin Siyun watched Chen Lifu vanish like the wind and, seemingly without intention, turned to look at Zhou Jiangjun. "Zhou Jiangjun, haven't you been walking with Chen Lifu lately?" Zhou Jiangjun found Lin Siyun's unexpected inquiry rather peculiar, but he brushed it off and replied, "He hasn't been going home after school these days. I have no idea where he disappears to. Full of energy all day long, but I'm not sure what he's busy with." Lin Siyun was taken aback. No wonder she had lingered at the entrance of the community for a bit longer these past few days, yet hadn't he encountered Chen Lifu. So, he hadn't returned home? Lin Siyun frowned. With the college entrance examinations approaching, where could he possibly go every day after school? Zhou Jiangjun cast a suspicious glance at Lin Siyun. He had never seen her so concerned about Chen Lifu before. What was going on? Was she perhaps interested in Chen Lifu's wealth? He recalled Chen Lifu's words about a hero rescuing a damsel and casually remarked, "Who knows, maybe he's off dating." After saying this, Zhou Jiangjun gathered his belongings and left, completely unaware of the sudden pallor that washed over Lin Siyun's face. The image of the girl who had come to the classroom searching for Chen Lifu flashed in Lin Siyun's mind, sending a chill through her. Chen Lifu? Dating? With someone else? Did he truly not have feelings for her? Achoo! Just as Chen Lifu alighted from the bus, he sneezed. He rubbed his nose with his finger, inhaled sharply, and entered the small tavern. Business was brisk today, though the proprietress was notably absent. Only 2 waitresses and Su Xiaoyu were bustling about. Upon seeing Chen Lifu, Su Xiaoyu hurried over. "Please wait for me in the back for a moment. We have quite a few customers today, and Yin Jia has stepped out for a bit. I might be busy for another half hour. You can start solving some problems, and I'll join you shortly," she said. Chen Lifu raised an eyebrow, signaling her not to worry about him. Su Xiaoyu turned back to her tasks, clad in a themed uniform of soft pink that accentuated her fair complexion, almost giving her an ethereal glow. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, reminiscent of their first meeting, adorned with a large pink bow that made her already petite face appear even smaller. "How curious," Chen Lifu mused. "Where was Su Xiaoyu when I worked here in my previous life? If only she had been around then. Perhaps it could free him from the clutches of Lin Siyun." With that thought concluded, Chen Lifu lifted his foot, preparing to enter the lounge, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something. Su Xiaoyu was at the bar, mixing drinks, reaching for a bottle placed rather high. As she stood on tiptoe, the hem of her skirt rose slightly, revealing a purplish bruise above her knee. Chen Lifu recalled vividly that Su Xiaoyu had not borne such a mark when she wore her sailor outfit the day before. Coupling this with her anxious demeanor upon leaving yesterday and the words of the proprietress, Luo Yin, a realization dawned upon him. Family quarrels, running away from home, struggling to make ends meet. Su Xiaoyu might be a victim of domestic violence. This could very well be the reason she desperately wished to escape this place, as well as the cause behind her initially fierce and defensive demeanor, merely a means of self-preservation. Chen Lifu's expression shifted to one of solemnity. He cast a glance at Su Xiaoyu before departing from the tavern. 10 minutes later, upon his return, he noticed Su Xiaoyu anxiously peering out the door. Upon spotting Chen Lifu, her face lit up with a radiant smile. She jogged towards him, slightly out of breath, her high ponytail and butterfly hairpin bouncing gently. A faint scent of oranges wafted into Chen Lifu's nostrils. "You scared me. I thought you had left," she whispered. Chen Lifu regarded the girl's slightly flushed cheeks and inquired, "Are you finished?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "I thought you might not wait, so I hurried to complete my tasks. I was just about to message you." "Then let's go inside," he replied. The two entered the lounge, with Su Xiaoyu retrieving a stack of draft papers from her backpack, densely filled with calculations, indicative of her earnest effort. "I completed the problems you assigned yesterday 3 times and memorized them. Please check for any errors or areas that need more practice." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Resembling a child eager for praise, her dark, clear pupils fixed on Chen Lifu, her face radiant with a smile. Chen Lifu found it unfathomable that someone could inflict harm upon such a girl. He diverted his gaze and pulled a bottle of bruise ointment from his bag. "This is the only thing available at the nearby pharmacy. Let us make do with this for now. I'll bring you proper medicine tomorrow." Chapter 27. Calling Daddy. The maroon glass bottle rested on Su Xiaoyu's draft papers, its contents swaying and emitting a somewhat pungent aroma. Su Xiaoyu stared blankly at the bruise ointment on the table, then glanced up at Chen Lifu, suddenly realizing something. Her gaze became evasive, and her hands instinctively tugged at her skirt, stepping back slightly, appearing somewhat flustered. She could not articulate why being discovered by Chen Lifu made her feel even more embarrassed. In that fleeting moment, the young girl's self-esteem was laid bare within the confines of the cramped lounge. Su Xiaoyu's complexion turned somewhat pale as she averted her gaze from Chen Lifu, pursing her lips to dodge his penetrating stare. Meanwhile, Chen Lifu sat expressionless by the table, leisurely uncorking a bottle of medicinal alcohol, its scent swiftly permeating the entire room. With a nonchalant tone, he began. "There was a time when I harbored affections for a girl, pursuing her for many years. I would spend every penny I had on her, even resorting to pilfering from my best friend to ensure she had more. I devoted my resources completely, bringing her meals at every opportunity, fulfilling her every desire, almost as if I were willing to sacrifice my very life for her." He paused momentarily, reflecting on the truth of his words. "In reality, I did, indeed, give her everything, including my very essence. Yet, she never regarded me as a person. All the money I provided was funneled to another man. She treated me as a mere backup, a servant at her beck and call, never acknowledging my humanity." Chen Lifu glanced at Su Xiaoyu, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Quite humiliating, isn't it? Nevertheless, self-esteem is but a fleeting notion. If one chooses not to hold it in high regard, it carries little weight. As I have mentioned before, your life is yours alone. Everything else is but an illusion. Why burden yourself with their opinions? As he spoke, Su Xiaoyu gradually recognized that Chen Lifei was attempting to console her wounded pride, using his own experiences to soothe her. Come here, sit properly, he beckoned. Once you've tended to your injury, hurry to class. My time is quite precious. After a moment's hesitation, she settled across from him, her skirt slightly lifting to reveal a large, purplish bruise, seemingly inflicted by a bottle, its mark curving ominously. Chen Lifei poured some medicinal alcohol into his palm, warming it before applying it to the bruised area on Su Xiaoyu's thigh. The instant his calloused hand met her delicate skin, a peculiar chemistry seemed to ignite, momentarily leaving both of them stunned. Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed, prompting Chen Lifei to withdraw his hand hastily. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he remarked, "Perhaps you should handle this yourself to avoid any misconceptions of impropriety." With a hint of embarrassment, Su Xiaoyu retorted, "What do you mean by impropriety, you rogue?" Chen Lifei shrugged, conceding, "All right, fine, I accept the title of rogue, my lady. Now, finish applying the medicine and review your materials. We have a heavy workload today. Do you still aspire for freedom?" With a slight blush, Su Xiaoyu lowered her gaze, diligently applying the medicinal alcohol. Her heart raced, yet the pain seemed to dissipate, replaced by the lingering warmth of Chen Lifei's touch. In a flurry, she completed her task, her voice hurried. "All right, let us begin." As Chen Lifei earnestly explained the topics, Su Xiaoyu's racing heart gradually steadied, allowing her to immerse herself in the calm and gentle cadence of his voice. By 11 o'clock that evening, their arduous study session came to an end. Chen Lifei stretched lazily and yawned, mumbling indistinctly, "It's the same as yesterday. These problems must be solved at least 3 times to thoroughly memorize the formulas and principles. In the next 2 days, I should be able to cover all the mathematical formulas, and starting next Monday, I'll intensify my focus on English. Your foundation in English is somewhat weak, so you'll need to put in extra effort." Su Xiaoyu diligently collected the problems Chen Lifei had worked on that day and placed them in her backpack. "Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have any plans?" Su Xiaoyu inquired as she stood up. Chen Lifei pondered for a moment. "In the morning, I need to go to school for self-study, and in the afternoon, I might find a place to play games with friends. However, if you're free tomorrow afternoon, we could start tutoring then." Su Xiaoyu smiled, biting her lip. "Wouldn't that interfere with your gaming?" Chen Lifei replied, "Not at all. I can teach you while playing games. I could recite these knowledge points with my eyes closed." Su Xiaoyu nodded. "Oh, is that so?" Just then, she caught a glimpse of a smirk on Chen Lifei's lips. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu realized, "Are you implying that I am quite dull and need you to teach me these basic concepts?" Chen Lifei burst into laughter. "I never said that." Su Xiaoyu frowned. "That's exactly what you meant." The two playfully bickered as they left the lounge. Upon reaching the tavern entrance, they spotted the late-returning proprietress, Luo Yan. Luo Yan, unadorned today, still radiated beauty with her striking features and captivating eyes, which held a certain charm absent in her made-up appearance. "Sister Yan," Su Xiaoyu called out, "the tavern is all tidied up. I plan to head home now." Luo Yan ruffled her hair playfully. "Remember to have your little boyfriend see you home." Su Xiaoyu blushed and protested, "Sister Yan, we've already established that we're just friends." Luo Yan cast a knowing glance at Chen Lifei. "How wonderful it is that you both still believe in pure friendships between men and women at your age. Cherish this time." Yet, at that moment, Chen Lifei interjected, "I never regarded Su Xiaoyu as just a platonic friend." Su Xiaoyu's expression froze, her ears inadvertently flushing red. What did Chen Lifei mean by not considering her a mere friend? Before she could ponder further, Chen Lifei chuckled, "Su Xiaoyu is my very first student in life. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Little fish, call me dad." A silence enveloped the air for a moment until it was shattered by a thunderous shout from the girl, "Chen Lifei, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chapter 28. He really brought a girl along on Saturday morning at 8 o'clock. Chen Lifei indulged in a rare sleep-in before leisurely heading to school for self-study. At Yizhong, once students reached their senior year, self-study sessions were mandatory on Saturday and Sunday mornings from 9 to 12, with the afternoon reserved for much-needed relaxation. Typically, self-study involved working on exam papers. Chen Lifei merely skimmed through the contents of the papers, then took out his pen, began modifying known conditions on some problems, and found a blank space to solve a couple of questions. "Today, I aim to elucidate several problems for Su Xiaoyu. Once accomplished, my task will be complete." Just as I contemplated this, my phone in the drawer vibrated twice. Typically, Chen Lifei does not bring his phone to school, but today he made an exception. intending to communicate with Su Xiaoyu. Upon checking, it was indeed a message from her. Xiaoyu, are you gaming this afternoon, or what? When would be a good time for me to find you? Instead of hastily responding, Chen Lifu nudged the chair in front of him with his foot. Zhou Jiangjun turned his head. Are you having an episode? Chen Lifu inquired about the afternoon's plans. Zhou Jiangjun replied, the usual, at Xingyuan Internet CAF. Every Saturday afternoon. It has become a tradition for Zhou Jiangjun, Chen Lifu, and Han Yu to congregate at the Internet CAF. The owner is Han Yu's cousin, who often assists them by setting up their machines. Since the beginning of their senior year, Han Yu has come of age, finally granting them access to 2 computers. Having suffered an illness in childhood that delayed his schooling for a year, Han Yu is a year older than Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun. They typically have 1 computer for Han Yu while alternating to assist Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun to level up. After some contemplation, Chen Lifu asked, would you mind if I brought an extra person? Zhou Jiangjun replied, it's not that I mind, but we simply lack sufficient machines. Why come to an Internet CAF if she doesn't play games? With a mischievous grin, Chen Lifu responded, of course. She is drawn here by my irresistible charm to accompany me. Zhou Jiangjun rolled his eyes. If you can manage to bring a girl along, that would be impressive, otherwise. It's rather pitiful for a group of guys to huddle around 2 computers. Chen Lifu raised an eyebrow. All right. He swiftly typed on his phone. Fei, 1 p.m., Xingyuan Internet CAF on Shihuan Road. Just mention you are looking for Chen Lifu, and the staff will let you in. The 3 of them have a small private room at the CAF, a little privilege granted by Han Yu's cousin. Su Xiaoyu quickly replied, okay. Just as Chen Lifu intended to return his phone to the drawer, another message vibrated, again from Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, didn't you say you would be with your friends yesterday? Will your friends be there too? Fei, yes. Su Xiaoyu did not respond further. Chen Lifu brushed it off and placed his phone back. As soon as the clock struck noon, Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun eagerly shouldered their backpacks and rushed out of the classroom, neglecting to eat, their minds set on conquering the gaming arena. Han Yu had already arrived early. He had never been one for academics and skipped self-study whenever possible. Upon seeing Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun, Han Yu exclaimed, why are you 2 so slow? Hurry and buy me some food. I'm starving. I didn't even eat breakfast. Zhou Jiangjun had initially planned to settle for 2 cups of instant noodles, but Chen Lifu suggested, let us eat out. Someone else is joining us, and I'll treat. Han Yu asked, who is it? Zhou Jiangjun, however, was more focused on another thought, slapping his forehead as if suddenly recalling. All right, you just won 50,000 yuan. You haven't treated me yet. Come on, Han Yu, get off that machine so we can feast before gaming. Chen Lifu was quite generous. No problem. Order whatever you like today. Once everyone arrives, we shall depart. Zhou Jiangjun furrowed his brow and inquired, who is coming exactly? Do I know them? Just as he finished speaking, a voice resonated from outside the private room. Lifu, your classmate is here to see you. Chen Lifu, Zhou Jiangjun, and Han Yu turned simultaneously. Except for Chen Lifu, the other 2 were momentarily stunned, mouths agape. Particularly Zhou Jiangjun. Did Chen Lifu truly bring a girl along? Upon closer inspection, this girl appeared somewhat familiar. She seemed to be the one who had previously sought him out in his school uniform. That day, her hair was tied in a high ponytail, devoid of bangs, but today, her hair cascaded down, framing her round face with a delicate fringe that accentuated its cherubic charm. Resembling a porcelain doll, Zhou Jiangjun stared blankly for a while before glancing at Chen Lifu, his eyes silently questioning. Is this the person you brought? Chen Lifu raised an eyebrow in affirmation. Allow me to introduce. This is Su Xiaoyu, my student. And here are Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun, both my godsons. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them shot him a furious glare, exclaiming in unison, go to hell. After a brief introduction, Chen Lifu suggested, let us go out to eat. What do you feel like having? However, Su Xiaoyu set down her backpack and pulled out a large bag filled with McDonald's. I wasn't certain of your preferences, so I picked up some hamburgers and cola, along with a few chicken legs and wings. She carefully laid out the sizable burgers on the table. Since it's our first meeting, I wasn't sure what to buy. If you don't mind, please enjoy. Compared to her crisp and somewhat haughty tone when speaking to Chen Lifu, she appeared much more reserved and demure in front of Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun. Her words tinged with timidity as she smiled shyly, lips pressed together. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu exchanged glances, their eyes widening at the array of hamburgers, colas, and chicken wings before them. They could hardly believe it. Chen Lifei was acquainted with such a beautiful, gentle, and considerate girl. This was indeed the first time they had been treated to food by a girl, and it was all thanks to Chen Lifei. However, Chen Lifei frowned slightly at Su Xiaoyu. Why did you buy these? They don't like them. Shut your mouth. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu quickly interjected. Hastily grabbing the hamburgers and cola from the table, eager to appease Su Xiaoyu, they exclaimed while munching, "Delicious, delicious. It's been ages since we had McDonald's. This is so good. You're Su Xiaoyu, right? Thank you so much. You're incredibly kind. Since you are Chen Lifei's friend, you are also our friend. Feel free to come and visit any time." Su Xiaoyu cast a proud glance at Chen Lifei, her eyes sparkling with delight. "You may call me Little Fish. Chen Lifei's friends are also my friends. If you wish to visit the tavern for some refreshments, feel free to find me. I shall treat you. Should you be uncertain of the location, you may ask Chen Lifei to guide you there." Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu feigned agreement while covertly casting sinister glances at Chen Lifei when Little Fish was not paying attention. How audacious. This fellow sneaked away to the tavern without them? Zhou Jiangjun's gaze turned particularly venomous. Han Yu, at least, was not in the same class as them. Yet he spent every day with Chen Lifei, oblivious to when he had met such a delightful lady at the tavern. No wonder he looked down upon Lin Siyun. This girl, in every conceivable aspect, surpasses Lin Siyun. Chapter 29. Chen Lifei, you are truly despicable. Thanks to the McDonald's that Little Fish brought, we had a meal in the private room. After satisfying our hunger, Chen Lifei's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw Zhou Jiangjun tagging him in their small group chat, General with sword drawn. This meal is courtesy of Little Fish and does not count. You still owe us a nice dinner tonight. Han Yu. Chen Lifei, you are truly despicable. Fei. All right, then let us have steak tonight. General with sword drawn. Shall we bring Little Fish along? Fei, let's see if she wishes to join. Han Yu. Chen Lifei, you are truly despicable. Chen Lifei cast a glance at Han Yu. Clearly, this fellow was consumed by jealousy. Little Fish, unaware of their conversation, observed that everyone had nearly finished eating. She stood up to tidy the remnants on the table into a bag. Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun immediately intervened. Just wait for the server to come and collect it. There's no need for such formality. Little Fish merely smiled gently. It's just a trivial task. Besides, it looks unsightly to leave these remnants here. I'll take them out to dispose of them. It's no trouble at all. She raised her eyes, sincerely asking, have you all had enough to eat? If not, I can buy some more when I return. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu hastily waved their hands. We're full. Little Fish smiled softly as she carried the bag of waste out of the private room. The three of them turned in unison to watch her departing figure. Chen Lifei glanced once before turning back, only to meet Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu's piercing gazes. They gritted their teeth. Chen Lifei, you are truly despicable. By the time Little Fish returned, Chen Lifei had already taken out the papers from their study session. They contained some problems he had revised along with a few he had created himself. First, take a look at these questions and determine which formulas should be applied. Write the formulas beside them so I can verify your answers. Have you completed yesterday's problems? Bring them for me to review. Chen Lifei's tone was calm and serious, quite unlike his usual playful banter with Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun. Strangely, Little Fish regarded Chen Lifei's words with utmost reverence. Obediently retrieving a stack of papers from her bag, having completed the task after several attempts, Su Xiaoyu pointed with her finger. Chen Lifei glanced at her, his tone grave. Didn't I explain this formula to you multiple times yesterday? How could you err on such a fundamental concept? Were you not paying attention? Zhou Jiangjun was about to urge Chen Lifei to drop the pretense and converse with the girl more amiably. However, to his surprise, Su Xiaoyu seemed unfazed, instead appearing somewhat apologetic. I listened attentively, but perhaps I am a bit slow. Chen Lifei shot her a glare, not a bit, but very slow. At this, Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun could no longer remain passive. They directed their ire at Chen Lifei. Must you be so pretentious? You were born knowing how to solve problems, weren't you? If you can't speak kindly, just remain silent. After venting, Zhou Jiangjun turned to comfort Su Xiaoyu. Ignore him. Take your time with the problems. If you can't grasp this formula, ponder it slowly and don't mind him. Su Xiaoyu glanced at Chen Lifei, then at Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun, lowering her head with a gentle smile. Thank you all, she said. Thus, throughout the afternoon, Han Yu played games on the computer, Chen Lifei tutored Su Xiaoyu, while Zhou Jiangjun darted about. At times, he would critique Han Yu's gameplay, claiming his moves were incorrect, and at others, he would chastise Chen Lifu for his demeanor towards Su Xiaoyu. Although there were occasional exchanges of not-so-civil insults, the overall atmosphere remained quite pleasant. Zhou Jiangjun also took the opportunity to review the formulas and problems with Su Xiaoyu. During a brief excursion to the restroom, upon returning, he found Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu leaning closely together, both engrossed in the paper before them, one frowning slightly as he explained with a pen in hand, while the other listened intently, a look of sincere devotion on her face. Unconsciously, Zhou Jiangjun took out his phone to capture the moment. Click. Su Xiaoyu and Chen Lifu looked up simultaneously at the sound. Another click followed. Why are you both looking up? Continue. Realizing Zhou Jiangjun was taking their picture, Su Xiaoyu's ears turned pink, while Chen Lifu merely rolled his eyes, tapping the table with the pen's tip. Continue. Oh, Su Xiaoyu returned her gaze to the paper. Zhou Jiangjun observed her obediently following Chen Lifu's instructions like a devoted partner. He lowered his head, initially intending to delete the photo where the two had looked up at him, retaining just one. However, he noticed that, in the captured moment, Su Xiaoyu's serene and delicate face exuded an innocent charm, her large round eyes reflecting confusion, framed by her soft, fair skin. Meanwhile, Chen Lifu's expression was indifferent, yet his gaze bore an inexplicable maturity, hinting at an experience Zhou Jiangjun could not quite articulate. He quickly dismissed this notion. Nonsense about experience. He had seen Chen Lifu at his most vulnerable. He had no such depth. It was likely just a fleeting illusion captured in a snapshot. Nevertheless, Zhou Jiangjun felt the photograph turned out rather well. Thus, he decided not to delete it. He turned off his phone screen, tucked it into his pocket, and continued to tease Han Yu, who was engaged in a fierce battle in the canyon. Around 5 in the afternoon, Su Xiaoyu had nearly completed her questions. Han Yu had secured enough points, and Zhou Jiangjun had grown weary from jumping around. The four of them exchanged glances and simultaneously turned towards Chen Lifu. Father, what shall we have for dinner? A soft giggle escaped Su Xiaoyu, unable to contain herself. Her gentle and sincere smile blossomed before the three young men, prompting shy smiles from both Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun. Only Chen Lifu observed this scene with a slight curve of his lips, remaining silent, feeling as though he had traversed through time. To be reborn once more, how delightful it is, he thought. Chapter 30. The Reward of Freedom in the End. Chen Lifu led Han Yu, Zhou Jiangjun, and Su Xiaoyu to a Western-style steakhouse of notable repute. Recently opened, this establishment had quickly gained fame in Haishur. With a relatively high average expenditure, the ambience was exquisite, attracting many celebrities who frequented the venue. As they approached the entrance, the security personnel scrutinized them for a moment. Noticing their youthful faces, the guard kindly reminded them, the minimum consumption here is 898 yuan per person. After stating this, he said nothing more, merely smiling at them. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, known for their fiery tempers, felt insulted by the guard's remark and were about to confront him when Chen Lifu intervened. Rest assured, my friend, we will not dine and dash. We will pay for what we consume, and if necessary, you may call the authorities. There is no need for concern. Chen Lifu understood that the guard bore no ill intent. Without his recent bonus, these casually dressed students would indeed lack the standing to enter such an establishment. The guard was simply offering a friendly warning, as it would ultimately be he who faced reprimand if they attempted to enter without sufficient funds. Having navigated society for many years, Chen Lifu recognized that everyone had their role to play, and mutual understanding was essential. His demeanor during the conversation with the guard was courteous and composed, radiating confidence. In contrast, Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu felt like mere novices. Upon hearing Chen Lifu's words, the guard refrained from further comments, stepping aside with a slight bow to allow them entry. Upon entering the restaurant, a waiter respectfully guided them deeper inside. As they walked, the waiter inquired, "Do you have a reservation for the west side?" Chen Lifu replied, "No." The waiter continued, "Do you have a preferred seating arrangement? Perhaps by the window?" While asking this, the waiter's gaze instinctively focused on Chen Lifu, clearly recognizing him as the influential figure among the group. Surveying the surroundings, Chen Lifu asked, "Are there private rooms available?" "Yes," the waiter smiled, "but please note that there is an additional charge of 598 yuan for the private room. Would you like to consider it?" Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun remained silent, while Su Xiaoyu stepped forward, tugging at Chen Lifu's sleeve. "Is that really necessary, Chen Lifu? We can just eat casually. This is quite expensive. Let us opt for a private room." Chen Lifu replied, "I value privacy." Han Yu, Zhou Jiangjun, why didn't you mention your concern for privacy when comparing sizes with me? The waiter smiled and nodded, leading them into an opulent private room. Upon entering, General Zhou and his companions were astounded by the lavish decor. The ceiling soared to twice the height of the outside, with a magnificent crystal chandelier cascading from above. The incandescent lights, refracted through the chandelier, illuminated the room with a shimmering brilliance reminiscent of a sunlit sea. In the center of the room stood a grand table nearly 10 meters wide, its marble surface exuding exquisite quality. Each seat was adorned with delicate seasonal flowers and a pale champagne-colored goblet. Aside from Chen Lifu, Aside from the Chen Lifu of a past life, no one had ever witnessed such extravagant opulence. Is this even a restaurant? One might exclaim. It was overwhelmingly luxurious. Had I known, I would have gone home to freshen up first. I feel utterly unworthy of this place. Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun approached and took their seats, glancing around excitedly like two exuberant monkeys. Chen Lifu intended to sit down as well, but noticed Su Xiaoyu frozen in place. He turned and asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Come over." Su Xiaoyu adored the room, yet a pang of guilt tugged at her heart. Chen Lifu, perhaps we should reconsider. 600 yuan is enough for a meal for the three of us. Spending it on such a private room feels excessive. However, Han Yu smiled at Su Xiaoyu, saying, "Little fish, you needn't worry about Chen Lifu's finances. He recently topped his mock exams and received a reward of 50,000 yuan. Just think of it as him having money to spare. Help him alleviate his worries for now, and you can assist him in saving later." The phrase "help him save" bore a hint of ambiguity, causing Su Xiaoyu's ears to redden ever so slightly. Noticing that Chen Lifu had already taken his seat, she refrained from further protest and joined him on his right. The waiter presented the menu, one for each person. Chen Lifu casually flipped through the pages and began to place his order. For appetizers, he requested a butter focaccia, an avocado squid and crispy rice, and a perilla oyster tart. For the first course, he ordered an eel and cherry foie gras, sea urchin sweet shrimp tuna, cod with asparagus and tofu, and a secret recipe lamb chop. As for the main course, Chen Lifu looked up at the trio. "Would you prefer steak or seafood?" The three stared at him, dumbfounded. Their expressions unified in their bewilderment. The dishes he had ordered were utterly foreign to them. They didn't even know what to choose from the menu. Zhou Jiangjun cleared his throat softly. "I'll have the grilled beef short ribs and the roasted pork ribs with southern fermented bean sauce." This was the least expensive pair of main courses he could find on the menu, one costing 198. "Then I'll opt for a sirloin steak." Han Yu chimed in. Chen Lifu flipped through the menu again and said to Su Xiaoyu, "How about I get you a pan-seared cod fillet and some onigiri rice?" Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips slightly and nodded. Chen Lifu closed the menu. "I'll also have a portion of French sardines and peony shrimp. Let us leave it at that for now. We can call for more if needed." The waiter pressed a button on the device in his hand, then took the menu and gave a slight bow. "All right, please wait a moment. Your dishes will be served shortly." Once the waiter departed from the private room, Han Yu and Zhou Jiang could no longer contain themselves and whipped out their phones to capture the moment. They had transformed into the very individuals they once scorned. What is there to photograph, anyway? Ironically, the girl who typically relished taking pictures, Su Xiaoyu, did not pull out her phone. Chen Lifu inquired, "Aren't you going to take any pictures?" Su Xiaoyu's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment. Her phone was an antiquated model, a relic obtained when her mother, while playing cards, won it from someone who lacked the means to pay. The phone's poor camera quality rendered any attempt at photography futile. Chen Lifu instantly discerned her feelings. He remarked, "If you manage to get into a second-tier university, I'll buy you a new phone, as a reward for your flight towards freedom, little fish." Su Xiaoyu gazed at Chen Lifu, who flashed a warm smile, his eyes exuding kindness, devoid of any condescension or pity. Their conversation was interrupted by Zhou Jiang's voice. "Look over here. Look over here." Zhou Jiang raised his phone, directing it at the two of them. "Smile for the camera. 1, 2, 3. Click." The image of Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu was immortalized in Zhou Jiang's phone, set against the opulent backdrop of the private dining room. The two plain-clothed students appeared somewhat out of place, yet their tranquility and composure lent an unexpected charm to the scene. As the dishes were gradually served, Zhou Jiang captured enough photos before they began to eat. "Han Yu, Chen Lifu, do you believe that if I post this today, I'll become the sensation of our school by tomorrow?" Chapter 31. "I never liked you." The meal totaled 5,038 yuan, but the manager graciously rounded it down to 5,000 for them. Zhou Jiang and Han Yu reveled in their momentary extravagance, but felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing the bill. Chen Lifu had only won 50,000 yuan, and this meal had consumed 10% of his price. They had intended to treat Chen Lifu, but they hadn't anticipated spending so much. The two exchanged glances, contemplating whether to use their pocket money to cover Chen Lifu's share. Chen Lifu, sensing their thoughts, casually remarked, "Money is meant to be spent. Besides, this 50,000 is merely the beginning. 50,000, 500,000, 5 million, 50 million, 500 million. I will earn it all in due course." Enjoying and learning how to spend money is, in fact, one of the methods and motivations for making money. The three bid farewell at the intersection, with Han Yu and Zhou Jiang departing first, while Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu boarded the bus home. Su Xiaoyu commented, "I thought you would take a taxi back. What do you know? It's all about spending wisely and saving where necessary." Once on the bus, Chen Lifu checked his phone and discovered that Zhou Jiang had indeed posted on social media. The post featured a well-composed 9-grid collage, 2 of which were photos taken at the Internet CAF that afternoon, one capturing Han Yu's silhouette engrossed in gaming, and the other depicting Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu, deeply focused on their studies. The remaining 7 photographs were all taken in a Western restaurant, capturing the entire room from every conceivable angle by Zhou Jiangjun. The final image was a collage of all the dishes. To his astonishment, this young man could even use Meitu Xiaoxiao for photo editing. The post was made just 5 minutes ago, and within that brief span, it had garnered 32 likes and an array of comments filled with varying degrees of question marks, exclamation points, and exclamations of surprise. It seems he has spent the entirety of his 5,000 yuan merely to show off to Zhou Jiangjun. However, Chen Lifu did not mind. He casually liked the post, then closed his phone and rested his eyes. Having skipped his midday break, he felt a bit fatigued now. Once a person shuts their eyes, their sense of smell and hearing become remarkably acute. For instance, at this moment, Chen Lifu was seated by the window, with Su Xiaoyu to his right. He could distinctly hear the sound of the gentle breeze outside and the glass rubbing against the frame, as well as the clinking of the zipper on Su Xiaoyu's backpack as it swayed within the vehicle. A faint scent of oranges enveloped him, growing increasingly intense. Initially intending to take a brief nap, he found himself unable to drift off. Upon opening his eyes, he caught sight of Su Xiaoyu half standing, just as she had closed the window on his left. When she noticed Chen Lifu's sudden awakening, she froze momentarily before resuming her seat, as if nothing had happened. Amused, Chen Lifu observed the slight flush on her ears. Su Xiaoyu remarked, "I didn't mean to help you close the window, don't overthink it." Chen Lifu suppressed a chuckle, replying, "No, I didn't think too much about it. I actually quite enjoy the breeze." Su Xiaoyu responded, "Oh, then enjoy it. But thank you for helping me close the window." "No need for thanks," she instinctively replied, only to realize moments later, her cheeks warming as she turned to face Chen Lifu's teasing expression. "I already said I didn't help you." All right. Chen Lifu decided to cease his teasing. The bus swayed gently, their bodies swaying alongside it. His firm arm occasionally brushed against her soft form before they quickly separated. When Su Xiaoyu's stop arrived, she stood to disembark, turning back only to bid Chen Lifu farewell. He waved at her. After she alighted, Chen Lifu noticed her seemingly saying something to him from outside the bus. Squinting, he focused on the shape of her lips. Su Xiaoyu was saying, "See you tomorrow." Upon reaching his destination, Chen Lifu strolled nonchalantly towards the community entrance, stopping by a nearby vendor to purchase a bottle of cola. Just as he opened it and took his first sip, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he spotted Lin Siyun seated on the flower bed beside the community entrance. With an expressionless glance in her direction, he took another sip of his cola, showing no intention of approaching her, even planning to continue walking forward. Yet, Lin Siyun chased after him, slightly out of breath. "I was calling you." Chen Lifu capped his cola, responding, "Oh," with a tone and demeanor that were distinctly cool. He had been weary from a long day and was eager to return home and rest. Lin Siyun stood before Chen Lifu, biting her lips slightly as she gazed at him, recalling the photographs she had seen in Zhou Jiangjun's space. Chen Lifu was together with that girl who had come to find him in class that day. Their demeanor was intimate and unreserved. He had even taken her to an extravagant Western restaurant. Lin Siyun did a quick search online and discovered that the minimum expenditure per person at that restaurant was nearly 1,000 yuan, with private rooms incurring additional charges. Chen Lifu had brought 3 others along, so they must have spent at least 5,000 yuan. To Lin Siyun, this sum was astronomical. She was aware that Chen Lifei was affluent now, but in the past, if he had 50,000 yuan, at least 40,000 would have been spent on her. The person taken to the Western restaurant should have been her. It wasn't that she lacked for a meal, rather. She couldn't comprehend why what was rightfully hers had suddenly been claimed by another girl. This girl was someone she had never known before. Nor did she know when Chen Lifei had developed feelings for her. After a moment of silence, Chen Lifei, growing impatient, asked, "Do you have something to say?" Lin Siyun inquired, "Where did you go today?" Without looking up, Chen Lifei replied, "None of your business." Lin Siyun's face flushed with embarrassment. Observing Chen Lifei's increasing irritation, she hesitantly asked, "Chen Lifei, do you not like me anymore?" Chen Lifei, swaying the soda bottle between his fingers, noticed the redness around Lin Siyun's eyes, and the resentment in his heart had long since settled into stillness. He said, "It's not that I don't like you now, Lin Siyun, I never liked you. My kindness was merely out of pity, an act of humanitarian assistance. You were simply overthinking things." Lin Siyun's complexion turned pale, utterly unprepared for the response her courageous question elicited. What could be more painful than discovering that someone who had harbored feelings for you had never actually liked you? It was all a figment of her imagination. She had been deluding herself. "I can't believe it, Chen Lifei. It's impossible that you don't like me," she protested. Chen Lifei sneered. "Didn't you say back then that at our age, we didn't understand what it meant to like someone? We were just good classmates and friends. Why do you react so strongly now that I say I never liked you?" He continued. "Or did you know all along but chose to feign ignorance, enjoying the kindness of others while denying their feelings? Lin Siyun, don't you find that rather pathetic?" Lin Siyun staggered slightly. What did you just say? That word struck her like a physical blow, and she couldn't fathom what she had just heard. "If you can't hear clearly, go see an ENT specialist. Don't bother me with these trivial matters again. No, don't bother me at all," Chen Lifei said curtly. He turned to leave, but Lin Siyun called out to him from behind, "Chen Lifei, your words are so callous. If you possess the audacity, delete my friend as well, and we shall pretend to be strangers from now on. Do you dare?" This is Lin Siyun's final ultimatum, a last gamble. Yet, Chen Lifei did not even glance back. All Lin Siyun could see was his silhouette as he bowed his head slightly, tapping his phone twice before lifting it to show her, already deleted. With that single phrase uttered, Chen Lifei strode into the residential complex, his youthful figure vanishing entirely into the night. Chapter 32. I will take you to the ends of the earth upon returning home. And Shui and Chen Dongjun were seated in the living room, engrossed in a television show. Upon seeing Chen Lifei's arrival, and Shui rose to the kitchen to wash some fruit for him. "Why have you been coming home so late every day? Is your academic workload overwhelming? Do not put so much pressure on yourself. Your father and I do not mind whether you become a top scholar or not. What matters most is your health and safety." And Shui endured a protracted labor of nearly 17 hours when giving birth to Chen Lifei, who suffered from oxygen deprivation due to the lengthy delivery, spending almost half a month in an incubator at the hospital, with several critical condition notices issued. From that moment forth, and Shui devoted herself to fervent prayers, her sole wish being for Chen Lifei to live a life free from illness and calamity. As for his academic performance, future achievements, or financial success, she remained indifferent. Yet, Chen Lifei exceeded expectations, consistently excelling throughout his education, particularly in high school, where he ranked first in his grade every year, earning a reputation as a prodigy in the neighborhood. Recently, neighbors had been congratulating Shui in advance, expressing their joy at her son's accomplishments. Although they meant well, Shui worried this might inadvertently place pressure on Chen Lifei. During tense times, it is crucial to balance work and rest. While the college entrance examination is indeed a pivotal moment in life, do not push yourself too hard, Shui advised. Her concern evident, Chen Lifei felt somewhat embarrassed. He had not been studying diligently lately, only focusing earnestly when tutoring Su Xiaoyu. Gently clearing his throat to shift the subject, he asked, "Have you had your medical checkup?" Shui nodded. "I went during the day. I will receive the report next Tuesday." Chen Lifei felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for the 5,000 yuan prize awarded for his first place in the school's mock exam, he contemplated whether to inform Shui and Chen Dongjun, but ultimately decided against it. He had plans for that money, and revealing it now might lead to unnecessary worry on their part. After all, he was merely a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Asking for such a substantial sum might provoke concern from any parent. After finishing his evening routine, he returned to his bedroom. Lying on the bed, He picked up his phone and noticed a message from Su Xiaoyu sent 12 minutes prior. Xiaoyu, I just completed a set of mock questions from the 5-3 series. Ever since you started tutoring me, my speed and accuracy have noticeably improved. Thank you so much. Reading her words, he could vividly recall her earnest expression while typing in pinyin. He felt a sudden urge to tease her. Fei, how shall I be thanked? 1 minute later. Xiaoyu, any way you see fit. Chen Lifu, he is rather dark and sordid. He quickly shifted the topic. Which school do you wish to attend? In which city? Little Fish. I aspire to go to the coastal area. Naturally, being Little Fish, she yearns for the seaside. Just as Chen Lifu was halfway through typing, another message from Little Fish arrived. I wish to visit Tianyahaijiao. Fei, I didn't realize you had a bit of a chivalrous spirit. Do you enjoy reading The Return of the Condor Heroes or The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Little Fish, not a martial arts novel, but the actual Tianyahaijiao. Fei, what is Tianyahaijiao? Little Fish, there is a place called Tianyahaijiao that I saw online. Behind it lies the endless sea, incredibly beautiful. I have always wanted to go there. Once I reach the coast, I will visit it. Fei, all right. Su Xiaoyu sat on her small bed, gazing at the dialogue box between herself and Chen Lifu. She typed and deleted her words repeatedly. She contemplated asking Chen Lifu if he wanted to join her, but felt that such a query might seem rather odd. To her surprise, a moment later, Chen Lihui's message popped up. Then when you get into university, I will take you to Tianyahaijiao. The small phone in her palm seemed to warm up in an instant. Su Xiaoyu could no longer discern whether it was the phone's warmth or her own. In her mind, the calm visage of Chen Lihu surfaced unbidden. Thump, thump, thump. Su Xiaoyu's heart raced. She feigned indifference as she typed. Who would care for you to take me? Humph, I'm off to bed, good night. Fei, good night. However, that night, Su Xiaoyu dreamt a vivid dream. She envisioned her high school graduation, having gained admission to a coastal university, finally escaping the cramped, dark, and damp bedroom. Distancing herself from a mother who drank every day of the year, and leaving behind the pervasive decay of her neighborhood. She ran along the beach in a beautiful dress, her gaze falling upon Chen Lihu, who held his phone aimed at her, capturing her image. It was indeed the Tianyahaijiao she longed for. The days of her senior year flew by, and before she knew it, it was the end of May. Over the course of 2 months, Chen Lihui's life revolved around school, taverns, and home, 3 fixed points. The weekend gaming sessions at the internet CAF had seemingly become a tradition, with Han Yu playing games while Chen Lihu tutored Zhou Jiangjun and Su Xiaoyu in their studies. On the last weekend of May, the group gathered at Star Connection Internet CAF to celebrate Su Xiaoyu's recent triumph in her exams. Su Xiaoyu made remarkable progress, particularly in mathematics and English. In the 3rd mock examination of May, she secured the 8th place in her grade at the 2nd high school. Not only was she publicly commended by the school, but she also received a monetary reward of 1,000 yuan. Chapter 33, A 10-Year Pact. Students at the 2nd high school generally struggled academically. Few managed to gain admission to university, with most either pursuing vocational training or entering the workforce directly after high school. Chen Lifu once inquired of Su Xiaoyu, what fuels your profound obsession with education? The influence of one's surroundings during the formative student years can be substantial, if all those around are indifferent to study. One may unconsciously adopt the belief that education is futile, preferring instead to venture into the workforce to earn money. Yet, Su Xiaoyu's resolve to pursue her studies remained unwavering. She replied, the only way I can seize control of my destiny is by excelling in the college entrance examination and leaving this place. Her calm tone was tinged with a subtle melancholy. No one dared to question her reasoning, when suddenly, Zhou Jiangjun suggested, why don't we make a 10-year pact? Chen Lifu recalled their previous enjoyment of the video game The Legend of Sword and Fairy, where the protagonists made a decade-long promise. He declared, in 10 years, I shall become extraordinarily wealthy. I will be the president of several companies, wielding control over the economic lifeblood of this city, with assets in the hundreds of billions, standing atop millions. Upon finishing, he eagerly observed the expressions of the 3 companions beside him. To his surprise, none mocked him. Even Zhou Jiangjun, who typically disdained his pretentiousness, maintained a serene demeanor. It appeared they had all silently acknowledged that Chen Lifu genuinely possessed the capabilities to achieve such aspirations. No one deemed him boastful, nor did anyone perceive such dreams as unattainable. After Chen Lifu spoke, Zhou Jiangjun pondered seriously and remarked, I aspire to become a civil servant, to bring pride to my parents, I wish to purchase a home in Haishur, find a good wife, and have a healthy son. Zhou Jiangjuan's parents hailed from a rural background, and after his uncle's son secured a position in the local government, the family often flaunted their success before Zhou Jiangjuan's parents, causing his mother considerable distress. Han Yu chimed in, I harbor no grand ambitions. My sole desire is to enjoy gaming throughout my life, and I hope that even a decade from now, I can continue to play games without a care. After the three shared their aspirations, they turned their gazes towards Su Xiaoyu. Meeting their eyes, she shyly smiled at Chen Lifu and said, My dream is simply to graduate from university successfully, find a job that sustains me, live in a modest home, and care for a dog. I wish to lead a tranquil life. Except for Chen Lifu, the dreams of the other three were sincere and unpretentious. Chen Lifu's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Zhou Jiangjun, heed my advice. Let us both aim for Jinggang, where civil servant salaries are the highest and promotions come swiftly. In time, not only will your cousin regard you with respect, but even your uncle will speak to you with deference. The Jinggang district was set to establish a new area in 5 years, coinciding with their second year post-graduation. Should Zhou Jiangjun seize that opportunity, he could rise to a deputy position within 3 years. As for you, Han Yu, after the college entrance examination, reach out to an esports club. Your victory as the solo champion in the Southwest region qualifies you to bypass the training team and join as a reserve player. In 10 years, you will not only continue gaming, but might even become one of the most renowned figures in the gaming world. Finally, Chen Lifu turned to Su Xiaoyu. In your future, you shall not only traverse the ends of the earth, but discover every corner of this world. Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun smiled in silence, as if no one took the words spoken seriously, viewing everything as a beautiful aspiration. Chen Lifu waved his hand, proclaiming, 10 years from now, it will still be us, right here. Then you shall see whether I am right or wrong. Su Xiaoyu extended her palm, curling her fingers, with only her pinky raised. Then it settled, her crisp voice chimed, let's make a pact, 100 years without change. Chen Lifu burst into laughter, joined by Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun. The long-awaited college entrance examination of 2014 arrived. On the evening of the 6th, Chen Lifu completed the final round of lessons with Su Xiaoyu and Zhou Jiangjun, concluding at 6 o'clock. From April to June, a full 2 months of tutoring had seen Chen Lifu cover the entire high school syllabus with the two. The last month focused on reviewing key examination points, all drawn from Chen Lifu's own experiences from a previous examination. He particularly emphasized the formulas that guaranteed full marks and the types of English essays. Having Su Xiaoyu practice them repeatedly, Su Xiaoyu was diligent in her studies, her notebook filled with dense notes. While Zhou Jiangjun initially joined her for amusement, but became increasingly engrossed, ultimately abandoning his games to study alongside her weekly. Meanwhile, Han Yu, amidst the trio's diligent efforts, successfully ascended to the master rank, becoming the strongest king. It was indeed a summer of personal achievements for each of them. After their meal at the internet CAF, Chen Lifu intended to settle the bill, only to be informed by the owner that Su Xiaoyu had already paid in advance, likely while she had stepped away to use the restroom. Chen Lifu leisurely returned to his seat, casting a meaningful glance at Su Xiaoyu, who, feeling somewhat guilty, preemptively explained, You've tutored me for so long and treated me to meals several times. It is only fitting that I cover this one. Thank you for all your care during this time. I will certainly do my best tomorrow. Chen Lifu regarded her serious demeanor and soft-spoken tone, finding it hard to reconcile this with the fierce girl he had first encountered on the bus, shouting at a middle-aged lecher. He had thought her bold and brash. Yet now, after spending so much time together, even a light-hearted joke made her blush, and a few exchanged words left her feeling bashful. Wow, Xiaoyu, by doing this, aren't you putting me in a morally dubious position, making it seem as if I am mooching off you? Zhou Jiangjun suddenly interjected. However, despite his words, he showed no sign of embarrassment. Chen Lifu kicked his chair lightly. Haven't you already mooched enough from your own father? Zhou Jiangjun chuckled. Come, let us raise our glasses of plain water, toasting to tomorrow's examination, to our 10-year pact. The nearly unstudied Han Yu lifted his cup high. Cheers. Tomorrow we shall prevail. Su Xiaoyu clinked her glass second, declaring, let us ace everything tomorrow, and guess all the answers correctly. Zhou Jiangjun followed closely behind. A victorious start. The future is promising. Under the gaze of the three, Chen Lifu wiped his mouth before picking up his cup. He clinked it vigorously against those of the others. and cool boiled water splashed over the edges, the icy liquid cascading onto the backs of their hands, yet none expressed disdain. A toast to the college entrance examination. A toast to our youth, Chen Lifu proclaimed. Cheers. In the cramped, antiquated street-side eatery, devoid of air conditioning, the aging fan labored earnestly, its vigorous breeze tousling Su Xiaoyu's hair. The three boy shirts fluttered in the draft as they savored the delicious and affordable home-cooked dishes, having consumed a considerable portion. The proprietor, seated at the entrance, beamed warmly at the group of young ones, while a chef in the kitchen wielded a large spatula. This was a fleeting moment belonging to youth. Chapter 34. Which cadre can withstand such trials? After the meal, Han Yu and Zhou Jianjun departed on separate buses. Only Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu remained, walking side by side towards another bus stop across the road. Oddly enough, despite the buses typically arriving every few minutes, they waited nearly 10 minutes without sight of one. Chen Lifu, who detested waiting, suggested to Su Xiaoyu, "Let us walk back. It might only take us 30 minutes. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the empty road and nodded. Tomorrow was the college entrance examination, and in an effort to create a conducive environment for the examinees, many street stalls remained closed and numerous shops had shuttered early, perhaps due to having students at home. Chen Lifu recalled his own nervousness during his first college entrance examination. He should have been at home reviewing, while also remotely assisting Lin Siyun with her problems. Indeed, Lin Siyun had previously sought Chen Lifu's tutoring, yet she was too lethargic to meet in person, opting instead to send pictures of her questions via text. Chen Lifu would then painstakingly write out the steps and thought processes, fearing he might not be thorough enough. Reflecting on the past, the memories of his infatuation no longer stirred any ripples within him. They belonged to a previous life. Su Xiaoyu, following closely behind Chen Lifu, noticed that he, usually so talkative, was silent today. Observing his demeanor, she sensed an air of melancholy about him. Perhaps Chen Lifu was merely feigning nonchalance in their presence and was, in fact, quite anxious about the examination. Chen Lifu, wait a moment, Su Xiaoyu suddenly called out, halting him in his tracks. He turned to face her. Su Xiaoyu retrieved a pen from her bag, stepped closer, and grasped Chen Lifu's arm with one hand. Her palm was cool to the touch, her skin soft, having inadvertently brushed against her a few times. Chen Lifu felt that she seemed to lack any rigidity, as if boneless. As Su Xiaoyu held his wrist and pressed gently on his elbow, she stood close, her head slightly bowed. Stray strands of hair brushing fleetingly against Chen Lifu's face and the skin of his arm. At that moment, Chen Lifu felt himself overwhelmed. Damn it! Is this how you test the officials? Which official can withstand such scrutiny? Before Chen Lifu's thoughts descended into the abyss of depravity once more, he hastily stepped back, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to apprehend me? Ugh, you're so annoying. Don't move," Su Xiaoyu replied, still with her head bowed and a frown of discontent adorning her brow. A somewhat sharp sensation grazed Chen Lifu's arm, causing a slight itch. Su Xiaoyu tilted her head to inspect her handiwork, thoroughly pleased with her creation, before releasing his hand and breaking into a beaming smile. "All right, you'll surely excel in your exam tomorrow, answering every question correctly, achieving an even higher score than when you usually come first," Su Xiaoyu proclaimed with a grin. "So you needn't feel anxious." Chen Lifu glanced down to see that Su Xiaoyu had drawn a check mark on his arm with a black marker. The pen was quite fine, requiring Su Xiaoyu to outline the mark repeatedly before it became sufficiently bold and noticeable. When he lifted his gaze, he met the earnest smile of Su Xiaoyu watching him intently. It appeared this Navi girl thought his earlier silence stemmed from anxiety about the upcoming exam. Chen Lifu found himself both amused and touched by her meticulousness and her pure, beautiful heart. He raised his hand and playfully ruffled her hair. "What are you doing, Chen Lifu?" Su Xiaoyu protested, as she cherished her hair above all else. Chen Lifu laughed heartily. "This is a stroke of luck from your teacher. A little head pat for good fortune means no worries for the exam, and you'll be free, Xiaoyu." The next morning, Chen Lifu awoke to find Shui and Chen Dongjun both at home. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, "Aren't you two working today?" And Shui replied, "A bit too obviously, we just happen to be on annual leave today. Don't think too much of it. It's definitely not because you have an exam. Your father and I are not worried about you at all. Please, don't feel any psychological pressure. Just take it easy." Chen Lifu chuckled. "I'm not feeling pressured." "That's good to hear," and Shui continued. "Your father and I will take you to the exam venue shortly. Please, no? I'm already calm. If you both accompany me, I'll get anxious." If that happens, it will affect my performance, and you two will be fully responsible. And Shui and Chen Dongjun exchanged glances. Chen Dongjun remarked, I told you earlier that our son isn't that sensitive. He doesn't need us to escort him. You insisted I take leave from work, costing me 300 yuan for the day, enough to fund my smoking habit for quite a while. And Shui nearly leapt to cover Chen Dongjun's mouth. But it was too late. Chen Lifei had already finished his breakfast and was standing at the door. All right, you two, go to work or take a nap. Don't worry about me. I'll just take the exam casually and bring home top honors. Rest assured. With that, Chen Lifei departed, leaving in Shui standing in the living room, dumbfounded. How could he leave without even taking a backpack? All he had was his ID and exam admission ticket. What if he loses them on the way? After all, every year, there are those who misplace their IDs or exam tickets, prompting a flurry of well-meaning citizens and ever-ready traffic officers to rush to their aid. In stark contrast to the visibly anxious and Shui, Chen Dongjun appeared remarkably composed. With a multitude of examinees present, one had to not only retrieve their backpack, but also find a suitable place to set it down. Merely possessing an identification card and examination permit sufficed for initial entry into the classroom. Oh, do not fret. Trust in our son, he reassured. I shall return to work. But if your mind is too preoccupied, heed our son's advice and rest well at home, casting aside unnecessary worries. As Chen Dongjun had noted, while other candidates were still searching for places to stow their bags, Chen Lifu had already made his way into the examination hall, clutching his permit and ID. A frail figure passed by Chen Lifu, who cast a casual glance his way, only to be suddenly jolted by a realization. The thin boy, adorned with thick glasses, seated himself to Chen Lifu's right, prompting Chen to turn and recognize him. In a previous life, this very boy had occupied the same spot beside him. During the final English examination, he had abruptly suffered an epileptic seizure and was hastily carried away by an ambulance mid-test. Later that summer, Chen Lifu had seen on the news that this boy, having failed to complete his English paper, had tragically taken his own life by jumping from a height. Chapter 35. My condolences. Chen Lifu recalled the tumultuous emotions he felt upon seeing the news. It was such a pity for a vibrant life to be extinguished. He could have easily repeated a year. Why opt for such a drastic end? It was only later revealed that this boy came from a destitute family. His grandfather had exhausted himself to the brink of liver cancer to support his education, and there were no funds left to allow him another year of study. Chen Lifu gazed silently at him for a while, and soon, the examination candidates began to trickle in, prompting him to withdraw his gaze and remain silent. The examination commenced swiftly, and with the ringing of the bell, the 2024 college entrance examination officially commenced. The questions on the paper felt eerily familiar, and Chen Lifu wrote with fluidity. He began with the essay, his weakest area, and by the time he completed the entire paper, 25 minutes remained. After finishing the morning session, Chen Lifu casually ate noodles at a restaurant across from the school. His assigned examination venue was not the first high school, but rather the second high school. As he consumed his meal, he found himself gazing at the school across the way, involuntarily recalling the scenes of Su Xiaoyu's 3 years there. He wondered how she was faring. The afternoon mathematics examination was entirely within Chen Lifu's grasp. This subject was inherently his forte, and coupled with his intimate knowledge of the key points, he completed the entire paper with nearly an hour to spare. As the announcement echoed that there were only 15 minutes remaining, Chen Lifu distinctly sensed the tension rising within the boy to his right. Perhaps the time was slipping away from him. For the boy's movements became frantic as he filled in the answer sheet, the aged desks and chairs of the second high school creaking in response to his anxious gestures. Chen Lifu glanced at him. If he continued in such a state of mind, it was likely he would suffer another seizure during tomorrow's examination. Ding ding ding. Time is up. All candidates must cease writing immediately. The voice from the intercom resonated, marking the end of the first day of the college entrance examination. As Chen Lifei awaited the invigilators to collect and organize the examination papers, he departed the classroom alongside the throng of students. However, upon reaching the corridor, he called out to a frail boy, "Hey, are you feeling unwell?" He gently patted the boy's shoulder, who turned to face him with a hint of caution in his eyes. Chen Lifei smiled reassuringly. "You seem to be sweating profusely, and your complexion appears rather poor. If I am not mistaken, you might be suffering from epilepsy." The boy's brow furrowed deeper, regarding Chen Lifei with suspicion. Chen Lifei waved his hand dismissively. "I have a family member with a similar condition, so I can recognize it at a glance." "Brother, Do not take offense at my unsolicited advice. But please take a few sodium phenytoin tablets tonight and before the exam tomorrow to prevent any complications. He refrained from mentioning the potential tragedy of suicide that could arise from the pressure of the college entrance examination, aware that such matters are deeply sensitive. Though his intentions were well-meaning, he understood the importance of discretion. As Chen Lifu finished speaking, the tension in the boy's expression began to ease. His narrow eyes, hidden behind thick lenses, cast a fleeting glance at Chen Lifu before he turned away and departed. Chen Lifu, clutching his identification card and examination permit, ambled towards the school gate. Just outside, he spotted two familiar figures. The girl, trembling and with her head bowed, was none other than Lin Siyun. Meng Xiaohui sat beside her, offering words of comfort as he patted her shoulder. Chen Lifu squinted for a moment, recalling that in his previous life, he had been the one to console Lin Siyun. She had struggled with her mathematics exam, nearly failing to complete her answer sheet. In a past life, aware of her underperformance, Chen Lifu had deliberately underachieved in the subsequent science and English exams to ensure they could attend the same university. The catalyst for his decision had been Lin Siyun's tearful plea. I do not wish to bear the anguish of exam failure alone, while everyone else rejoices. I alone will suffer. Thus, the misguided Chen Lifu resolved to share in her suffering. This marked the 10,086th occasion since his rebirth that Chen Lifu berated himself for being a fool. This time, however, he did not spare another glance at the pair, choosing instead to pocket his hands and leave for home. Yet, Meng Xiaohui, sharp-eyed, caught sight of Chen Lifu. In truth, he had long been aware that Chen Lifu was assigned to the same examination venue, which explained his reluctance to leave immediately after the exam. He could not ignore Lin Siyun's distress at the school gate. Chen Lifu, how did you fare? Upon hearing his name, Lin Siyun lifted her head, her eyes rimmed with red, tears glistening in her dark pupils, occasionally spilling over, rendering her a pitiable sight. Chen Lifu halted his steps to glance at Meng Xiaohui. I performed exceptionally well, he replied, feeling as though I had not excelled this much throughout my entire high school journey. Meng Xiaohui clenched his jaw. Then perhaps you should comfort Siyun. She did not do well in mathematics today and is quite upset. Meng Xiaohui was acutely aware of Chen Lifu's fondness for Lin Siyun. If Lin Siyun's emotions could sway his performance in the examination the following day, it would certainly be advantageous for her. Upon hearing Meng Xiaohui's words, Lin Siyun murmured softly, I don't want his consolation. However, despite her words, her gaze betrayed her as it irresistibly drifted towards Chen Lifu, stealing glances at him, seemingly eager for his response. Through teary eyes, she perceived Chen Lifu gradually approaching her. For reasons unknown, a wave of nervous anticipation washed over her. Perhaps he still harbored concern for her? Lin Siyun mused. Regardless of the depth of their misunderstandings and conflicts, his feelings for her remained evident. Under the present circumstances, he ought not to completely disregard her. Should he? With pursed lips, Lin Siyun awaited Chen Lifu's words, her heart laden with grievance. Standing before her, Chen Lifu scrutinized her intently for a considerable moment. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Siyun and Meng Xiaohui, he chuckled heartily, embodying the essence of a bright and cheerful young man. Did you perform poorly? My condolences, he remarked, playfully patting Lin Siyun's shoulder. In response to her astonished, sorrowful, and indignant gaze, Chen Lifu brushed the dust from his palms, offered another jovial smile, and turned to leave. Upon arriving home, he received a message from Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, Chen Lifu, have you finished your exam? With a slice of pear given to him by an shui in his mouth, he typed with one hand, Aren't we taking the same exam? If you finished, how could I still be sitting for it? Xiaoyu, I meant, have you finished and returned home? Fei, I'm home, enjoying some fruit. Fei, how did your exam go? Xiaoyu, I think it went quite well. I was incredibly fortunate. Every topic you advised me to review appeared on the test. Each question felt familiar, and as I wrote, I grew increasingly excited, as if I had the answers. Just glancing at the questions reminded me of the respective formulas. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Chen Lifu felt a sense of relief. At the very least, he wouldn't have to accompany her for another year of retaking the exam. Fei, don't get too cocky. Remember to thoroughly memorize the English composition templates I provided you tonight. Those were crafted based on the examination patterns I've observed over the years. Xiaoyu nodded while typing. I'm on it. Chen Lifu smiled faintly, holding his phone. When it vibrated twice more, one message was from Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun. Dude, are you some kind of oracle? Today, the math exam was filled with the very topics you told Xiaoyu to master. Did you sneak in and steal the questions? How are you so incredible? Fei, come on. If you casually reviewed a few sets of past exam papers, you'd know which topics were likely to come up this year. Zhou Jiangjun ran a hand through his hair. Is that so? He had examined numerous past exam papers, yet failed to discern anything noteworthy. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately chose to trust his good friend. The great general, with a sword drawn, inquired, based on your summary, what specific knowledge points do you believe will be on tomorrow's comprehensive science and English exams? Fei retorted, is this your attitude towards questioning? Zhou Jiangjun steeled himself. A gentleman avenges himself after a decade, like Go Jian, who endured hardship, or Han Xian, who bore humiliation. How significant is a mere Chen Lifu? The great general implored. I seek your guidance, honorable father. On the night of June 7th, at 10 o'clock, as Shui and Chun Dongjun prepared for bed in their bedroom, they were startled by an uproarious laughter emanating from the adjacent guest room. The following day, upon arriving at the examination hall, Chen Lifu immediately spotted the boy from the previous day, whose complexion appeared improved, though he still bore a hint of anxiety. Chen Lifu was uncertain whether the boy had taken his medication. Nonetheless, he had done all he could, and the rest was left to fate. As the examination commenced, Chen Lifu completed his paper with ease, subsequently observing his surroundings out of sheer boredom. The proctor, having glanced at him several times, initially mistook him for a slacker, one incapable of answering even a single question. However, upon casually inspecting his answer sheet, the proctor noted that not only were the multiple-choice questions completed, but the subsequent essay questions were also thoroughly filled, suggesting a level of competence rather than random scribbling. The proctor's expression shifted to one of surprise, and his gaze towards Chen Lifu transformed. Once the comprehensive science exam concluded, the final English exam was upon them. At the very moment Chen Lifu inscribed the last letter of his essay, an abrupt commotion erupted to his right, followed by the sound of a body and chair collapsing to the ground. Chen Lifu furrowed his brow. The events of his past life were repeating themselves. Yet, unlike before, he did not remain frozen in shock alongside the other candidates. Instead, he sprang to his feet, calling to the visibly startled proctor and the circulating invigilator, teachers. Quickly assist in moving him to the corridor. He is having a seizure and requires an open space. At Chen Lifu's urgent shout, the two teachers rushed over, and together, the three men lifted the boy into the hallway. The boy was convulsing, and as the proctor leaned in to assess the situation, Chen Lifu interjected, Teacher, during a seizure, it is essential to ensure a clear airway. Please step aside, I will manage. The proctor, momentarily bewildered, complied with Chen Lifu's directions. Chen Lifu first removed the boy's glasses, opened his mouth to ensure unobstructed breathing, unbuttoned the top buttons of his uniform shirt, and gently shifted him onto his left side, all while holding his breath to monitor the boy's condition. After a minute, the boy's violent convulsions began to subside, and after another 2 minutes, he gradually ceased convulsing. In those fleeting moments, the proctor and invigilator were still processing the situation. The invigilator, via a walkie-talkie, summoned the head teacher and the security chief, instructing them to call for an ambulance, as it was examination time and proctors were without mobile phones. However, by the time the security chief and his team arrived, panting, the boy had regained consciousness and was slowly sitting up. The young man's gaze was somewhat perplexed, his pallid face fixed on the person before him. Chen Lifu regarded him with concern. Are you feeling any better? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Classmate, we have already summoned an ambulance. Just wait a few more minutes, came the reply. I'm fine, the young man suddenly interjected, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, his voice tinged with urgency. I haven't finished my exam. I still need to take it. I'm not going to the hospital. I'm fine. The head of security appeared somewhat troubled. However, according to the circumstances during a seizure, if the convulsions last more than 5 minutes, one must seek emergency medical attention. He seems to be in decent condition now, so perhaps we should respect his wishes. At that pivotal moment, Chen Lifu spoke up. The young man stared blankly at Chen Lifu, recalling him as the individual who had reminded him to take his medication the day before. I want to go back and take the exam, he asserted. Chen Lifu nodded. You may attend the exam, but you must first calm yourself. Do not rush. It has been less than 5 minutes since your episode, and you still have ample time to take the exam. So, there is no need for anxiety. Chen Lifu's words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, prompting the young man to nod and rise unsteadily from the ground. observing him sway as he returned to his seat in the examination room. Chen Lifu turned to the teachers present. "He should be fine now. Rest assured, I will also return to my exam." "Hey, student," called the invigilator, "what is your name?" Chen Lifu flashed a broad smile. "My name is Chen Lifu. Lifu as in standing tall and flying high." As the bell rang for the English exam, the battle for the 2024 college entrance examination finally came to a close. Chen Lifu departed from his seat and exited the classroom, when suddenly he heard a voice behind him. "Thank you." Turning around, he saw the same young man, who was now largely recovered. Chen Lifu had noticed that the young man had completed his answer sheet 15 minutes before the end of the exam, thereby successfully finishing it. "I took my medication yesterday and again this morning, but I didn't expect to have another episode," the young man said with a wry smile. "I heard that you were the one who provided me with first aid today. If it weren't for you, if I had truly been taken to the hospital by ambulance, my life would have been irrevocably altered." Chen Lifu regarded him for a moment and then patted his shoulder. "You will come to realize that the college entrance examination is merely one path in life. Even if you reach the end of this road, there are countless intersections ahead. You may forsake many things, but never surrender your life. My friend, nothing is more precious than your own existence, truly." Chapter 37. Abandoning Lust for Wealth. Damn. Only the youth following the end of the college entrance examination is genuine youth. This was Chen Lifu's first sentiment upon leaving the school. He inhaled the fresh air of 2014, observing the ebb and flow of graduates, almost forgetting that he was one of them, adopting the demeanor of an observer as he scrutinized their expressions. Some bore frowns, while others exuded uncontainable excitement. Yet, in their eyes, one could discern a yearning for the future and freedom, accompanied by boundless anticipation. No one can remain 18 forever, yet there will always be those who are. Chen Lifu felt himself to be a touch more fortunate than others. This marks his second 18th birthday. After finishing his exams, Chen Lifu hailed a taxi home. The first thing he did was pick up his phone and call Zhou Jiangjun. Zhou Jiangjun immediately exclaimed, "Father, I'm treating you to dinner tonight. You simply cannot refuse." "I'm not boasting. Having completed the exam, I truly feel capable of getting into Qingbei." Zhou's exhilaration was palpable over the phone. "You're incredible." The English reading section was indeed based on current affairs. Had it not been for your last-minute coaching on a few articles, I wouldn't have comprehended a single word of those specialized terms. Listening to Zhou's exuberance, reminiscent of an overexcited monkey, Chen Lifu felt rather indifferent. "All right, I'm going to take a shower. See you tonight." After hanging up, he noticed an unread message. It was a new friend request. Upon opening it, he realized it was from Lin Siyun. A wave of annoyance washed over him. Why was she still lingering? Nevertheless, it didn't matter much. In his previous life, Lin Siyun had performed poorly on the college entrance exam, barely managing to enroll in a local ordinary school. This time, he expected a similar outcome. His ambition was to attend Qingbei and Jinggang. Once the exams were over and they went their separate ways, he could sever all ties with her completely. With this thought in mind, Chen Lifu declined the friend request and returned to the message interface, opening the chat with Su Xiaoyu. Fei, how did the exam go, little fish?" Little Fish replied instantly, "I think it went quite well." As modest as ever. Yet, knowing Su Xiaoyu, if she claimed it went well, it must have been more than just satisfactory. Fei, Zhou Jiangjun is treating us to dinner tonight. Will you join?" Little Fish, "Sure, but I should be the one treating. You all have taken such good care of me lately." Fei, save your money for your trip to the ends of the earth. It's unbecoming for a girl to pay when dining with a bunch of gentlemen. If anyone hears that, I'd never live it down. Hurry up and get ready. Make sure to look beautiful. You are, after all, my person. Don't tarnish my reputation. Upon reading the phrase "you are my person," Su Xiaoyu felt her heart skip a beat. She set her phone down and took a deep breath, patting her cheeks with both hands, surprised by their warmth. Her heartbeat grew increasingly pronounced, and Chen Lifu's carefree, unrestrained smile began to materialize in her mind. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. This unfamiliar feeling and budding affection filled her with trepidation. Yet, beneath the fear lay a peculiar emotion. She struggled to articulate it, akin to the arrival of spring, when flowers bloom in unison and a little butterfly flits among them, fluttering its wings with fervor. Within her heart, a similar butterfly danced. As Chen Lifu finished washing up and prepared to leave, and Shui called out to him, mysteriously producing an envelope from her bag. "This is something your mother prepared for you beforehand, to be given after your exams." After enduring a long-awaited summer of complete relaxation, do not hesitate due to financial concerns. You possess this money. Feel free to purchase anything you desire or plan outings with friends. Should your funds fall short, simply inform mom. With a mere glance at the envelope, Chen Lifu discerned it contained 10,000 yuan. In his previous life, after the college entrance examination, and Shui had similarly gifted him the same amount. He promptly used it to buy Lin Siyun an iPhone, spending the remaining 2,000 on meals and bubble tea for her. And Shui had always been generous towards Chen Lifu, never stingy when it came to money, believing that a man must possess a certain financial confidence in the world. However, this time, Chen Lifu declined in Shui's money. Mom, I haven't mentioned this to you, but I ranked first in the recent school mock exam, and the school awarded me 50,000 yuan. Therefore, I have my own funds. You should keep this money for yourself and Dad to buy new clothes, so you both can proudly accompany me to my enrollment at Qingbei. Chen Lifu stated earnestly, and before Shui could react, he swiftly exited. The air felt freer after the college entrance examination, and Chen Lifu stood at the intersection, glancing around before leisurely selecting a direction to stroll. This should be in the vicinity of Su Xiaoyu's home. He was uncertain if he would encounter her, but he decided to take a chance. After navigating 2 corners, Chen Lifu raised his gaze and spotted a striking figure in a white dress on the nearby old slope. The young girl possessed an elegant posture, the upper part of her dress adorned with semi-transparent lace at the shoulders, cinched at the waist with a slender belt, seemingly as narrow as Chen Lifu's palm. The long skirt barely brushed her ankles, its hem embellished with lace, revealing smooth, jade-like skin beneath, paired with light pink sandals that added a few centimeters to her height, enhancing her already graceful figure. A gentle summer breeze wafted by, lifting a corner of her dress, revealing glimpses of her fair skin beneath. Chen Lifu stood below the slope, gazing up at this captivating scene, his heart lightened. The girl appeared momentarily taken aback before playfully lifting her skirt and descending the slope with a light jog, slightly breathless upon reaching him. Her fresh scent enveloped Chen Lifu, mingled with her delicate, melodious voice. Chen Lifu, what brings you here? Weren't we supposed to meet at Starlight Square? As she drew closer, Chen Lifu noticed that Su Xiaoyu had applied a touch of makeup today. Her already fair complexion appeared even more luminous, her large eyes sparkling with mascara, and a hint of soft pink eyeshadow highlighted the innocent clarity of her gaze. His gaze fell to her petite, cherry-like lips, glistening with a transparent gloss that exuded a refreshing strawberry fragrance, making her already alluring lips even more captivating as she spoke. Chen Lifu had always known Su Xiaoyu was beautiful, yet today she truly astonished him. Damn it. I vowed to abstain from the allure of women in this lifetime and solely pursue wealth, yet why do I now feel a burning sensation upon my face? It is rather painful. Chapter 38. To love someone is to provide them with abundant wealth. Su Xiaoyu noticed Chen Lifu gazing at her intently, his eyes unwavering. The tips of her ears gradually flushed a delicate shade of pink, and her soft lips pressed together lightly as she spoke in a soft voice. What's wrong? She tucked a stray strand of hair blown by the gentle breeze behind her ear and inquired, is it strange? Today marked her first attempt at makeup. After her afternoon exam, she had passed by Watson's on her way home, and, upon noticing a sale on cosmetics, decided to try some out. The store's attendants had applied her makeup, and several of the young ladies had praised her appearance, though she initially felt confident in her looks. The intensity of Chen Lifu's gaze made her heart race with apprehension. After observing her for a while longer, just as the rosy hue on Su Xiaoyu's ears began to extend to her cheeks, Chen Lifu finally spoke softly, not bad. This attire enhances my stature, granting me a sense of pride. All of Su Xiaoyu's anticipation and nervousness dissipated. She pursed her lips and rolled her eyes, feigning indifference towards Chen Lifu as she muttered, "Who says I dressed up for you? We hardly know each other." Chen Lifu playfully ruffled her hair. She must have just washed it. The fragrant scent of oranges lingered, and her hair flowed smoothly. Su Xiaoyu swatted his hand away and tidied her hair. Let us go. Aren't we headed to Starlight Square? Suddenly, Chen Lifu found himself reluctant to bring Su Xiaoyu to meet Zhou Jiangjun and the others. How delightful it would be for just the two of them to enjoy their own world together. However, he was not one to forsake friendship for fleeting desires. While en route to meet Zhou Jiangjun, Su Xiaoyu abruptly recalled something. After the exam today, as I exited the school, I saw someone confessing their feelings at the school gate. There was quite the crowd. Chen Lifu mused that this was to be expected. Following the college entrance examination, there typically arose a wave of confessions, as the repressed emotions of adolescent boys and girls erupted all at once. There were those feigning drunkenness to confess, and others who orchestrated grand displays adorned with roses and candles. Hormones surged, and it seemed everyone sought to validate their vibrant youth through declarations of love. Embarrassingly, Chen Lifu had once been among them. He cleared his throat and asked, "What? Are you envious?" Su Xiaoyu shook her head vehemently. Chen Lifu, puzzled, inquired, "With your beauty, has no one ever confessed to you?" Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. "There was one, but I scolded him, and since then, no one has approached me." Chen Lifu had witnessed Su Xiaoyu's fierce demeanor when reprimanding. It was indeed enough to deter any adolescent male. He pressed on, "Why did you scold him? Don't you enjoy being admired?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaoyu replied, "I don't understand what love is, nor do I know what they find appealing about me. I am merely an ordinary girl. If they are drawn to me solely for my looks, would they not abandon me for someone they find more attractive? If this is what it means to be fond of someone, I find it rather mundane and superficial." Upon hearing this, Chen Lifu fell silent. In truth, he could not comprehend why he had been so infatuated with Lin Siyun in his past life. He had never pondered what it was about her, aside from her visage, that captivated him so. "Didn't you once tell me you had a crush on a girl?" Su Xiaoyu suddenly inquired. "What was it that you liked about her? What do you believe constitutes affection?" Chen Lifu was rendered speechless by this trifecta of existential inquiries, especially as he prided himself on his newfound wisdom after his rebirth. However, Su Xiaoyu seemed unconcerned with his response, continuing to ask, "You mentioned that you liked her and spent a great deal of money on her. Does that mean that to love someone is merely to spend money on them?" With wide, innocent eyes and thick, curled lashes fluttering, she regarded him with an earnest expression. Chen Lifu found himself in agreement. Indeed, to love someone is to lavish them with wealth. In this society, where money flows, the heart follows. Su Xiaoyu continued to gaze at him with her round eyes. Chen Lifu chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. "All right, little one, cease your contemplation of such profound matters. When you encounter someone you truly admire, you will understand instinctively." Unlike her usual response to his playful disheveling of her hair, this time she did not attempt to tidy herself, but instead turned her gaze towards the window. Contemplative and serene, Starry Plaza was the most opulent shopping district in Haishur, rarely frequented by students due to time constraints and the high cost of living. However, with the conclusion of the college entrance examination, students had managed to procure some funds from their parents to indulge in leisure. Thus, when Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu arrived at Starry Plaza, they were met with throngs of students congregating in small clusters, each appearing rather sophisticated. Yet their clear and naive expressions betrayed their true identities. At that moment, Chen Lifu spotted an ostentatious individual with a slick-back hairstyle. Clad in Adidas shorts, Jack Jones jeans, and Nike sneakers, he brandished a somewhat familiar smartphone. As the figure turned, Chen Lifu inwardly cursed, "Damn Zhou Jiangjun. Is he dressed like that with the intention of courting trouble tonight?" Zhou Jiangjun recognized Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu, preparing to wave them over, but he froze mid-motion. His gaze landed on Su Xiaoyu, standing a step behind Chen Lifu, and he was momentarily entranced. Alongside him, Han Yu shared a similar look of astonishment, their expressions betraying an unspoken acknowledgement of Su Xiaoyu's beauty. Yet today, she seemed to radiate an allure that was almost unfair, especially as she shyly stood behind Chen Lifu, resembling a delicate little bride. With her flowing hair, white dress, and modest heels, she epitomized the quintessential goddess. Lost in admiration, Chen Lifu had already approached Zhou Jiangjun, delivering a punch squarely to his chest. "Are you out of your mind? What on earth are you stealing your father's hair gel for? Such a fool." Su Xiaoyu glanced at Zhou Jiangjun's new hairstyle and couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. Zhou Jiangjun, feeling the sting of being mocked by the pretty girl, simmered with irritation, wishing to take out his frustration on Chen Lifu. "This is what they call maturity? You don't understand a thing." Han Yu interjected. "The mature Zhou Jiangjun just approached someone with this slicked-back hairstyle and got rejected." "Ha, it's only natural," he added. Chen Lifu sharply remarked, "If I were a girl and saw you with that gelled back hair, I would think you were some creepy uncle. Who would dare to approach you? I'm only 2 months younger than you." Zhou Jiangjun retaliated with a kick. Chapter 39. Chen Lifu's girlfriend Zhou Jiangjun felt somewhat embarrassed by the mockery from Chen Lifu and Han Yu. Just then, Su Xiaoyu, suppressing her laughter, looked at Zhou Jiangjun earnestly and said, "Actually, this hairstyle suits you well, General." Your forehead is quite prominent, and the slick-back look is far better than the previous messy bangs. Men with full foreheads are indeed fortunate. Zhou Jiangjun was thoroughly pleased with Su Xiaoyu's discerning taste. See, this is what I call an aesthetic that is refined, elegant, and sophisticated. You too should learn from Xiaoyu. However, Su Xiaoyu's laughter returned as she added, but you did use a bit too much gel. It makes your entire head shine. This time, Chen Lifu and Han Yu couldn't contain their laughter any longer. Zhou Jiangjun shot them a glare, uninterested in arguing with them, and said, "Do you think I wanted to look like this? It's all because of tonight's class reunion. Naturally, I want to make a good impression on my high school classmates." Chen Lifu furrowed his brows in confusion. "What class reunion?" Zhou Jiangjun replied, "It's in the class group chat. Didn't you see it?" Chen Lifu shook his head. "I don't pay attention to that. I turned off notifications for the group," Zhou Jiangjun exclaimed. "Then what are you doing here?" Chen Lifu, wishing to punch him, replied, "Aren't you the one treating us to dinner tonight in honor of your father? You said so yourself over the phone. Have you gone mad from all that gel?" Han Yu raised his hand in affirmation. "I can testify. You said you were treating us and invited us to Starlight Plaza." Zhou Jiangjun slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I only saw the class group message after I called you. I thought I would attend the reunion first and treat you separately tomorrow. I simply forgot." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's expression turned somewhat troubled. "Perhaps I should not attend your class reunion. I think I'll head back then." Zhou Jiangjun hurriedly said, "Don't. There won't be any teachers. It's just a gathering of peers. Han Yu is attending as my companion, so you can join as Chen Lifu's guest." Chen Lifu's guest? Su Xiaoyu's ears turned pink involuntarily, and she quickly waved her hands. "I'd rather not. I don't know any of your classmates, and I'm not fond of such occasions. It's best I skip it." After pondering for a moment, Chen Lifu concluded, "Indeed, it's probably best if Xiaoyu doesn't go," although Su Xiaoyu herself harbored a genuine reluctance to attend. The moment she heard Chen Lifu express his disinterest in bringing her along, her feelings shifted dramatically. She pouted in displeasure, poised to turn away when Chen Lifu spoke again. "Then I shall not go either. I'll accompany Xiaoyu for dinner. You two can proceed, and after your meal, come find me. We shall meet at the internet CAF." Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu were equally astonished. "What did you say? You're not attending the class reunion?" Chen Lifu frowned. "What is the point of going?" Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu exchanged glances, then looked at Su Xiaoyu, unsure of how to address Chen Lifu. Just half an hour earlier, Zhou Jiangjun had received a message from Lin Siyun, expressing a desire to speak with Chen Lifu about some matters. She hoped that during the reunion, Zhou Jiangjun could facilitate a private conversation. But now, with Chen Lifu refusing to attend, what would he say when Lin Siyun inquired? He was least adept at dealing with girls. Yet, Chen Lifu offered Zhou Jiangjun no opportunity to respond. He grasped Su Xiaoyu's wrist, leading her in another direction, turning back to wave at Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu as they walked away. "We're off to indulge in a romantic dinner. You two go enjoy the gathering." After Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu departed, Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun stood there, gritting their teeth in unison. Damn, betraying friendship for romance. After circling around Xinguang Square, Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu made their way to the restaurant where the class reunion was scheduled. They arrived early, finding only a scattered few dozen attendees. Upon spotting Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, someone inquired about Chen Lifu. Everyone knew the trio were inseparable, and now only two of them had shown up. Zhou Jiangjun pulled out a chair, responding irritably, "That scoundrel has betrayed us for love. Don't mind him. He's not coming." The classmates exchanged glances, their attention shifting towards Lin Siyun. Huang Ting, seated beside Lin Siyun, looked at her in astonishment, asking, "Chen Lifu is dating? When did this happen? Who is it? Didn't he fancy you?" Lin Siyun was already in a foul mood, and Huang Ting's question ignited her internal frustration. After underperforming in the college entrance examination, she sought solace, and her thoughts immediately turned to Chen Lifu. In the past, he had always been her first confidant. However, ever since that day he had deleted her from his contacts, she had summoned the courage to swallow her pride and re-add him, only to be met with rejection. The more resolute Chen Lifu was, the more anxious Lin Siyun became, intensifying her desire for clarity. Hence, she had specifically instructed Zhou Jiangjun to bring Chen Lifu. But what had Zhou Jiangjun just said? He was off dating? Suddenly, Lin Siyun's mind conjured the image of the girl who had come to the classroom, wearing Chen Lifu's school uniform. As a fellow female, Lin Siyun was acutely aware of the girl's beauty. In both looks and demeanor, she questioned whether she could even compare. On one hand, Lin Siyun felt a sense of possessiveness towards Chen Lifu that had developed over the past decade. On the other, her jealousy and comparisons with another girl left her somewhat bewildered. She rose to her feet and approached Zhou Jiangjun, inquiring, "Where has Chen Lifu gone?" Startled by her sudden outburst, Zhou Jiangjun glanced at Lin Siyun and retorted, "Didn't I mention? He is off on a date." With an expression of indignation, Lin Siyun exclaimed, "Don't give me such a flimsy excuse. Who could he possibly be dating? I know everyone around him." Zhou Jiangjun, bemused by Lin Siyun's confusion, scoffed, "Believe it or not, this beauty you don't know is quite stunning, gentle, and obedient. She listens to everything Chen Lifu says. You should ask Han Yu if you don't believe me." The foolish Han Yu, oblivious to the intricacies between Lin Siyun and Chen Lifu, nodded in agreement, saying, "Little fish really does listen to Chen Lifu." "Little fish?" Lin Siyun muttered, still incredulous. "What kind of girl has that name? You're just making things up." Zhou Jiangjun, with a smirk, feigned profundity, "You wouldn't understand. That's the pet name Chen Lifu has for his girlfriend." Regardless of Zhou Jiangjun's claims, Lin Siyun remained unconvinced that Chen Lifu was indeed in a relationship. Her emotions were tumultuous, and she struggled to articulate whether she truly wished to believe it or was simply too afraid to accept the possibility. But why should she be afraid? Even if Chen Lifu were genuinely dating someone else, what would it matter to her? Could it be that she had truly developed feelings for him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She was merely accustomed to the unwavering kindness Chen Lifu had shown her for years. Yes, it must be that. Seeing Lin Siyun persistently lingering beside him, Zhou Jiangjun grew rather annoyed. He could not comprehend why such a clingy woman had captivated his good friend for so many years. It was simply unacceptable. "Why don't you just go to his house and confront him if you have something to say? You know where he lives," Zhou Jiangjun said, waving his hand dismissively. His voice was raised, causing several classmates to turn and glance at Lin Siyun. Flustered, she flushed and stomped her foot, retorting, "Who is going to his doorstep to confront him? Zhou Jiangjun, are you out of your mind?" Having said that, she shot him a resentful glare and turned to sit on the opposite side of the table, fuming. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Chen Lifu entered a quaint, old-fashioned restaurant with Su Xiaoyu. The establishment was modest, occupying merely 10 square meters, and was tucked away on a street corner, unremarkable in appearance. As Chen Lifu entered, he called out, "Uncle Wang, 2 bowls of clay pot rice noodles, just like always, no pig liver, and extra noodles and broth." The proprietor, addressed as Uncle Wang, responded, turning to see a stunning girl accompanying Chen Lifu. His eyes brightened as he exchanged knowing glances with Chen Lifu, signaling his approval. "Not bad, lad. Just finished your college entrance exams, and you're already bringing a girl home?" Chen Lifu, with a playful gesture, confidently declared, "This is my classmate, Su Xiaoyu, ever polite." Greeted Uncle Wang, "Hello, boss. I am Chen Lifu's high school classmate." Uncle Wang chuckled warmly, inviting the two to take a seat and offering Su Xiaoyu a chilled Sprite. "Here, it's on me. This is the first time Fei has brought a girl to my shop." A faint blush crept across Su Xiaoyu's cheeks as she glanced at Chen Lifu. With a mischievous grin, Chen Lifu leaned in and teased, "You can't possibly believe that, can you? In those domineering CEO novels you girls adore, the butler often says, 'Ah, it's been so long since I've seen the young master smile, and you are the first girl he has brought home.' But in reality, that man has brought countless girls home." Su Xiaoyu's budding romantic notions were swiftly deflated by Chen Lifu's words, prompting her to pout and lazily pull the tab on the Sprite, unwilling to engage further. Chen Lifu smiled and continued, "Uncle Wang used to be my mother's colleague. He left his job to open this restaurant. And business is thriving, far more lucrative than his previous employment. I've been enjoying clay pot rice noodles here since childhood. The taste is impeccable, trust me." "Lifu, you finished your college entrance exams, right? How did it go?" queried Wang Zongyao, Uncle Wang's son, as he emerged from behind the cash register. He was also Chen Lifu's childhood playmate. Just as Chen Lifu was about to respond, a small child, around 2 or 3 years old, suddenly appeared by Wang Zongyao's side. Upon seeing the child, memories flooded back to Chen Lifu. This child was not Wang Zongyao's. He vividly recalled from his past life that it was only before he fell ill that he learned Wang Zongyao's wife had deceived him for over a decade. And even the precious son raised in Zongyao's loving care was not his biological child. Unable to accept such a blow, Wang Zongyao, in a drunken state, leapt into the river. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Wang, who had toiled tirelessly throughout his life, also passed away following the death of his son. The diligent Wang family, who had built their modest fortune over a lifetime, saw it all consumed by that woman and her lover. Chen Lifu felt a tumult of emotions within him. The Wang family, having lived simply and treated others with sincerity, had been met with a tragic fate. When Shui was diagnosed with uremia, Uncle Wang had even sent 50,000 yuan to their family. Yet, the good were not rewarded, and the entire family was devastated by that woman's betrayal. At that moment, Chen Lifu squinted at the boy, smiling as he addressed Zhong Yao. "Brother Yao, is this your precious son?" Zhong Yao's gaze toward his child was filled with affection as he ruffled the boy's hair. "Yes," he asked, quite mischievous. The little boy then made his way along the edge of the table to Su Xiaoyu, his large eyes fixated on her. Pretty sister, hug." This elicited hearty laughter from both Zhong Yao and Uncle Wang, while Su Xiaoyu appeared flustered and shy. Uncle Wang remarked, "This child has always had a fondness for beautiful women. I wonder where he learned that." He shot a playful glance at Zhong Yao. Zhong Yao innocently remarked, "It's not my doing. My heart belongs solely to my wife, and I harbor no interest in other beauties." Chen Lifu found this sentiment quite agreeable. Indeed, Zhong Yao genuinely adores his wife and dotes upon her, which ultimately renders him unable to accept that the woman he has loved all his life has brought ruin to his existence. Chen Lifu cast a few more glances at the young boy and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, "Your younger brother has remarkably large eyes. Just look at those double eyelids. The folds are almost larger than Zhong Yao's own eyes." Zhong Yao showed no offense at Chen Lifu's teasing about his small eyes. Rather, he proudly responded, "Yes, my son possesses large eyes." Chen Lifu continued, "Your son is indeed fortunate, having won the genetic lottery. I recall your wife has single eyelids, right? It's quite unusual for two people with single eyelids to produce a child with double eyelids." Zhong Yao, still cheerfully oblivious, chuckled, "Isn't that so? Everyone says it's a blessing that my son doesn't resemble me. Imagine how unattractive he would be with my small eyes." Chen Lifu chuckled again, saying, "I've heard that the more a mother gazes at someone during pregnancy, the more the child resembles that person. I suspect your wife must have often looked at individuals with large, double eyelids while expecting your son." Chen Lifu felt he had made his hint quite apparent, as his wife's illicit lover was none other than the double-eyelid man who had been residing in their home under the pretense of being her distant cousin. In truth, he was merely her former paramour from the countryside. Yet, Zhong Yao remained utterly oblivious, continuing to gaze adoringly at his son. Meanwhile, Wang Shu, busy in the kitchen, subtly altered his expression upon hearing Chen Lifu's words. The kindness in his weathered eyes momentarily flickered with something peculiar, and his smile waned slightly. After the meal, as Chen Lifu bid farewell to Wang Shu and strolled down the street, Su Xiaoyu inquired, "Why did you say those things just now? There's a saying about children not resembling their fathers. Didn't you notice how Wang Shu's expression changed?" Chen Lifu let out a cold laugh. "That child is not Zhong Yao's to begin with." Su Xiaoyu was taken aback, stammering, "Huh? How do you know?" Chen Lifu smirked mischievously. "Because I caught his wife in the act of infidelity." Chapter 41, Sister-in-Law. Don't go upon hearing the words infidelity. Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, her mouth slightly agape. Chen Lifu turned to glance at her and immediately noticed the curved pink tip of her tongue. He cleared his throat, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Su Xiaoyu pressed on with curiosity, "Is that true? You actually caught them in the act? Where did this happen?" Chen Lifu shot her a knowing look. "Since it was an affair, where else would I have seen it?" Su Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "No way. If they were indeed having an affair, how could you have caught them? Where were you?" "Ha ha ha, do you really believe that?" Chen Lifu laughed so hard he bent over. "Are you truly that naive? How could I possibly stumble upon such a thing? I don't live under their bed." Upon realizing that she had been toyed with by Chen Lifu, Su Xiaoyu pouted. Her delicate brows knitted in displeasure, and her round doe-like eyes glimmered with indignation as she glared at him before huffing and turning away. She truly felt like a fool for believing whatever Chen Lifu said. If she were to trust him again, she would be akin to a little puppy. Chen Lifu took a few steps forward to catch up with Su Xiaoyu. "Oh, come now, it was just a joke. Don't be angry," he said. Then adopted a more serious tone. "There is a reason for my words. Yet this matter should remain unknown to Yao Gu and Uncle Wang for now. I will devise a plan to handle it in due course, so you need not worry." Su Xiaoyu cast a skeptical glance at Chen Lifu. Although he was her peer, he seemed to approach every situation with an air of confidence. Whether he was tutoring her or tackling issues that appeared monumental to her, he always seemed to navigate them effortlessly, as if they were mere trifles. At that moment, Chen Lifei's phone rang. It was Zhou Jiangjun calling. His voice came through the line, slurred and indistinct. "Where are you two on a date?" "I've had too much to drink. Come pick me up." "At Xinguang Square, outside Su Dingxing's place." "Hurry. I'm about to pass out." After finishing his exclamation, he abruptly hung up. Chen Lifei, hearing the busy tone on the other end, muttered a curse under his breath. Looking down at Su Xiaoyu, he inquired, "Zhou Jiangjun is quite inebriated. Should you return home or accompany me?" Su Xiaoyu, filled with concern, replied, "I'll go with you. Having an extra person is safer. What if Han Yu is also drunk? How will you manage both of them alone?" Chen Lifei smiled at her. "Indeed, you are a well-trained disciple. You are quite thoughtful." The two hailed a cab to Xinguang Square and followed the navigation to the entrance of Su Dingxing. Before they spotted Zhou Jiangjun, they heard his boisterous voice proclaiming, "Look, I told you, this kid is off on a romantic escapade. You all didn't believe me." In an instant, Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyu saw a group of a dozen or so high school classmates across the road, their eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at them as if they were thieves. Among them, one pair of eyes was particularly shocked and incredulous. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback by the scene before her. Instinctively retreating behind Chen Lifei, her head slightly bowed, revealing only half of her face as she anxiously surveyed his classmates, who looked at her as if they were wolves ready to pounce. Zhou Jiangjun stood with his hands on his hips, calling out, "Come on, Xiaoyu. Step out for a moment. Let them see." With a swift kick, Chen Lifei retorted, "She is neither a mule nor a horse. What are you thinking?" Zhou Jiangjun laughed while dodging. Look. She's already protected. Oh, you're really worried about your little wife feeling wronged." At this, the classmates' gazes towards Su Xiaoyu became even more intense, sparkling with gossip, as if they wished to scrutinize her from head to toe. Su Xiaoyu felt her face flush crimson, standing frozen in place, wishing desperately to turn around and flee. In fact, she did turn to leave, but Zhou Jiangjun shouted after her, "Sister-in-law, don't go. Let us have some fun together." The thunderous exclamation of sister-in-law left Su Xiaoyu utterly bewildered. Terrified, she stood frozen in place, her face a mask of confusion as she turned to gaze at Zhou Jiangjun, her expression one of utter perplexity. Ultimately, her eyes settled on Chen Lifei's face. The moment their gazes met, Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Zhou Jiangjun, observing their reactions alongside those of their classmates, felt a swell of pride. After all, they had all doubted his words, believing he was merely boasting. Huang Ting had even remarked to Lin Siyun that Chen Lifei must have intentionally provoked her by allowing Zhou Jiangjun to deceive them into thinking he was in a relationship. Zhou Jiangjun, indignant, was determined to vindicate his good friend. As he reveled in his triumph, Chen Lifei, disinterested in engaging with him, simply inquired, "Have you finished eating? If so, let us proceed to the next event." Zhou Jiangjun immediately nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Let us go, Han Yu, and continue our Western rendezvous." Upon hearing this, Lin Siyun's expression transformed, brimming with intrigue. The implication was clear. Chen Lifei had frequently accompanied Su Xiaoyu on outings with Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu. Had he truly embarked on a romance with this girl named Xiaoyu? A multitude of questions filled her mind. Yet Chen Lifei had not spared her a single glance since his arrival. Huang Ting and their classmates periodically cast glances at Lin Siyun, seemingly anticipating her reaction. After all, everyone had witnessed Chen Lifei's previous pursuit of Lin Siyun and his kindness towards her. Yet now, with the sudden revelation of his new girlfriend, one whose beauty eclipsed even Lin Siyun's, it left them all astonished. Their collective gaze fell upon Su Xiaoyu, who appeared ethereal in a flowing gown, swaying gently in the night breeze. Her shoulder-length hair gleamed with an inky luster, her fair complexion blushing with shyness. Even with her head slightly bowed, her long lashes framed large, expressive eyes, her delicate nose, slightly upturned at the tip, rendered her strikingly beautiful. They had never encountered anyone quite so lovely. In stark contrast, Lin Siyun seemed to pale in comparison. Chen Lifei disregarded their inquisitive stares and offered no explanations. He took Su Xiaoyu by the wrist, leading her to the roadside, where they hailed a cab and departed, leaving their classmates standing dazedly on the sidewalk, watching the taillights of the car fade into the distance. Huang Ting was the first to regain her composure, shaking Lin Siyun's arm. "Siyun, if Chen Lifei isn't joking and is indeed in a relationship, what will you do?" Lin Siyun retorted, "What does it have to do with me? Am I particularly close to him?" After a pause, she added defiantly, "What a frivolous boy, diving into romance right after the college entrance exams. Do you think such a superficial young man is worthy of me? Truly shameless." Yet, despite her words, Lin Siyun's face had turned a deep shade of red, her chest heaving with uncontainable emotion. Her formerly calm eyes now glared resentfully in the direction of the road, her expression a tumult of grievance and anger. Huang Ting observed quietly, mindful of Lin Siyun's pride, and refrained from saying anything, merely pursing her lips. Chapter 42. The love that even dogs do not speak of as usual. Shigu arrived at the Xingyuan Internet CAF. Han Yu's cousin generously opened 3 computers for them. Come. Congratulations on finally escaping the clutches of high school. Embrace the freedom of university. Today, internet fees are waived, drinks flow freely, and instant noodles are provided at no charge. Play as long as you desire. Amidst the chorus of gratitude. Thank you, cousin. You are so cool. You're amazing. Truly a man. Han Yu's cousin left, beaming with delight. The 3 boys each took a computer, and it was only after Chen Lifu powered up his machine that he noticed the silent figure of Su Xiaoyu sitting nearby. "Why don't you come and join us?" he invited. Su Xiaoyu was still lost in the memory of Zhou Jiangjuan's earlier address of sister-in-law and the curious gazes of Chen Lifu's classmates, feeling utterly uncomfortable. She hesitated to meet Chen Lifu's eyes and softly replied, "I don't know how to play games. You all enjoy yourselves." Observing her discomfort, Chen Lifu deduced that she was still embarrassed by the previous exchange. He raised his hand and playfully tapped Zhou Jiangjun on the back of the head. "You scared her. Apologize." Zhou Jiangjun chuckled, rubbing the back of his head, and reassured Su Xiaoyu, "Don't mind us. We were just joking. Besides, you and Chen Lifu are quite the match. What is there to be embarrassed about? We've known each other for so long. We're good friends now. And who knows what the future holds?" Before Zhou Jiangjun could finish, Su Xiaoyu, her cheeks flushed, stood up abruptly. I'll go grab some water for you." Watching her flee in a fluster, Zhou Jiangjun nudged Chen Lifu's arm. "You know, Su Xiaoyu is genuinely pure and adorable, obedient and kind. She's 1,000 times better than your Lin Siyun. Now that we've graduated high school, it's high time to embark on a passionate romance. Why not give it a try with Su Xiaoyu?" Unbeknownst to Zhou Jiangjun, Su Xiaoyu had not gone far. She merely sought refuge outside to escape his teasing. Upon stepping out, she overheard Zhou Jiangjun's words. Her ears burned with embarrassment, yet she found herself unable to leave, holding her breath in anticipation of Chen Lifu's response. In the silence that enveloped them, Su Xiaoyu could hear her heart racing, thumping incessantly. After what felt like an eternity of 10 seconds, Chen Lifu finally replied, "Get lost. How could I possibly let a wonderful girl like Su Xiaoyu become my girlfriend? Friendship lasts forever, but romance? That is something even dogs don't discuss." Zhou Jiangjun laughed and retorted, "As if you've ever been in a relationship." Chen Lifu merely smiled in silence. Standing outside, Su Xiaoyu absorbed his words with a mix of emotions, neither entirely joyful nor fully disappointed. She felt a flicker of happiness at the realization that Chen Lifu seemed to cherish her, yet disappointment washed over her as she lowered her head and gently shook it, suppressing the inexplicable feelings that had unexpectedly stirred within her. The gathering at Xingyuan Internet CAF continued until after 10 o'clock in the evening. In order to take care of Su Xiaoyu, Chen Lifu chose not to join Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu in their gaming escapades, but instead brought Su Xiaoyu along to play the Romance of Ghosts. It was Su Xiaoyu's inaugural experience with gaming, under Chen Lifu's guidance. She embarked on quests and navigated the virtual world, clad in a flowing white gown, wielding a diminutive sword, and accompanied by a dark steed. She ventured forth with Chen Lifu, traversing landscapes near and far. As Chen Lifu engaged in battle, she followed closely behind, delivering finishing blows. When he conversed with others, she stood by his side, admiring the scenery. Whenever he explored the map, she adhered closely to his footsteps. Zhou Jiangjun, taking a break from his own gaming, glanced at their screen and scoffed, "Little fish, why do you follow Chen Lifu around like a devoted wife while gaming?" Su Xiaoyu's hand trembled slightly around the mouse as she heard Chen Lifu respond with a stoic expression, "Zhou Jiangjun, we are merely playing a game." Zhou Jiangjun inquired, "What game?" To which Chen Lifu replied, "Tonight, the first one to speak shall be a dog." Unbeknownst to Chen Lifu, Su Xiaoyu, having overheard his words, felt a subtle smile form at the corners of her mouth. As they exited the internet CAF past 10 o'clock, Zhou Jiangjun contemplated grabbing a late-night snack. But upon noticing the time and glancing at Su Xiaoyu, Chen Lifu decided against it, reasoning that they had an English oral exam to attend the following morning. Although the exam would not factor into their college entrance examination scores, they were still required to promptly visit the school. Zhou Jiangjun muttered, "You really care about that English test?" Ultimately, he relented and they prepared to head home. Su Xiaoyu cast a glance at Chen Lifu. Though he had fabricated an excuse regarding the oral exam, she understood that he had declined Zhou Jiangjun's suggestion to ensure she would not return home too late. This thought warmed her heart, causing her to lower her gaze and press her lips together. After parting ways, Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu continued their journey home. Their residences situated approximately 5 kilometers apart in the same direction. Chen Lifu initially intended to escort Su Xiaoyu to her apartment complex, but she stubbornly insisted, "I can make it back on my own." Perhaps it was the pride of youth that compelled her. While she was aware that Chen Lifu would not disdain her, she simply did not wish for him to witness the dilapidated state of her housing complex. The entrance was cluttered with heaps of trash, and a group of individuals congregated outside, smoking and drinking in disarray. Chen Lifu regarded Su Xiaoyu for a moment, then relented, waving his hand and saying, "Send me a message when you get home." Su Xiaoyu nodded. "All right, you should head back quickly. Goodbye." As she watched the figure of the young man fade into the night, Su Xiaoyu stood still for a while before quietly turning to enter her complex. Passing by the entrance, she was met with lewd whistles, which she chose to ignore, keeping her head down as she continued forward. Upon reaching her building, she ascended 2 flights of stairs before arriving at her home. With a gentle hand, she unlocked the door, finding the living room empty, just as she sighed in relief. Believing her mother was not at home, a cacophony of rummaging sounds erupted from her bedroom, causing her heart to leap in alarm. She hurriedly rushed to the doorway of her bedroom, and indeed saw her mother, Zhou Shufan, kneeling on the floor, rummaging for something. "Mom, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoyu exclaimed anxiously. Without lifting her head, Zhou Shufan replied, "Give me some money. I'm out of cash for drinks, and I've been holding out for 2 days." Su Xiaoyu stepped forward and grasped Zhou Shufan's arm. "But I'm still a student. How can I have money? Don't give me that." Zhou Shufan forcefully shoved Su Xiaoyu aside. "Don't think I don't know you've been secretly working outside these past years, saving up quite a bit." Zhou Shufan's strength was formidable, and with a single push, she sent Su Xiaoyu sprawling to the ground. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Su Xiaoyu stood up and urgently shouted, "Mom, I truly have no money. The little I earned has gone towards my school expenses. There are so many fees for books, and I need to eat. You haven't given me a single penny. How could I possibly have any money left?" Zhou Shufan's fury ignited at her words. "What book fees? It's all a scam. I've told you for ages not to pursue your studies. What good is education? When a woman reaches a certain age, she should marry and have children. All that studying. And in the end, you're still just a commodity for someone else. Do you think reading a few more books will make you worth more?" Zhou Shufan's words were vulgar and unbearable, utterly unbecoming of a mother speaking to her own daughter. Su Xiaoyu felt desolate within. Such words had echoed in her ears since she was 10, countless times over. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her, and she leaned weakly against the wall. Her gaze cold and indifferent as she watched Zhou Shufan scuttle across the floor like a dog, searching every corner of her room. After a good 10 minutes, Zhou Shufan, exhausted, finally rose with an unwilling expression, dusting off her hands. She pointed a finger at Su Xiaoyu, her face twisted with bitterness. "I warn you, don't try any tricks. If I find out you've been hiding money, you'll see what I do to you. And now that you've finished your exams, hurry up and find someone to marry. Bring back some bridal gifts to repay me for raising you all these years. I've already found a suitable match for you. Don't wander around these days. Someone will be coming to see you at any moment." Su Xiaoyu's face blanched in shock, instinctively shouting, "What right do they have to come to my house to see me? I'm not a commodity." With a sharp crack, Zhou Shufan delivered a heavy slap across Su Xiaoyu's face. "What do you mean you're not a commodity? Huh? Do you really think you're someone special just because you've read a couple more books? Let me tell you, you are my child, and for your entire life. You will heed my words. Want to live your own life? Fine. Wait until I'm dead, then you can live as you wish. As long as I'm alive, don't you dare think of escaping me." In the stillness of the night, under the vast summer sky, Su Xiaoyu squatted on the floor of her bedroom, numbly tidying the chaos Zhou Shufan had created. Piece by piece, she returned the items to their rightful places. only daring to carefully hide in the wardrobe after confirming that Zhou Shufan had left to drink again. She retrieved 2 tattered down jackets, took out a needle, and began to unpick the seams of the garments. Within her garments lay 2 stacks of money, scattered and disordered. There were bills of 100, 50, and even a few 20. These were the fruits of her years of frugality and laborious work. Su Xiaoyu counted them, and, along with the 1,000 yuan bonus received from her school, she had managed to save just over 20,000 yuan. Her performance in the college entrance examination was commendable, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she should qualify for a second-tier university. She had checked the tuition fees for such institutions in advance. They required only a few thousand yuan annually. This sum would sufficiently cover her tuition and living expenses for her freshman year. Moreover, upon entering university, she would be of age, enabling her to engage in part-time work and earn even more. Su Xiaoyu's once dormant heart began to pulse with renewed hope, gradually filling with optimism. The dawn of freedom was within her grasp. As long as she could leave this place and sustain herself, she would truly be liberated. The long-awaited day was approaching, one she had anticipated for many years. Clutching the money tightly, she trembled and wept. In the enveloping darkness, her phone vibrated. Su Xiaoyu carefully tucked the money away and, feeling her way in the dark, reached for her phone. A message from Chen Lifu illuminated her screen. "Xiaoyu, hurry and look out the window." She hastily trotted to the window, flung it open, and tilted her head back. A large, full moon hung in the vast expanse of the night sky, casting a gentle glow over the still earth. It was so exquisite and serene, embracing the world in a tranquil watchfulness. Su Xiaoyu's heart settled into a profound calm. Her phone vibrated again, and in the moonlight, she opened Chen Lifu's message. "This moon is absolutely stunning." Unable to contain herself, Su Xiaoyu let out a soft giggle. Such a beautiful moment was momentarily disrupted by Chen Lifu's words, yet she felt no resentment. Instead, warmth flooded her heart, filling her with an ardent joy. After sending the message, Chen Lifu tossed his phone aside. He lay on his bed for a moment before sitting up and opening the drawer beside him. Inside, he found a yellow envelope brimming with 50,000 yuan, a reward from the school. After treating Zhou Jiangjun and others to a meal, he still had 35,000 remaining. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved a savings book from another drawer. This book contained the New Year's money that Shui had saved for him. He had withdrawn from it a few times, and now there was still 10,000 yuan left, bringing his total to 55,000. Glancing at the time, it was June 8th. There remained a month until the World Cup semifinals, an event that had astonished the entire world. Chen Lifu raised an eyebrow. There was still time. The 2014 World Cup semifinals presented the perfect opportunity for him to earn his first pot of gold. Germany's astonishing 7-1 victory over Brazil had sent shockwaves through the global football community. Regrettably, he had once been oblivious to football and had not even known of the World Cup's existence that year, let alone which nations were competing. Yet, he vividly remembered the outcome of that semi-final, for it had created an uproar at the time. In the heart of Brazil, the German national team triumphed over the Brazilian squad with a staggering score of 7-1 in the semi-finals. Even Chen Lifu, who had little interest in football, recognized that this was akin to the national team not only qualifying for the World Cup, but also advancing to the semi-finals. Following the match, there were reports of Brazilian gang members vowing to take revenge on the Colombian players who had injured Neymar. It was said that a gunfight erupted in a tavern somewhere in Brazil. However, these events had no bearing on Chen Lifu. What lingered in his mind was the memory of a local man who had wagered his entire fortune on a Brazilian victory. After the match concluded, that man, filled with despair, abandoned his wife and child and leaped from a building. This incident caused property values in the neighboring community to plummet. During that period, every time Chen Lifu ventured outside, he would overhear neighbors discussing the affair. It was these two significant news stories that etched the 2014 World Cup into the memory of someone like Chen Lifu, who was otherwise indifferent to football. He couldn't help but ponder the butterfly effect. Those seemingly unrelated events might one day unexpectedly influence one's life. Just as he reflected on his current situation, reminiscent of the World Cup years ago. Chapter 44, a small target at a time yet. It was somewhat awkward for Chen Lifu, as he had never purchased a football before. He was unsure where to buy one or how to communicate with the shopkeeper. Thus, he took to the internet to research the process. It was then that he discovered the numerous restrictions on purchasing footballs in the country. Whether it be the methods of purchase, ratios, or odds, there were far stricter limitations compared to abroad. He recalled a news story from a previous life about a Dutchman who, after a night of heavy drinking, casually bet on Germany's victory over Brazil and accidentally added an extra zero while making the payment. As a result, he became a billionaire overnight with odds of 500 to 1. However, it seemed that such odds were not available domestically, and with a modest capital of 55,000 yuan, Chen Lifu lamented that his small target appeared to be nothing more than a distant dream. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his spirits. The World Cup was merely his first venture into wealth. The stock market, the internet, and a plethora of social entertainment software, which would soon become ubiquitous, had yet to make their historical debut. His opportunities extended far beyond just the World Cup. With this thought, Chen Lifu confidently closed his laptop, took his phone, and lay on his bed to read a novel. Not to mention, the quality of novels from 2014 was indeed far superior to the online literature market in the decades to come. At this time, management was not as stringent, and restrictions were minimal, allowing a vibrant array of genres to flourish. There were no writers who dared not to write, only those who chose not to. Chen Lifu opened a novel about time traveling to become an emperor, chuckling under the covers. As laughter gave way to drowsiness, he drifted into a slumber, dreaming of his own grand aspirations of ruling as an emperor. The following noon, after Chen Lifu finished his English exam, he returned home for a meal. Just as he was about to finish and head out with some money, he glanced up and spotted Shui bustling about in the kitchen. Suddenly, a jolt of concern struck him, and he inquired, "Mom, has your health check report come out? Is everything all right?" Shui paused her tasks, tapping her forehead in realization. "Oh dear, how could I forget to pick it up? It's still at the hospital." Chen Lifu frowned. "How could you forget something like that?" He stood up, hastily stuffing the last bun into his mouth, mumbling, "Quickly change your clothes. I'll accompany you to the hospital." The trauma of Shui's illness in his past life weighed heavily on Chen Lifu. He would never allow such a tragedy to recur. Shui, however, remained unfazed. "Oh, weren't you planning to go out and have fun? Go play with your classmates. I'll manage. I know what I'm doing," she reassured him. "Not a chance." Chen Lifu retorted firmly, "You'll soon be out to buy groceries, then return to clean the house, and after that, you'll start cooking. When will you have time for the hospital? Hurry, now, change your clothes, and let us go." At that moment, Chen Lifu's demeanor resembled that of a guardian rather than a son, commanding with an authoritative tone. Shui walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She intended to say something, but upon seeing Chen Lifu's serious expression, she could only smile helplessly. All right, I'll go change. You can have some fruit while you wait for me." Chen Lifu's expression softened slightly. The mother and son stepped out together, and as Shui aimed for the bus station, Chen Lifu quickly hailed a cab. A sense of unease gripped him as he worried about Shui's health report, casting a serious shadow over his face. Shui glanced at him but said nothing, allowing him to take the lead. Upon arriving at the hospital, they retrieved the health check report based on their identification. Before Shui could even open it, Chen Lifu snatched it away, tearing open the envelope and extracting the report. Unbeknownst to him, his hands trembled slightly as he unfolded it. The first page contained only a few innocuous summaries of her health, with no mention of any kidney-related issues. The doctor's final recommendations simply stated, "Follow up if any discomfort arises," indicating that there were no significant problems with Shui's health. A weight lifted from Chen Lifu's heart at that moment. He flipped through the subsequent pages, searching for details related to the kidneys, and found nothing amiss. This indicated that, at least for now, Shui's health was intact. Chen Lifu couldn't help but recall that, in his previous life, Shui had no real health issues either. However, after he entered university, he became liberated from the constraints of high school and pursued Lin Siyun with reckless abandon, which necessitated financial expenditure. Thus, Chen Lifu's expenses soared. Even with Shui providing him 2,000 yuan a month, it was scarcely sufficient, compelling him to take on part-time work. Later, concerned that he might exhaust himself juggling work and studies, Shui increased his living allowance to nearly 1,000. In the end, in order to save money for Chen Lifu to purchase a house and a car, Shui, after finishing work, would push a small cart to the night market outside the community to set up a stall. Hoping to earn extra income and alleviate the pressure on Chen Lifu regarding his future purchases, she also wished to provide him with more leverage in pursuing Lin Siyun. It seems that it was from that time that Shui's health began to deteriorate, leading to the eventual discovery of her uremia. Lifu? And Shue's voice pulled Chen Lifei back from his reverie. Knowing that Shui was fine, a sense of relief washed over Chen Lifei's face as he returned the health report to her. It's nothing serious, but remember to get a checkup every year. You're getting older, and your body isn't what it used to be. An annual checkup will offer some peace of mind. His tone mirrored that of Shui's when she used to speak to him in his childhood, filled with a sense of guidance. Shui gazed at Chen Lifei for a moment before suddenly laughing, realizing her son had unknowingly grown into a young adult capable of advising his mother. As they exited the hospital, Chen Lifei said, "Mom, you should head back. I have plans to hang out with some classmates." And Shui nodded, taking a few steps before turning back to ask, "Is the money enough?" Chen Lifei grinned playfully, "Don't worry, it's sufficient. The only thing I'm lacking now is not money. What nonsense is this child talking about?" And Shui mumbled, turning to leave. Watching his mother's retreating figure, Chen Lifei silently reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. Your days of enjoying life are ahead." He would not allow her to suffer for his own significant life decisions again, nor would he let her spend her life savings to support anyone else. He would accumulate a vast fortune, ensuring that even if his parents faced any unforeseen circumstances in the future, he could promptly use his wealth to resolve those issues. As long as it was a matter that money could solve, it was not a problem. Chapter 45. Treat me to a meal when you have time. Chen Lifei had not actually arranged to meet any classmates. He still did not intend to let others know about his plans to buy a lottery ticket. On one hand, he had never shown much interest in football. On the other, if he were to generously invite Zhou Jiangjun and the others to buy the same lottery ticket, it would all seem too much like a stroke of luck. When one becomes wealthy, do not forget the past. Even if Chen Lifei could not directly lead them to riches, he would strive to assist his friends when he became affluent. This was akin to his approach during the college entrance examination. Yet, as Chen Lifei sat in the car, he suddenly thought of Su Xiaoyu. Although he had never inquired about her family situation, her somewhat insecure and sensitive nature, alongside her instinctive need to protect herself upon their initial acquaintance, had given him a general understanding of her circumstances. Additionally, Su Xiaoyu had been working various part-time jobs since high school to earn money. She cherished her freedom, but the prerequisite for that freedom was financial stability. After some contemplation, Chen Lifei sent Su Xiaoyu a message. "Xiaoyu, are you free? If so, please treat me to a meal." When Su Xiaoyu received the message, she confirmed it 2 or 3 times before realizing that Chen Lifei had said, "Please treat me to a meal when you have time," rather than "please treat you to a meal when you have time." How shameless, she silently mocked him. Yet her hands were honest as she retrieved 200 yuan from her small treasury. After placing it in her bag, she reconsidered and took out another 300. A total of 500 yuan should suffice for a decent meal, she mused. Upon arriving at the location Chen Lifei mentioned, Su Xiaoyu looked around. "What made you think of this place?" It could be considered a commercial street, yet it lacked dining options, dominated instead by entertainment venues such as internet cafes, billiard halls, mahjong parlors, and hotels. However, the most conspicuous features were the lottery shops across the street. The storefronts were large, adorned with banners proclaiming, "Congratulations to Mr. So-and-so from such and such community for winning the grand prize of 10 million on a certain date." At that moment, Chen Lifei was fixated on those banners, his expression laden with meaning. "I'm talking to you." Su Xiaoyu tugged at his arm. "Aren't we going to eat?" "Where to?" But Chen Lifei instead grasped her wrist, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Just follow me." Su Xiaoyu, bewildered, was led across the street. Her gaze occasionally drifted to her wrist. Noticing how elegant Chen Lifei's hand was, broad palms, distinct knuckles, and impeccably clean nails, exuding a refreshing charm, Su Xiaoyu felt her cheeks warm subtly. Once they reached the other side of the road, Chen Lifei inquired, "Did you bring money?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "I did. Why?" Chen Lifei replied, "Let us go buy some lottery tickets." Only then did Su Xiaoyu glance at the banners, earnestly telling Chen Lifei, "We shouldn't chase after these trifles. The odds are very low. We ought to rely on our diligence and hard work to earn money, rather than resorting to these dubious means." Chen Lifei scoffed. "What era are you from? Are you a 90s kid? So outdated." With that, he shot her a glance and walked into the lottery shop. Frustrated, Su Xiaoyu pouted but obediently followed him inside. Inside, a few men were seated, perusing past winning information, attempting to discern patterns. They exchanged opinions while smoking. "Oh, this round definitely won't have the number 7. It has appeared 3 times in a row. How could it still be possible? Why not? Last time I told you to bet on 7, but you insisted on 6. Oh, You think just picking 7 will guarantee a win? Does hitting one number even matter? That's still better than getting a buzz cut. As the two men bickered while puffing out smoke, Su Xiaoyu, who disliked the scent of secondhand smoke, shifted closer to Chen Lifu. The shopkeeper glanced up and, seeing 2 students, dismissed them and returned to playing a mobile game. What would you like to buy? Chen Lifu asked. I'll take a ball, the shopkeeper replied without looking up. Just tell me. Chen Lifu remarked. In the World Cup semifinals, Germany will triumph over Brazil. At this, the manager lifted his gaze to Chen Lifu, jotting something down on paper. Are you certain about betting on Germany to win? Chen Lifu nodded. Can we wager on the score? Indeed, the manager replied. Chen Lifu suggested. Then let us go for 7-1. The manager furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at him. You want to bet on Germany winning 7-1 against Brazil? Are you certain? The manager was a stout man, his voice somewhat gruff, attracting the attention of several nearby men who were discussing lottery tickets. They turned their heads, cigarettes dangling from their lips, and smirked condescendingly at Chen Lifu, as if mocking his audacity. However, upon noticing Su Xiaoyu, their eyes lit up, and they scrutinized her from head to toe, exchanging knowing glances. This scrutiny made Su Xiaoyu uncomfortable, prompting her to hide behind Chen Lifu and glare at them defiantly. The men, unfazed, erupted into laughter. Hey, Lao Zhang. It seems the college entrance exams are over. No wonder these young kids have money to waste on lottery tickets. Indeed, they are so youthful. Youth is a gift. They gamble without a care, unlike us, who spend our days studying this stuff and have yet to glean any wisdom. What can these kids bet? Just a few bucks for fun. Our endeavor is serious. Can they compare? Chen Lifu paid no heed to their idle chatter and reiterated, yes, Germany to win, score 7-1. The manager, showing signs of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. That's not possible. Why not? Chen Lifu inquired. The manager gestured towards the machine. The maximum score you can bet on is 5-1. Anything beyond that must be placed on different terms. Chen Lifu nodded thoughtfully. Then let us go with something else. Germany to win. The manager, weary of attempting to dissuade Chen Lifu, likely viewed him as an inexperienced youth venturing into reckless gambling. How much would you like to wager? He asked while typing. Perhaps just a few bucks for fun. If luck is on my side, I might earn enough for a meal. Let us bet 50,000. Chen Lifu stated calmly. The entire lottery shop fell silent. The manager halted his typing, lifting his head to scrutinize Chen Lifu. The men who had been discussing nearby fell quiet, turning their attention back to him. After a moment's pause, the manager asked, Are you certain? Once the bet is placed. If you change your mind after paying, it's of no use. Chen Lifu promptly retrieved a yellow envelope, placing it before the manager. Rest assured, I'm betting on Germany to win. The rest, 50,000, is all right here. He then turned to Su Xiaoyu. How much do you have? Let us place a bet together. Su Xiaoyu, startled, quickly waved her hands. I don't have any money. I'm not betting. Chapter 46. Germany will win. Su Xiaoyu appeared as if facing a formidable foe. While insisting she had no money, she instinctively covered her wallet, fearful that Chen Lifu might seize it. Chen Lifu immediately perceived her inner conflict and reached into her pocket. Hey, what are you doing, Chen Lifu? The young girl's voice was sharp and crisp, yet it could not deter Chen Lifu, who effortlessly extracted the 500 yuan from her, brandishing it before her eyes. What else could it be but money? Su Xiaoyu reached out in an attempt to snatch it, but Chen Lifu raised his hand, leaving her just out of reach. Her anxiety palpable. I won't buy this. Neither should you. Have you lost your senses? Spending 50,000 yuan on this is absurd. That amount could accomplish so much. Chen Lifu, please, calm down. Chen Lifu replied with a confident smile. Trust me, when have I ever deceived you? Su Xiaoyu paused, realizing that despite their brief acquaintance, he had, indeed, never misled her. Though Zhou Jianjun and the others often claimed to heed Chen Lifu's words, she could not quite articulate why she placed such unwavering trust in him. She was willing to follow his lead without question. Su Xiaoyu lowered her hand, gazing into Chen Lifu's eyes, and said, This isn't merely a matter of trust, Chen Lifu. You may lack an understanding of money, having never truly needed it, which is why you would spend 50,000 yuan on this. But I don't want you to regret it. Please think this through carefully. Chen Lifu cradled the 500 yuan in his palm. I told you to trust me. What significance does traversing a narrow bridge amidst a throng hold? Walking the broad avenue alone is far more exhilarating. His face radiated a buoyant confidence. Everyone may favor Brazil, but I believe in Germany's victory. Su Xiaoyu, do you believe in me? It had been quite some time since he had addressed her as Su Xiaoyu. He had taken to calling her little fish. His sudden seriousness left her feeling somewhat unsettled. She wished to say more to persuade Chen Lifu, but upon meeting his gaze, her words faltered. He inquired, "Do you believe in me?" Su Xiaoyu had yet to speak, but within her heart, she heard a clear response. She believed in him. Ultimately, Su Xiaoyu conceded. "Fine, that 500 was meant for your meal anyway. If you wish to buy it, go ahead. But remember, if you take the money, I won't have any left to treat you to a meal." Chen Lifu chuckled as he tousled her hair. "Worry not, with your brother around. Every meal shall be a feast." Approximately 20 minutes later, Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu emerged from the lottery shop. The ticket for the 50,000 yuan had taken the proprietor a good while to process. During this time, the men who had been boasting nearby had fallen silent, chain-smoking one after another. Their gazes exchanged were filled with shock and disbelief as they scrutinized Chen Lifu repeatedly, unable to comprehend where they had faltered. Could a youth, barely out of his teens, casually produce 50,000 yuan for a lottery ticket? Their earlier discussions over mere dozens of yuan now seemed ludicrous in comparison, especially considering the young man's commendable attributes and the presence of such a beautiful and obedient companion by his side. The group of men watched as Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu walked away, one of them suddenly letting out a deep sigh. "Alas, we have all grown old. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves forward, and the former is nearly washed ashore." Another man, still indignant, flicked his cigarette but to the ground and stamped it out with his foot. This young lad clearly knows nothing of football. Betting on Germany to win is straightforward enough. Yet he chooses an absurd scoreline, likely hoping for a grand gamble, only to find himself lamenting his losses. Someone shook their head. Those who can casually wager 50,000 yuan on football are likely not concerned about losing a mere trifle. Oh well, let us not ponder over others any longer. Shall we place our bets today? If we are to bet, let us do so swiftly. If not, we shall each return to our own homes. Upon exiting the lottery shop, Su Xiaoyu inquired, "Where do we go now? I have not a single penny left on me. What shall we eat later?" Chen Lifu turned and smiled broadly. "Just follow your brother. Are you afraid of going hungry?" Earlier, he had asked the proprietor, discovering that the highest odds domestically were merely 200. This meant that his 50,000 yuan bet could potentially yield 10 million. Su Xiaoyu's 500 yuan could earn her 100,000, a sum ample enough to serve as her freedom fund. Observing Su Xiaoyu, whose forehead glistened with perspiration under the scorching sun, Chen Lifu merely smiled in silence, planning to surprise her later. The two meandered through the streets until Chen Lifu called for Zhou Jianjun and Han Yu to join them at a tavern. Having just graduated from their college entrance examinations, they could indulge in libations without restraint, no longer confined to mere lukewarm water. As soon as they entered the tavern, Chen Lifu bellowed, "Madam Owner, bring forth your finest spirits." His tone resembled that of a nouveau riche, earning an eye roll from Su Xiaoyu. She adeptly approached the bar, inquiring of another server, "Has Yanjie arrived yet?" The server replied in a hushed tone, "She has, but it seems her mood is rather poor. She went straight to the break room upon arrival, and I noticed the owner with her head down. It appeared there were dark circles around her eyes." Su Xiaoyu paused, a familiar sensation creeping into her heart, and her expression turned fearful. In the distance, Chen Lifu noticed her change in demeanor and approached her, asking, "What is the matter?" Su Xiaoyu shook her head. "Yanjie is in the break room. I will go in to check on her. You can sit here and rest for a moment." She gestured to her colleague, Xiaolan. "This is my colleague, Xiaolan. She can assist you with a drink in the meantime." With that, Su Xiaoyu turned and entered the break room, where Luo Yin indeed sat by the window, gazing at the sky outside, a cold pack pressed against her face. Upon noticing someone enter, Luo Yin turned her head, their eyes meeting without a word spoken, yet an understanding passed between them. Today, Luo Yin wore an utterly ordinary white shirt, its collar and cuffs adorned with lace, the silk fabric complementing her form. She paired it with snug denim jeans and simple white ankle boots, presenting a modest appearance. However, due to Luo Yin's naturally exquisite figure and captivating aura, complemented by her lustrous, dark, long curls, even in such attire, she exuded an endless charm. Su Xiaoyu stepped forward and asked bluntly, "Sister Yin, who hit you?" Chapter 47. Assisting Luo Yin in retribution. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Luo Yin momentarily froze, her gaze flickering with a hint of evasion. Forcing a smile, she replied, "Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Who would dare to hit me? I merely bumped into something while taking a shower this afternoon." You know how clumsy I can be. Before Luo Yin could finish, Su Xiaoyu reached out and pulled back her wrist. A crescent-shaped purple bruise appeared beneath Luo Yan's left eye, roughly the size of a fist. Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled with emotion. Tell me, what could possibly cause a wound like this? This is the mark of a fist. No one understands better than I do. Luo Yin lifted her eyes to meet Su Xiaoyu's gaze. Those doe-like, expressive eyes glistened with tears, casting a sheen over her dark pupils. Luo Yan's nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. Without any makeup today, her natural beauty, combined with her delicate features, rendered her slightly flushed eyes and nose exuding an air of fragility that was heart-wrenching. Luo Yan closed her eyes, remaining silent. What are the two beautiful ladies whispering about? A sudden voice interrupted. Both Su Xiaoyu and Luo Yan turned towards the entrance, and indeed, they saw Chen Lifu sauntering in with a casual demeanor. However, upon noticing the two girls with reddened eyes gazing at him, Chen Lifu's smile faded instantly. Su Xiaoyu hastily wiped away her tears, while Luo Yin continued to gaze out the window, applying an ice pack to her eye. Yet, Chen Lifu had observed everything. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression growing serious as he took a few steps forward and calmly inquired, "It was that man I saw last time, wasn't it?" Luo Yin did not respond, but seemed to recall that Chen Lifu had indeed encountered her boyfriend before. At that time, her boyfriend had looked down upon Chen Lifu, deeming his claims of intending to purchase the tavern as mere bravado. Without affording Luo Yin the opportunity to explain, Chen Lifu stepped forward, firmly grasping her wrist. "Madam Boss, when I first met you, I thought you were a person of character, someone who had navigated the complexities of life. Yet here we are, as members of this world. And you choose to hide away and weep in silence when wronged? Should we not retaliate? Shall we wait until we are utterly defeated, only to rise as vengeful spirits seeking retribution?" Before Luo Yin could process his words, Chen Lifu seized her and pulled her outside. It was then that Luo Yin realized Chen Lifu was far from the naive young man she had initially perceived him to be. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he possessed considerable strength, leaving even her, an older woman, with no room to resist when he decided to take action. "Where are you taking me?" Luo Yin asked anxiously, finding it impossible to break free from Chen Lifu's grasp as he urged her forward. Chen Lifu's tone was icy. "Go find him and hit him back." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure entered the tavern. It was Li Yue, Luo Yin's boyfriend. Earlier that afternoon, Li Yue and Luo Yin had a heated argument over money, during which he lost control and struck her. Regretting his actions, he hurried to the tavern to apologize. However, upon entering, he saw Luo Yin's wrist being held by that arrogant young man, and his anger flared anew. "Who the hell are you? What gives you the audacity to touch my girlfriend?" Before Li Yue could finish, Chen Lifu had already released Luo Yin's wrist, stepped forward, and landed a powerful punch on Li Yue's face. The impact echoed through the room. Li Yue's frail body slammed against the booth behind him, accidentally hitting his lower back against the corner of the table. The pain rendered him pale, making him feel as though he might ascend to the heavens at any moment, completely immobilized as he crumpled over the booth, clutching his waist and moaning in agony. "How dare you touch what's mine? Who do you think you are?" Chen Lifu glared at him, his voice cold. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock, particularly Luo Yin and Su Xiaoyu, who never anticipated that Chen Lifu would strike Li Yue first. Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu quickly stood up, both startled by Chen Lifu's aggression, but also ready to assist their friend should Li Yue retaliate. However, they had grossly overestimated Li Yue. His slender frame stood at just 175 centimeters and weighed barely 120 pounds. After taking a punch from Chen Lifu and hitting his waist against the table, he was in no condition to stand, yet stubbornly shouted, "When did my girlfriend become yours? What are you to her?" Chen Lifu sneered, "From now on, this tavern is mine. I am the owner here, and Luo Yin is under my protection. If she is not mine, then what is she?" Li Yue, in pain and desperate to save face before the crowd, shouted at Luo Yin, "Aren't you going to help me? I'm calling the police. This kid just graduated high school, right? I'll make sure he never gets to school again. He'll end up in jail." Chen Lifu was tempted to strike him again, but Zhou Jiangjun intervened just in time. Chen Lifu retorted, "You'll be the one going in first. You were the one who threw the first punch. If we both end up in jail, I'll make sure to give you a beating every time I see you until you're released. Do you believe me?" Li Yue was genuinely frightened by the fierce expression on Chen Lifu's face. He never expected such intensity from a boy of 17 or 18. Meanwhile, Luo Yin, witnessing Li Yue's plight, initially intended to help him, but Su Xiaoyu held her back, preventing her from approaching. Luo Yin gradually regained her composure, gazing indifferently at Li Yuwei. The initial shock within her was slowly supplanted by a sense of liberation. After what felt like an eternity, Li Yuwei struggled to rise from the booth, clutching his waist. He glanced at Chen Lifei, then at the aloof Luo Yin, and finally at Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, who regarded him with wary eyes. Ultimately, he realized that mere fists could not contend with the inevitable, muttering a curse about waiting for him, before slinking out of the tavern, nursing his wounds. As the farce concluded, the waitress, Xiaolan, began to tidy up the remnants of the evening's chaos, while Su Xiaoyu exited to lock the tavern's door, placing a sign indicating a day of rest outside. Chen Lifei shook his slightly sore hand, surprised at how fragile the bones had proven to be. Luo Yin stood quietly behind him, observing his silhouette. He was a boy younger than her by 7 or 8 years. Yet he chose to stand before her as a protector. In stark contrast, the man she had followed since she was 18 now resorted to violence over a mere sum of money. A sense of desolation enveloped her heart. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Luo Yin looked up to find Chen Lifei standing before her, saying, "You intend to sell this tavern to settle your boyfriend's gambling debts, don't you?" Luo Yin was taken aback. "How did you know? You would relinquish everything you've fought for over the years to such a brute who lays hands on you, madam. Have you thought this through? My ability to assist you this time does not guarantee you will have the opportunity to retaliate each time." Luo Yin remained silent for a long while. She understood the rationale. She knew that the boyfriend she had been with for years was no longer the young man who had once adorned her neck with a necklace beneath the cherry blossom tree, promising to care for her for a lifetime. Yet, the memories of every time Li Yuwei had knelt before her, pleading for forgiveness, made it impossible for her to harden her heart. It seemed Chen Lifei could sense her turmoil and simply stated, "Madam, sunk costs should not influence significant decisions." Luo Yin was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chen Lifei in disbelief. She had not anticipated that someone of his age could articulate such wisdom. Seizing the opportunity while she pondered, Chen Lifei moved to the bar, tapping his fingers on the surface, and said, "Did I not promise you a deposit of 50,000 by the end of this month? However, plans have changed. I will pay you the full sum of 300,000 by mid-July. But I have another proposal, madam. Would you care to hear it?" Unbeknownst to her, Luo Yin was drawn into Chen Lifei's rhythm. Following his lead, she inquired, "What proposal do you have?" Chen Lifei replied, "The 300,000 will be placed in a savings account under your name, kept in my possession, and I will provide you with an IOU for that amount, essentially safeguarding your funds for you. The tavern remains under your stewardship. Should your boyfriend inquire, simply express your reluctance to part with it, allowing him to devise his own solutions. Observe his reaction and whether he considers the depth of your years together. Once you have discerned his true nature and chosen to part ways, I shall return the savings book to you, enabling you to embark on a new chapter of your life. Of course, if you find yourself unable to sever ties and decide to stake everything in aid of him, that is also acceptable. Just present me with the promissory note, and I will readily return the savings book to you. However, from that point forth, your affairs shall be of no concern to me. Whether he casts you adrift, or pushes you from a precipice, or even sells you for monetary gain, all these choices will be yours to bear. As long as you contemplate this thoroughly, I have no objections. After all, respecting the destinies of others is an essential lesson in life." Chen Lifei articulated his thoughts with clarity and logic, intertwining admonition with a subtle hint of salvation. In summary, to Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, his words resonated with impressive authority. Luo Yin gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a touch of incredulity. She could not quite fathom why it seemed that Chen Lifei's understanding of Li Yuwei surpassed even her own. The outrageous scenarios he described, disposal at sea, being thrust from a cliff, or being sold for money, seemed to carry an unsettling plausibility in his hands. Yet, as Luo Yin had mused earlier, she found herself unwittingly drawn into Chen Lifei's rhythm and thought process. After a moment of silence, Luo Yin acquiesced to his proposal. There appeared to be an enchanting quality about Chen Lifei. Despite his youthful demeanor, his words possessed a persuasive power. Unbeknownst to the others, one silent observer lingered in the shadows, a small fish with sparkling eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Chen Lifei, her dark pupils brimming with an unrecognized fondness. Initially, the group had intended to revel until intoxication overtook them. However, following the recent commotion, their spirits dampened, and they opted to return home instead. As they prepared to part ways, Zhou Jiangjun suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Hey, what was it you mentioned to the landlady about purchasing the tavern for 300,000? Is that the same 300,000 I'm familiar with? Are we speaking of 300,000 yuan or 300,000 joy beans?" Chen Lifei felt an overwhelming urge to smack Zhou Jiangjun on the forehead. If only you could find a place where 300,000 joy beans would suffice to buy a tavern. Zhou Jiangjun's astonishment only deepened. Then where on earth did you acquire 300,000 yuan to purchase the tavern? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lifei suddenly adopted a serious tone. "General, I must share something with you." "Yes, go ahead." Zhou Jiangjun's voice grew serious, tinged with tension. Chen Lifei took a deep breath. "Actually, I am not my parents' biological child." Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu responded in unison. "What?" Chen Lifei nodded affirmatively. "In truth, I am the long-lost biological son of the former chairman of the Haisher Empire Group. At last, the empire has come to recognize that the one within the family is a false heir, while I am the true scion, cast adrift for years. Now, the entire group is earnestly beseeching my return to inherit the family legacy, seeking to remedy the years of neglect I have endured." Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu listened attentively, and upon witnessing Chen Lifei's beaming countenance, they realized they had once again fallen victim to this fool's deceit. "Chen Lifei, you truly deserve your fate. I knew you were merely posturing. You managed to buy a tavern for 300,000, while I could effortlessly procure a private jet for 3 million. As they parted ways, Han Yu suddenly recalled something and remarked, "Find a place tomorrow night. I shall treat you all. Anything you wish to eat." This was because, in a few days, I might be departing. Zhou Jiangjun and Chen Lifei were momentarily taken aback. "Depart? Where are you going? Off on holiday, perhaps?" The summer vacation following the college entrance examinations is a peak season for travel, as students, long constrained, seize the opportunity to venture out with family and friends. Han Yu shook his head, rubbing the back of his neck, and somewhat bashfully confessed, "The club to which I submitted my resume informed me via email 2 days ago that I have been accepted. They have invited me to report to the club in a few days for an in-person review, and upon passing, I may gradually take on a substitute role starting in the spring season next year." Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Well done, my friend. Such significant news, yet you kept it entirely under wraps. Have you forgotten we are brothers? This is splendid news. I knew you would succeed." Han Yu cast a grateful glance at Chen Lifei. "Initially, I had little confidence, but Chen Lifei encouraged me to give it a try. I thought it would be worth attempting, and unexpectedly, fate smiled upon me. However, the outcome remains uncertain. I must still undergo the in-person review. Even if I make it to the reserve team, my future will depend on my performance in the matches. This path is still long." Chen Lifei smiled knowingly and remarked, "As long as one begins, it is never too late." Chapter 49, Admissions Office of Qingbei. On the way back, Chen Lifei noticed that Su Xiaoyu had not spoken a word throughout the journey. Today, she seemed particularly withdrawn. No, it was after arriving at the tavern that she had grown silent. Chen Lifei pondered for a moment and inquired, "What is it, little fish? Were you frightened by what just happened?" He had indeed been somewhat fierce when he had struck out earlier. Su Xiaoyu shook her head, yet remained largely silent. In the past, when she had followed Chen Lifei, she was quiet, but not as utterly mute as she was now. Observing her somewhat despondent expression, and recalling the bruises that had marred her skin, Chen Lifei seemed to grasp something and glanced at Su Xiaoyu. Under the streetlights, the girl's visage appeared flawless. Her prominent nose cast a shadow across her face, and her thick lashes fluttered, giving her an almost vulnerable appearance. Yet, the thought that this girl might genuinely have been bullied stirred an indescribable feeling within Chen Lifei. After a moment of silence, Chen Lifei suddenly inquired, "Xiaoyu, may I pose you a question?" Su Xiaoyu nodded. "What question?" Chen Lifei continued, "What do you call a black horse?" "A black horse," Su Xiaoyu replied. Chen Lifei smiled again. "And what about a white horse?" Confused, Su Xiaoyu answered, "A white horse." Chen Lifei chuckled once more. "Then what do you call a horse that is black and white?" Su Xiaoyu furrowed her brows. "A zebra. Are you not a bit childish?" Chen Lifei suddenly turned to face Su Xiaoyu, retreating while moving forward, and asked with a grin, "And what do you call a horse that is black, white, and red?" "Black, white, and red," Su Xiaoyu murmured. "What a peculiar horse that would be." Chen Lifei playfully pinched her nose, exclaiming, "Of course, it's a shy zebra." "Silly." Realizing the jest, Su Xiaoyu extended her hand, attempting to swat him. "Aren't you just a boar?" Chen Lifei dodged to the side and pointed with his index finger. How do you say this in English? Su Xiaoyu, disinterested, was unable to resist his gaze and obediently replied. Chen Lifu then bent his index finger slowly, asking, "And how about this?" Su Xiaoyu halted, contemplating for a considerable time, but ultimately shook her head. Chen Lifu burst into laughter, continuing to curve his finger. "This is it. Ha ha, Xiaoyu is a big fool." At last, Su Xiaoyu succumbed to laughter, the gloom on her face dissipating, replaced by a youthful smile as she raised her hand, poised to strike Chen Lifu. Chen Lifu is such a child. Xiaoyu is a big fool. Chen Lifu is such a child. This marked the second time the two walked home together, and after their playful banter, Su Xiaoyu's expression gradually settled, while her face retained a gentle smile. Her eyes bore a hint of melancholy. As they parted ways at the intersection, after bidding farewell, Chen Lifu waved and prepared to leave. But Su Xiaoyu suddenly called out to him. "Chen Lifu." He turned back, observing the fragile figure of Su Xiaoyu under the streetlight. Her radiant smile, with her eyes curving, conveyed sincerity, and her tone was exceptionally tender. "I wish I had met you sooner." It was gentle yet tinged with sadness. Chen Lifu furrowed his brow slightly, and as he heard Su Xiaoyu add, "But I suppose it is not too late now," he felt there was something peculiar about her today. However, he dismissed it, thinking she was merely startled from witnessing him in a confrontation, and after escorting her home, he returned to his own abode. It was still just past 7 in the evening, and feeling a bit hungry, he hurried back to enjoy the dinner prepared by Aunt Xue. To his surprise, he encountered difficulty entering his own home. Upon reaching his floor, he noticed the door to his house wide open, with a throng of people gathered at the entrance, all dressed in formal attire, both men and women. What could bring such a crowd to his doorstep? Chen Lifu frowned and approached. "Excuse me, what is going on here?" He squeezed through the crowd, only to discover even more people inside. The living room was already quite small, and many people were crowded together, nearly lacking space to stand. Chen Lifu immediately spotted Lin Siyun and Chen Dongjun sitting somewhat awkwardly in the middle, facing a diverse array of men and women, clearly overwhelmed, laughing while conversing with those beside them. "Dad, Mom, who are all these people? Have you two borrowed money from loan sharks?" As soon as Chen Lifu spoke, all eyes turned to him. The gazes of a dozen or 20 individuals scrutinized him, making him feel uneasy. Damn, he recalled that in his previous life, his family had never borrowed from loan sharks. Could there have been some change since his rebirth? Before he could process what was happening, upon seeing him return, and Shui and Chen Dongjun immediately stood up and pulled Chen Lifu to the center of the sofa, exhaling deeply. "You brat, you finally returned. We called you, but you didn't answer. Where have you been?" It was then that Chen Lifu noticed his phone had run out of battery. He glanced around at the crowd. Who were these people? Before Shui could respond, the man who had been sitting to her left stood up and introduced himself. "You must be Chen Lifu. We are teachers from the admissions office of Qingbei University. My surname is Su. You may call me Teacher Su. I am the director of the admissions office. We have come to inquire about your preferences regarding university selection. Would you consider attending Qingbei University?" Chen Lifu instantly understood. In his previous life, he had sacrificed several significant questions for Lin Siyun, resulting in his acceptance only into an ordinary university. Thus, it was natural that no admissions officer from a prestigious university would visit him. However, the grand arrival of the Qingbei University admissions officer indicated they had likely learned of his academic achievements in advance. Chen Lifu glanced at Teacher Su, who wore rimless glasses, appeared relatively young, around his 30s, and was dressed in a blue and white striped shirt. He extended his hand to greet Teacher Su. "Hello, Teacher Su. I apologize for the confusion. I have never experienced anything like this before. I am quite flattered. Please, have a seat." A glimmer of appreciation shone in Teacher Su's eyes behind his glasses. This student seemed unlike the typical top performers, appearing rather astute and articulate. "Not at all. We were rather abrupt. Our superiors initially intended for us to visit tomorrow morning. However, I was eager, so we came over tonight. I hope we are not disturbing you or your family." And Shui and Chen Dongjun quickly waved their hands in protest. "Not at all, not at all." Chen Lifu, however, merely smiled casually and refrained from further polite remarks. Getting straight to the point. "Dear teachers, your schedule must be quite busy. Let us speak plainly. If I express an interest in applying to your esteemed institution, what conditions can you offer me?" The teachers present exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Chen Lifu's straightforward opening. Over the years, traversing the breadth of the nation, I have encountered numerous students, nearly all of whom are the CRME de la CRME from various cities and schools. Yet, I have yet to meet anyone quite like Chen Lifu, whose candor and fearless demeanor are truly remarkable. Only the director of admissions, Mr. Su, remained composed, adjusting his glasses with a faint smile, remarking, "It appears that student Chen has been well prepared. Since this is a mutual selection process, aside from the conditions we can offer, I would like to hear if you have any personal requirements or plans to share, as it may serve as a valuable reference." "Very well. Let us converse at our leisure. Please, take a seat." Chen Lifu gestured invitingly, settling onto the sofa first. Mr. Su then smiled and sat down, leaning slightly forward, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Chen Lifu, feeling no need for pretense, paused for a moment before articulating, "Firstly, the matter of finances is paramount. I possess great confidence in my examination results and even more in my future academic capabilities. Thus, my primary request is for substantial financial support from your esteemed institution. Specifically, I seek a full tuition waiver and a living stipend. These two stipulations are fundamental for me. As for the university scholarship and national scholarship, I intend to earn those through my own merit, so I trust that will not require your concern. Secondly, regarding my future research and development, I hope to be granted priority in selecting a mentor, and I would appreciate your utmost support along the path of pursuing further studies. The reason I have not requested a guaranteed position at the top is that I have yet to ascertain how far I wish to tread in the academic realm, though I am certain I will complete my master's degree. Naturally, if my research achievements garner the university's recognition and there is an inclination for me to continue into a doctoral program, we can discuss the conditions at that time." Chen Lifu concluded his thoughts, his tone calm and his voice steady, displaying no signs of apprehension. It was as if he were engaging in a casual conversation about the future with friends rather than addressing a distinguished faculty team. After listening to Chen Lifu's assertions, Mr. Su adjusted his glasses once more. To be fair, Chen Lifu's requests were not excessive. For a university aiming to attract a top-tier student, offering financial and resource-based incentives is entirely reasonable. Thus, he naturally followed up with, "So, student Chen, how much do you believe would suffice for your monthly living allowance?" After a moment's reflection, Chen Lifu replied, "Around 2,000 would be sufficient to maintain basic living standards." This statement took Shui and Qin Dongjun by surprise. They had initially expected Chen Lifu to request a nominal sum, perhaps a few hundred or at most 1,000. To their astonishment, he mentioned 2,000 outright. And Shui had already planned to provide him with 2,000 yuan monthly once he commenced university. If Chen Lifu were to secure the school's subsidy, with the institution covering a few hundred or 1,000, the remaining amount could be easily managed by her, making it quite a reasonable arrangement without imposing any strain on the family. Chen Lifu's initial request was a staggering 2,000 yuan, which left Shui somewhat apprehensive about the school's potential reaction. She discreetly reached out, tugging at Chen Lifu's sleeve and casting him a subtle glance, gently shaking her head. The implication was clear: such a sum was unnecessary, as they were not lacking in financial means for his education. Should the demands be excessive, it might intimidate the school's faculty, leading to unfavorable consequences. After all, this was the prestigious Tsinghua University and Peking University, a place where even the slightest advantage, monetary or otherwise, was coveted by millions of aspiring students across the nation. The mere opportunity for Chen Lifu to attend such an esteemed institution was already a source of pride for their family. However, Chen Lifu disregarded Shui's silent signals. His ability to articulate such demands indicated a profound confidence in himself. As anticipated, when Teacher Su heard the figure Chen Lifu proposed, his expression revealed no shock. Nor did he perceive the student as being unreasonable. He scrutinized Chen Lifu for a moment before exchanging a knowing glance with another teacher present. With a smile, Teacher Su looked at Shui and remarked, "Student Chen's independent spirit is truly commendable. I have encountered numerous students from various regions and top schools. Yet Chen has genuinely impressed me. I eagerly anticipate the surprises his talent may bring to our institution. This fresh and vibrant energy will undoubtedly add a brilliant hue to our school." And Shui and Qin Dongjun took a moment to process the implications of Teacher Su's words. Did this mean they had agreed? Was Tsinghua University genuinely acquiescing to Chen Lifu's terms? Rising to his feet once more, Teacher Su extended his hand. "Student Chen, all your requests are perfectly acceptable. As long as you apply to our university, your tuition for the next year will be waived, and you will receive a monthly living allowance of 2,000 yuan. The school will also make every effort to accommodate your preferences regarding advisor selection and research opportunities. If this meets your approval, we can begin drafting the agreement. Once the agreement is prepared, Chen Lifei's records and academic information will automatically be entered into the university's database. The subsequent application process would merely be a formality. Amidst the astonished gazes of Shui and Chen Dongjun, Chen Lifei slowly rose, smiling as he extended his hand once more to shake Teacher Su's. "Thank you, teacher. I look forward to seeing you at school." Teacher Su smiled knowingly. "I eagerly await your presence on campus." After departing from Chen Lifei's home, Shui finally emerged from her dreamlike state, her face radiant with excitement as she turned to Chen Lifei and exclaimed, "Son, is it really settled that you are going to university?" Chen Lifei shrugged nonchalantly, "Indeed. After tonight, I will be a member of Tsinghua University and Peking University." Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Chen Lifei's back as he was forcefully knocked several steps away by a resounding slap. Turning around, he was met with the jubilant, flushed face of Chen Dongjun. "What a remarkable son I have," Chen Lifei replied, though still the phrase "good son" is not meant to be used in this context. Chapter 51. How thrilling. Chen Lifei spent some time in the living room chatting with his parents, and the family enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. By the time he returned to his bedroom, the sky had already darkened. He picked up his phone and noticed 3 missed calls, all from Hanyu. Typically, Hanyu rarely made phone calls, usually opting for online communication, and on the rare occasions he did call, it was merely to invite Chen Lifei and Zhou Jiangjun to the internet CAF. It was unusual for him to call 3 times in quick succession. Chen Lifei thought that something must have happened on Hanyu's end. He dialed Hanyu back, and the call was answered promptly, with Hanyu immediately exclaiming, "Where the hell have you been? If I were kidnapped and needed you to pay a ransom, by the time you answered, I would have already been done for." With an indifferent tone, Chen Lifei responded, "It wouldn't matter if I did answer. It's either money or my life." "Damn," Hanyu cursed in frustration. Although he was joking, Chen Lifei sensed that Hanyu's mood was somewhat off. Just yesterday, Hanyu had been enthusiastically discussing their potential move to the youth training team. So what had changed since then? It quickly dawned on Chen Lifei that it must be his parents' disapproval. Before he could inquire further, Hanyu spoke, his tone laced with confusion. "I genuinely don't know how to talk to my parents about this. Their minds are as rigid as if they were sealed with cement, unable to entertain any alternatives. They believe that education is the only path in life and view gaming as a frivolous pursuit. I merely hinted that if I don't get into university, I might pursue a professional league. And my dad nearly flipped the table while my mom was crying her eyes out. I have no idea how to approach them." After listening, Chen Lifei simply asked, "Then why do you need to tell them?" Hanyu was taken aback and replied, "Of course. They are my parents. I can't make such a significant decision without discussing it with them. Do you want me to just ignore them?" Chen Lifei shook his head in resignation. Hanyu was still young and did not understand the complexities of life. He held on to the mindset of a student, always seeking approval before taking action. After a brief pause, Chen Lifei asked, "First tell me, have you definitively decided to participate in the professional league, regardless of the consequences?" Hanyu hesitated for 2 seconds before firmly affirming, "Yes, I am certain. I know I'm not cut out for academics. I just love playing games. Making this my livelihood is my greatest dream." Recognizing Hanyu's determination, Chen Lifei suggested, "Then it's settled. Just tell your parents you've been accepted to a 3rd-tier university. As for the transcript and admission letter, I can easily provide you with one that won't raise any suspicions. When the time comes, you can say you want to go there early for a summer job to earn tuition. They will likely let you go and feel proud that their son is growing up and being responsible. You can then head straight to the esports club. Maintain regular contact with your parents, and every few days make a call. Who would know if you are truly attending university or pursuing something else?" Hanyu was momentarily taken aback, completely dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Although Hanyu had always been rebellious since childhood and had gone through a phase of defiance during his teenage years, he had never engaged in such a grand deception. The concept of lying did not even exist in his mind. Even when he skipped classes to play games at internet cafes, he would straightforwardly tell his parents about his truancy. He had never even come up with an excuse for going to a classmate's house for tutoring. Now, however, he was expected to conceal such a significant matter from his parents, sneaking off to an electronic club under the pretense of attending university. Hanyu swallowed nervously. While he was shocked, the thrill of it was undeniably exhilarating. The phone conversation between Chen Lifei and Hanyu lasted nearly an hour, with Chen Lifei mostly persuading and Hanyu hesitating. Chen Lifei had not anticipated that Han Yu, a grown man, would be so indecisive. Finally, out of frustration, he concluded, "This is your life. If you believe that compromising your parents' choices will lead to a better future for you, then I have nothing to say. But if you wish to fight for yourself, to strive for your dreams, then you must possess the courage and determination to make that decision. There is no free lunch in this world, of course, except for the meals your father treats you to." Having said that, Chen Lifei could not resist adding a humorous remark. At this moment, Han Yu was clearly not in the mood to retort. His mind was filled with the methods Chen Lifei had taught him. He felt somewhat tempted, but was indeed apprehensive. After a prolonged period of indecision, Han Yu finally seemed to gather his resolve, speaking with newfound determination. "Damn it. My grades are so poor anyway. Even if I barely managed to get into a mediocre university, I'd just be spending my days playing games at an internet CAF. It's better to give it a shot at the club. If I gain some fame, I could have others paying me to play games. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. All right, I'll follow your advice. Tomorrow, I'll confront my parents." Chen Lifei rolled his eyes. "What are you even confronting? Tomorrow? Your grades won't even be out yet. Enjoy yourself for the next few days, and we'll talk after the results come in." Han Yu replied affirmatively, concluding with, "You should join me then. My parents trust you the most, and with you vouching for me, they'll definitely have no doubts." Han Yu was still feeling a bit cowardly. Chen Lifei, exasperated, scolded, "Look at you. What a disappointment." Han Yu chuckled as he ended the call. Given Chen Lifei's character, his words were tantamount to an agreement. As long as he was there with him, Han Yu's parents would likely harbor no suspicions. After all, Chen Lifei was known for being an exemplary student, and whatever he said was deemed correct in the eyes of parents. Chapter 52. Mind your words and take action. Having resolved Han Yu's dilemma, Chen Lifei began selecting a restaurant. After all, this lad had insisted on treating them to a meal before he left, as a send-off. Just as he was deliberating, a message from Su Xiaoyu popped up. His phone vibrated twice. "Xiaoyu. Chen Lifei, what are you up to?" Chen Lifei gazed at the line of text on the screen, reminiscing about a film he had once watched. In that movie, it was said that when a girl inquires about what you are doing, it essentially conveys her longing for you. Chen Lifei cleared his throat a couple of times, feeling that when Su Xiaoyu called his name, it sounded rather dry. Hearing Chen Lifei felt somewhat distant. How wonderful it would be if she were to address him as Fei Ge. While lost in thought, he chuckled and began typing. "Fei, I'm selecting a restaurant to treat you to a meal." It was time to let Han Yu and the others know that the art of giving flowers in return is also an essential skill for adults. "Su Xiaoyu, why do you think about eating every day?" "No way, I'm on a diet." Having spent time with Chen Lifei recently, indulging in McDonald's or dining out, she had gained several pounds. Chen Lifei pondered before typing. "Do you know the secret to losing weight?" "Su Xiaoyu, what is it?" Fei, the secret is 3 words. Control your mouth and move your legs." Su Xiaoyu. As if I didn't know that. "I'm trying to control my mouth right now." Fei. You still don't grasp my meaning. Controlling your mouth means keeping others from saying you're fat. Moving your legs means, if necessary, you can kick away those who comment on your weight. Su Xiaoyu, what is that supposed to be? Are you being ridiculous? Fei, not at all. I'm surprised you understand. Su Xiaoyu, don't think you're the only educated one. I'm cultured too, you know. Fei, all right. What does a cultured person want to eat? Su Xiaoyu looked at the words Chen Lifei had typed. Each time she saw him write all right. It filled her heart with joy. Those words carried a sense of affection that made her spirits soar. After a moment's thought, she said, "There's a barbecue place behind our second high school that is absolutely delicious. The environment may be a bit lacking, but the flavor is truly exceptional. Plus, it's quite affordable. Shall we go there?" Fei, sounds good. Han Yu was about to venture alone to another province to seek his fortune, and since he was short on cash, it would be wise not to overcharge him. Fei, then send me the location, and I'll see you tomorrow at noon. Su Xiaoyu sent a cheerful emoji, a round, doughy head with large, sparkling eyes, blinking adorably, bobbing up and down, resembling her own charming appearance. Chen Lifei chuckled at the emoji, reminded of Su Xiaoyu's round face and big eyes. He raised an eyebrow, set down his phone, and proceeded with his nighttime routine before sleep. The following day, Chen Lifei indulged in a rare lie-in. When he awoke, it was already 10:30. He was roused by the enticing aroma of the fried sauce buns made by Shui. Indeed, as he opened his eyes, he spotted 5 steaming buns neatly arranged on his bedside table, fragrant and inviting. Chen Lifei reached out to touch them. They were still warm. Indeed. No one understands me better than my own mother, who knows precisely when I will awaken, placing steamed buns upon my bedside table in anticipation. Chen Lifei reclined on his bed, seizing a bun and stuffing it into his mouth. There exists no greater joy than indulging in food while lounging in bed. These once overlooked mundane moments represent a happiness he yearned for in his previous life, and now Chen Lifei cherishes them deeply. He swiftly finished the buns crafted by Shui and, upon rising, let out a resounding belch, the flavor lingering delightfully on his palate. With contentment, he made his way to the bathroom for his morning routine, taking the opportunity to relieve himself. By the time he exited, it was already 11:30, and Shui and Qin Dongjun had departed for work. At the entrance lay a small note pinned by Shui, alongside a 100 yuan bill. Have something light for lunch. I shall prepare sweet and sour ribs and braised pork for you this evening. After reading the note, Chen Lifei folded it and tucked it into his pocket, changing his shoes before stepping out. The heat today was remarkably intense. As he emerged, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He approached the roadside, extending his hand to hail a taxi, but was swiftly usurped by an elderly woman rushing from the sidewalk. As she elbowed Chen Lifei aside to board the vehicle, she feigned politeness, saying, "I apologize, young man, but I am in a hurry. The youth should respect their elders. Allow me to take this taxi." Before Chen Lifei could register her audacity, the woman had already entered the car and closed the door with an air of triumph. The taxi driver appeared indifferent, for he would transport anyone. The car sped away, leaving Chen Lifei staring at its rear, muttering a curse under his breath. How urgent could she be? Was she in a race to the afterlife? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a loud crash not far off. To his astonishment, the taxi had been rear-ended. The swift retribution left Chen Lifei somewhat astonished. Could it be that his newfound luck allowed him to witness such immediate justice? The elderly woman exited the back seat, furiously pointing at the driver while berating him. How do you drive? I need to go to the hospital for an examination. If anything is amiss with me, you will be held entirely responsible. The driver emerged from the front seat, retaliating. If it weren't for your incessant, confusing directions, I wouldn't have been distracted. You're going to the hospital? I want compensation for my lost time. The two exchanged heated insults, hands on their hips, drawing the attention of a growing crowd of onlookers. Chen Lifei stood by, amused, enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, a soft, feeble voice called out, "Chen Lifei." Upon hearing this voice, he instinctively frowned. Turning to see Lin Siyun, he cursed inwardly. How unfortunate to encounter not one, but two nuisances in a single outing. Perhaps today was ill-fated for venturing outside. Lin Siyun noticed the disdain in Chen Lifei's gaze and felt an inexplicable discomfort. When did he begin to harbor such deep-seated aversion towards her, as if she had committed some unforgivable sin? However, she clearly had done nothing wrong. Lin Siyun suppressed the grievances within her heart, aware that the Chen Lifu of today was no longer the same as the one from the past. She dared not exhibit any petty temper before him, and, with a tone laced with sorrow, said, "Chen Lifu, I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been?" Before Lin Siyun could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Lifu. "Wait a moment, didn't someone say that if she spoke to me, she would be like a dog?" Lin Siyun's complexion paled. Chen Lifu looked at her and remarked, "So, why are you whining like a dog now?" Tears cascaded down Lin Siyun's cheeks as she cried, "Chen Lifu, could you please refrain from speaking to me like that?" Chen Lifu let out a cold laugh. The attitude Lin Siyun had when speaking to him in the past was far worse than his current demeanor. He glanced at her tears, expressionless, then averted his gaze and hailed another vehicle. As he passed by her, he said in a nonchalant tone, "If you wish to cry, do so elsewhere. I cannot have my girlfriend getting jealous." Chapter 53. Young couple Lin Siyun was momentarily taken aback, her gaze somewhat vacuous as she stared at Chen Lifu, seemingly rendered speechless by his mention of having a girlfriend. Previously, she had only heard Zhou Jiangjun lamenting about Chen Lifu having a girlfriend. Yet Chen Lifu had never confirmed it himself. Moreover, deep down, Lin Siyun was reluctant to accept this reality, believing that there was merely a misunderstanding between them. The Chen Lifu who had harbored feelings for her for so many years could not so easily develop affection for another girl. Being the exemplary student he was, it seemed improbable for him to be in a relationship. Thus, even when she saw Chen Lifu with Su Xiaoyu, she did not genuinely consider that they were in a romantic relationship. But at this very moment, it was Chen Lifu himself who had uttered the words that he had a girlfriend. Lin Siyun stood there in a daze. And just before Chen Lifu prepared to leave once more, she anxiously called out to him, "Chen Lifu, I have something to say." Perhaps fearing that he would refuse to listen, Lin Siyun hastily spilled out her thoughts. "I realize I was wrong. My previous attitude towards you was inappropriate, and I was immature back then. But now I understand. After all these years, I have regarded you as the most important person in my life, though I was merely unaware of it. I apologize for my past behavior, and if I have ever caused you pain, Lin Siyun pressed her lips together, as if resolving to be steadfast, and declared, "I will not act this way again." As Lin Siyun continued to speak, her sense of grievance intensified, and tears could no longer be contained. The disappointment of failing her college entrance examination, the severance of her friendship with Chen Lifu, and her mother's incessant inquiries about why Chen Lifu had not visited her recently weighed heavily upon her. Her mother pressed her for details about her examination results and urged her to find a summer job to earn money. Each of these burdens suffocated her, making it difficult to breathe. Lin Siyun reminisced about the past. If it had been before, no matter what challenges she faced, Chen Lifu would have been by her side, offering her support and guidance. Even in situations where he himself felt helpless, he would have found ways to alleviate her burdens. At the very least, she would have money to indulge herself and find solace. But now, she is left with nothing. She once considered Chen Lifu to be merely an inconspicuous roadside stall in her life. It is only now that she realizes how deeply she misses him and how unable she is to let go. Lin Siyun feels an overwhelming sense of anguish. If it meant bringing Chen Lifu back to the past, she would be willing to pay any price. Yet, what Lin Siyun does not comprehend is that the current Chen Lifu would never be swayed by her so-called genuine emotions. He is acutely aware that her regrets, guilt, and apologies stem not from a sudden awakening, but rather from the fact that her interests have been harmed, forcing her to bow down and admit her faults. As a former beneficiary who has abruptly lost all rights, should she not weep and confess? This confession is not for him, but for Lin Siyun herself. Thus, Chen Lifu chose to completely disregard her. He did not even respond with a word as he had before. He acted as though he had not heard her at all, opting instead to ignore her completely. He extended his hand, hailed a cab, entered, and closed the door in one fluid motion. Not even casting a glance in Lin Siyun's direction, he sped past her without taking a single leaf with him. He arrived at the barbecue restaurant indicated by Su Xiaoyu's message, where she was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him, she jogged over and stood by the roadside, waiting for him to get out of the car. Today, Su Xiaoyu donned a red floral dress, the fabric and style appearing somewhat outdated, and the pattern retaining a hint of old-fashioned charm. However, fashion is often a matter of appearance. This dress, which might seem mediocre on its own, transformed Su Xiaoyu into a character straight out of an art film, radiating an aura of literary elegance. With her hair tied in a low ponytail, Chen Lifu thought that if she had opted for 2 braids today, she might as well have been cast by director Zhang Yimou for Under the Hawthorn Tree, leaving no room for any other character. Noticing Chen Lifu lost in thought as he gazed at her, Su Xiaoyu waved her hand in front of him. "Chen Lifu, what are you thinking about?" Chen Lifu raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. "Stop calling me Chen Lifu all the time. I am at least half your teacher. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders?" Su Xiaoyu, having heard this, earnestly inquired. "Oh, then what would you like me to call you?" Chen Lifu smirked. "Did I not mention that once a teacher, always a teacher?" Before he could finish, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Chen Lifu, shut up." Amidst Chen Lifu's playful laughter, the two of them bantered their way into the barbecue restaurant. The owner, witnessing their lively interaction, immediately began to introduce the latest promotions to cater to the young patrons. The charming young man and the lovely young woman were discussing the latest college entrance examination activities. After the exams, couples who spent over 100 yuan in the store could take a photo and affix it to the photo wall, writing down their blessings on the back, thus earning a discount coupon of 50 yuan, valid for that day. Would they like to participate? Su Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush at the mention of couples. Feeling somewhat shy, however, Chen Lifu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately turned to her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "Of course we should participate." The summer breeze was mildly warm. Su Xiaoyu wore a spaghetti-strap dress, and Chen Lifu's warm hand rested on her bare shoulder. The contact sent a slight shiver through her heart. Before Su Xiaoyu could respond, 2 teasing voices from behind interrupted, filled with a sense of exasperation. "Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? Your youth has only just begun. Why are you getting entangled with that crooked tree, Chen Lifu?" Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu had just stepped out of the car and spotted the two intertwined. Han Yu lamented, "Thinking that my future daughter might be swayed by a boy like Chen Lifu breaks my heart." Chen Lifu kicked back playfully. "Isn't it time for you to ask your dad to help you tell a little fib?" Han Yu dodged while retorting, "That's a separate issue. We are merely defending justice." The three of them frolicked in the store, allowing Su Xiaoyu's shy and anxious heartbeat to gradually calm. She smiled gently as she watched them banter, her head slightly bowed in amusement, radiating brightness and affection. "All right, you three childish fools. Come on inside and grab the ingredients." Chapter 54. "I think you are beautiful." The trio stood before the freezer, engaging in playful banter. "Come on. Let me give you a couple of kidneys to replenish your essence. It's a matter of form meeting form. Then let the owner bring out 2 pig brains. 2 pig brains could nearly match one of yours. Get lost. I want to eat 10 large oysters. Are you that weak? Sleep early tonight, watch fewer movies, and do less crafting. Only those with strong hearts can afford to indulge." The group continued their light-hearted chatter while gathering ingredients. And soon their basket was brimming with a vast array of vegetables and various meat skewers, nearly overflowing. The shopkeeper popped his head out, grinning. "Would the handsome lads like to have some beer?" Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun exchanged glances before turning in unison to Chen Lifu. Despite their playful antics, they still respected Chen Lifu's authority in front of others. Chen Lifu waved his hand grandly. "Yes, boss, let us start with 1. We can return it if we can't finish it, right?" The shopkeeper nodded with a smile. "Yes, you can return it, as long as it hasn't been opened." "Great." Chen Lifu nodded and retrieved several large squid from the freezer, adding them to the basket before handing it to the owner. "That'll do. Add more chili and cumin. Make it flavorful." Zhou Jiangjun cast a disdainful glance at Chen Lifu. What a person with such strong tastes. He then looked at Su Xiaoyu, warning her, "Be careful not to kiss him. You might end up with a face full of chili and cumin." Su Xiaoyu's face flushed once more in response. In recent days, Su Xiaoyu has grown quite familiar with Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu, shedding her initial shyness and reserve. With a flushed face, she shot Zhou Jiangjun a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Lifu and I are merely friends." After saying this, Su Xiaoyu quickly glanced at Chen Lifu, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. However, Chen Lifu showed no response. He casually walked over from the freezer, sat down beside Su Xiaoyu, and opened his collar to fan himself. "Damn, it's really hot. Boss, why don't you buy an air conditioner for the shop? We've made so much money. We can't just earn without spending." The boss chuckled. Bye. We'll definitely get one next year." Observing Chen Lifu chat effortlessly with the boss, as if they were old acquaintances, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but pout. She felt as though he was deliberately changing the subject. Once the three settled down, Su Xiaoyu stood up to fetch a few cups, washing them thoroughly at the sink near the kitchen entrance. Zhou Jiangjun watched her retreating figure and whispered, "Fei, Xiaoyu is truly virtuous, so obedient and well-behaved. You'd best make your move soon. With her looks, by the time she reaches university, suitors will be queuing from the girls' dormitory to the cafeteria, and she might not even glance your way." Han Yu concurred. "Xiaoyu is genuinely wonderful, and it's evident she treats you differently than us. She is at least 100 times better than your previous Lin Siyun. You must turn back before it's too late. Here, you handsome lads, your beers have arrived. Drink up. A man who can enjoy beer is a true grown-up." The boss set down the beers and gave Chen Lifu a pat on the shoulder. Chen Lifu bent down, took a bottle of beer, expertly opened it with a bottle opener, and handed it to Zhou Jiangjun. "Stop with the unnecessary chatter. As I've told you before, I'm not interested in relationships. I have more pressing matters at hand. Women only impede my ability to earn." Zhou Jiangjun scoffed, accepting the beer from Chen Lifu, and quickly shifted the conversation upon noticing Su Xiaoyu approaching with the freshly washed cups. "Xiaoyu, how did you do on the exam? Did you notice how particularly easy this year's college entrance examination was? It felt even simpler than the last mock exam. Those questions seemed almost effortless to tackle." Su Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, her tone soft. Indeed, many questions felt familiar. After they spoke, both turned their attention to Chen Lifu. After all, his intensive tutoring in the months leading up to the exam had been immensely beneficial. Zhou Jiangjun still couldn't fathom how Chen Lifu had managed to predict the exam questions so accurately, whether it was mathematics, English, or comprehensive subjects. It seemed as though the questions were crafted by him. When Chen Lifu explained, his response remained unchanged. "If you had merely studied past exam papers, predicting this year's exam scope wouldn't have been difficult. Zhou Jiangjun found Chen Lifei to be rather pretentious, yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what made him so. Chen Lifei remarked, "If you still can't figure it out, I'll give you a couple of pig brains later." Zhou Jiangjun retorted, "Get lost." Han Yu purchased train tickets to Jinggang for early July, as the club's headquarters is located there. He raised his glass and declared, "I will venture there first to scout the way. You all should obediently roll over in September to attend university. Once in Jinggang, I will have your backs. Do you understand?" Although everyone recognized his words as jest, this time, no one retorted or teased him. Instead, they nodded in agreement. "All right, from now on, in Jinggang. Stick with Brother Yu." The clinking of glasses sent droplets splashing. After a hearty lunch, the group was satisfied, with 8 bottles of liquor remaining, roughly 1 bottle per person. However, Su Xiaoyu barely drank, as Chen Lifei nearly finished her bottle. Chen Lifei let out a belch and waved his hand. "Boss, didn't you say you would take a photo? How do we do that?" Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary boss turned out to be a seasoned photography enthusiast. He stood up and retrieved a massive Nikon DSLR from the kitchen, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he cradled the camera. "I will take your pictures. Don't worry. I am a professional." Observing the camera and its bulky lens in the boss's hands, Chen Lifei realized why this barbecue restaurant was so prosperous yet lacked even an air conditioner. Alas, DSLRs can be a burden. Photography can be burdensome too. Generations of poverty. Indeed, under the boss's eager gaze, Chen Lifei pulled Su Xiaoyu to sit in front of a photo wall, just as before, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and grinning at the boss's lens. With the initial awkwardness behind them, Su Xiaoyu felt less shy this time. She snuggled closely against Chen Lifei, smiling sweetly for the camera and even flashing a peace sign. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with joy, radiating warmth. Click! The flash illuminated the scene. After taking the photo, the boss examined his work and felt quite pleased. He particularly praised Su Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "This little beauty has such a sweet smile. Those bright eyes are captivating." Flattered by the compliment, Su Xiaoyu felt a tinge of bashfulness but couldn't help casting a proud glance at Chen Lifei, raising her eyebrows and pouting slightly with a mischievous smile. As if to say, "Look, everyone thinks I'm pretty." Chen Lifei, feeling competitive, quickly asked the boss, "What about me? Am I not striking?" Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu simultaneously made faces of mock disgust. The boss chuckled, "Young man, your attire is quite respectable. Clearly a future talent of our nation." "Ha ha ha." Zhou Jiangjun and Han Yu burst into laughter. Chen Lifei cursed under his breath, but as he turned away, he heard Su Xiaoyu quietly whisper in his ear, "But I think you're quite good-looking." Chapter 55, Wishing Little Fish All Her Dreams Come True. The sweet, youthful voice brushed past his ears like a sudden downpour in the sweltering summer, refreshing the grass and flowers with its fragrant embrace. The subtlety of its impact was both gentle and omnipresent. Chen Lifei's heart, long chilled from a decade of fishing at Run Fa, unexpectedly warmed at that moment. Ultimately, his cultivation was insufficient, his understanding still too shallow. Chen Lifei steadied his mind, choosing not to respond to Su Xiaoyu's words. Instead, he rose and retrieved a pen from the table beside the photo wall, handing it to her. "Come, make a wish." Although Chen Lifei's silence left Su Xiaoyu feeling a tinge of disappointment, she suppressed her emotions and obediently accepted the pen from his hand. Before long, the proprietor presented the printed photo to Su Xiaoyu. Gazing at the youthful couple captured in the image, she suddenly hesitated to write on the back. The pair appeared inseparable, with Chen Lifei's carefree smile contrasting her own bashful expression, which radiated a profound sense of happiness. This joy stemmed solely from the fact that Chen Lifei stood beside her. As Su Xiaoyu quietly admired the photograph, Chen Lifei, lacking any sense of romance, urged her, "What are you staring at, little fish? Hurry up and write. Only then can you claim your discount coupon." Su Xiaoyu raised her eyes, her round orbs glimmering with playful indignation as she shot a glance at Chen Lifei. His gaze, descending from above, accentuated the roundness of her cheeks, and with her pouting lips and wide eyes, she resembled an adorably angry pufferfish. After glaring at Chen Lifei, she turned away, flipping the photo over. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up the pen and began to write. Her handwriting was neat and orderly, reminiscent of a primary school student. She inscribed, "May the individuals in this photo experience joy, happiness, and freedom every day. I hope they remain each other's good friends forever." As she penned the words "good friends," her hand noticeably paused. Unseen by Chen Lifei, a faint blush crept across Su Xiaoyu's cheeks. She knew precisely what she wished to write but hesitated, uncertain of Chen Lifei's feelings. Thus, she refrained from articulating her true sentiments. Would Chen Lifei comprehend the hidden emotions behind the phrase "forever good friends"? Once she finished, Su Xiaoyu set down the pen and handed it to the proprietor. The proprietor, glancing at Chen Lifei, remarked, "Hey, handsome, why not write something too?" Without hesitation, Chen Lifei accepted the photo. After reading Su Xiaoyu's wish, he confidently seized the pen and inscribed a sentence below, "Then I wish little fish that all her wishes may come true." Chen Lifei's handwriting was vigorous and unrestrained, much like his character. Upon reading his words, Su Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, unable to suppress a smile, her heart swelling with joy. She believed in Chen Lifei, in the words he had spoken, and naturally, in what he had written. Therefore, if he claimed her wishes would come true, perhaps her innermost desire would one day be realized as well. After affixing the photograph to the wall, the proprietor generously deducted 50 yuan from their bill. The group relished a sumptuous and delicious barbecue feast, spending just over 100 yuan in total, a remarkably affordable outing. Han Yu understood that they were trying to save him money. His family background was modest, and given that this journey required considerable funds, he silently accepted the goodwill of his friends. However, he playfully draped an arm around Zhou Jianjuan's shoulder and proclaimed, "Once we reach Jinko, I shall treat you all to a meal at the finest restaurant, indulging in the most extravagant dishes." What nonsense! Chen Lifei shot him a glance. Focus on your training and make a name for yourself. In the future, it won't be at the priciest of establishments that you can afford to treat me. Han Yu chuckled, scratching the back of his head. All right. The group spent the afternoon at the Xingyuan Internet CAF. When evening fell, Su Xiaoyu prepared to head to the tavern for work, bidding farewell to Chen Lifei. Halfway down the street, Su Xiaoyu paused, staring blankly at Chen Lifei. "Hey, I'm off to work. What about you? Why are you going to the tavern?" Previously, Chen Lifei visited the tavern to tutor Su Xiaoyu. But now that the Gaokao had concluded, his purpose was unclear. With his hands in his pockets, he shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't really know. Perhaps I'm just accustomed to it this month. It feels a bit unsettling not to visit the tavern daily." Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "I see. You're just hoping for free food and drinks there, aren't you?" Chen Lifei clicked his tongue. "Can you not speak? Soon, your brother will be the tavern owner. It's my establishment, so what's wrong with enjoying my own food and drink?" Only then did Su Xiaoyu ask earnestly, "Are you really planning to buy Sister Yan's tavern? That's several 100,000. Where would you get that kind of money?" As soon as the words left her lips, she recalled Chen Lifei's visit to the lottery shop, where he spent 50,000 on football tickets. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Could he be a rich second generation? A wave of insecurity washed over Su Xiaoyu. Having known Chen Lifei for so long, she had never inquired about his family circumstances. If his background was indeed affluent, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow as she reflected on her own origins. Yet, Chen Lifei remained oblivious to her emotional shift. Continuing to speak as they walked, "Your brother is quite the moneymaker. Don't worry, I'll be the boss of this tavern, and you will be the star attraction. You'll manage all the servers. Isn't that exciting?" To her surprise, Su Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. "Yes, exciting." Turning to see the corners of Chen Lifei's mouth turn upwards, she suddenly reacted, blushing, and playfully smacked his arm. "You're the real star." "Indeed," Chen Lifei replied shamelessly. "After all, your looks are just a notch below mine. Go away." Su Xiaoyu laughed and scolded. Like a fish with a fleeting memory, her momentary sadness vanished as quickly as it had come. She believed in her future, confident that one day she would grow into the person capable of standing alongside her beloved. For she was a free little fish, destined for the stars and the sea. She would swim tirelessly towards her dreams, a ceaseless journey. Chapter 56. A loss of 200,000 perhaps due to the summer holidays. The tavern's business had improved significantly, almost always filled to capacity. Chen Lifei surveyed his surroundings and settled at the bar, sipping the cocktail prepared by Su Xiaoyu while admiring the long-legged beauties frequenting the tavern. Many of them appeared to be newcomers to such establishments, despite their makeup and short skirts, giving an impression of wildness. Their eyes betrayed a naivete that was both clear and foolish, indicating a pretentious maturity, yet they had evidently never set foot in a place like this before. Having lived several decades longer than them, Chen Lifei could discern their inexperience with ease. Just as he was observing, someone tapped him lightly on the back of the head. Turning around, he found Su Xiaoyu glaring at him with wide eyes, her brow furrowed. "What are you staring at? Don't let anyone think we have a creepy pervert in our tavern. It could hurt my sister Yan's business." Chen Lifu chuckled, teasing Su Xiaoyu. You aren't jealous because I'm looking at other beauties, are you? Su Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt, but thankfully, the dim lighting concealed any hint of her unease. She turned her head, crossed her arms defiantly, and retorted, "Stop being so narcissistic. Why would I be jealous?" Yet, Chen Lifu shamelessly leaned closer, assuring her, "Rest easy. Those painted dolls don't catch my eye. You are far more beautiful than they." Although she knew his words were merely a facetious jest, Su Xiaoyu couldn't suppress her delight. While her expression remained sour, her tone had brightened noticeably. "You should be quiet. All you do is tease me until my drink is finished. Should I mix you another Long Island iced tea? I'm done drinking." Chen Lifu waved his hand dismissively. He had consumed 2 bottles of beer at noon and 3 more drinks earlier. Although this amount was still shy of half his capacity, he chose to exercise moderation. In this new life, apart from his family, he cherished his health above all. No one understood the importance of well-being better than he did. Thus, whether it be smoking or drinking, he avoided anything detrimental to his health whenever possible. After yawning, he glanced at his phone. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Su Xiaoyu noticed his growing fatigue and quickly said, "I have half an hour left before I can clock out. Please wait a little longer." Chen Lifu teased her again. "What? Are you planning to take me home?" Su Xiaoyu, flustered, replied, "Who would want to take you home? No way am I leaving now. You're so annoying." Chen Lifu laughed heartily. "You're so stingy. What do you think I'm doing here, just waiting for you to finish work? Do you really think I'm so idle?" He waved her off playfully. Though Su Xiaoyu had secretly speculated about whether he had come to the tavern for her, hearing him say it aloud was an entirely different experience. Did he truly come here just to escort her home? Her heart fluttered with excitement. She genuinely struggled to comprehend Chen Lifu and remained uncertain about his true feelings for her. If he indeed liked her, why had he never reciprocated those ambiguous flirtations? If he merely considered her a friend, then Su Xiaoyu's mind became increasingly chaotic. She simply shook her head in resignation. Forget it, she thought. There was no point in overthinking it. After all, she could never match Chen Lifu's intellect, so pondering endlessly was futile. She decided to let things unfold naturally. At 10:30, Su Xiaoyu completed her shift, changed her attire, and headed home with Chen Lifu. As they walked and chatted as usual, nearing the entrance of Su Xiaoyu's neighborhood, a rather piercing voice of a middle-aged woman suddenly pierced the air behind them. "Su Xiaoyu, you've really become bold. Haven't you? Know how to seduce men now. Pretending to be innocent in front of me all day, yet out there flirting with men like it's nothing? Do you have no shame?" Su Xiaoyu's body stiffened in an instant, her face paling dramatically, and she trembled uncontrollably. Chen Lifu, hearing the voice, turned around to see a gaunt woman dressed in an oversized shirt, her hair slightly curled and looking disheveled, revealing poor hair quality. The woman's expression was peculiar, a blend of malice, mockery, and a sinister glare as she scrutinized Chen Lifu. Chen Lifu examined the woman with a furrowed brow, yet instinctively reached out to grasp Su Xiaoyu's arm, pulling her protectively behind him. "Who are you?" he inquired. The woman let out a couple of derisive laughs, her expression growing even more grotesque as she approached. As she drew nearer, Chen Lifu discerned the deep lines on her face, her high cheekbones accentuating a cruel demeanor. "Who am I?" the woman retorted, pointing to herself. "If you wish to know, just ask that wretched girl behind you." Feeling Su Xiaoyu tremble beneath his grip, Chen Lifu's tone hardened. "Watch your words. Who the hell are you calling wretched?" The woman seemed to find something amusing in his words, her laughter sharp and biting. "Ah, you've hit the nail on the head. I truly am that wretched girl's mother." Chen Lifu was taken aback. Before he could process her words, Su Xiaoyu had pulled away from his grasp, trembling as she stepped forward, pleading, "Mom, let us discuss this later. There's no need to do it here. He's just my classmate." With a resounding slap, Zhou Shufan struck Su Xiaoyu across the face. Her previously acerbic expression morphed into one of fierce rage. "You wretched girl. How shameless. No wonder you avoid blind dates. Turns out you found an old lover outside. At your young age, you're already mingling with men and only just returned. You claim you're working outside? Don't tell me it's in bed." In an instant, Chen Lifu pushed Zhou Shufan away, shielding Su Xiaoyu behind him and pointing a finger at her. "Don't think being her mother makes you superior. She is your daughter. And yet you call her wretched. What does that make you?" Chen Lifu had finally grasped the situation. He now understood the origin of the inexplicable bruises on Su Xiaoyu's body. The one who inflicted domestic violence upon her was this very woman before him. The person Su Xiaoyu yearned to escape from was also this same woman. Chen Lifu felt a surge of unbridled anger as he watched Su Xiaoyu being assaulted right before his eyes. Clenching his fists, he restrained the impulse to retaliate. Adopting a serious tone, "I must caution you, we reside in a society governed by law. Even if you are her mother, you possess no right to strike her without cause. Moreover, suppress your sordid thoughts. Su Xiaoyu is not as vile as you claim. Rather, it is you who is tainted." Zhou Shufan, hands on her hips, engaged in a heated exchange with Chen Lifu. "You, a mere child yet to mature, dare lecture me? When I bore this wretched girl, you were still a mere notion in your father's mind. Let me assure you, my daughter is not a plaything for you. Be honest with me. How many times have you been with her? Is this harlot charged by the encounter or by the individual?" Zhou Shufan's words grew increasingly offensive. "Listen well. I have already set a price for this harlot. Initially, I could have sold her for 200,000, but now that you have defiled her, you owe me that sum. Otherwise, I shall report you. I will accuse you of rape." Chapter 57. Let us first ascertain your worth. The vicinity of the aging community was already rife with unemployed men and women wandering aimlessly at night, many squatting by the roadside, smoking. Numerous bare-chested men congregated outside nearby food stalls and restaurants, drinking. Zhou Shufan's voice, naturally loud, echoed, ensuring that nearly everyone within a considerable radius could hear her vitriol. Chen Lifu caught a glimpse of a resident discreetly opening a window to witness the commotion. It felt as though countless eyes were fixed upon them, indifferent yet gleeful, relishing the spectacle as they murmured amongst themselves. A few whistles pierced the air, adding to the cacophony. Chen Lifu firmly grasped Su Xiaoyu's wrist, shielding her behind him as he directed his ire at Zhou Shufan. "Have you ever considered whether I have matured? Do you think Su Xiaoyu wished to be born to a mother like you? Her arrival in this world was not her choice. It was your reckless abandon that brought her here. Who would desire a person like you as a mother?" Zhou Shufan, shameless and even grinning at Chen Lifu, retorted, "Regardless of her wishes, she shall have only me as her mother. Are you attempting to evade your responsibilities? I assure you, the 200,000 is not negotiable. If you refuse to pay, let's go to the hospital for an examination and see if that harlot's virginity remains intact. Do you dare?" It was not a question of Chen Lifu's courage, but rather a matter of Su Xiaoyu's dignity. If he were to allow Zhou Shufan to drag Su Xiaoyu to the hospital for such a degrading examination, it would not only devastate Su Xiaoyu, but would also leave Chen Lifu consumed with self-loathing. With a cold laugh, Chen Lifu responded, 200,000, you say? Let me clarify, I am devoid of wealth. However, should you truly desire it, I could part with not just 200,000, but even 500,000 or 1,000,000. The only condition is that you must first ascertain whether you are worthy of such an amount. Upon hearing Chen Lifu's declaration, Zhou Shufan's eyes sparkled momentarily. She scrutinized him from head to toe, sensing that appearances can be deceiving. Observing the young man before her, despite his decent attire, he did not strike her as a nouveau riche or a second-generation wealthy individual. Yet, his audacity was quite unexpected. What was more striking was the seriousness with which he spoke, as if he genuinely possessed the means he claimed. Zhou Shufan cast a few glances at Chen Lifu, her expression abruptly shifting to one of overt flattery, her eyes now glimmering with calculation. As the saying goes, there is nothing in this world that cannot be negotiated. It all comes down to whether the price is agreeable. Young man, I perceive you are educated. Let us speak plainly. This girl, I can sell her to anyone. And if I can find someone she deems worthy, it would be a fortunate match for her, courtesy of her mother. Thus, let us discuss the price, for who knows? We might even become family someday. Chen Lifu's demeanor remained icy. Spare me your tricks, he retorted. If you desire money, so be it, but once you take it, you shall sever all ties with Xiaoyu. From that moment on, where she goes and what she does will be of no concern to you. Zhou Shufan, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh, her tone growing more brazen. You wish to buy her outright? That would require more than 200,000. It would need to be several times that amount. Chapter 58. A stalling tactic. Chen Lifu gazed at Zhou Shufan's shameless demeanor, unable to fathom what Su Xiaoyu had endured over the years in that household. He finally understood that the fierce faade she had displayed when they first met was merely a form of self-preservation. Reluctant to engage further with Zhou Shufan, he took a step back, pulling Su Xiaoyu with him. Xiaoyu, let us leave. However, Zhou Shufan stepped forward to block their path. You intend to take my daughter right in front of me? The price I have stated stands. Either you leave now, or you shall not receive a single penny from me. Chen Lifu warned Zhou Shufan coldly. If you have the courage, feel free to call the police. But know this, you will not receive a dime. Zhou Shufan's sharp, calculating eyes scanned the situation, contemplating for a moment. This brash young man lacked the audacity to simply whisk her daughter away. After all, she remained Su Xiaoyer's legal mother. Without her consent, Su Xiaoyer could not leave. Recognizing this, Zhou Shufan relented but suddenly grasped Chen Lifei's arm, saying, "With my daughter absent, I am quite bored. How about this? Give me some money so I can buy a drink, and I shall not intrude upon your revelry." With a rather lewd smile, Zhou Shufan enticed him. Chen Lifei forcefully shook off her grip, retrieving 200 yuan from his bag and tossing it at her face. "Take the money and get lost," he commanded. Zhou Shufan chuckled as she squatted to pick up the notes, watching Chen Lifei and Su Xiaoyer depart. She counted the bills with a smirk, tucking them into her pocket. With an air of triumph, she called out to their retreating figures, "Consider this 200 yuan a token of introduction to your future mother-in-law. Enjoy yourselves, young rascal." Chen Lifei pulled Su Xiaoyu forward, isolating the voice of Zhou Shufan behind them. Anger simmered within him, fueled by the realization that Xiaoyu had grown up in such an environment. Even more infuriating was the fact that she had never confided in him about her struggles. Had she done so, he could have shielded her from her hardships. As Chen Lifei quickened his pace, Su Xiaoyu gradually fell behind. After what felt like an eternity, exhaustion overtook Su Xiaoyu, and she forcefully wrenched her hand from Chen Lifei's grasp. When he turned back, his anger dissipated upon witnessing her tear-streaked face, overwhelmed with sorrow. Her usually round, smiling visage was marred by the traces of her tears. Her beautiful eyes scrunched together, and even her brows quivered in distress. Her shoulders shook as she sobbed, appearing as though she might shatter into pieces. Upon seeing such a heart-wrenching sight, Chen Lifei's fury transformed into compassion and heartache. He stepped closer, intending to say something, but found himself rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that even in this rebirth, he would encounter situations that left him feeling helpless. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Su Xiaoyu's sobs subsided. In silence, she moved to the side, sitting on the flower bed by the roadside, her voice breaking the stillness. "I have never known my father. I grew up with my grandmother until, at the age of 13, she passed away, and that woman, my mother, brought me to live with her. From my earliest memories, she has treated me with violence and scorn. I know she has contemplated my demise on more than one occasion. When I was around 5 or 6 years old, she would deliberately leave home, locking the door behind her, leaving me with no food whatsoever, not a bun, not a grain of rice. When hunger nearly caused me to faint, I managed to climb onto the balcony to cry for help. A kind old lady from next door heard my pleas and sent over a bowl of rice in a basket, saving me from starvation. When that woman returned home a week later and discovered I was still alive, she interrogated me about how I had survived. Out of fear, I told her the truth, and she went into a frenzy, berating the old lady next door before locking the balcony and abandoning me once more. If it hadn't been for that old lady's concern for my welfare, who called the police under the pretense of suspecting a burglary, my mother would not have returned, and I might have perished. As I grew older, one day my mother stared at me and remarked on how well I was developing. From that moment, she began plotting to sell me off to some old bachelor for a price that would fund her indulgences. Had it not been for the insistence of my school, community, and the Women's Federation urging my mother to allow me to finish high school, I might not be here today. At this point, Su Xiaoyu trailed off. Her head bowed as she took several deep breaths, raising her arm to wipe away her tears. "Chen Lifei, I find myself reluctant to share these thoughts with you, for it is only in your presence, alongside you and your companions, that I feel like just an ordinary student. In those moments, I can momentarily forget the anguish and torment that plague me. Like you, I cherish my freedom. I can read, and through my own endeavors, I can reach anywhere. Yet now, it seems everything has come to an end. Where has it ended?" Suddenly, a silent Chen Lifei interrupted her, his robust voice cutting through the girl's fragmented tone with remarkable strength. Su Xiaoyu paused, then let out a wry smile. "If she sees me with you today, she will not let me off easily, nor will she believe we are merely classmates. She will surely corner me." Abruptly, Su Xiaoyu lifted her gaze to meet Chen Lifei's. "Chen Lifei, do not give her any money. Even if you possess an abundance of wealth, do not give her a single penny." At that moment, Chen Lifei smirked slightly, a hint of playful defiance in his expression. "Who told you I intended to give her money?" Su Xiaoyu stared blankly, responding, "But didn't you just say you would give her money? If I hadn't said that, would she have so easily allowed you to leave with me?" Chen Lifei explained. This is merely a strategic delay. Do you understand? Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Then in a panic, she exclaimed, Chen Lifei, you don't understand her. She will go mad. She truly will. Over the years, she has been consuming psychiatric medication, and coupled with her addiction to alcohol, she has become a lunatic. If she doesn't get the money, she will indeed lose her sanity. Su Xiaoyu, nearly in tears, urged, you must leave now. Never let her see you again. Otherwise, I genuinely fear she might harm you. She is a madwoman. Su Xiaoyu's body trembled uncontrollably. Finally, Chen Lifei spoke, I am leaving. What will you do? Aren't you afraid she might kill you? Su Xiaoyu's face turned ashen. After a moment of silence, Chen Lifei suddenly asked, what did you just say? She has been on psychiatric medication? Su Xiaoyu, bewildered as to why Chen Lifei would inquire about this at such a moment, nodded absent-mindedly. She has been on it for many years. The neighbors say she used to have bipolar disorder. If it weren't for the medication, she would have been locked away long ago. Images of Zhou Shufan, in her manic episodes, wreaking havoc at home and striking her flashed through Su Xiaoyu's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Yet, at that moment, Chen Lifei appeared to have conceived a plan, letting out a cold scoff as he looked at Su Xiaoyu and said, she is already mentally ill. This matter is not as complicated as it seems. Su Xiaoyu was somewhat confused. Little fish, Chen Lifei continued, trust me, no one can prevent you from attaining your freedom, not even that person who is your mother. Chapter 59. Returning home, Su Xiaoyu could not grasp the meaning behind Chen Lifei's words. To her, as long as Zhou Shufan was alive, she would never be able to completely escape her grasp. Even with the determination to leave after the college entrance examination, she remained prepared for the possibility of being ensnared by Zhou Shufan once more. Chen Lifei did not reply immediately, simply stating, it is quite late, let us return home. Chen Lifei glanced around, noticing a few chain hotels nearby. However, neither he nor Su Xiaoyu had identification on them. Back in 2014, the regulations for checking IDs at hotels were not as stringent as they would later become, but Chen Lifei was reluctant to let Su Xiaoyu stay alone in a hotel. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Su Xiaoyu and asked, how about staying at my place for a few nights? Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Her ears tinged with a slight blush, her hands entwined nervously. Is that appropriate? Your parents must be home, right? Chen Lifei shrugged, assuring her, don't worry. My parents are quite open-minded. I'll just tell them you're my classmate and that you have some family issues, so you'll be staying with us for a bit. They won't mind. Su Xiaoyu hesitated, but Chen Lifei gently grasped her arm. Come on, let us go. I'm exhausted and need to wash up and sleep. We can sort everything out tomorrow. Thus, Su Xiaoyu found herself being led forward by Chen Lifei, somewhat dazed. After walking through several streets, they arrived at the entrance of his community. Only then did Su Xiaoyu lift her gaze to observe the neighborhood. It was expansive, with lush greenery, towering trees, and manicured lawns. Elderly residents walked their dogs, and young couples pushed strollers, creating a heartwarming scene. This was a stark contrast to her own residential area, which was marred by desolate sidewalks littered with refuse, cigarette butts, and phlegm, exuding a decayed stench. Su Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Upon entering Chen Lifei's home and calling out, Dad, Mom, I'm back, she finally looked up and met the eyes of Shui and Chen Dongjun, who were watching television in the living room. Their gazes locked. A moment of silence enveloped them as they exchanged wide-eyed stares filled with confusion and mild shock. And Shui, recovering first, stood up and turned to Su Xiaoyu, inquiring, Lifei, who is this? With an air of nonchalance, Chen Lifei introduced her. This is my classmate, Su Xiaoyu. She has some family issues and will be staying with us for a couple of days. Mom, could you tidy up the guest room? His demeanor was so casual, as if having a female classmate stay overnight was entirely unremarkable. In contrast, Shui's reaction was one of astonishment. Wait, do her parents know about this? Shui and Chen Dongjun could hardly believe that just days after the college entrance examinations, their son had brought such a charming girl home. Of course they do. I'm quite familiar with her parents. They trust me completely, Chen Lifei boasted confidently, spinning a tale with no hint of shame. Both Su Xiaoyu and Shui simultaneously thought the same three words, shameless. Yet, Shui quickly regained her composure, concealing her surprise with a warm smile as she reached for Su Xiaoyu's hand. Oh, you seem like such a good girl. Are you a classmate of our Lifei? Come in, come in. What happened at home? Are your parents truly comfortable with you? A young lady, staying home alone? Noticing Su Xiaoyu pursing her lips in silence, and Shui, concerned that Su Xiaoyu might be too shy to speak and possibly harboring unspoken troubles, shifted the conversation. Rest assured. You can stay at Auntie's house for as long as you wish. I will take good care of you. It was only then that Su Xiaoyu cautiously uttered, "Thank you, Auntie." She then turned to Chen Dongjun, who was still recovering from the surprise on the sofa, and added, "Thank you, Uncle." Chen Dongjun finally rose, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, really. You're a classmate of Li Fei's, so you're also a classmate of ours." Chen Lifu rolled his eyes and fetched a bottle of cold cola from the fridge. "Dad, if you're too nervous to speak, then perhaps you should refrain from speaking at all." And Shui, chuckling, went to the kitchen to wash some fruit, inviting Su Xiaoyu to sit on the sofa. "By the way, I never saw you at the parent-teacher meetings when I used to attend for Li Fei. Are you in the same class as him?" Su Xiaoyu glanced at Chen Lifu and honestly replied, "I am not in the same class as him." And Shui's eyes darted with curiosity. "Not in the same class? Yet so close? How could you possibly bring someone home?" A sudden realization struck in Shui. No wonder, not long ago, Chen Lifu mentioned that he and Lin Siyun were merely ordinary classmates. It turned out this rascal had developed feelings for someone else. And Shui scrutinized Su Xiaoyu carefully. This girl was truly enchanting, strikingly beautiful. She had previously thought Lin Siyun from Lu Qian's family was pretty, but this young lady seemed even more exquisite. No wonder. And Shui exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Lifu, casting him an appreciative look that clearly conveyed her approval of this girl. Chen Lifu, knowing exactly what his mother was pondering, felt no need to explain. "Mom, shouldn't you go tidy up the guest room? Su Xiaoyu will be sleeping in my room tonight." And Shui immediately stood up, feigning a playful threat towards Chen Lifu. "You rascal, is it appropriate to jest like that? Aren't you worried about making the young lady shy?" Stealing a glance at Su Xiaoyu, and Shui observed her sitting primly on the sofa, legs together, hands resting on her knees, head slightly bowed, appearing exceedingly well-behaved. In a gentle tone, and Shui said, "Your name is Su Xiaoyu, right? I'll go prepare your room now." Su Xiaoyu also stood up. "Auntie, let me help you. It's actually my trouble to impose on you." And Shui replied, "Not at all. It's just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Please, make yourself at home." Afterward, she playfully nudged Chen Lifu. "What are you still doing here? Hurry to the community store and buy a toothbrush and some toiletries." This child is utterly clueless. However, Chen Dongjun, observing from the side, felt his son was quite sensible indeed. After all, having just finished the college entrance examination, he had brought home such a beautiful and gentle young lady. Wasn't that a sign of maturity? Not at all did he allow this father to worry. "Indeed, he is my son," Chen Dongjun thought with a hint of pride, hands on his hips. Chapter 60. The mentally ill on her first night at Chen Lifeng's home. Su Xiaoyu felt a twinge of nervousness that kept her from sleeping. And Shui, ever considerate, fearing that Su Xiaoyu might feel uncomfortable in the house, prepared everything for her before quickly ushering Chen Dongjun back to their bedroom. Lying in bed, Su Xiaoyu sent a message to Chen Lifeng. "Your parents are really kind." It was only after meeting Chen Lifeng's parents that she understood the source of his free-spirited, carefree, and unrestrained nature. A child raised in such a loving environment naturally possesses a greater sense of confidence and composure, as they are unconditionally loved by their parents. Chen Lifeng did not elaborate, simply replying, "Don't think about that now. Just get some sleep. We can talk about it tomorrow." Su Xiaoyu chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, Chen Lifeng, alone in his bedroom, busied himself by turning on his computer and logging onto forums such as Tieba and Tianya. Although the Tianya forum had long since declined by 2014, it still harbored a number of remarkable individuals. In terms of networking and dissemination, Tianya remained quite formidable. Ultimately, Su Xiaoyu's situation was a matter of family. In today's society, even if family issues escalate dramatically, they are seldom resolved satisfactorily. To truly address this issue, public opinion would be essential. With knowledge from decades ahead, Chen Lifeng understood better than anyone how to leverage public sentiment to create momentum, enabling Su Xiaoyu to completely break free from the clutches of Zhou Shufen. He briefly researched legal matters regarding custody and immediate family relations, selected a few forums to engage with, and ultimately placed an order for a home surveillance camera on Taobao. After closing his computer, he settled into bed for sleep, unaware that Su Xiaoyu, just a wall away, remained wide awake throughout the night. The following morning, as Chen Lifeng stepped out of his room, he found Su Xiaoyu alone in the living room enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Chen Lifeng in his pajamas, His sleep-muddled eyes still weary. She felt a flutter of embarrassment and shifted her gaze, maintaining a calm facade, though her ears had already turned crimson. Chen Lifeng, oblivious, yawned and asked, "Where are my parents?" Su Xiaoyu pushed her breakfast towards him and replied, "Uncle and Auntie left early to buy breakfast and left you 500 yuan. Telling you to." She hesitated, feeling shy. She was aware that Chen Lifeng's parents likely sought to avoid any awkwardness between them by finding an opportunity to leave early. Chen Lifeng could easily guess what his mother had said. "She told me to take you out for a nice meal, right?" Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" "Please," Chen Lifeng waved dismissively as he entered the bathroom. "They give me 100 yuan just to go out for a meal, but 500 for taking you out? That's so biased." Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, stifling a laugh. After Chen Lifei finished his morning routine, he emerged to sit across from Su Xiaoyu. He picked up the marinated egg from the plate, peeled off its shell, and began to devour the egg white with great relish. Once he had nearly finished the egg whites, he placed the yolk back onto the plate. Su Xiaoyu stared in astonishment at his fluid movements, then shifted her gaze to the round, glistening yolk on the plate. "You only eat the white and not the yolk?" she asked. Chen Lifei replied between chews, "Indeed, I've only ever eaten egg whites since childhood. The yolk is too rich for my taste." Su Xiaoyu, with her fingers pinching the yolk, lamented, "But all the nutrition is in the yolk." Chen Lifei inquired, "Do you know who truly needs nutrition?" "Everyone needs nutrition," Su Xiaoyu asserted. Chen Lifei chuckled, "Only those who are malnourished require it. As for someone like me, born with natural beauty, an 8-pack abdomen, tall stature, and robust health, I find no need for such trivial nourishment from an egg yolk. Do you understand?" At this, Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in response, remarking, "You're such a weirdo." During the 3 days Su Xiaoyu stayed at Chen Lifei's home, to her surprise, Zhou Shufan had not sought her out even once. In the past, returning home even slightly late would have resulted in a harsh reprimand. Yet after Zhou Shufan had spoken with Chen Lifei, she had gone into a frenzy despite Su Xiaoyu's prolonged absence. However, the more this happened, the more anxious Su Xiaoyu felt about facing Zhou Shufan upon her return. Knowing that Chen Lifei could not always be by her side, while Su Xiaoyu was lost in thought, Chen Lifei opened the door and brought in a package that resembled a delivery box. After unwrapping it, he handed her the contents. "Here, take this home and discreetly install it in the living room. Adjust the angle to ensure the entire area is within the surveillance range." Su Xiaoyu looked curiously at the item in her hands and raised her eyes to Chen Lifei, asking, "What is this?" "It's a surveillance camera, you fool," he replied with a hint of annoyance. "I know it's a surveillance camera," Su Xiaoyu frowned, "but why would I install one at home?" "To gather evidence," Chen Lifei said, a sly smile playing on his lips as his usually carefree eyes took on a cunning glint. He looked at Su Xiaoyu with a knowing smile and added, "If a person suffering from mania drinks excessively at home, verbally abuses, beats, and mistreats their own daughter, what do you think would happen if this came to the attention of justice-driven netizens and reporters?" Su Xiaoyu's expression gradually shifted from confusion to shock and disbelief. Over the years, Su Xiaoyu had tried countless methods to save herself. She had mustered the courage to confide in teachers, community workers, and Women's Federation representatives, and had even sought assistance from Uncle Hat at the police station. Yet, the only responses she received were discussions, verbal education, mediation, and written guarantees. After these individuals left, what awaited Su Xiaoyu were only escalated insults and beatings. Zhou Shufan once struck her own head with a wine bottle while laughing maniacally, taunting her. "Do you realize, you little wretch, that I am your mother? I am your only kin in this world, and only I possess the power to do as I please with you. You shall never escape me in this lifetime, unless you meet your demise. But do you dare to die? Ha ha." Zhou Shufan was indeed correct. She did not dare to die. For all these years, her only desire had been to live well. Yet, Su Xiaoyu had never contemplated that the torment of Zhou Shufan's manic episodes over the years could become her means of liberation. Su Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. "Is this truly feasible?" Chen Lifei glanced at the surveillance footage in her hand. The outcome cannot possibly be worse than it is now. After their meal, Chen Lifei escorted Su Xiaoyu home. As they approached the door, fear gripped Su Xiaoyu's heart. Shadows loomed over her thoughts regarding this home. Merely contemplating the sight of Zhou Shufan's face upon returning sent chills down her spine. Nevertheless, she feigned indifference before Chen Lifei, stating, "I have arrived home. You may go back now." Chen Lifei regarded her with a knowing look and said, "Do not be afraid." Su Xiaoyu averted her gaze, retorting, "Who is afraid?" Chen Lifei did not depart. Instead, he remained at the doorstep. "You may enter. Just do as I instructed, and try to provoke her while ensuring your safety. Do not be frightened. I shall not leave. I have already calibrated the surveillance system, connected it to my phone's Bluetooth, and I shall monitor your every move. Should she spiral into uncontrollable madness, I will call the authorities." After speaking, Chen Lifei requested Su Xiaoyu to hand him her house key, ensuring he could enter swiftly should she find herself in danger. With Chen Lifei's assurance, Su Xiaoyu's trepidation indeed diminished significantly. She had not anticipated such comprehensive consideration from him. Su Xiaoyu placed the house key in his palm, took a deep breath, and then turned to re-enter her home. Upon opening the door, she found Zhou Shufan seated on the sofa, drinking. Despite her mental preparation for confrontation, she could not suppress a shiver. Zhou Shufan lifted her eyelids slightly and cast a glance at her. Scattered beneath the sofa lay a multitude of wine bottles, and the coffee table was adorned with 5 cans of beer. After finishing the drink in her hand, Zhou Shufan carelessly tossed the bottle to the floor and opened another can, tilting her head back to take a sip before casting a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoyu. "Oh, you've finally decided to return? Have you had enough fun these past few days?" Zhou Shufan's smile was somewhat grotesque. "To be honest, you truly are my daughter. At such a young age, your ability to entice is commendable. Where did you manage to catch such a gullible suitor willing to shower you with money?" Zhou Shufan continued. "Let me make myself clear. You'd better have that paramour of yours bring the money to my doorstep, or I shall drag you to the police and claim he raped you. In this small place, if this matter escalates, just watch how no girl would dare to marry that scoundrel in the future." Xiaoyu remained silent as she decisively strode towards her bedroom. She retrieved the surveillance camera that Chen Lifei had entrusted to her and, taking advantage of the moment when Zhou Shufan was distracted, stealthily placed it on the windowsill of her bedroom. She then opened the door, ensuring that the camera had a clear view of the living room. Fortunately, the entrance to Xiaoyu's bedroom faced directly into the living area, and given the cramped dimensions of the home, it was perfectly positioned to capture the entire room. After completing this task, Xiaoyu exited her bedroom and coldly regarded Zhou Shufan, recalling Chen Lifei's admonitions. With a frigid tone, she declared, "Do not harbor any illusions. Chen Lifei will not give you a single penny, nor will I." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Zhou Shufan's expression swiftly transformed. Her face, slightly flushed from drink, appeared even more menacing, as if she were a predator fixated on her prey. "What did you say?" Xiaoyu took a deep breath and repeated, "I said, you will not receive a single cent. For years, you have neglected your duties as a mother, spending each day inebriated, and when intoxicated, you would strike me like a lunatic. I have had enough of this life. I have had enough of you as a mother." With a sudden movement, Zhou Shufan hurled the half-full bottle of liquor at Xiaoyu. The bottle narrowly missed her eye, shattering on the floor and splattering alcohol across Xiaoyu. Zhou Shufan's voice dripped with venom as she spat. "You wretched creature, what did you say? Do not think that just because you have found a lover, you have gained wings. I am still your mother." Xiaoyu continued to provoke Zhou Shufan. "What right do you have to call yourself my mother? You once locked me alone in our home when I was merely 5 or 6, denying me food and water, wishing to starve me. When I grew older, you sought to sell me to some lecherous old man for a quick sum. When have you ever treated me as your daughter?" Zhou Shufan sneered. "No matter how much you say, I am still your mother. If you have the ability, crawl back into my womb. Otherwise, go ahead and jump off a building. As long as you live, I am your mother. You will never escape me." With that, Zhou Shufan seized a clothes hanger from the balcony, wielding it like a weapon and striking Xiaoyu repeatedly. Amidst Xiaoyu's anguished cries, Chen Lifei burst through the door, flanked by 2 uniformed officers. "This woman is abusing a minor." Chen Lifei rushed forward, shoving Zhou Shufan aside and shielding Xiaoyu behind him. He addressed the officers. "I demand a medical examination for the victim." To his surprise, Zhou Shufan showed no fear of the officers, charging at Xiaoyu once more, only to be restrained by the 2 officers. "Do not move. Behave yourself." Zhou Shufan struggled and shouted defiantly, "I am her mother. I have the right to discipline my own daughter. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Let me go. I command you to release me." Chen Lifei cradled the tear-streaked Xiaoyu in his arms, soothingly assuring her, "It's all right now. Do not be afraid. Everything will be fine." As Su Xiaoyu clutched Chen Lifei's arm tightly, it was as if she had grasped the last strand of hope. The group swiftly arrived at the police station, where Chen Lifei insisted on taking Su Xiaoyu to the hospital for an injury assessment. while Zhou Shufan was ushered into the interrogation room. Seizing the opportunity while Su Xiaoyu underwent her examination, Chen Lifu returned to her home to retrieve the surveillance camera. He then sought out a nearby internet CAF, inserted the memory card, and extracted the footage from earlier. The video revealed Su Xiaoyu's accusations against Zhou Shufan, alongside scenes of the inebriated Zhou. In a state of utter disarray, insulting and assaulting Su Xiaoyu, Chen Lifu edited out the footage of his own entrance, obscured Su Xiaoyu's face, and subsequently uploaded the edited video to several social media platforms, including local forums, Weibo, and Douban, under the glaring title, Help Needed. A minor girl endures long-term abuse from her mentally ill mother. Furthermore, he researched the contact details of various media outlets and television stations in Haishur, capturing the information on his phone. The louder the outcry, the greater the likelihood of Su Xiaoyu escaping Zhou Shufan's grasp. Chapter 61. A display of acting skills. Having completed this endeavor, Chen Lifu returned to the hospital to escort Su Xiaoyu back to the police station for her statement. The injury report indicated that Su Xiaoyu had sustained a fracture to her brow and multiple soft tissue injuries, classified as a grade 2 minor injury. The report also noted previous signs of healing from fractures, concluding that there were indications of abuse, advising the authorities to be notified and for follow-up care. Chen Lifu captured a photo of this report and posted it atop his earlier submissions. Upon entering the police station, Chen Lifu and Su Xiaoyu encountered Zhou Shufan emerging from the interrogation room, her demeanor still audacious as she pointed at Chen Lifu, exclaiming, "This man has abducted my daughter. She has been missing for 3 days, and everyone knows the unspeakable deeds they have committed. My daughter is still a minor. Isn't it a crime for him to be with her? Officer, arrest him. He should pay. My daughter, a pristine young lady, must be worth at least 200,000 to 300,000. With a resounding slap, Su Xiaoyu surged forward, summoning all her strength to strike Zhou Shufan. "Silence!" she cried. The moment her hand made contact, she felt a searing pain in her palm, yet she harbored no regrets. The emotions that had been suffocated within her, like a song trapped beneath a heavy stone, were finally unleashed. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Su Xiaoyu shouted at Zhou Shufan, "You will no longer be my mother. From this moment on, I shall never call you mom again. Not now, not ever." A police officer pulled the distraught Su Xiaoyu aside, while Zhou Shufan continued to laugh shamelessly, undeterred by the intervention of the authorities. For her, familial bonds served as her greatest shield. Blood flowed from her veins, a connection she felt could never be severed. Zhou Shufan exuded confidence, convinced that Su Xiaoyu could never escape her. Chen Lifu stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the maniacally laughing Zhou Shufan, his eyes icy with an unsettling intensity. Under the watchful gaze of Chen Lifu, Zhou Shufan gradually ceased her laughter. It was inexplicable. Yet she always felt that this seemingly youthful brat exuded an aura of somberness, as if he had once endured some life-and-death ordeal, instilling an unsettling sense of guilt in those around him. Uncle Hat found himself in a rather delicate situation regarding this matter. After all, it was a family affair. A mother meting out punishment to her own daughter was a situation that even law enforcement personnel like them were reluctant to overly interfere with. They could only offer verbal guidance and caution Zhou Shufan against her heavy-handedness in the future. Zhou Shufan, appearing accustomed to the situation, nonchalantly nodded, though her eyes glinted with venomous intent directed at Su Xiaoyu. Chen Lifu understood that under no circumstances should Zhou Shufan be allowed to return home. He turned to Uncle Hat and stated, "According to Article 13 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law, anyone who physically assaults another or intentionally inflicts bodily harm shall face detention of no less than 5 days and no more than 10 days, along with a fine ranging from 200 to 500 yuan. Even in less severe circumstances, the punishment could be detention of less than 5 days or a fine of under 500 yuan. He produced Su Xiaoyu's injury assessment report, which detailed her serious injuries, classified as a level 2 minor injury, and indicated signs of healing from fractures, fully meeting the criteria for detention. Should you fail to detain this woman, I reserve the right to request an administrative review and lodge a complaint regarding your inaction." Several of Uncle Hat's colleagues exchanged glances. They were well aware of the relevant regulations, but all preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, especially given the familial nature of the issue. However, upon witnessing Chen Lifu's unwavering stance, Uncle Hat cleared his throat and remarked, "Young man, there's no need for such agitation in your conduct. If this individual is indeed implicated in a crime, we will certainly proceed with detention, but we must follow certain procedures and require signatures from both parties. Upon hearing the word detention, Zhou Shufan's expression instantly soured, her tone betraying a hint of panic. Detention? What detention? I am her mother. What is wrong with disciplining her? She has been out with that wild man for 3 nights without coming home. What is wrong with teaching my own daughter a lesson? Silence. Uncle Hat turned to chastise her. Your actions have already constituted a level 2 minor injury. Regardless of your lineage, you will face detention. He produced several administrative penalty signature forms and handed them to Su Xiaoyu. This is the consent form for the detention decision. If you have no objections, please sign. Of course, if you are willing to offer forgiveness, you may also sign a letter of understanding. Before Uncle Hat could finish his sentence, Su Xiaoyu snatched the papers from his hands and promptly affixed her signature. Zhou Shufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Xiaoyu, you wretched girl. After all these years of raising you, you ungrateful child, I will not let you off so easily. I swear I will make you pay. The police station erupted into chaos as several individuals struggled to restrain Zhou Shufan's frenzy. Thus, amidst Zhou Shufan's furious tirade, Su Xiaoyu and Chen Lifu departed the station without a backward glance. During the days that Zhou Shufan was confined in the detention center, Su Xiaoyu experienced the most peaceful nights of her life. Early one morning, she received a phone call from Chen Lifu, whose voice was laced with triumph. Little fish, do you have a television at home? Turn it on to the Haisher channel. Dazed and confused, Su Xiaoyu rose from her bed and made her way to the living room, where she switched on the television and tuned into the Haisher channel. The image flickered, clearly shaken by the throngs of people jostling the cameraman. This unsteady footage was all too familiar to Su Xiaoyu. It was the very scene outside the police station where Zhou Shufan had been apprehended. A large crowd had gathered, their emotions running high, while several officials in caps were managing the situation. In the center stood a man in a white shirt, likely the station chief or some high-ranking official. Numerous reporters thrust their microphones towards him as he declared, "Rest assured, we take this matter very seriously and will ensure the protection of minors, providing a satisfactory response to the concerned public. We have already established a special task force to address issues of abuse against minors, and we will treat this with the utmost gravity. We will immediately arrange for personnel to attend to the physical and psychological well-being of the affected minors. Please do not worry." Su Xiaoyu stared blankly at the television, her phone call with Chen Lifu still active, his voice echoing in her ears. Little fish, it is time for you to showcase your acting skills. Do not attempt to appear strong as you do before me. You must convincingly portray the psychological state of a minor who has suffered abuse for years. The more tragic, the better. The more vulnerable, the better. Do you understand? No sooner had Chen Lifu's words faded than a knock echoed from the door. Xiaoyu, are you at home? We are community workers, and several colleagues wish to inquire about your situation. Are you available? Chapter 62. Go, little fish. Go, little fish. Chen Lifu, having evidently heard the commotion at the door, offered Su Xiaoyu a few final words of encouragement before hanging up. His predictions proved correct. The video he disseminated across several social media platforms garnered significant attention. The community rallied, quickly deducing the location of Su Xiaoyu's residence based on the layout of her home. They also identified the hospital where she underwent examinations using the injury assessment report uploaded by Chen Lifu and through contacts at the hospital. They pinpointed the police station where Su Xiaoyu had reported the incident. This led to a surge of outraged netizens and astute journalists flocking to the police station for interviews. Within just 2 days, the plight of the underage girl suffering from her alcoholic mother's abuse ascended to the top of local trending searches. Several public figures even shared this distressing narrative. Journalists had already visited Su Xiaoyu's school for evidence, and some teachers confirmed that Su Xiaoyu often bore visible wounds and bruises, with the school having attempted to communicate with her mother, albeit to little effect. A single stone can create ripples across a vast expanse, and this incident has ignited a fire that has grown ever larger, just as Chen Lifu intended. Su Xiaoyu has showcased her utmost acting prowess, displaying profound fear and psychological turmoil before the journalists and police officers conducting their investigation. My mother behaves relatively well when she takes her medication. However, once she indulges in excessive drinking and forgets her pills, her condition spirals out of control, leading to relentless assaults upon me until she tires. The journalists swiftly seized upon this revelation. Medication? What sort of medication does she take? What precisely is her condition? Su Xiaoyu trembled as she confessed, "My mother, she suffers from mental illness, bipolar disorder, and has been on medication for years. The two journalists exchanged glances. Seizing the moment, Su Xiaoyu presented the antipsychotic medications her mother had previously consumed, placing them upon the coffee table. The cameras swiftly focused on these pharmaceuticals. Mental illness, bipolar disorder, alcoholism, and physical abuse of her daughter, even selling her daughter to an old bachelor for a bride price. These topics, when artfully combined, guaranteed high viewership and buzz. The journalists, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by. They immediately turned their cameras toward the accompanying police officers. How do you plan to address such matters? Is it not a threat to public safety to allow a mentally ill patient with aggressive tendencies to roam freely? Will it not harm the physical and mental well-being of minors? Beyond verbal education and warnings, is there no substantial means of restraint? The questions from the journalists grew increasingly incisive, prompting the officers to respond with solemnity. We will ensure that any mentally ill individuals exhibiting aggressive behavior are restrained. We will actively investigate and gather evidence. Should it be confirmed that Ms. Zhou indeed suffers from mental illness, appropriate action will be taken. We are also committed to safeguarding the physical and mental health of minors. As the video of Su Xiaoyu's interview circulated online, public opinion surged once more. Some had uncovered Zhou Shufin's past medical records, revealing her diagnoses of mental illness and bipolar disorder, which were subsequently shared widely on the internet. In a whirlwind of outrage, calls arose to confine Zhou Shufin, a person of unstable mental state and poor character, to a psychiatric facility. There were even kind-hearted individuals offering to adopt Su Xiaoyu. Furthermore, it came to light that despite her challenging home environment, Su Xiaoyu excelled academically, further igniting sympathy from many who demanded justice for her. Public sentiment had fermented for an entire week. Su Xiaoyu's plight had undeniably become the most talked-about social issue of the moment. That evening, Chen Lifu monitored the unfolding situation on his phone while overhearing Shui and Chen Dongjun discussing the matter in the living room. That poor girl. How could a mother be so cruel to such an obedient daughter? Some people are simply unfit to be parents. Chen Dongjun expressed his outrage. Chen Lifu thought to himself, how fortunate he was to have obscured Su Xiaoyu's identity in advance. If Shui and Chen Dongjun were to discover that Su Xiaoyu was the unfortunate girl, Shui would likely compel Chen Lifu to bring Su Xiaoyu home immediately for her protection. She would be indignant and insist on accompanying him to the police station to seek justice for Su Xiaoyu. After all, Chen Lifu was well aware of his mother's fervent disposition. After dinner, Chen Lifu received a call from Su Xiaoyu. After a prolonged silence, he called her name a few times before faint, muffled sobs reached his ears. Chen Lifu became alert. Xiaoyu, don't just cry. What's happened? He dreaded the worst possibility. Has your mother been released? Yet, that seemed implausible. Given the public uproar surrounding the matter, the police would never release her. Su Xiaoyu then clarified, No. I just feel as if all of this is a dream. The sister from the community just told me that the police have contacted the psychiatric hospital, and they plan to send that woman there. But I need to sign for consent as I am her only relative. My signature is the only one that matters. I'm on my way to the police station. Once I sign, she will be confined in the psychiatric hospital forever. I can finally escape her. Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Chen Lifu's heart. He couldn't help but smile ironically. In the past, she had wielded her status as your mother to control and torment you. Now, it was your turn to use your identity as her daughter to send her to the asylum. Indeed, Su Xiaoyu had often resented being Zhou Shufin's daughter. Yet, at that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief that this very identity could liberate her from that woman-esque grasp. Chen Lifu, Su Xiaoyu said over the phone. Thank you so much. It's truly wonderful to know you. Chapter 63. Please, do not act impulsively. On the day Zhou Shufin was taken to the psychiatric hospital, it was Chen Lifu who accompanied Su Xiaoyu for her final farewell. Su Xiaoyu signed the confirmation document, which severed Zhou Shufin's parental rights completely. Now 14, Su Xiaoyu declined the offers from several orphanages, desiring to find her own path rather than be confined to any one place. When she saw Zhou Shufin, it seemed as though a decade had been stripped away from her overnight. Upon seeing Su Xiaoyu, Zhou Shufin lunged at her as if she were a lifeline. Xiaoyu, I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance. After all, I am your mother. Without me, where would you be? Su Xiaoyu gazed at her expressionlessly, observing the once untouchable woman now humbling herself before her, begging for forgiveness. Yet, Su Xiaoyu felt no pleasure from this. Only an overwhelming numbness remained. Zhou Shufan then turned her gaze to Chen Lifei standing beside her. She was acutely aware that her daughter lacked such capabilities. Everything had transpired only after she had met Chen Lihui. Zhou Shufan gazed at Chen Lihui, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Young man, please tell Xiaoyu that I, as her mother, was at fault in the past. I have come to realize my mistakes. Please do not send me to a mental institution. I am not ill, and I refuse to go. Yet, Chen Lihui mirrored back to Zhou Shufan the very words she had once directed at Su Xiaoyu. Auntie, do you realize that Su Xiaoyu is your only kin? In other words, only she possesses the authority to commit you to a mental institution. If you seek liberation, then simply die. As long as you live, your existence will be confined to that institution. Zhou Shufan's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu turned her back, indifferent to Zhou Shufan's desperate cries, insults, and pleas, remaining resolutely unyielding. Not once did she glance back. As Chen Lihui escorted Su Xiaoyu home, the neighborhood she had once found irksome now seemed less objectionable. With a lightness in her step, she radiated an aura of freedom. Chen Lihui, shall we visit the amusement park tomorrow? Su Xiaoyu proposed. I have never been to one in my life. Have you been to Happy Valley? Or Disneyland? I've long wished to go. In truth, Su Xiaoyu had never possessed even a single doll throughout her childhood. However, Chen Lihui doused her dreams with a bucket of cold water. The results of the college entrance examination are being released tomorrow. Do you really feel like going out to play? Su Xiaoyu stood frozen, momentarily stunned. So much had transpired recently that she had completely forgotten about the announcement of the exam results. It was only after Chen Lihui's reminder that she remembered it was already late June. Her mood shifted to one of anxiety. Oh dear, is it at 9 a.m. tomorrow? I must hurry home to find my admission ticket. In contrast, Chen Lihui appeared quite relaxed. After all, he had already secured a place at Tsinghua University. With my guidance, gaining admission to a second-tier university is a breeze. There's no need to be anxious. Su Xiaoyu shot him a glare. Someone like you, an exemplary student, could never fathom the concerns of us, ordinary students. Chen Lihui pondered and nodded, not at all modest. You're right. Su Xiaoyu thought to herself that perhaps humility did not exist in Chen Lihui's lexicon. After dropping Su Xiaoyu off at her home, Chen Lihui intended to return, take a hot shower, and watch television. Unfortunately, he received another call from Zhou Jiangjun. Fei, I'm currently at the Xingyuan Internet CAF. Now that Han Yu has left, you're my only companion. Zhou Jiangjun initially played the emotional card before continuing. So, could you please buy some barbecue, cola, chicken wings, and hamburgers to bring to the CAF? Also, extend my internet time and help me level up. After listening to him, Chen Lihui cursed. Are you really expecting to eat and take advantage of me like this? Zhou Jiangjun retorted. You were accepted into Tsinghua University early. You haven't even treated your father to a meal yet. Isn't it only right to buy something to honor your dad? I have yet to make my demands. Chen Lifei hung up the phone, though he grumbled and cursed. He nonetheless gathered all the items Zhou Jiangjun requested. Burdened with large and small bags, he took a taxi to the Internet CAF. On the way, he called in Shui to inform her that he would not return home that night. And Shui hesitated on the line, inquiring, Son, who are you with out there? Surely it isn't. After a brief pause, her tone shifted to one of seriousness. Chen Lifei, let me tell you, you and Su Xiaoyu are still young. Merely students. Any matter should wait until after university. Do not act impulsively. Do not hurt that girl. Chen Lifei rolled his eyes. Mom, where is your mind wandering? I'm just going to the Internet CAF with Zhou Jiangjun for an all-nighter. What does Su Xiaoyu have to do with this? He added with a teasing tone, Mom, what are you thinking about all day? Your mind seems preoccupied with unhealthy notions that I can hardly comprehend. And Shui retorted with a playful sound, acknowledging her fault. She reminded him to take care of himself and return early before ending the call. Upon hearing her advice to take care, Chen Lifei chuckled to himself, pondering something obscure. Upon arriving at the Internet CAF, Chen Lifei intended to drop off his belongings before heading out to pay for Zhou Jiangjun's internet fees. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was called over by Han Yu's cousin. The cousin, somewhat sheepish, said, Lifei, you're here? Zhou Jiangjun just came by to add some funds to the account. Said it was on your tab. You two seem quite close, huh? Chen Lifei cursed inwardly, realizing Zhou Jiangjun had taken the initiative without consulting him first. He casually asked, all right, how much did he add? I'll reimburse him shortly. The cousin replied, 1,000 yuan. Chen Lifei thought to himself, Zhou Jiangjun must be planning to stay here indefinitely. No wonder the cousin was concerned. Perhaps he feared they might flee. Chapter 64. It must be my brother Fei indeed. Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun spent the entire night at the internet CAF. Without Hanyu. The two played through the night, finally climbing from Diamond 3 to Platinum 1. At 8 a.m., Zhou Jiangjun removed his headphones, wishing he could strangle Chen Lifu. Are you blind? Did you graduate from the national football team? The opponent was right in front of you, and you still managed to kick it awry. Why not just kick me instead? How dare you blame me? With your Yasuo, you unleashed your ultimate on a tank, swinging wildly while the opponent's health bar didn't even budge. Your initiation was a disaster. What university are you attending? Perhaps you should retake kindergarten. If it weren't for you selecting a blind jungle, we'd have had a smooth start instead of you harvesting herbs in the jungle for ages while the others coordinated their mid-jungle attacks, and you just kept dying. Their bickering escalated from the private room to the entrance of the CAF, where the glaring sunlight made it difficult to keep their eyes open. Zhou Jiangjun checked his phone and exclaimed, "Wow, it's already 8 a.m. I need to hurry home. My parents are undoubtedly waiting in front of the computer for my results." His expression visibly shifted to one of anxiety. Chen Lifu squinted at Zhou Jiangjun. "Did you suddenly call me out for an all-nighter because you're anxious about your results? Are you seeking my company to alleviate your stress?" Zhou Jiangjun was struck by a poignant thought, and his eyes momentarily betrayed a hint of anxiety, though he quickly dismissed it. "The word nervous does not exist in my lexicon," he asserted. "Do not feign indifference," Chen Lifu retorted. "If you feel anxious, just confess it. I shall assist you in alleviating your burdens." Zhou Jiangjun kicked Chen Lifu playfully, declaring, "Whoever is anxious is a fool." To which Chen Lifu replied, "From son to fool, that seems quite a bargain." Zhou Jiangjun shot back, "Get lost." By the time Chen Lifu returned home, he discovered that the class group chat had erupted with fervor. It was now a little past 9:15, and the notifications had surged to 99. Classmates lamented their inability to access the website. Refreshing yielded nothing but a message stating the system was busy, requesting them to try again later. Some students had even attempted to call the Education Bureau, but the lines were perpetually busy. Suddenly, Chen Lifu's phone vibrated with a message. He opened it to find a communication from Mr. Su, the admissions director of Qingbei University. Name, Chen Lifu. Chinese, 132. Mathematics, 150. Comprehensive Science, 300. English, 148. Total score, 730. City ranking, first. Clearly, Mr. Su had been privy to his scores ahead of time and was aware of the network issues hindering access to results. Hence his prompt notification. Chen Lifu quickly scanned the message. He was quite pleased with this score, which was a full 50 points higher than his previous attempt. He texted back, "Thank you, Mr. Su." Mr. Su replied, "You're welcome. Have a pleasant summer. We shall meet in September." "All right," Chen Lifu responded, not missing the opportunity to boast, promptly sharing a screenshot of his results with Zhou Jiangjun, Su Xiaoyu, and Hanyu. "Chen Lifu, you truly are insufferable," came the response from the group. "Chen Lifu, you are indeed insufferable," echoed another. "Wow. Chen Lifu, you are remarkable. I'm thrilled for you." Applause. Chen Lifu looked up at the ceiling, pondering who had ever claimed that brothers were as close as family. Yet, while Zhou Jiangjun scolded Chen Lifu, he swiftly shared the screenshot of Chen Lifu's results in the bustling class group chat. "Indeed, he is my brother Zhou Jiangjun's comrade. Truly impressive." Applause, applause, roses, thumbs up, hearts. While Zhou Jiangjun intended to chastise Chen Lifu, he also felt compelled to showcase his friend's achievements. A brother's success was tantamount to one's own. Upon seeing this, Chen Lifu noted a moment of silence in the group chat, quickly followed by an avalanche of messages flooding the screen. Indeed, only top students receive personal notifications. "We are left here, refreshingly like fools. Mr. Su from the Qingbei University admissions office? Does this mean Chen Lifu has been pre-admitted? Of course. With such a citywide top score, surely a teacher would visit his home to recruit him. Chen Lifu is incredible. Rising from first in the school to first in the city. It must be my brother Fei. He consistently performs admirably." Someone tagged Chen Lifu, "Brother Fei, could you possibly lend me 10 points? Just 10 would suffice." Chen Lifu replied, "That can certainly be arranged." A private message from Zhou Jiangjun popped up, "General with a sword. Guess why I'm posting in the group?" Fei replied, "You're crazy." The general continued, "I sent it for Lin Siyun to see." She previously praised Chen Lifu for his outstanding performance, claiming he might secure the top position. Now it must sting, right? That fool has never outperformed you from freshman to senior year and through the college entrance exam. Fei retorted, you truly are insane. The general shot back, get lost. Meanwhile, Lin Siyun sat before her computer, observing the lively messages in the class group, her lips pressed tightly together. She had also seen Chen Lifei's score, 730 points. A full 150 points more than hers. Lin Siyun had just checked her own result, 582, slightly better than she had anticipated, given that she had strayed from the topic in her Chinese essay. Nevertheless, this score would only qualify her for a regular first-tier university, entirely out of reach for prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Beside her, Meng Xiaohui was quite pleased with his score of 701. With the bonus points for his minority status, he was eligible to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University, though he would need to accept any program offered to him, as nothing was guaranteed. Lin Siyun spent time with Meng Xiaohui because neither of them owned a computer, so they went to an internet CAF together to check their scores. After Meng Xiaohui received his results, he joyfully called his parents to share the news. Once he hung up, he noticed Lin Siyun's troubled expression and glanced at her score. He comforted her, saying, "It's all right, Siyun. With this score, you will definitely get into a first-tier university. You can consider graduate school later, and we can study together. You will surely get into a 985 university." Lin Siyun forced a smile, lacking enthusiasm, and replied, "Let us hope so." Meng Xiaohui then seemed to recall something and subtly inquired, "Why Haven T, I seen you hanging out with Chen Lifei lately." Unbeknownst to him, Lin Siyun felt embarrassed about her situation with Chen Lifei and did not wish to discuss it. She found it humiliating, so she vaguely responded, "I've been busy. I hardly have time to see him." Meng Xiaohui pressed on, "Siyun, regardless, you are classmates. You should show some concern for him. How did he perform?" Deep down, Meng Xiaohui suspected Chen Lifei had likely scored a bit higher than him, but he believed the difference would not be substantial. Having scored 701 himself, he assumed Chen Lifei would only be around 710 at most, as their performance had never diverged significantly throughout high school. Feeling somewhat agitated, Lin Siyun had little regard for Meng Xiaohui's pride. She promptly opened the image Zhou Jiangjun shared in the group and showed it to Meng Xiaohui. As he looked, he was taken aback. 700? 730. So, throughout the entire college entrance exam, Chen Lifei only lost 20 points. Meng Xiaohui stared at the word Shanghai City ranking first in the image, his eyes fixated, feeling a sting of emotion in his eyes. He had never lagged behind Chen Lifei by such a margin before, and his own score did not even include a ranking. This indicates that Meng Xiaohui's results did not secure a place among the top 10 in Haishur. Lin Siyun's voice interrupted Meng Xiaohui's thoughts. She inquired, "Xiaohui, if I say I want to repeat the year, would you be willing to accompany me and take the exam again?" Meng Xiaohui was evidently taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "Siyun, repeating is not as simple as you think. My family's circumstances are not favorable. An additional year would incur substantial expenses. I have only just managed to secure the opportunity to attend Qingbei University." Lin Siyun lowered her gaze. In truth, she had long anticipated that Meng Xiaohui would not accompany her in repeating the year. However, if it were Chen Lifei, no, it should be said, if it were the old Chen Lifei, he would surely agree. Lin Siyun suddenly felt a wave of disillusionment, unsure whether to feel regret or sorrow. She forced a smile and said, "It's all right, Xiaohui, I was merely joking." Meng Xiaohui exhaled deeply and patted Lin Siyun's shoulder, assuring her, "Even if we cannot attend the same university, we can still be in the same city. Siyun, rest assured, we will always be good friends." Chapter 65. Just across the street, as it approached 10 o'clock, Zhou Jiangjun finally checked his college entrance examination results. Chen Lifei's phone vibrated incessantly with messages from Zhou Xiangjun. The messages read, "Image, oh my gosh. Am I dreaming? I have never seen such a high score next to my name in my life." Chen Lifei opened the image sent by Zhou Jiangjun and saw, "Name, Zhou Jiangjun. Total score, 697. Zhou Jiangjun's scores were considered quite good in the class. Yet his highest score had only ever reached around 650, never exceeding that mark. Thus, his score of 697 was entirely unexpected. It was no wonder that he was so elated. With this score, he could choose any university among the prestigious 985 institutions, apart from the top-tier Qingbei University. Before Chen Lifei could type a response, Zhou Jiangjun called him. On the other end, Chen Lifei could hear Zhou Jiangjun's parents excitedly making phone calls to relatives and friends to share the joyous news. It was evident that the entire Zhou family was overwhelmed with excitement. Zhou Jiangjun enthusiastically shouted, "Hurry up! Let us go out for dinner. My mom is thrilled that you tutored me for a month and insists that I treat you to a meal. She gave me 2,000 yuan for it. During the month leading up to the exam, I told my family I was studying with you while I was actually at the internet CAF playing games. So, what do you want to eat? Today it's on me. Oh, and bring Xiaoyu along too. Let us ask how she did." Chen Lifei replied. "The students I tutor cannot possibly perform poorly." Rarely did Zhou Jiangjun retort. Instead, he laughed heartily and said, Right, you're the best. See you at Xinguang Square." After hanging up, Chen Lifei couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu had not proactively messaged Chen Lifei about her exam results for quite some time, which was uncharacteristic of her. Logically, Su Xiaoyu should have shared her good news with him immediately. Could it be that she had indeed performed poorly? Chen Lifei pondered. Fei, Xiaoyu, have you checked your results? Zhou Jiangjun mentioned treating us to a meal. Shall we meet at Xinguang Plaza? Su Xiaoyu responded instantly. Sure, when? Fei, let us go now. I plan to take a shower and head out. Xiaoyu, all right, see you at Xinguang Plaza. Su Xiaoyu's tone revealed no trace of elation or discontent, remaining remarkably calm. Yet, the more composed she appeared, the more unsettled Chen Lifei felt. Under normal circumstances, with Zhou Shufan confined to a psychiatric hospital, Su Xiaoyu's college entrance examination results should not have been disappointing. Such a double blessing would typically elate her. How could she maintain such tranquility over a matter of such significance? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Lifei hastily finished his shower, changed his clothes, and departed. And Shui and Chen Dongjun were both at work, and during this period, they had taken to leaving a 100 yuan note at the entrance each day for Chen Lifei to manage his lunch, since he had already been admitted to Tsinghua University. And Shui and Chen Dongjun did not inquire about his exam results at all. Chen Lifei picked up the 100 yuan note from the entrance, placed it in his bag, exited the community, and hailed a taxi to Xinguang Plaza. Zhou Jiangjun and Su Xiaoyu had already arrived. From a distance, he observed that both bore somewhat serious expressions. More precisely, it was Su Xiaoyu who looked grave, while Zhou Jiangjun appeared somewhat anxious beside her. Chen Lifei's unease deepened. However, he refrained from probing further and instead sought a restaurant with a pleasant ambience. After ordering, he turned his attention to Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, have you checked your scores? How did you fare? Perhaps it was Su Xiaoyu's peculiar expression that rendered Zhou Jiangjun speechless. In Zhou Jiangjun's memory, Su Xiaoyu was always cheerfully trailing behind Chen Lifei. Gentle and endearing. For such a vivacious girl to be in such low spirits must surely indicate disappointing exam results. As expected, Su Xiaoyu lowered her head, her long bangs concealing half of her face, remaining silent. Chen Lifei grew anxious. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Did you not check? Or do you not wish to share? Zhou Jiangjun nudged Chen Lifei. Can't you see she is upset? Not everyone is as talkative as you. Why are you asking so many questions? Chen Lifei felt bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. He had explained those formulas and question types to Su Xiaoyu countless times. Aside from the liberal arts, he had provided her with intensive tutoring in Chinese, mathematics, and English. Could it be that, suddenly, Su Xiaoyu burst into laughter, unable to contain herself? She buried her head, her shoulders shaking with amusement, before looking up and laughing heartily. Ha, you fool. Did you really think you were so clever? Surprised, aren't you? I tricked you. Zhou Jiangjun and Chen Lifei exchanged glances. The girl seems to be teasing them, doesn't she? Chen Lifei shot a knowing glance at Zhou Jiangjun, who was beside him, and then turned to Su Xiaoyu. What is so funny? Quickly tell us, what did you score? Su Xiaoyu beamed with joy. 565. She exclaimed. I asked the homeroom teacher, and with this score, I can definitely get into a second-tier university. Who knows? I might even reach the first-tier cutoff. Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. In 2014, the cutoff score for liberal arts second-tier universities was in the low 520s, while the first-tier cutoff stood at 550. Su Xiaoyu's score exceeded the first-tier line by a good margin. Although she wouldn't be able to choose a prestigious 211 or 985 university, she could certainly opt for an ordinary first-tier institution, provided she accepted a major adjustment, which would significantly increase her chances of admission. Initially, Su Xiaoyu's goal was merely a second-tier university, but now she had a realistic shot at a first-tier one. Zhou Jiangjun, the leading male figure, patted Su Xiaoyu's shoulder with genuine happiness. Xiaoyu, You're amazing. What university are you planning to apply to? Come study with us at Jingguang. Zhou Jiangjun had already made up his mind to apply to Jingguang Aerospace University, aiming to secure a position with the Aerospace Bureau after graduation, fulfilling his childhood dream of building an airplane. Jingguang is a super first-tier metropolis with numerous universities, including many first- and second-tier options for Su Xiaoyu to choose from. Su Xiaoyu quickly glanced at Chen Lifu and, in a soft yet determined voice, stated, "I want to apply to Jingguang University of Finance." Jingguang University of Finance is a non-211, non-985 first-tier institution with relatively low admission scores, except for the prestigious accounting department, which has high requirements. Most other less sought-after majors accept students who are on the cusp of the first-tier line. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's plans, Chen Lifu pondered seriously for a moment and nodded. That's a decent choice. Su Xiaoyu can get into the university, choose any major, and by the second semester of her freshman year, she can apply for a major change within the school. By then, she could potentially transfer into the accounting department, which would provide significant advantages whether she pursues further studies or seeks employment after graduation. Only Zhou Jiangjun, through Su Xiaoyu's subtle expressions, sensed something amiss. Seizing the opportunity while she was in the restroom, he leaned closer to Chen Lifu and said in a teasing tone, "Hey, are you really oblivious or just pretending not to notice?" Chen Lifu replied, "Huh?" Zhou Jiangjun clicked his tongue. "Are you really that naive? Who doesn't know that Jingguang University of Finance and Tsinghua and Peking University are just a street apart? Isn't Xiaoyu choosing this school to be closer to you?" Chapter 66. The academic prodigy Chen Lifu found Zhou Jiangjun's imagination rather vivid. As the waiter brought 2 cold dishes, Chen Lifu picked up some food and said, "In Jingguang, every inch of land is precious, and several schools are close together. It's merely a matter of a few streets. Why don't you say that everyone applying to Jingguang University of Finance is doing so to be near me?" Zhou Jiangjun sensed a flaw in Chen Lifu's logic, but was unable to articulate it. Rubbing the back of his head, he remarked, "No, buddy. Can't you see that Xiaoyu has feelings for you? Both Han Yu and I feel that he is almost branding 'I like you' on her forehead. Are you truly oblivious or merely pretending?" Chen Lifu paused momentarily and, feigning a melancholic demeanor, replied to General Zhou, "Love is akin to candy laced with arsenic. Whosoever dares to touch it meets their demise. Thus, I have sworn off such indulgences." He added, jestingly, "I made that resolution in my past life." Zhou Jiangjun, unable to comprehend, regarded Chen Lifu with a look of disdain, warning him, "Don't say I didn't warn you. With Xiaoyu's beauty, once she enters university, suitors will be plentiful. Don't come crying to me later." Chen Lifu merely grinned without enthusiasm, neither agreeing nor contesting Zhou Jiangjun's words. He was acutely aware that Xiaoyu lacked for admirers. Beautiful, kind-hearted, gentle, considerate, and adorably naive, she was indeed the object of countless young men's dreams. However, he harbored no such intentions. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of trauma. His perception of love was far from favorable, and he had no desire to invest himself emotionally. Thus, even though he could vaguely sense Xiaoyu's feelings for him and recognized her as an exceptionally wonderful girl, he believed it best not to entangle her in a relationship if he could not devote himself wholly. At that moment, Xiaoyu returned to the table, glancing at Zhou Jiangjun, who was pouting, and inquired, "What are you two discussing?" Zhou Jiangjun cryptically replied, "We were talking about how mountain pigs can't appreciate fine grains. This place is overpriced, and the food is subpar." Xiaoyu took a bite and said, "I think it tastes quite good." Zhou Jiangjun then chuckled, "I find it delicious too, which is why I mentioned some mountain pigs can't appreciate fine grains," referring to Chen Lifu. Xiaoyu, unable to decipher their cryptic banter, glanced at Chen Lifu before returning to her meal. Halfway through, Chen Lifu's phone vibrated. It was a call from Shui. She was likely at work. Why was she calling? Contemplating this, he answered the phone. The background noise was chaotic as Shui stammered, "Son, where are you?" "I'm out dining with the general." "What's up, Mom?" And Shui continued, "I'm at the entrance of our community. A reporter called, wanting to interview you. Several leaders from your school are here, including your homeroom teacher, and they want you to come back now." Chen Lifu exclaimed, "What on earth is this commotion for?" He swiftly glanced at the restaurant mirror. My hair isn't greasy. My face isn't oily. My clothes are clean. I look quite dapper." Completing his self-assessment, he informed his mother that he would arrive shortly, then hung up and hastily finished a few bites of food. Zhou Jiangjun inquired, "Where are you off to?" Aren't we heading to the internet CAF later? Chen Lifu, mouth full, mumbled incoherently, "You two go ahead. I have matters at home. I'll catch up with you later." With that, he set down his chopsticks and departed. Zhou Jiangjun and Su Xiaoyu exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Chen Lifu's current predicament. Chen Lifu hurriedly hailed a taxi home, taking a moment en route to adjust his hairstyle. Looking quite dashing, he remarked to himself. Yet, upon alighting from the vehicle, he was momentarily taken aback. A striking red banner hung prominently at the entrance of the community, proclaiming, "Congratulations to our neighborhood's academic prodigy, Chen Lifu, for achieving the top score in the High City College entrance examination." Nearby, Shui and Chen Dongjun appeared to have been summoned back by reporters and school officials. Surrounded by a throng of individuals inquiring incessantly, neither Shui nor Chen Dongjun had ever navigated such a scenario, their expressions frozen in awkward smiles, their skin flushed with discomfort. Chen Dongjun, whose complexion was already dark, now bore a mottled visage reminiscent of the legendary warrior Guangong. Shui's keen eyes quickly spotted Chen Lifu and promptly maneuvered away from the reporters and school authorities, making her way towards him. Leaving Chen Dongjun to contend with the crowd alone. "Lifu, you have finally returned. Your father and I have nowhere to hide." Chen Lifu interjected, "No, Mom. Why on earth did you put that up? It's utterly embarrassing." Shui glanced back at the banner. It was arranged by the neighborhood committee. As soon as the reporters arrived at noon, they were informed of the situation and immediately rushed to the nearby printing shop to create this banner, which was just finished and hung up. Chen Lifu retorted, "They can manage such trivial matters with astonishing efficiency. Yet it takes weeks of coaxing for them to fix a leaky pipe or a broken tile." He urged, "They must take it down immediately. It's mortifying." Shui replied, "The committee said that this kind of publicity could enhance our neighborhood's second-hand housing prices. They claim it showcases our community's good fortune, having produced a city scholar, enticing parents with children to purchase homes here." Chen Lifu objected, "Such superstitious beliefs are unacceptable." Shui continued, "Furthermore, the committee mentioned that any home purchased under your name would entitle us to a share of the profits." Chen Lifu conceded, "For the sake of our community, I suppose I can endure a modicum of embarrassment. After all, we are all part of the same family." As the mother and son conversed, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, noticed the unfolding scene and promptly called out Chen Lifu's name. A swarm of reporters and several school officials quickly followed suit. Mr. Liu grasped Chen Lifu's arm, leading him toward the community entrance while cheerfully introducing him to the journalists. "This is Chen Lifu, undoubtedly the most talented, obedient, and well-behaved student I have had the pleasure of teaching. His academic performance has been consistently exceptional, and he is well liked among his peers for his helpful nature and respect for his teachers." Chen Lifu, upon hearing this flow of flattery, could not suppress a chuckle, only to be discreetly pinched by Mr. Liu. A reporter thrust a microphone in front of Chen Lifu, asking, "Chen, what are your thoughts on this achievement?" Clearing his throat, Chen Lifu responded, "I feel immense joy and gratitude towards my teachers and my parents for their guidance. As I transition to university, I will strive to study diligently, acquire knowledge, and aspire to become a valuable member of society." Chen Lifu spoke with a grave demeanor, effortlessly articulating conventional sentiments, much to the satisfaction of Mr. Liu and the school officials present. The bald principal, who has been the subject of countless jests by Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun, smiled amiably at the reporters, stating, "The students emerging from our institution, aside from excelling academically, possess a high level of ideological awareness and commendable character. They develop holistically in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor." When the reporters inquired about Chen's intentions regarding college applications, Chen Lifu replied, "I have already accepted an admission offer from Qingbei University, which has always been my dream institution. I look forward to encountering a broader world and meeting extraordinary individuals, and I eagerly anticipate my university life." Nearby, Shui and Chen Dongjun watched their son with proud expressions. Although their son often behaved in a carefree manner, he remained clear-headed when faced with significant matters. The bald principal continued to extol Chen Lifu's achievements, exclaiming, "Our school has not claimed the title of city champion for 2 years. Chen Lifu is indeed a source of pride for our institution. I am thrilled. Well done, Chen." With that, the bald principal patted Chen Lifu's shoulder heartily. Chen Lifu responded graciously, "Indeed, such a momentous occasion surely warrants recognition from the school. I look forward to the delightful surprises they may have in store for me." Shui pondered, "What is this little rascal saying? What does he mean by asking for recognition from the school in front of reporters? What does he want? An unsettling premonition surfaced in her mind. As anticipated, the principal's expression shifted, yet he maintained his jovial demeanor before the reporters, stating, "Of course, there will be rewards. Several benevolent enterprises have generously sponsored a significant amount." The reporters seized the opportunity, asking, "What kind of monetary encouragement does the school plan to offer Chen?" Chen Lifu watched the bald principal with keen interest. His seemingly inappropriate inquiry stemmed from a scandal involving the principal in his previous life. In that incarnation, the actual top scorer was another student from their school who had received a donation of 200,000 yuan from several enterprises. However, the bald principal embezzled 150,000 yuan, leaving only 50,000 yuan for the deserving student. This incident later came to light, leading to the principal's downfall. By bringing up this matter in front of the reporters, Chen Lifu aimed to compel the principal to disclose the true amount of the donations. Well, indeed, the benevolent enterprises are quite generous. They value talent. We hope that these talented individuals will achieve great success in the future. Thus, the total donations amount to approximately 200,000 yuan. On behalf of the school, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the benevolent enterprises for their contributions and once again congratulate Chen Lifu on becoming the city champion and gaining admission to Qingbei University, wishing him a bright and prosperous future. Whether it was merely Chen Lifu's perception or not, he sensed a certain bitterness in the principal's words. Turning to the bald principal, he offered a cheeky grin, to which the principal responded with a similar grin. Yet Chen Lifu could clearly discern the bittersweet undertones woven into the principal's smile. He patted the principal on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, principal. Thank you." However, internally he mused, "Old dang, I have just saved your life. At least you haven't embezzled these funds. Perhaps this will extend your tenure in office." This lively gathering lasted for over 30 minutes. As it concluded, smiles adorned the faces of all, with the most delighted being the homeroom teacher, Old Lu, and Chen Lifu. Old Lu genuinely rejoiced for Chen Lifu. Though the lad had exhibited some unreliability prior to the college entrance examination, he recognized that Chen Lifu was a good boy, endowed with remarkable intelligence, destined for future accomplishments. Despite the teacher's stern demeanor, deep down he harbored hopes for his students' prosperous futures, for the fruits of his labor would flourish across the land. The only one whose expression was somewhat troubled was the bald principal. His smile appeared forced, almost more sorrowful than tears. Concerned, Chen Lifu asked, "Principal, are you feeling unwell?" Several pairs of eyes turned towards him. The principal hastily replied, "I am perfectly fine. I am quite happy. With such joyous news, I shall indulge in an extra helping of vegetables tonight." Chen Lifu nodded, sincerely advising, "Principal, do take care of yourself." After all, it was imperative to maintain one's health, lest he return in triumph only to find the principal imprisoned. The thought of meeting an old friend through iron bars would be dreadfully awkward, he pondered. As the crowd dispersed, and Shui, Chen Dongjun, and Chen Lifu made their way home. Along the journey, and Shui chastised Chen Lifu, "You child, how could you openly ask the principal for money in front of so many people? It makes it seem as though our family is in financial straits. Your father and I have been frugal, and we have never deprived you of anything. Why act as if you've never seen money?" And Shui recalled the day Chen Lifu had discussed prices with Professor Su from Tsinghua University and felt embarrassed by his inquiries about the bonus in front of reporters. However, Chen Lifu remained unfazed. "It is my rightful money. Why should I feel embarrassed? I neither stole nor robbed. I earned it through merit. Why should I be polite with them?" Although his success did involve a slight element of cunning, fortune is also a facet of one's capability, is it not? Chen Lifu had experienced a stroke of luck, a second chance at life, and he was determined to make the most of it. Those who fail to seize opportunities are the true fools. Regardless of the circumstances, money is paramount. The news of Chen Lifu's achievement as the city's top scholar and his admission to Tsinghua University soon spread throughout the neighborhood. Naturally, it reached the ears of Lu Qian and Lin Siyun. Lin Siyun was already aware, while Lu Qian was not. She prepared a batch of wontons and dumplings at home, intending to congratulate the Chen family on their joyous occasion. Yet, Lin Siyun hesitated, reluctant to allow Lu Qian to go. She felt that the gift her mother had prepared was somewhat inadequate, especially considering how kind and Shui had been to Lu Qian over the years. Health examination cards, fruits, various poultry, fish, meats, and supplements have all been presented to their family. Yet, Lu Qian has never reciprocated. On her first visit with gifts to congratulate them, she could only bring a bag of her homemade dumplings. What a disgrace. Furthermore, her relationship with Chen Lifu had deteriorated significantly. They were no longer even ordinary friends, merely strangers. Despite her repeated attempts to mend ties with Chen Lifu, she was met with cold indifference. Lin Siyun, despite her lack of shame, could not bring herself to approach him again. Her proud nature held her back. Seeing Lin Siyun refuse to go, Lu Qian scolded her. What is wrong with you? With such a poor performance in the college entrance examination, why not try to build a good relationship with Chen Lifu? He used to tutor you. Why did you not let him help you at such a critical time? If you had allowed him to assist you in the month leading up to the exam, you wouldn't have failed to achieve even a 211. Lin Siyun's face flushed with anger and humiliation. He is not obligated to tutor me. Lu Qian's expression hardened. Obligation? After all these years as neighbors. And with Chen Lifu having liked you since childhood, does he not deserve to invest something if he wishes to court you? Lin Siyun's face turned scarlet. Mom, what are you saying? What do you mean by wife? Lu Qian was unfazed. You are turning 18 soon. As a young woman, you will eventually marry. Why should we avoid discussing such matters? Just ask the neighbors or your classmates. Who doesn't he know that Chen Lifu has always followed you around? Even his parents have been exceedingly accommodating towards me, all for their son. Since they seek our favor, what is wrong with us providing some support? Isn't that expected? Lin Siyun, weary of arguing with Lu Qian, simply stated, I want to let you approach Chen Lifu. Her cheeks flushed, her expression was one of grievance. As if she might cry. He doesn't like me, and I don't like him. We are just ordinary classmates. My life does not rely on Chen Lifu for improvement. I can forge a prosperous future on my own. What is he compared to me? Even if he becomes the top student in the city, what of it? Many geniuses have fallen from grace in adulthood. Hasn't that happened often enough? Life is long. Who knows who will ultimately succeed? After venting her frustrations, Lin Siyun dashed into her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. As night fell, the atmosphere in the Chun household remained harmonious and tranquil. Zhou Jiangjun created a small group chat, including Han Yu, Chen Lifu, and Su Xiaoyu. The group was whimsically named Two Mighty Warriors, One Flower, and a Lump of Excrement. Fei, a general with a sword, you have a rather clear understanding of yourself. Su Xiaoyu replied with a smirking emoji. Zhou Jiangjun and Chen Lifu exchanged playful banter in the group before inquiring how Han Yu was adjusting to Tiangang. Han Yu took several minutes to respond. Yu Guishanqiu, it's quite good. I've been accompanying them for training matches these days. There's an assessment the day after tomorrow. If I pass, I can join the reserve. The coach mentioned that next month there will be a friendly match and he intends to take me along to assess my on-the-spot reactions. General Hungdao Limai remarked, that's splendid. It seems you are making remarkable progress. Shall we soon witness your debut on the grand stage? Fei inquired. It is said that the referee from that club is quite beautiful. Have you seen her in person? Is she as lovely as they say? Little Fish remained silent. Yuegwa Shansu remarked, I am utterly exhausted day in and day out. Who has the inclination to admire beautiful women? Even if I did, they are not mine to behold. Fei responded, indeed, your awareness is commendable. General Hungdao Limai advised, your immediate priority is to focus on performing well in the matches. Once you gain renown, the esports world is abundant with beauties. Yuegwa Shansu lamented, playing until the early hours of 5 or 6, I am nearly sick of it. For the first time, I find gaming to be exhausting. Chen Lifu could not help but laugh heartily. Indeed, at any moment, once a hobby transforms into a vocation, even gaming can become tiresome. In the ensuing days, Chen Dongjun sought a driving school for Chen Lifu. The owner of the driving school was an old comrade of Chen Dongjun, who offered a remarkably friendly price of a mere 1,000 yuan. Initially, his old comrade, Xiao Guoli, had no intention of accepting money from Chen Dongjun, but upon Chen Dongjun's insistence and threat to enroll elsewhere if he refused, Xiao Guoli reluctantly acquiesced. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Dongjun decided to treat his old comrade to a meal and insisted on bringing Chen Lifu along. Before departing, he cautioned, Xiao Shu's daughter will be joining us as well, so dress neatly and don't appear disheveled. You wouldn't want to disgrace your father. Chen Dongjun was quite familiar with this old comrade of his father. He recalled being held by him as a child and had encountered him occasionally during festive seasons. Chen Lifu remembered the first time he met Xiao Guoli. He had been accompanied by a delicate little girl who was prone to tears. At that time, Chen Lifu was engrossed in card games and hardly paid attention to her. He only recalled that the girl had a penchant for crying. When he accidentally sent a card flying into her face during play, she wept incessantly, burying her face in her father's embrace. Chen Lifu found the girl rather troublesome. Later, Xiaoshu ventured into business in another city, seemingly thriving and accumulating considerable wealth, returning home in glory with several ventures in Haishur. The driving school was merely one of his enterprises. Meanwhile, that once delicate, weepy child had now transformed into a wealthy second-generation heiress. As Chen Lifu changed his clothes, he pondered, isn't that just going to be more challenging to deal with? Better to steer clear. And Shui had to work a shift at her office, while Chen Dongjun drove Chen Lifu to the restaurant. This establishment was also one of Xiaoshu's ventures, and upon entering, Chen Lifu noted the lavish decor. Chen Dongjun parked the car and instructed Chen Lifu to proceed to the private room on the 4th floor. With his hands in his pockets, Chen Lifu walked into the restaurant and called for the elevator. As the doors opened, a wave of gardenia fragrance enveloped him. He immediately spotted a girl inside the elevator, clad in a light blue spaghetti strap dress and white leather shoes. The dress was simple, devoid of embellishments, yet the silk-like fabric suggested its superior quality, exuding an exquisite smoothness. The girl's skin was fair, accentuated by her light blue attire, rendering her akin to a pearl. So luminous it seemed as if one could extract moisture from it. She possessed a slender figure and a striking visage at first glance. Her face bore a resemblance to Bingbing's. With an oval face and large, expressive eyes, her nose was elegantly high and pert. Without any makeup to conceal her natural beauty, she was captivating enough to leave a lasting impression. Chen Lifeng gazed at the girl, who returned his stare. Her cool gaze settled upon him, her proud yet serene eyes scanning him briefly, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, and her cherry-red lips parting ever so slightly. Her silhouette reminiscent of a mountain spring, refreshingly clear. Are you Chen Lifeng? Chapter 68. From a crybaby to an ice queen, Chen Lifeng was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the girl several times, almost traversing the memories of his past lives, confirming that he indeed did not recognize her, nor did he expect her to know him. Furrowing his brow, he stepped into the elevator and turned to face her. You know me? The girl acknowledged his identity, her water-like, crystalline eyes scanning him up and down before she turned away, her gaze fixed ahead with an air of aloofness. She slightly parted her lips again. Your father invited my father to dinner. Oh, Chen Lifeng understood. This girl was the daughter of Uncle Xiao, the once delicate little crybaby. How had she grown up so fast? Oh, Chen Lifeng recalled. She was born in the same year as he, of equal age. He couldn't help but glance at the girl beside him again. Indeed, girls transform remarkably over the years. In his memory, the little crybaby had been quite fair but rather chubby, with folds on her elbows and wrists resembling a string of candied hawthorns. He had even teased her about it, expressing envy that she could simply nibble on her own hands when hungry rather than clamoring for sweets. Fortunately, he had confided that to Shui in private. Had he uttered it in front of the little crybaby, who knows how she might have reacted? Years had passed since their last encounter, and the little crybaby had metamorphosed into an ice queen. Yet, Chen Lifeng couldn't help but wonder if she still had a penchant for tears. When would he have the chance to find out? Unbeknownst to the girl, Chen Lifeng's thoughts wandered. During the ascent of the elevator, the two remained silent. The 4th floor arrived swiftly. The girl exited the elevator ahead of him, striding confidently towards the innermost private room in the corridor. Passing staff greeted her with nods, to which she responded with a slight inclination of her head, maintaining an elegant posture, her back straight, and her gait reminiscent of a graceful catwalk. Chen Lifeng observed her retreating figure. She indeed exuded an air of a wealthy young lady, starkly contrasting with the female classmates he was accustomed to. He vaguely remembered his mother mentioning that Uncle Zhao's daughter attended an international high school, initially intended to graduate and study abroad. However, upon learning of her commendable academic performance, it was suggested she could gain admission to a prestigious domestic university. Given her disinterest in studying overseas, Uncle Xiao had relented, prioritizing his daughter's wishes above all else. The mere thought of Uncle Xiao, a towering figure with a face full of flesh, yet secretly an absolute doting father, brings a smile to Chen Lifei's face. As she approaches the door of the private room, the girl halts momentarily, slowly turning to cast a glance at Chen Lifei, seemingly to confirm his presence behind her. Only then does she turn back, pulling open the door to the room. Inside, Xiao Guoli stands by the window, one hand on his hip, while the other raises his phone to his ear. The stock market is quite uncertain these days. There's no need to liquidate everything. A few stocks are worth holding on to. Let's arrange to meet tomorrow evening and bring Old Hu from the securities side along to discuss further. As Chen Lifu steps into the room, she hears Uncle Zhao's booming voice engaged in conversation on the phone. The girl pays no heed, walking over to the dining table, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Guoli turns to see the two of them, quickly exchanging a few words before hanging up the call. After several years apart, Chen Lifu notices that Uncle Zhao's face has become even more fleshy. When he smiles, his features seem to converge, nearly obscuring his eyes. Oh, our top scholar has arrived. What a rare occasion. I've long wanted old Chen to bring you out for a meal. But your father was always worried about interrupting your studies, postponing it time and again. Finally, now that you've become the top student in high school, we can finally meet. Chen Lifu, unaware of how anxious her father, Chen Dongjun, still is regarding her college entrance examination, chuckles. Oh, my father worries for nothing. Had I known Uncle Xiao wished to see me, I would have hurried over to your home for a meal without delay. This elicits a hearty laugh from Xiao Guoli. Lifu has truly grown up, he exclaims, recalling how Chen Lifu had always been quite reserved in his memory. Throughout her childhood, she was the epitome of the well-behaved child in the eyes of all the parents, studious, trouble-free, and nearly devoid of a rebellious face. During adult gatherings, she would quietly sit to the side, eating her meal and conversing politely with the elders, exhibiting impeccable manners. Yet, her excessive politeness sometimes came off as distant, almost overly courteous. Unexpectedly, after several years apart, this child has become considerably more vivacious. At the very least, she has learned to joke, which has undeniably bridged the gap between them. Xiao Guoli strides over, standing behind the girl, his broad hand resting tenderly on her shoulder. His tone shifting to one of affection. Lifu, this is my daughter, Xiao Baiwei. You two used to play together often when you were young. Do you remember? Chen Lifu certainly recalls. She remembers her as the most tearful girl she had ever encountered. When she cried, her wails were nothing short of earth-shattering, giving Chen Lifu a headache. Nodding, Chen Lifu replies, of course I remember. She was always so beautiful, with fair skin and large eyes. Even as a child, it was evident she would grow into a beauty. Now that she has matured, she is even more stunning. I hardly dare to look. Xiao Guoli wonders if it is merely his perception, but why does it seem that Lifu is acting as if she has had a bit too much to drink today? After all, his daughter is only 2 months older than old Chen's son. Why is she being referred to as sister? Chapter 69. One-on-one tutoring. Chen Lifu was engrossed in playful banter with Xiao Guoli, oblivious to the girl Xiao Baiwei beside them, who subtly lifted her eyelids. Her tranquil eyes shimmered faintly like precious gems, dark pupils yet strikingly bright, as clear as a bottomless pool. Her gaze, however, remained indifferent. Glancing at Chen Lifu with a detached air, the youth was not particularly handsome, yet he exuded a refreshing presence, tall and slender. Chen Lifu's prominent nose lent a ruggedness to his countenance, yet his eyes radiated warmth. Xiao Baiwei's gaze, devoid of warmth, lingered on Chen Lifu, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. Noticing her scrutiny, Chen Lifu cast a glance toward her while conversing with Xiao Guoli, but failed to meet her eyes. She remained quietly fixed on the window, seemingly unaffected by the light-hearted exchanges and jesting between him and Xiao Guoli. Taking a sip of his tea, Chen Lifu mused to himself that the once tearful little girl had grown up, harboring her own worries. Nevertheless, he found it hard to reconcile the image of this aloof and cold goddess with his memories of her as a chubby, tear-streaked child. At that moment, Chen Dongjun entered the room, pushing open the door. Upon seeing him, Xiao Guoli burst into hearty laughter, arms wide open as he approached. The two portly middle-aged men embraced, their bellies colliding before their arms could reach. They chuckled, their bellies pressing against each other, gasping for breath as they pulled apart. They exchanged amused glances at their midsections, erupting into laughter once more. Chen Lifu quipped about the peculiar humor of middle-aged men, finding it amusing. Old Chen, he remarked, your tail must be nearly touching the sky these days, with a top scholar for a son. You must be quite proud. As Xiao Guoli spoke, he pulled out a chair for Chen Dongjun to sit. Chen Dongjun chuckled and replied, you're not doing too shabby yourself. Baiwei has truly blossomed into a beauty. You are indeed fortunate. With your robust frame, how did you manage to have such a delicate daughter? You've clearly accumulated good fortune over 8 lifetimes. Xiao Guoli beamed with pride at his daughter, showing no signs of modesty. He tilted his head, declaring, indeed. It took considerable effort to win her mother's heart, all to enhance the genes of our old Xiao family. Haha. The atmosphere remained convivial as Chen Dongjun and Xiao Guoli exchanged endless chatter. They reminisced about military tales, discussed business ventures down south, and recounted Chen Dongjun's experiences at work over the years, ultimately returning to the topic of their children. Chen Lifei, with a cheerful demeanor, indulged in the meal, occasionally interjecting with remarks that elicited laughter from the two adults. Meanwhile, Xiao Baiwei sat in silence, occasionally using her chopsticks to pick at a couple of cold dishes. The rotating platter on the table highlighted that she had consumed little more than one dish throughout the evening, her pace notably languid. Each time, she delicately picked up a small morsel, gracefully placing it in her mouth, then reaching for a napkin to dab her lips. By the time she completed this series of actions, the bowl of cold dishes had long since rotated to her opposite side. The girl then quietly awaited the return of that dish to her front, only to take another tiny bite. After half an hour, the dish bore but a slight scuff. Chen Lifeng could no longer bear to watch and asked, "Uncle Xiao, is there any way to stop this revolving table from spinning automatically? I tend to eat quickly, and just as I pick up a bite, the food slips away." Xiao Guoli swiftly extended his hand beneath the table to press a button, saying, "It can be turned off. It can be turned off. Uncle will take care of it for you. Feel free to eat whatever you desire, and let me know when you're finished, and I'll bring you another serving. Later, I'll pack 2 portions for you to take home." Chen Dongjun interjected, "Why go through all that trouble? It's a waste of money." Xiao Guoli retorted, "This restaurant is all mine. It's my own establishment. What waste are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, Chen Dongjun was taken aback. "Hey, you sly old fox, I invited you to dinner, and you want me to treat you at your own restaurant? What is that supposed to mean?" Realizing he had let slip too much, Xiao Guoli burst into laughter. "Oh, why be so formal with me? Come on, eat up." The two quickly shifted to another topic of conversation. Chen Lifeng stood up, took the plate of cold dishes that was in front of Chen Dongjun, and placed it back in front of Xiao Baiwei. Xiao Baiwei paused her actions, her gaze slowly drifting to Chen Lifeng. He raised an eyebrow, silently urging her to eat. It was as if he were the proprietor of this establishment. Xiao Baiwei returned her attention to her meal, continuing to eat without uttering a word of thanks to Chen Lifeng, remaining her usual aloof self. Chen Lifeng pondered, perhaps after all these years, this little crybaby had experienced some misfortune that rendered her mute? Oh wait, that wasn't right. She had spoken just moments ago in the elevator. It turned out she was not mute, but simply disinclined to engage with him. Chen Lifeng found it inconsequential. His curiosity was merely piqued. In his recollection, it seemed there had not been such a meal in his previous life. Indeed, Uncle Xiao had returned in glory, but due to his numerous enterprises and busy schedule, he seldom kept in touch with their family. It was only later, when troubles befell the Chen family, specifically when Shui fell ill, that Uncle Xiao had sent a sum of money to their home. Although the exact amount remained unknown to him, Chen Lifeng surmised that Shui had likely taken that money to use as a bride price for Lin Siyun. As for Xiao Baiwei, his entire recollection of her revolved around the image of that little crybaby from childhood. He had never witnessed her as an adult. Reflecting on this, Chen Lifeng found it rather peculiar. What had transpired to rekindle his connection with Uncle Xiao and Xiao Baiwei in this lifetime? Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Guoli calling his name. "Li Fei, my dear nephew, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. I am uncertain whether you would be amenable to it, but irrespective of your response, I shall prioritize your preferences. Should you find it disagreeable, please do not hesitate to communicate that to me. There is no need for you to feel awkward. After all, your father and I have shared a long-standing friendship, and there is nothing that cannot be spoken of between us." Chen Lifei chuckled and, with utmost sincerity, replied, "Uncle Xiao, please feel free to express what is on your mind. If I truly find it difficult, I will certainly decline your request. Consider this, if you are bold enough to put me in a difficult position, how could I possibly feel hesitant to refuse you?" His words elicited a hearty laugh from Xiao Guoli. Initially, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, worried that Chen Lifei might feel pressured to acquiesce. However, upon hearing Li Fei's response, his apprehension dissipated. Xiao Guoli continued to praise Chen Dongjun, remarking, "Li Fei has indeed matured significantly over the years, my old friend. You have done well in raising him." Chen Dongjun chuckled, acknowledging that he too noticed a lively change in his son's demeanor. Although he had not actively guided him in that direction, being somewhat reserved himself and lacking in social skills. Over the years, Xiao Guoli had been his only close friend. After clearing his throat, Xiao Guoli turned back to Chen Lifu and said, "The situation is this. I recently invested in a training institution, and we are currently in the promotional phase, where creating a buzz is essential. I thought that since you are the top scorer in our city's college entrance examination, your involvement as a one-on-one tutor for a month would generate quite the excitement. This would undoubtedly help establish our institution's reputation. Of course, regarding compensation, I assure you that I shall not be unreasonable. All tuition fees from students who enroll due to your name will be yours entirely. I will take not a single cent, as I am merely leveraging your reputation to promote the institution. Moreover, should you agree to take on this tutoring role, aside from the fees from the students, I would also offer you a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. What do you think?" Chen Dongjun immediately interjected, "Old Xiao, what nonsense are you speaking? He is just a child. Why would you offer him 20,000 yuan? As an elder, asking a younger person for assistance should not involve monetary discussions." Xiao Guoli's expression turned serious. "Old Chen, one must not speak so lightly. Even brothers keep clear accounts with one another. While I regard you as a brother, I am not Li Fei's brother. As his elder, it would be beneath me to take advantage of him. If word got out that Xiao Guoli is conducting business in High City in such a manner, who would dare to collaborate with someone like me? I am already leveraging my reputation to ask for Li Fei's assistance and have benefited from that. Thus, I must ensure that the compensation is appropriate. However, this is contingent upon Li Fei's willingness. If you are at all hesitant, simply consider that I never spoke of this. We can enjoy a simple meal together, and let nothing weigh on our hearts." Chen Lifu understood the situation clearly. The difference between his past life and this one stemmed from the fact that he had not been the top scorer in the college entrance examination in his previous existence. Naturally, there was no reason for Uncle Xiao to seek him out specifically for this task. Chapter 70. The Cancer Female. After listening to Xiao Guoli's explanation, Chen Lifu found the business proposition quite appealing. In terms of teaching experience, he boasted over a month of tutoring expertise. Moreover, the remuneration offered by Xiao Guoli was not insignificant. Although he had already invested in sports betting, which could be considered a considerable initial capital for entrepreneurship, one can never have too much money, right? Indeed, the more, the merrier. Additionally, given Xiao Guoli's substantial investments in Haishur, forging this connection could prove beneficial in times of need. No matter how one contemplated it, Chen Lifu would not incur any losses. After some reflection, Chen Lifu proposed, "I am willing to tutor, but I shall not conduct one-on-one sessions. Teaching one student is akin to teaching 10. Therefore, I suggest forming a small class. I will only teach mathematics and comprehensive science." As he spoke, Chen Lifu considered the logistics, a small class of 10 students, with mathematics taught in the morning, charging between 800 to 1,000 per class, from 10:30 to 12:30. In the afternoon, he would teach comprehensive science, with only one class scheduled from 2:30 to 5:30. This setup would yield 3 classes a day, accommodating a total of 30 students over the course of a month, with each student paying 3,000 yuan. This arrangement alone would generate a registration fee of 90,000 yuan. Coupled with the 20,000 yuan salary from Xiao Guoli, he would earn 110,000 yuan in just 1 month, fulfilling his long-held aspiration of a monthly income of 100,000 yuan. Xiao Guoli could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. "You, my dear boy, are quite impressive, just like your Uncle Xiao. You have a knack for making money. Those who love money and can earn it are certainly commendable." He turned to Chen Dongjun beside him and remarked, "Old Chen, let me tell you, Lifu has an exceptionally bright future." However, Chen Dongjun appeared somewhat perplexed. "Oh, Lao Xiao, you shouldn't always indulge Lifu's whims. Isn't 3,000 yuan for a month's worth of tutoring excessively high? Many people earn less than that in a month." Xiao Guoli waved his hand dismissively. "You don't quite understand. Today's parents invest in their children's education without a second thought. To them, spending 3,000 yuan for a top student to provide personalized tutoring is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Furthermore, some parents might perceive lower fees as indicative of inferior teachers, making them reluctant to engage. It's akin to luxury marketing. The higher the price, the more they believe in its inherent value. The more expensive it is, the less they will question the cost. Thus, in educational training, one must avoid price wars. Lower prices deter parents from enrolling their children." With his hands clasped together, Xiao Guoli rubbed his palms, gazing at Chen Lifu as he declared, "All right, let us proceed as you suggested. I shall immediately seek individuals to promote our elite class, and we shall commence no later than early July. What do you think? Chen Lifu remarked. This driving school I enrolled in lacks the necessary time. In an instant, Xiao Guoli reassured him. Do not fret over the driving school. Once you commence your university studies, I shall arrange for you a reputable driving school in Jingang, sparing you any financial concerns. At that time, you will learn alongside Wei Wei, and with my connections, I guarantee you will obtain your license within 2 months. Learning alongside Xiao Baiwei, Chen Lifu inquired. Is your sister also attending university in Jingang? Xiao Guoli chuckled. Indeed, my daughter is quite commendable. Although her grades do not surpass yours, she has managed to secure a spot at a prestigious 985 institution, specifically Jingang University of Technology, which is not far from Qingbei University. The distance appears to be less than 3 kilometers, allowing for mutual support between the two of you. Qingbei University is situated in the heart of South Kangzhuang Road in Jingang. Proceeding north leads to Jingang University of Finance, while heading south takes one to Jingang University of Technology. The 3 institutions are in close proximity. Jingang University of Technology is also a key 985 university with high admission scores. Several premier engineering programs require scores nearing 700, particularly in the computer science discipline, which is the university's flagship program. Chen Lifu casually asked, what major is your sister applying for? Xiao Guoli pondered for a moment. It seems to be something related to animation design from the School of Computer Science. Just as Xiao Guoli stumbled through his response, a clear voice interjected from the side. It's the modeling and animation design major. Ah, yes, that's the one. Our Wei Wei has had a penchant for drawing since childhood, often doodling on the computer. She expressed a desire to apply for this program, and as a simpleton, I merely support her choice. Chen Lifu was somewhat taken aback. This major is precisely a subdivision within the computer science program at Jingang University of Technology. Is the little crybaby truly that accomplished? It certainly gives one pause. The old adage about children weeping excessively in their youth, thus exhausting their emotional reserves and becoming wiser in adulthood, seems to hold some validity. While Chen Lifu jested internally, he maintained a serious facade. It is quite rare to see a girl pursuing this major. Your sister is remarkable. Chen Dongjun could no longer contain himself and lightly patted Chen Lifu on the back. What do you mean by sister? You were born in September, while Wei Wei was born in July, making her 2 months your senior. Is that so? Chen Lifu genuinely did not recall. He suddenly remembered a song and turned to glance at Xiao Baiwei. The end of July a Leo, right? This comment left Chen Dongjun and Xiao Guoli puzzled. Xiao Baiwei cast a brief glance at him, seemingly finding his remark rather dull. Yet, in the presence of the 2 adults, she softly uttered 2 words, Cancer. A Cancer girl, indeed. Chen Lifu reflected on the zodiac discussions among the girls in his class and recalled that Cancer women are often nurturing and home-loving. Looking at Xiao Baiwei, he thought otherwise. Chen Lifu shrugged and remained silent. Xiao Guoli chuckled and remarked, speaking of which, Wei Wei's birthday is approaching. Her mother places great importance on this coming-of-age ceremony and has long since booked a hotel to celebrate it properly. Lao Chun, do bring Li Fei and your wife along when the time comes. Chen Dongjun nodded affirmatively. I will definitely come. He gazed at Xiao Baiwei with a hint of warmth, reflecting on how quickly she had grown. Once a tiny child whom her father dared not hold for fear of dropping her, she had now blossomed into a young lady, ready to embrace adulthood. Baiwei, Uncle wishes you a happy coming of age in advance, and may your university life be filled with success. Xiao Baiwei smiled gently, displaying a respectful demeanor towards her elders, markedly different from her indifferent attitude towards Chen Lifu. Upon hearing Chen Dongjun address her, she responded with grace and poise. Thank you, uncle. I wish you good health as well. Please do meet my father for meals whenever you can. He often speaks of you. Chen Dongjun nodded with a smile. During the meal, Xiao Guoli frequently reminded Chen Lifu, confirming the schedule for the supplementary lessons, the address of the training institution, and inquiring if there was anything he needed to prepare. Chen Lifu pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not quite sure what to prepare at the moment. How about this, Uncle Xiao? I'll add you, and if I think of anything later, I'll message you. Xiao Guoli laughed heartily at my age. I don't use the gadgets that you youngsters do. I don't have any. He then turned to Xiao Baiwei. Li Fei, you should add Wei Wei. Wei Wei, please add Li Fei. If he encounters any issues, such as finding the place, you can assist him. After all, your father is quite busy and may not be able to answer calls. Chen Lifu initially intended to decline. It wasn't he out of any moral high ground. but rather the conviction that Xiao Baiwei would likely refuse to add him. She had been rather aloof since their first meeting, hardly uttering more than a few words. A girl like her probably valued her privacy and would not readily accept friend requests. Lost in thought, a phone suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a pair of hands that gleamed like porcelain. The fingers were slender and delicate, with a hint of rosy hue at the joints. The smooth, clean nails were adorned with a layer of transparent, sparkling polish, making them appear full and lustrous. The phone screen displayed Xiao Baiwei as personal information page. Her voice, soft and unassuming, broke the silence. Please add me. Chapter 71. What is there to see when women sleep? Chen Lifu thought to himself. This person really does not conform to expectations. Outmaneuvered, he decided not to be overly courteous. He took out his own phone, looked at Xiao Baiwei's screen, and entered her number sequentially. To his surprise, it was an 8-digit catchy number. Quite trendy, indeed, thought he, the little crybaby. After entering her number, he clicked on the search page, which led him to Xiao Baiwei's personal profile. Her avatar was that of a plump white cat with heterochromatic eyes, held in someone's arms, revealing a glimpse of a snow-white arm beneath its paws. Her username read, Little White Rabbit. It seemed that this little crybaby had quite a soft spot for both cats and rabbits. Chen Lifu clicked to add a friend, while Xiao Baiwei withdrew her phone and tapped a couple of times. Soon, a vibration resonated from Chen Lifu's device, and a notification appeared. Xiao Baiwei has added you as a friend. You can now begin chatting. Chen Lifu caught a glimpse of Xiao Baiwei tapping on her phone several more times, presumably entering a note for him. He accessed her profile and began to modify the note. As he typed the 3 characters for Xiao Baiwei, his fingers hesitated, then deleted it to re-enter Little Crybaby. Their meal extended until past 2 in the afternoon. Xiao Guoli had several engagements to attend to and did not linger with them. Expressing his gratitude to Chen Lifu once more, Chen Dongjun and Chen Lifu bid farewell and departed. Following Chen Dongjun into the parking lot, Chen Lifu settled into the passenger seat, where the rearview mirror afforded him a view of Xiao Guoli and Xiao Baiwei emerging from the entrance of the restaurant. Xiao Guoli was on a phone call, while Xiao Baiwei stood quietly beside him. Her silhouette was graceful, with her chin slightly raised and her swan-like neck elegantly elongated. The contours from her neck to her collarbone and then to her arms were exceptionally beautiful. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of Xiao Baiwei's skirt, and even from a distance, one could almost sense the fragrance of gardenias. Chen Lifu withdrew his gaze, pondering in silence how, once Xiao Baiwei commenced her studies, the computer science department at Jingguang Polytechnic University would surely experience a tempest. The university was already rife with competition, and the few female students in the engineering fields were typically unassuming. A girl of Xiao Baiwei's caliber, in such an environment, would be akin to a swan plunged into a pond of frogs. Merely surviving would be fortunate. Upon returning home, Chen Lifu indulged in a brief nap, awakening around 4 in the afternoon. Drowsily, he picked up his phone and discovered several messages from Su Xiaoyu. Chen Lifu, what are you doing? Why aren't you responding? Chen Lifu, would you like to watch a movie? I'll treat you. It's so dull at home. Chen Lifu, where are you? Forget it. I wasn't very keen on watching a movie anyway. After reading her messages, he replied with a simple, just woke up. Su Xiaoyu quickly responded, did you sleep from last night until now? Haven't you eaten? Aren't you hungry? Li Fei replied, I had lunch before sleeping. Are you silly? Oh. She responded, what movie do you want to watch? She inquired. I want to see Maleficent starring Angelina Jolie, came her reply. What is interesting about a woman sleeping? He retorted. Well, she replied, let us watch Transformers 4 instead. You're either made of metal or flesh. No way, I don't like those action-packed films. I just want to see Maleficent. Fine, he conceded. Su Xiaoyu sent a peace emoji. Then I'll buy the tickets. What time? Should we eat dinner before or after the movie? Either is fine. It's up to you. Purchase a ticket for Maleficent and one for Transformers. Let us rendezvous at the cinema. You may indulge in your film while I immerse myself in mine. Little Fish exclaimed. Chen Lifu, I detest you. Fei Fei responded with raucous laughter. Yet amid the playful banter, Chen Lifu ultimately accompanied Little Fish to watch Maleficent. Upon exiting the cinema, Little Fish mused, Angelina Jolie is truly beautiful. I've heard that many men are fond of fuller lips. Chen Lifu, is that true? Do you like them? Chen Lifu cleared his throat. Men tend to prefer abundance, though it is unlikely that they are referring to lips. He refrained from voicing this thought to Little Fish and merely laughed it off. We men appreciate a variety of things. We are welcoming of all. Little Fish suspected that Chen Lifu was deceiving her, though she possessed no evidence. She inquired, "What do you plan to do this summer?" "I've been home for 2 days, and I find it terribly dull, just watching television and reading novels. My eyes are about to fail me." Ever since Zhou Shufan was admitted to the psychiatric hospital, Little Fish felt a sense of relief and had ceased working at the tavern. She wished to enjoy a restful summer before starting anew at university. Chen Lifu smirked slyly. "I have quite the busy schedule. What are you busy with?" Little Fish asked. "Busy selling myself," he replied. "Excuse me?" Little Fish's eyes widened in disbelief. "Selling my knowledge and intellect." Noticing her confusion, Chen Lifu rolled his eyes. "I mean tutoring. How dense can you be?" Little Fish finally swatted him playfully. "You nearly frightened me." Chen Lifu leaned closer, scrutinizing her. "What unwholesome thoughts are flitting through that walnut-sized brain of yours?" Chapter 72. The Gambler's Folly. Little Fish was startled by Chen Lifu's sudden proximity. She had been walking forward when he abruptly turned around, bending down to draw near. She nearly stumbled, colliding with him. Lifting her gaze, she met his face, which bore a teasing smile, mischievously observing her. Her ears flushed a deep crimson. She stepped back and pushed him away. "What's the matter with you? Who is thinking impure thoughts? You're the one who intentionally spoke those words to lead my mind astray." Chen Lifu turned away, laughing heartily, and continued walking ahead. "Then tell me, what were you thinking?" Little Fish, unwilling to meet his gaze, turned her face aside to conceal the faint blush creeping up her cheeks. "I have no desire to converse with you." Chen Lifu, hands in his pockets, replied, "If you don't chat with me now, soon enough, you won't have the chance to speak with me at all." Little Fish paused. "What do you mean I won't be able to talk to you later? What is going on, Chen Lifu?" Chen Lifu explained, "I'll be occupied with tutoring every day. I won't have time to meet with you." "How will you converse with me then?" "You're being ridiculous," she remarked, feeling momentarily anxious, as though he were unwell. She realized she had been watching too many idle dramas. With a sigh of exasperation, Little Fish continued walking, pouting. Chen Lifu laughed heartily behind her. The summer in Haishur is fervent and exuberant, with the shade of trees casting dappled patterns upon the streets. Even the wind carries warmth, and the air is tinged with the scent of sweat. As sunlight cascades down like gold, the strands of a young girl's hair dance in the breeze, harmonizing with the cheerful laughter of a boy, creating a scene that is both ordinary and breathtakingly youthful. In the blink of an eye, July arrives. Chen Lifu glances at the time. As the day of the World Cup semifinals approaches, that day, he steps out to accompany Shui on a grocery run. At the market, they encounter a middle-aged woman who greets Shui with warmth and familiarity. The woman recognizes Chen Lifu, for he is the top scorer of the college entrance examination in their community, a fact well publicized in the news. "Oh, out shopping for groceries? I haven't seen you and your husband lately. I thought your family had gone on a trip. With such a promising son, why not take the opportunity to travel during the summer?" The woman expresses her enthusiasm towards Shui. Shui smiles back. "Old Chen has been busy with work, and my child isn't fond of going out. I've asked him several times, but he prefers to stay at home." "Oh, what a sensible child. Good grades and so considerate of his parents. You and your husband are truly fortunate." Shui exchanges a few more pleasantries with her, and they continue to stroll through the market together, engaging in light conversation as they shop. Chen Lifu walks behind, observing the middle-aged woman. She is somewhat plump and not particularly tall, standing under 160 centimeters. From a distance, she appears as a rounded figure. Yet, she is known for her kind-hearted nature. As most families in the community are acquainted, and she is characterized by her warmth, optimism, and inherent kindness. However, Chen Lifu recalls knowing her from a different life, one that ended at his funeral. The woman's husband, addicted to gambling, concealed from her the fact that he had squandered their entire savings, including the money obtained from mortgaging their home, on betting. He wagered their entire fortune on Brazil's victory, only to lose everything. In a tragic turn, he took the middle-aged woman and their only child with him as he jumped from the rooftop. Shui shares a good rapport with the woman, which is why she insisted on bringing Chen Lifu along to their family's funeral. Chen Lifu understands he is no savior, yet having been reborn, there are matters he can foresee, and he considers it a form of warning, which is beneficial. However, if, after such a warning, the other party chooses an action, he feels powerless to intervene. It is akin to his futile attempts to caution the tavern owner, Luo Yin. If she ultimately decides to follow her own path and financially assist her boyfriend, he cannot prevent it. One must do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. After contemplating this, Chen Lifu turns to Shui and says, "Mom, did you know someone from the neighboring community has passed away?" Shui and the middle-aged woman are taken aback, as this news is unknown to them. Humans are naturally inclined towards gossip, and Shui quickly inquires, "Which community?" This incident, originally fabricated by Chen Lifu, lacks specifics, so he laughs it off and shifts focus. "Oh dear, it is simply next door. It is said that the man from that household has a penchant for watching football matches and has mortgaged all their possessions to gamble on football, losing everything and ultimately plunging into despair alongside his wife and children. What a tragic tale." The middle-aged woman's expression shifted dramatically. Her own husband has been fond of watching football and gambling for quite some time. The most severe incident occurred when he squandered their entire savings, kneeling before the family, fervently slapping his own face, begging for forgiveness, and vowing to never watch football again. For the sake of their children and to prevent the disintegration of their family, she chose to forgive him. In the past 2 or 3 years, her husband indeed seemed to have calmed down, and their household gradually improved, with savings slowly accumulating once more. However, she has recently sensed that her husband might be struggling to resist temptation. Several times, she awoke in the middle of the night to find him absent from her side, with the bathroom light glowing and the faint sounds of football commentary drifting through, occasionally accompanied by his low curses. The middle-aged woman felt a twinge of worry. Chen Lifu glanced at her expression and remarked, "Oh dear. The World Cup is quite the spectacle lately. Those who enjoy watching and gambling on football are likely feeling restless and unable to resist." The woman's countenance darkened further, and Shui sighed as well. Indeed, one must not dabble in gambling. Once one is ensnared, they may commit all manner of reckless acts. It truly harms others. Chen Lifu added, "If I had a gambler in my family, I would swiftly transfer all our assets, securing our finances and property, at least to safeguard against any eventualities. Even if the individual is beyond redemption, the money must remain intact, for the family is not comprised of just one person. There may be children involved. One cannot jeopardize their future as well." The middle-aged woman pondered this thoughtfully. Chen Lifu, seeing her contemplation, ceased speaking, having done his utmost to provide a warning. The rest was left to fate. Chapter 73. 1,000 strikes to the innocent heart. After lunch, Zhou Jiangjun invited Chen Lifu to go shopping. Chen Lifu responded, "Are you out of your mind? What kind of person graduates high school and goes shopping with another man? Isn't that a bit embarrassing?" Zhou Jiangjun, somewhat bashful, replied, "Oh, it's all my mother's fault. She enrolled me in a driving school, and I have to learn the second part of the exam the day after tomorrow. I need to buy some sunscreen beforehand, or I'll end up looking like a cold ball, which would surely affect my image in college." Chen Lifu teased, "I didn't realize you were so keen on playing the pretty boy." Zhou Jiangjun retorted, "Shut up." Chen Lifu understood his friend's motives for wanting sunscreen. After all, Zhou Jiangjun's sole redeeming feature was his complexion. This lad had inherited his mother's fair and delicate skin, while the rest of him resembled his father. His eyes were small, his nose not particularly prominent, and his face shape was passable. As the saying goes, a fair complexion conceals a multitude of flaws. Zhou Jiangjun's pale skin masked many of his more pronounced shortcomings. If he were to truly tan, he might as well become a black monkey from the Philippines. Zhou Jiangjun remarked, "My mother insists on giving me her sunscreen, but I truly have no desire to use that stuff. It feels so effeminate. I was contemplating purchasing a baseball cap and a set of sporty sun protection attire to appear more casual. The desire to shield myself from the sun while fearing embarrassment. Thus, I shall feign coolness." Chen Lifu summarized. Zhou Jiangjun interjected, "Are you going to stop rambling and come out? The appearance fee is 50. Farewell. I shall find Xiao Yuer to accompany me." Half an hour later, Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun convened at Starlight Square. They first wandered through Adidas and Nike, ultimately acquiring a cap. The wide-brimmed baseball cap was just perfect for concealing his face. Zhou Jiangjun donned it. "Am I stylish?" Chen Lifu instructed. "Lower your head a tad more." Zhou Jiangjun complied. "Lower it further." Zhou Jiangjun dipped his head again, when the cap's brim nearly obscured most of Zhou Jiangjun's face, revealing only his chin. Chen Lifu nodded in approval. "Concealing one's face truly exudes a certain charm." Zhou Jiangjun retorted, "Get lost." After completing the transaction, the two continued their banter. When Chen Lifu playfully kicked, Zhou Jiangjun sidestepped, resulting in a loud crash, accompanied by the sound of something crashing to the ground and a startled female voice. Zhou Jiangjun turned abruptly to confront an irate young woman. With her hair tied in a ponytail and her lips pouting, she exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you blind while walking? This was just purchased." Zhou Jiangjun glanced down to discover an unopened cup of milk tea, shattered on the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. He raised his eyes to apologize. "I'm really sorry. I didn't notice, my apologies." Yet, an additional cool voice responded, calm and devoid of any inflection. "Hello, Chen Lifu." Zhou Jiangjun was taken aback. The speaker was another girl standing next to the ponytailed one. With long black hair flowing down to her waist, smooth and lustrous, her skin radiated a luminous whiteness. The contrast of the black and white made her appear as if she had stepped straight out of a comic book. With slightly raised eyebrows and a serene expression on her oval face, she exuded an aura of aloofness and distance. It was none other than Xiao Baiwei. Chen Lifu also noticed Xiao Baiwei and stepped forward to greet her and her companion. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. My apologies, my friend here lacks awareness. Where did you buy the milk tea? I'll replace it for you." Zhou Jiangjun thought, "What the hell? You kicked me, and I'm the one lacking awareness?" The ponytailed girl, realizing Chen Lifu and Xiao Baiwei were acquainted, decided not to pursue the matter further. "Forget it. It's quite a distance to the milk tea shop. No need to bother. It's all right." However, her pout indicated she was still somewhat displeased. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward as the three stood face to face. Xiao Baiwei lifted her gaze, her voice clear and crisp. "Xiao Qiao, we'll buy it again shortly. It's on me." She then called over a cleaning lady in the mall. "Excuse me, ma'am, I apologize for the interruption." Xiao Baiwei was gentle and courteous. "We accidentally made this place dirty. Could you please clean it up?" "Thank you." The cleaning lady promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Baiwei expressed her gratitude once more, retrieving 100 yuan from her bag to give to the cleaning lady. The lady was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh no, that's not necessary, young lady." Yet, Xiao Baiwei insisted, her soft demeanor cloaked with an undeniable resolve. "It is indeed our fault. Please accept it without hesitation." The cleaning lady, albeit reluctantly, accepted the money. After completing this act of kindness, Xiao Baiwei raised her gaze, her eyes briefly sweeping over Chen Lifu before returning to their tranquil and aloof state. "We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Chen Lifu." Before the word farewell could fully escape her lips, Xiao Baiwei had already taken Xiao Qiao's hand, leading her away from Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun. Chen Lifu remarked, "That little girl is polite, yet not overly so." Once Xiao Baiwei had distanced herself, Zhou Jiangjun abruptly tugged at Chen Lifu's arm. "Who is that girl? Do you know her? Since when have you been hiding such a beautiful acquaintance from me?" Zhou Jiangjun bit his lip in frustration. "Chen Lifu, it was Su Xiaoyu before, and now it's her. You better come clean. You're being ridiculous." Chen Lifu retorted as he walked. "She's merely the daughter of a friend of my father's. I only met her a few days ago. Indeed, it was a recent acquaintance. Although they had played together as children, had it not been for that dinner gathering, he might not have recognized Xiao Baiwei even if they crossed paths on the street. Her transformation was simply too striking." Meanwhile, the girl with the ponytail who had spilled her milk tea, Xiao Qiao, was a high school classmate of Xiao Baiwei. Curious, she asked, "Wei, do you know that boy? Is he your friend?" It was understandable for Xiao Qiao to inquire, as she had rarely seen Xiao Baiwei take the initiative to speak to any boy, which piqued her interest. Boys who pursued Xiao Baiwei could line up from the school entrance to the cafeteria, yet she had always remained indifferent. Even when rejecting them, she would merely cast a silent glance before turning away. This was the first instance Xiao Qiao had witnessed Xiao Baiwei actively greeting a boy, albeit with a simple hello and goodbye. Xiao Baiwei's expression remained largely unchanged. When she thought of Chen Lifu, it was not his current visage that came to mind, but rather a memory from many years past, when a young boy had quietly remarked to his mother, "That girl is quite plump. Her arms resemble candied haws. If she gets hungry, she could take a bite out of herself." That remark had lingered in Xiao Baiwei's memory throughout the years, prompting her subsequent efforts to lose weight and sculpt her figure, as the impact of those words had been profoundly unsettling for her youthful self. In the intervening years, Xiao Baiwei and Chen Lifu had not crossed paths again. When he recently achieved the top score in the college entrance examination, Xiao Guoli saw an interview about him on television and turned to Xiao Baiwei, asking, Wei, do you remember? This is your Uncle Chen's son. You played together when you were little. He even carried you once, haha, although he was too small at the time to manage it." This revelation brought back memories that Xiao Baiwei had worked hard to forget. On that day, when Xiao Guoli casually inquired whether Xiao Baiwei would attend the meal with Chen Dongjun, Xiao Baiwei nonchalantly replied, "Sure." This response left Xiao Guoli somewhat bewildered, as his daughter had never been one to partake in such gatherings. Under the astonished gaze of her father, Xiao Baiwei calmly retreated to her bedroom to change her attire. Surprisingly, she bore no ill will towards Chen Lifu. Rather, she was filled with curiosity about the boy who once mocked her for being overweight, likening her to a candied hawthorn skewer. What had become of him now? With her thoughts concluded, Xiao Baiwei addressed Xiao Qiao in a cool and composed tone. "My father is friends with his father, but I am not acquainted with him." In Chapter 74, My Body Belongs Only to Women, Chen Lifu accompanied Zhou Jiangjun to purchase 2 lightweight sports sun protection jackets. Satisfied with his selection, he bought one for himself as well. Once their shopping was complete, Chen Lifu inquired, "Where to next? An internet CAF?" However, Zhou Jiangjun appeared disinterested. "Every time we go out, it's always to an internet CAF. It's rather dull. We are university students now, adults who should engage in activities befitting our age." Chen Lifu then asked, "What adult activities do you wish to partake in?" Both fell into silence. After exchanging a glance, they could not contain their laughter, their voices tinged with mischief. Chen Lifu teased, "What on earth are you thinking? Your mind is filthy." Zhou Jiangjun retorted, "If your mind is so clean, how do you know what I'm laughing about? What are you thinking? Contemplating the evolution and reproduction of humanity?" Zhou Jiangjun erupted into laughter, "Ha!" As the two strolled through the mall. They found themselves surrounded by boutiques favored by women and claw machines adored by children, yet there were no shops that catered exclusively to men. As for what constituted a men's store, well, Chen Lifu chose not to elaborate. As they continued walking, they arrived at the cinema, where couples, combinations of men and women, filled the space, exuding a sweet, romantic atmosphere. The sight of the 2 young men standing in the lobby was particularly striking. Zhou Jiangjun playfully draped his arm over Chen Lifu's shoulder. "Hey, it's been ages since you last watched a movie. Let me accompany you." Chen Lifu replied, "I just went with Su Xiaoyu the day before yesterday to see Sleeping Curse. It was rather dull." Zhou Jiangjun exclaimed in exasperation, "Wait. You two went on a date without inviting me?" Chen Lifu shot him a glance. "You know it was a date. Why would I bring along a third will like you?" Zhou Jiangjun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? You two are together now? When did this happen? Who confessed first?" Chen Lifu sighed. He merely said it in passing, and this fool took it seriously. He shrugged off Zhou Jiangjun's arm and approached the ticket counter. "Hello. I'd like to buy 2 tickets for Transformers. Last row, please." The ticket seller tapped a few buttons on the machine. While waiting for the tickets to print, the seller asked, "Would you like to purchase some cola and popcorn? We're offering a summer surprise package where students who have taken the college entrance exam can redeem 2 bottles of cola for free with their admission ticket, plus a large popcorn for just 9 yuan. It's quite a deal." Chen Lifu summoned Zhou Jiangjun, and the 2 of them searched for their examination admission ticket photos on their mobile phones. This was thanks to their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, who had repeatedly advised them to save 2 pictures of their admission tickets on their phones before the college entrance examination, just in case they couldn't find their tickets when it was time to check their scores. Upon locating the photos, the ticket clerk verified their information and inquired, "Would you like to purchase some popcorn? It's only 9.99. The clerk, appearing youthful and resembling a student, was likely working a summer job. Her round, cherubic face was not particularly striking, yet her sweet smile revealed 2 deep dimples, instantly capturing Zhou Jiangjun's attention. He nodded vigorously, eager for the popcorn. As Chen Lifu took the movie tickets and walked away, Zhou Jiangjun's gaze lingered on the dimpled ticket clerk. Chen Lifu playfully nudged him. "What is wrong with you? You're acting like an old lecher, unable to tear your eyes away from every pretty girl you see." Zhou Jiangjun replied, "This one is different. I genuinely like her." Chen Lifu teased, "If you like her, why not ask for her number?" Zhou Jiangjun hesitated. "Isn't it too abrupt to ask for her number after just meeting her?" Chen Lifu retorted, "Fine, wait until she has twins 3 years from now before asking." As they awaited entry, Zhou Jiangjun could no longer resist. Perhaps Chen Lifu's words had spurred him on. He mustered his courage, stood up, and approached the dimpled ticket clerk to inquire. Chen Lifu watched from a distance, noticing the clerk's initial surprise followed by a bashful lowering of her head as she quickly stole glances at Zhou Jiangjun. Seizing a moment when the supervisor was distracted, she whispered something to him. Zhou Jiangjun, with his head down, began tapping on his phone. The first signs of young love began to unfold. Turning back towards Chen Lifu, Zhou Jiangjun walked with steady steps. Though his face was flushed, resembling a ripe tomato. If one were to place a chimney atop his head, it might have begun to emit smoke. He triumphantly waved his phone at Chen Lifu, signaling the commencement of his romantic endeavor. Chen Lifu smiled quietly, choosing not to comment. He recalled that in his previous life, Zhou Jiangjun had never met this girl. During that summer, Chen Lifu had followed Lin Siyun closely, while Han Yu had not gone to Jinggang ahead of time, leaving Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun to spend their days in internet cafes, devoid of opportunities to meet any girls. Zhou Jiangjun's first romance had only blossomed in the final year of college. Their relationship had been quite harmonious until Zhou Jiangjun was diagnosed with cancer. The girl had cared for him for a month before disappearing without a word, leaving only a message that read, "I'm sorry, I like you, but I lack the courage to accompany you through this journey. I'm sorry." At that time, Chen Lifu had thought the girl heartless. Yet, upon reflection, he realized she had been justified. At least she had been wholeheartedly devoted to Zhou Jiangjun during their time together. However, when faced with life and death, she had made the correct choice that any ordinary person would make. After all, it was merely a romantic relationship. She was under no obligation to sacrifice her future for him. Chen Lijun cast a glance at Zhou Jiangjun, wishing fervently that this foolish giant might encounter a love truly meant for him, one that would endure through thick and thin. May he cherish his health, live a long life, and grow old with the one he loves. At that moment, Zhou Jiangjun remained oblivious to Chen Lijun's musings. Upon turning his head, he noticed Chen Lijun gazing at him with a hint of tenderness, which sent a shiver down his spine. Could it be that this lad was feeling a twinge of jealousy at the sight of my love? I must inform you, my heart belongs to you. Yet my body is solely for women. Chen Lijun responded nonchalantly, dismissing the matter altogether. He delivered a playful punch to Zhou Jiangjun and departed with the movie tickets in hand. Zhou Jiangjun trailed behind, cheerfully teasing him. Are you upset? Perhaps you are enraged by your unrequited feelings? Hee hee. Chen Lijun retorted, go away. Chapter 75. The little crybaby weeps again. Chen Lijun and Zhou Jiangjun settled into the last row of the cinema, finding their designated seats. It was the summer holiday, and the cinema was bustling with patrons. Given the popularity of Transformers, many parents had brought their children along. Chen Lijun was struck by a sense of foreboding. This was a miscalculation. Attending Transformers during the summer was akin to disturbing a nest of unruly children. Before he could even get comfortable, he intended to pull Zhou Jiangjun away, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a slender figure entering the venue. Xiao Baiwei moved gracefully, her fair hand clutching a cup of iced cola, accompanied by the girl with the ponytail. She ascended the stairs, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, drawing nearer. Xiao Baiwei glanced at the seating on the movie ticket, then raised her head, momentarily pausing as her gaze met his. A rare flicker of surprise crossed her usually cool and indifferent face. Chen Lijun chuckled awkwardly. What a coincidence. Indeed, it was rather too coincidental. The atmosphere became palpably awkward until the ponytailed girl and Zhou Jiangjun broke the silence. Zhou Jiangjun said, "Oh, it's you? I apologize for earlier. Once the movie is over, I'll treat you to some milk tea." Xiao Qiao, having calmed down, waved dismissively. "It's nothing, really. I should have held on more securely." Zhou Jiangjun insisted, "Let us not be polite. We're all friends here. I'll treat you later." With that, he cast a triumphant glance at Chen Lijun, chuckling inwardly. "Ah, so you think you can impress the girls, do you? I can play that game too." After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Baiwei averted her gaze and moved towards her seat. She and Xiao Qiao sat in the second-to-last row. Chen Lijun and Zhou Jiangjun occupied seats 4 and 5 in the 6th row, while Xiao Baiwei and Xiao Qiao were positioned in seats 1 and 2 of the 5th row, placing the 2 girls directly in front of them. Once Xiao Baiwei was seated, Chen Lijun turned his head and caught a glimpse of her flawless profile. Her elegantly arched nose complemented her long, thick eyelashes, and her pitch-black pupils sparkled with clarity. The originally delicate and petite visage was half obscured by her lustrous, flowing hair, rendering it even smaller, reminiscent of a doll figurine. Chen Lifeng couldn't help but recall the popular doll that would emerge in a few years. Zhou Jiangjun nudged his arm. "Hey, keep your eyes to yourself. You're about to bore a hole through me. Watch out, or I might just inform little fish on you." Chen Lifeng, disinterested, shrugged him off. Suddenly, the lights in the theater extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness, save for the immense screen before them radiating light. The film was about to commence. With a hint of resignation, Chen Lifeng settled back into his seat. Leaving now was not an option. Zhou Jiangjun, in his typical foolishness, had announced that he would treat the girl to milk tea after the movie, so sneaking out midway would be rather uncouth. Soon enough, the film began. Although Chen Lifu had seen Transformers 4, many years had passed, and he had nearly forgotten the plot. Thus, as the story unfolded, he became engrossed. Yet, his greatest concern materialized. Just as Optimus Prime was outmaneuvered by the antagonist, a little boy suddenly leapt from his seat, pointing at the villain and shouting, "I will vanquish you in the name of the moon." The boy's mother chimed in, "Yes, vanquish him. Our Yaozu is amazing." Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun exchanged glances. In the ensuing scenes, the boy incessantly discussed with his mother how to defeat the antagonist. Chen Lifu, unable to endure any longer, seized a piece of popcorn and hurled it at the boy's head. The child yelped and turned around, but Chen Lifu maintained his composure and continued watching the film. The boy, rubbing his head, turned back. Just as he was about to speak again, another piece of popcorn flew through the air, striking him on the forehead. This back and forth continued several times until the boy finally burst into tears. His mother quickly attempted to console him. At last, someone could no longer tolerate the commotion. "Which little brat is crying? Can't you take it outside? I spent a fortune on this ticket to listen to your wailing." Did the child lack understanding? Or was it the adults? The boy's mother, ready to argue, hesitated upon seeing that her opponent was a towering man nearly 9 meters tall, and she deflated. Casting a glare at him, she led the boy out of the cinema. Chen Lifu popped a piece of popcorn into his mouth, relishing the newfound silence. He had intended to resume watching the film, but as his peripheral vision caught a glimpse, something felt amiss. The brightness of the movie screen illuminated the faces of the audience, rendering their expressions vividly clear. Thus, Chen Lifu effortlessly noticed the faint redness around Xiao Baiwei's eyes, accompanied by tears cascading down her cheeks. Her porcelain skin accentuated the flush around her eyes, and droplets of tears emerged one after another, gliding down her smooth complexion, dangling beneath her subtly upturned chin, glistening like jewels. Chen Lifu thought, "What on earth? Why is she crying? Is it for Optimus Prime or the Decepticons?" At that moment, the plot had reached a point where the Decepticons were cornered by the antagonist, on the brink of collapse. As Xiao Baiwei, who was engrossed in the film, finally succumbed to her emotions, tears streamed down her cheeks. She even extended her hand to cover her face, slightly bowing her head, allowing her smooth, long hair to cascade down and shroud her visage. Only the faint outline of her fingers and her shoulders, trembling with suppressed sobs, were visible. Chen Lifu mused that if the Decepticons were aware that a fair-skinned, beautiful girl in a mysterious ancient land thousands of miles away wept for him with such heartfelt anguish, he would believe that even in death, the Decepticons would find solace. It appeared that the little crybaby had remained true to her nature. Despite blossoming into a seemingly aloof goddess, at her core, she was still the same tender-hearted girl. Chen Lifu couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it was rather amusing. Upon the conclusion of the film, as the lights in the theater flickered to life, Xiao Baiwei had regained her composure. Yet, having shed tears for nearly half the duration, her eyes remained red-rimmed. Unwilling to reveal her vulnerability, she kept her head bowed, feigning interest in her cola. As she passed by Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun, Zhou called out to them, suggesting they join him for milk tea. Xiao Qiao turned to Xiao Baiwei, inquiring, "Wei, shall we go together?" Still refusing to lift her gaze, she turned slightly and replied coolly, "I one tea partake. I never indulge in such sweet treats." However, Chen Lifu, having witnessed her tears firsthand, could detect a suppressed quaver in her voice. It appeared that the little crybaby had matured, now concerned with maintaining her dignity and unwilling to cry in front of others. No longer was she the girl who wept openly, drawing everyone's attention like a dramatic skewer of candied fruit. Ultimately, Xiao Baiwei and Xiao Qiao declined Zhou Jiangjun's invitation. As they parted ways, Chen Lifu noticed Xiao Baiwei still shielding her embarrassment with her hair. Contemplating for a moment, he took the bag from Zhou Jiangjun's hand and offered it to Xiao Baiwei. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from her lowered line of sight, holding an Adidas bag, momentarily startling her. Chen Lifu's voice resonated above her. "I thought this cap would suit Uncle Xiao, so I bought it while shopping. Please take it back to him as a token of my respect and a gesture of collaboration between a junior and a senior." Zhou Jiangjun, bewildered, could hardly comprehend the situation. "Isn't that my cap? You're using my cap to express your sincerity? Chen Lifu, are you out of your mind?" Chapter 76. I love you. Chen Lifu. Watching Chen Lifu and Zhou Jiangjun depart, Xiao Baiwei felt a moment of disorientation. It was Xiao Qiao who shook her arm, asking, Wait, what's wrong? Let us go? Only then did Xiao Baiwei snap back to reality and open the Adidas bag, retrieving a white baseball cap. The cap was slightly oversized for her head, with a broad brim that obscured much of her face. The upper half of her face was completely shielded beneath the brim, hiding her reddened eyes and the tip of her nose. Glancing at Xiao Baiwei's cap, Xiao Qiao remarked, Is this a gift from your friend for your father? It doesn't seem to fit the style of a middle-aged man. Xiao Baiwei pursed her lips, remaining silent. She must be aware of the reason why Chen Lifei gave her the hat. It certainly was not intended for Xiao Guoli. Xiao Guoli, a businessman, is always impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of authority. He would never don a baseball cap. Thus, Chen Lifei merely used Xiao Guoli as an excuse to present her with the hat. As for his intentions, Xiao Baiwei gently bit her lip. Pondering if Chen Lifei had noticed her tears, a slight frown creased her brow. She couldn't quite articulate her feelings, only sensing a hint of embarrassment. Although Xiao Baiwei felt a twinge of annoyance, she was uncertain as to why she felt that way. After all, he had been kind enough to assist her. Hastily, she shifted the conversation. My father sometimes plays golf, and a baseball cap would come in handy. Observing Xiao Baiwei's flustered retreat, Xiao Qiao was perplexed. Do you need a baseball cap for golf? Well, whatever. After all, she had never played. Zhou Jiangjun spent the entire journey berating Chen Lifei. That hat cost 200 yuan. You owe me. Using my hat to flatter a girl. How audacious of you, Chen Lifei. I shall certainly report you to Xiao Yuer. Report what? Chen Lifei retorted. I gave it to her father, not to her. Zhou Jiangjun replied. You can keep telling yourself that. Why on earth would you give a gift to her father unless you were trying to woo his daughter? Chen Lifei explained. Her father invited me to be a tutor, offering me 20,000 yuan a month. Isn't it only proper to present a small gift? Zhou Jiangjun was taken aback. Wait, brother. Why are you always making money behind my back? Does her father still need a tutor? How about a buy one, get one free deal? Zhou Jiangjun suggested. You get one, I get one. I don't need 20,000. 10,000 would suffice. Chen Lifei replied. You want to buy one, get one deal, and still expect payment? The free one would be a loss. Get lost. After watching the movie, Chen Lifei returned home, and his phone vibrated with a new message. He initially thought it was Zhou Jiangjun or Xiao Yuer reaching out for a chat. To his surprise, the message was from Xiao Kueibao. Thank you, Chen Lifei. This made him recall the few words Xiao Baiwei had previously uttered. You are Chen Lifei? Hello, Chen Lifei. Goodbye, Chen Lifei. Now, it was thank you, Chen Lifei. Following the cliché trajectory of a romantic drama, wouldn't the next messages be I'm sorry, Chen Lifei, and I love you, Chen Lifei? His thoughts wandered, yet the words he typed remained earnest. Fei, you're welcome. Transformers was indeed touching. I was nearly moved to tears. Xiao Baiwei, who had deliberated for quite some time before sending her message of gratitude to Chen Lifei, wondered if he had truly seen her cry. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with shyness, yet she refused to admit it. Xiao Kueibao, fortunately, I didn't cry. I just yawned a few times. Chen Lifei, all right. Fei, well then, make sure to get some rest. Good night. Xiao Baiwei, with an air of pride, slightly pouted. Xiao Kueibao, Chen Lifei smiled and chose not to respond further. The summer days passed swiftly. Zhou Jiangjun successfully completed his second subject examination. Su Xiaoyu secured a part-time job at a children's amusement center, spending each day caring for children at the play area. Chen Lifei confirmed his tutoring schedule and commenced his classes. As predicted by Xiao Guoli, the top-tier class was in high demand. Whether it was personal guidance from top scorers or the small classes limited to 30 students, the marketing strategy was a resounding success. The promotional tactics resulted in the class filling up within just 2 days. Xiao Guoli was true to his word after collecting the tuition fees. He promptly transferred the entire amount to Chen Lifei. Adding to that were the 20,000 yuan in wages, totaling 110,000. When Xiao Guoli inquired about Chen Lifei's bank account number, Chen Lifei replied, Uncle, please transfer it to my Alipay account. Xiao Guoli expressed concern, Lifei, with such a substantial amount, it is safer in a bank. Those Alipay schemes are designed to deceive young people like you. If the platform were to collapse, how would you retrieve your funds? Moreover, look at the interest rates on Alipay. They seem too good to be true. If you wish to earn their interest, they will be after your principal, you know? Chen Lifei chuckled. It's all right, uncle. I haven't had the chance to set up a bank account yet. So please transfer it to my Alipay for now. Once I have my bank account, I will transfer the funds there. He had no intention of debating the safety of Alipay with Xiaoguoli at this moment. They would not understand or believe it. This platform, which had rapidly evolved in just a few years, had dealt a significant blow to major banks, compelling them to intervene and stabilize the market. Over time, the interest rates on Alipay had also diminished. It was now at its peak. In terms of flexibility and interest rates, it was far more convenient than traditional banks. Seeing Chen Lifei's determination, Xiaoguoli refrained from further persuasion. After transferring the funds, he reiterated his advice: make sure to deposit the money in the bank soon. As a young person, having so much money on your phone poses a risk. What would you do if you lost your phone? Chen Lifei replied. I hadn't expected that. The little crybaby's father is quite humorous, isn't he? Chapter 77. Just turned 18 on the first day of the top-tier class. Chen Lifei arrived at the Qingyao training school founded by Xiaoguoli, following the provided address. The school was quite large, spanning 3 stories. Chen Lifei's class was located on the 3rd floor, where he was assigned 2 classrooms for teaching mathematics and comprehensive science. His students were primarily rising seniors, mostly his peers, with only a year or 2 age difference at most. This lack of age gap facilitated communication. Additionally, Chen Lifei's humorous demeanor lightened the atmosphere. He cracked jokes during lessons to alleviate pressure, resulting in effective teaching. Some students naturally felt intimidated by teachers, becoming anxious in their presence. However, in front of their peers, they appeared much more relaxed. After a full day of classes, Chen Lifei found the experience less exhausting than he had anticipated. The students attending the class unanimously perceive it as the most relaxed tutoring session they have ever experienced. There are no teachers imposing constant pressure, reminding them that falling behind by even a moment equates to lagging behind thousands. No one persistently alerts them that the college entrance examination is the most crucial path in life, that 10 years of arduous study hinge upon this one endeavor, creating an impression that any misstep in the exam would spell the end of their lives. Chen Lifei's educational philosophy, however, is refreshingly simple. The college entrance examination holds significance. It represents, perhaps, the last relatively equitable competition in their lives. Yet, it is by no means the sole determinant of their futures. Even after a setback, there remains the possibility of a second chance. And should they choose not to retry, as long as they forge ahead, they are bound to encounter more, richer, and more beautiful experiences than they presently know. There are countless paths in life, and he hopes they traverse each with dedication and without regret, for this holds far greater importance than mere success or failure. After delivering this heartfelt message, Chen Lifei gazes upon the sea of admiring eyes before him, pondering that when his own fortunes wane, he might venture into the realm of social media as a motivational blogger, perhaps capitalizing on the aspirations of others. After a day of teaching, his throat feels a bit scratchy, but upon glancing at his Alipay balance, all worries dissipate. He recalls that Su Xiaoyu is working nearby, likely at a children's amusement center located in the adjacent mall. Since there is still ample time, he decides to seek out Su Xiaoyu for dinner. Upon arriving at the amusement center, Chen Lifei scans the area but does not spot Su Xiaoyu. Inquiring about her whereabouts, he presumes she is occupied with her duties and has not responded. Thus, he meanders through the mall, awaiting her reply. Ascending to the 2nd floor via the escalator, he passes by a claw machine where a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, is accompanied by his mother, attempting to win a toy. Finding himself unoccupied, he stands behind the boy, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Despite spending over 20 tokens, the boy has yet to secure a prize. Frustrated, he stamps his foot, exclaiming, "I don't want this one anymore. Let us try another." With that, he tugs his mother towards a neighboring machine. Observing this, Chen Lifei's eyes dart around as he heads to the front desk to exchange for 10 game tokens. He then approaches the very machine the boy had just used, inserting 3 tokens and maneuvering the joystick with keen interest. The boy's attention is captivated, drawn to the spectacle of someone attempting to seize the very prize he had failed to grasp. The allure of unattained possessions knows no age, and the boy watches intently, curious as to whether Chen Lifei will succeed. On his first attempt, he fails to capture the toy, prompting him to insert 3 more tokens. As he skillfully maneuvers the joystick, he muses that this time he has it in the bag. The mechanics of claw machines often follow a pattern. Initially, the grip is deliberately loosened, but after several tries, the strength of the claw is tightened. One must seize the opportunity during that critical moment to secure a win. As Chen Lifei maneuvered the control stick, He could distinctly feel the grasping mechanism was far more robust this time. With keen precision, he aimed at the plush toy and pressed the button. As anticipated, the claw secured a firm hold on the doll, and, with a deft movement, it fell into the opening. Witnessing this, the little boy was utterly devastated, his defenses crumbling. Gripping his mother's hand, he wailed inconsolably, "Why could the uncle catch it? Why can't I? Why? Why?" Chen Lifu, taken aback, muttered, "Uncle? I just turned 18 this year." A mischievous thought crossed his mind as he retrieved the toy and placed it in the palm of his left hand. He then approached the sobbing child, crouching down with a smile. Just as the boy hoped Chen Lifu would gift him the doll, Lifu instead revealed his right palm, which still held several game tokens. "Oh dear, I've caught it after just 2 tries. The rest are of no use to me, so I'll give them to you." Once Chen Lifu walked away, the boy gazed at the tokens in his palm, crying even louder than before. After completing this rather unkind act, Su Xiaoyu's call came through. "Hello, Chen Lifu. Are you looking for me? I was busy earlier and didn't see your messages. I just replied, but you took ages to respond." Chen Lifu had been preoccupied with amusing the child, leaving no time to check his phone. He replied, "You're at the Times Tianjin Mall, right? I'm here too. When do you finish work? Let us grab a meal together." Su Xiaoyu's voice brightened at his words, becoming noticeably more cheerful. "Aren't you supposed to be tutoring someone? How do you have time to come see me?" Chen Lifu explained, "I just finished class. The school is nearby. So I swung by." Su Xiaoyu's lips curled into a smile. She didn't care whether it was a detour. His visit alone brought her joy. "I'm at the children's play area by the spinning slide on the first floor, wearing a blue hat and a blue vest. Can you see me?" Chen Lifu was on the second floor and leaned over the railing to look down, a moment of realization dawning upon him. Blue hat, blue vest. Wasn't he that the uniform of the play area staff? All the employees dressed similarly. Yet, he spotted Su Xiaoyu immediately, among 5 staff members by the spinning slide. She stood out remarkably. Tall and slender, her long legs were complemented by a simple top and a blue vest, while a black pleated skirt showcased her smooth, fair thighs. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her side profile, unadorned by makeup, was exquisite and captivating. Chen Lifu descended the stairs and waved at Su Xiaoyu beside the spinning slide. She noticed him and beamed, enthusiastically waving back. Seizing a moment when their supervisor wasn't looking, Su Xiaoyu jogged over to Chen Lifu and said, "I have 20 minutes left before I finish. You go wait at the nearby milk tea shop. I'll come find you shortly." Chen Lifu nodded. "What would you like to drink? I'll order it for you." Su Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. "I'd like a cup of taro boba milk tea. 3 parts sweetness will suffice. Too much sweetness leads to weight gain." Chen Lifu entered the bubble tea shop and, in a moment of playful mischief while placing his order, he smirked at the cashier, saying, "Hello. I would like a cup of taro mud bubble tea, but without the taro mud and without the bubbles." The cashier was taken aback. Chapter 78. The best for you after work. Su Xiaoyu walked into the bubble tea shop and took the drink from Chen Lifu's hands. Inserting a straw, she took a sip, only to feel something was amiss. She took another sip, furrowing her brow, then gently shook the cup and drank again. Something was definitely off. Where were the taro mud and bubbles in the drink? She looked at Chen Lifu, puzzled. "What did you order for me? Didn't I say I wanted the taro mud bubble tea?" Chen Lifu, hands in pockets, remained unfazed. "It is indeed taro mud bubble tea. It's just that this shop has run out of taro mud and bubbles, leaving only the tea." Su Xiaoyu turned to the cashier behind her, feeling that Chen Lifu was deceiving her, but she had no evidence. As Chen Lifu exited the bubble tea shop, Su Xiaoyu followed closely behind. The vibrant summer atmosphere at Times Tianjia was bustling with students, boys and girls alike, each clutching a cup of bubble tea, laughing and chatting about where to catch a movie or grab a bite to eat. Those summer vacations still had a semblance of what summer vacations should be. Finally escaping from school, summer assignments were often hastily completed at McDonald's just a week before school resumed. The answers to those assignments were frequently torn up by teachers. Yet if a class leader dared to brave the risks and obtain the answers from the teacher, they became the saviors of the class. Chen Lifu had played that role for Zhou Jiangjun for 3 consecutive years. As they walked, Su Xiaoyu inquired, "How was your first day of class? Are you getting used to it?" Chen Lifu replied, "It was fine. After all, it's not my first time being a teacher." Su Xiaoyu felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks, fearing that Chen Lifu would see through her. She swiftly changed the subject. "Actually, I think you're quite suited to being a teacher. Have you considered, after graduating from university, to take up teaching?" Chen Lifei shook his head. I'm not fond of nurturing others. It's rather dull. Su Xiaoyu asked, then what do you enjoy? I prefer creating. Chen Lifei thought to himself, but quickly halted his thoughts, responding instead, I enjoy making money. Being a teacher doesn't pay much. People often say that teaching is simply standing on a podium with empty pockets. Su Xiaoyu pressed on. Why do you have such a fondness for money? I believe as long as one has enough, that is sufficient. She reflected on her past. Working diligently to earn money primarily to distance herself from her mother and her original family, striving to fund her education. Now that she had nearly gathered enough for tuition, her summer job was more about passing the time rather than a genuine need for money. Chen Lifei pondered for a moment before saying, money can resolve many issues. You may find yourself in situations where you don't need money, but you can never truly be without it. People change, they leave, but money remains. What belongs to you is yours. Su Xiaoyu listened, somewhat enlightened, yet still perplexed. However, she sensed a shift in Chen Lihui's emotions. She was unaware of the reasons behind his melancholy, yet she wished for his happiness. Su Xiaoyu took out her phone and displayed 2 photographs featuring herself alongside a little girl, which she handed to Chen Lihui. In these images, Su Xiaoyu and a girl who appeared to be merely 5 years old radiated joy. Su Xiaoyu embraced the child, flashing a peace sign, while the girl smiled shyly. Her chubby cheeks resembling steamed buns, and her untainted eyes shone with a deep, lustrous black, framed by thick lashes, embodying both beauty and innocence. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, isn't this little girl adorable? She loves coming to the amusement center nearly every day, and her favorite activity is the slide. I always thought she was charming. And just recently, she has warmed up to me, so I pulled her in for a picture. She's simply delightful. Her excitement was palpable. Yet, as Chen Lihui gazed at the photograph in her hand, he momentarily lost focus. His mind felt blank, and a ringing echoed in his ears. The girl's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of his daughter from his previous life. Since his rebirth, Chen Lihui had consciously avoided recalling her. She had been the love of his past existence, his little son, the princess of his life, his sole source of solace in a short, barren life. After his rebirth, he resolved to sever all ties with Lin Siyun, a decision that meant he would never again have his daughter. He had never provided her with anything, neither a prosperous home nor a healthy body, nor even the simplest warmth of a mother's love. Thus, heaven must have pitied her, taking her back at such a tender age. Chen Lihui, what is the matter? Su Xiaoyu's voice gradually pierced through his reverie, bringing him back to reality. As he examined the photo on her phone, his vision began to blur. Taking a deep breath, he returned the phone to Su Xiaoyu and continued walking with his head held high. Do all little girls look the same? Chen Lihui remarked. Su Xiaoyu pouted. Not at all. You should come early tomorrow and see her for yourself. She truly is enchanting. Chen Lihui remained silent, striding ahead. Su Xiaoyu jogged to keep up with him. Chen Lihui slowed down. Why are you walking so fast? Where are you headed? Chen Lihui himself was unsure of his destination. He simply felt a profound ache within. In this life, he might possess many things he had never had before, yet he would eternally be deprived of his daughter. The equilibrium of cause and effect prevails. For every gain, there is an inevitable loss. Life is devoid of completeness. During dinner, Su Xiaoyu still perceived that Chen Lihui was somewhat discontented. She endeavored to introduce several topics of conversation, yet his responses remained tepid. Su Xiaoyu felt a wave of discouragement wash over her, disheartened by her ignorance of the reasons behind Chen Lihui's unhappiness, and equally disheartened by her inability to lift his spirits. The corners of her mouth drooped. Chen Lifei glanced at her and casually initiated a conversation to divert his mood. Xiaoyu, when is your birthday? Su Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, my birthday is on September 20th. September 20th? By then, the university would have already commenced, likely during military training. Chen Lifei suggested, let us celebrate together in Jinggang, inviting Han Yu and Zhou Jianjun. The 3 of us will accompany you for your birthday. Su Xiaoyu smiled. As long as Chen Lifei was present, her spirits soared. She nodded affirmatively. All right, I'll treat you all to dinner. Chen Lifei raised an eyebrow. Then you better save up some money. I'm quite particular. Su Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Yes, what I give you will undoubtedly be the best. Chapter 79. Silver high heels. As the tutoring sessions gradually fell into a routine, Chen Lifei found himself leaving early and returning late each day, causing Shui considerable concern. That evening, upon returning home, Shui looked at Chen Lifei with empathy and prepared a plate of lychees for him, murmuring softly, "You've lost weight. The classes must be quite taxing, right?" Chen Dongjun interjected, "That kid has received a substantial amount from old Xiao. A little hardship is only to be expected." And Shui shot him a disapproving glance and replied unhappily, "Our family, us and tea lacking in money. Why should we burden our child like this? Leaving home at 7 and returning at 9 or 10 at night is more exhausting than senior year." Her heart ached. Other children, after graduating high school, either travel or engage in leisurely pursuits, while our child toils daily with tutoring and part-time jobs, losing weight in the process. How arduous it must be. As she spoke, her eyes even glistened with unshed tears. Chen Dongjun, a rugged man, couldn't fathom why Shui was so distressed. To him, their son working during summer and attending classes was merely a form of training, nothing extraordinary. Perhaps many men fail to understand that a child is a piece of flesh from their mother, whether in the womb, in need of care, or grown. A mother's heart always aches for her child. In a mother's eyes, there are no accolades, only concerns for whether her child sleeps soundly, eats well, and finds joy each day. Seeing Shui in such sorrow, Chen Lifu felt a mix of emotions. He hesitated to reveal the truth to her. In reality, the tutoring sessions concluded around 5 p.m. His late return was simply due to playing games at an internet CAF with Zhou Jiangjun. As for his weight loss, it was merely a result of being frustrated by Zhou Jiangjun's novice skills, which made him lose his appetite. Nevertheless, Chen Lifu approached, gently patting his mother's shoulder. "Mom, you don't understand. This isn't about losing weight. It's about having a lean physique. Nowadays, girls are fond of this slender look. It's colloquially known as a little milk dog. You know what I mean?" And Shui couldn't help but laugh. "What dog? Let me tell you. We're not allowed to have dogs at home. Their fur would be everywhere, and I wouldn't want to clean that up." Chen Lifu settled on the sofa, joining Shui to watch television while finishing the fruit she had prepared. Observing that he had a good appetite, and Shui hurried to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles. "Son, eat more." Chen Lifu sighed, expressing his thoughts on women's insatiable desires. Nevertheless, he devoured every last strand of the noodles that Shui had prepared for him, leaving her utterly satisfied. With a contented belch, he rubbed his belly and made his way into the bedroom. Just before closing the door, he turned back and called out to Shui, "Mom." She glanced back, inquiring, "What is it, my son?" With a broad smile, Chen Lifu replied, "Good night, Mom. Love you." And Shui paused in surprise, then playfully pushed him forward, saying, "Stop trying to charm your mother. Go to bed now, and don't forget to wash up and brush your teeth. Otherwise, your wisdom tooth might flare up again." Chen Lifu acknowledged her and shut the bedroom door. He could hear Shui conversing with Chen Dongjun in the living room. "Tomorrow, when we have some free time, let us buy Lifu a suitcase and a couple of outfits. Oh, and we must get him a laptop. I noticed that old Hu's family bought a computer for their daughter the other day. They now have those ultra-thin laptops that are quite lightweight. We should prepare one for Lifu as well." In his room, Chen Lifu quietly absorbed their conversation. "Time, oh time, please slow down," allowing every mother to witness her child grow up. The following day at noon, upon exiting class, Chen Lifu unexpectedly encountered Xiao Guoli. Xiao Guoli was the owner of the training institution, though it was merely one of his many ventures. He was seldom seen at the academy due to his numerous commitments. Chen Lifu greeted him, "Uncle Xiao, what brings you here today?" With a smile, Xiao Guoli approached and patted him on the back. "I had an engagement nearby and thought I'd stop by to check on you. How have you been these past few days?" Chen Lifu replied, "Pretty well." Xiao Guoli expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Several parents have provided positive feedback, saying they are very pleased with your teaching and the students enjoy your classes immensely. Well done, Lifu. I always knew you would excel." Then, Xiao Guoli revealed his purpose. "Tomorrow evening, at the banquet hall on the 5th floor of the Century Riverside Hotel, your aunt is hosting a soiree. Make sure to attend." He added with a chuckle, "Dress sharply. Many female classmates will be present, and I'll introduce you to each one." Chen Lifu suddenly recalled the mention of Xiao Baiwei's birthday during their last meal together. "Uncle Xiao, you could have reminded me sooner. I haven't prepared a gift." Xiao Guoli waved his hand dismissively. "What does a child need to worry about gifts for? It's just a casual gathering for you, old Chun, and your mother to enjoy. Don't feel pressured. Baiwei won't mind, I assure you." Despite his uncle's reassurances, Chen Lifu decided to visit the nearby Times Tianjie after class, contemplating what to purchase. After all, he was not merely an inexperienced 18-year-old. As a young man of nearly 20, He understood the importance of basic social etiquette. Attending someone else's birthday celebration warranted a gift, especially for Xiao Baiwei. He couldn't bear the thought of her crying over receiving too few presents, given her propensity to shed tears over the Decepticons. As he strolled, Chen Lifu found himself at the entrance of a store. He recalled that during his previous life, when he was married, Lin Siyun had insisted on having a pair of high heels from this brand. High heels symbolize a woman's stride toward a new life and a fresh chapter. Every woman must possess at least one pair in her lifetime. A single pair typically costs around 10,000 yuan, and if adorned with diamonds, the price escalates considerably. In a past life, Chen Lifu failed to gift Lin Siyun a pair. At that time, having just purchased a home and given a dowry of 660,000 yuan, he found himself financially constrained. Consequently, Lin Siyun harbored resentment on their wedding night, refusing to acknowledge him. In this moment, Chen Lifu gazed at a pair of diamond-studded silver high heels showcased in a shop window. The brilliance of the diamonds dazzled and sparkled in a myriad of colors. Undeniably beautiful. As he contemplated the heels, he envisioned the graceful figure of Xiao Baiwei donning them. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, she reached just below Chen Lifu's chin when wearing flats. Coupled with her ethereal beauty and porcelain-like skin, she resembled a campus goddess straight out of the tales whispered among girls. Rising, Chen Lifu entered the store and pointed to the heels in the window. "Hello. Please wrap this pair for me. Could you prepare a gift box? And a card for a personal message." The sales assistant scrutinized him for a moment. He was dressed in a simple white shirt and a pair of washed denim jeans, with shoes gifted by Enshui last year. The assistant kindly informed him, "Hello? This pair is priced at 19,998 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by credit card?" A frown creased Chen Lifu's brow. "Isn't there an option for Alipay?" The assistant forced a smile. "I'm sorry, but may I ask if it's cash or credit card?" Realizing the situation, Chen Lifu understood that in 2014, Alipay and WeChat payment had yet to gain widespread acceptance, and the public's familiarity with Alipay was still limited. "Then I'll step out to apply for a bank card and return." After making his exit, the sales assistant rolled her eyes at a colleague. These young boys are increasingly pretentious. No bank card, yet they need to apply for one. He can't be of age. How could he afford our shoes? Chapter 80. Happy 18th birthday. Fortunately, Chen Lifu had his identification on hand from frequent visits to the internet CAF with Zhou Jianjun. He opened a bank account at a nearby bank, linked it to Alipay, transferred 20,000 yuan into the account, and withdrew the cash. This money was originally earned due to Xiao Guoli's influence, as he had intended to buy something for Xiao Guoli after his training, spending around 20 to 30,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. Now, he could return this favor to his daughter, alleviating his dilemma over what to gift her. After withdrawing the cash, Chen Lifu tucked it into his pocket. Admittedly, while 20,000 yuan is not an exorbitant sum, the cash felt substantial and weighty, akin to carrying 2 bricks in his pocket. Returning to the Times Tianjia shopping mall, he took the escalator upstairs and entered the store. He addressed the sales associate he had just spoken to, requesting, "Could you kindly bring me that pair of shoes once more?" The primary dilemma he faced was that he had no knowledge of the shoe size worn by Xiao Baiwei. Consequently, he searched online for the typical shoe size of a woman around 1.7 meters tall, discovering that it ranged between sizes 36 and 38. Thus, Chen Lifu decided to compromise and opted for a size 37. He then inquired, "If the shoes turn out to be either too small or too large, would it be possible to exchange them?" The sales associate glanced at him with a hint of annoyance, thinking to herself, "Why is he back again? What a waste of my time." However, aware that the store was under surveillance, she refrained from displaying her impatience. After a moment's consideration, she called over another associate who appeared slightly younger than him, presenting her to Chen Lifu. "Hello, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I need to attend to inventory management soon. May I have Xiaomei assist you in my stead?" In contrast to the more polished demeanor of the first associate, Xiaomei seemed rather earnest, smiling cautiously, her inexperience evident. Nonetheless, Chen Lifu paid her no mind and nodded. "Sure, you carry on with your tasks." He then asked Xiaomei, "Could you please retrieve the diamond-embellished high heels from the display window in size 37 for me?" Xiaomei quickly responded, "Certainly. The pair in the display is indeed size 37. Each size in our store has only one pair of high heels. If you require a different size, I would need to call another store to arrange it." Chen Lifu chuckled. "It seems I have a special connection with this pair." Xiaomei stepped forward, carefully taking the high heels down and presenting them to him. Take a look. She began. This pair is part of our summer collection, the Midsummer Night's Dream series. Each diamond on these shoes has been uniquely shaped by our designers, meticulously polished, and affixed by hand. The high heels from the Midsummer Night's Dream series guarantee that every pair is one of a kind, as the designs and finishing vary from one designer to another. Just like this pair you hold, size 37 and size 38 are distinctly different. Chen Lifu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Such intricacy for just a pair of shoes? No wonder they say this is a must-have for every woman. After all, women seem to have a penchant for such extravagant frivolities and a desire to stand out from the crowd. One could only wonder where their obsession stemmed from. Nonetheless, despite his playful critique, Chen Lifu conceded, "All right, I'll take this pair. Please wrap it up. By the way, do you have gift boxes and greeting cards available?" Xiaomei hesitated for a moment. Are you certain you want this pair? The price of these high heels is rather steep. Are you really going to purchase them? Chen Lifu replied confidently, "Absolutely. You did say it was one of a kind, didn't you? Why look for anything else? Don't women prefer exclusivity?" Xiaomei couldn't shake the feeling that this young man, despite his apparent youth, possessed a profound understanding of women, as if he had seen through their complexities. Xiaomei regained her composure and inquired, "May I ask if you will be paying in cash or by credit card?" Chen Lifu withdrew 2 stacks of cash from his pocket and placed them on the counter. "Cash," he replied. Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback, her hands trembling as she prepared the receipt. Being new to the job, this was merely her first week after graduation, and she had never handled such transactions before. She was anxious about her performance this month, and here she was, processing a 20,000 yuan order, as if in a dream, filled with exhilaration. At that moment, a sultry voice interjected, and someone snatched the receipt from Xiaomei's hands. "Good day, sir. Are you ready to settle your bill?" Xiaomei is new and may not be entirely familiar with the procedures. "I would be happy to assist you with your transaction." Chen Lifu looked up to see it was the same sales associate who had previously claimed to be too busy to attend to him. He glanced at Xiaomei, whose expression was a mixture of shock, anger, and a greater sense of injustice. The previously welcoming smile had transformed into a tight-lipped frown. It became clear to Chen Lifu that the first sales associate had no pressing obligations and did not need to clear any inventory. She simply did not wish to serve him, likely thinking that he, with his youthful appearance, could not afford their shoes, so she had diverted him to a novice. Now that it was evident he had indeed purchased the shoes, she hurried over, hoping to claim the commission for herself. The sales associate handed the receipt to Chen Lifu, stating, "I have already completed the transaction for you. My employee number is 00136. All that remains is for you to sign. You would like a gift box and a greeting card, correct? I'll prepare one of our limited edition gift boxes for this season." Her words trailed off as Chen Lifu took the receipt from her hand and handed it back to Xiaomei, asking, "What is your employee number?" Xiaomei hesitated, glancing at the sales associate's displeased expression before stammering, "This receipt already has an employee number. A single receipt cannot have 2 numbers, so..." Seeing this, Chen Lifu tore up the receipt and handed it to the sales associate. "Please dispose of this in the trash, thank you." He then turned to Xiaomei and said, "Why are you staring at me? Create a new receipt, include your employee number, and I will sign it." The original sales associate's expression soured further. Xiaomei quickly averted her gaze, focusing on the computer to generate a new receipt. Once she completed it, she wrote her employee number and handed it to Chen Lifu. He signed it, accepted the gift box and greeting card prepared by Xiaomei, and grabbed a pen to write a few heartfelt words. "Wishing you a happy 18th birthday. May your youth be vibrant and free. I wish you all the best in college." Before leaving, Chen Lifu confirmed one last time, "If the size is incorrect, I can come to exchange it, correct?" Xiaomei smiled and nodded. "Yes, please keep the receipt, and I will assist you with the exchange. However, due to the fact that the store currently only has this pair of shoes in size 37, it would be prudent to inform me in advance should you wish to exchange them, so that I may procure them from another location." Chen Lifu gestured accordingly and carried the box away. As he descended the escalator, he was suddenly called by a voice. Chen Lifu, turning around, he spotted Su Xiaoyu not far away. Su Xiaoyu trotted over, her eyes sparkling with delight, her expression one of genuine surprise. "When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me?" Chen Lifu thought to himself, "Oh no, given Su Xiaoyu's innocent nature, she must think I came here to visit her." Sure enough, Su Xiaoyu stepped closer and asked, "What are you doing standing there? When did you get here? Did you send me a message?" I didn't receive anything. As she spoke, she was about to check her phone. Chen Lifu quickly replied, no, I just happened to be passing by and had a few matters to attend to. What matters? Su Xiaoyu inquired. Chen Lifu found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to explain. She didn't know Xiao Baiwei after all. Never mind. Let us just pretend I came to see you. Chen Lifu said, yes, I came to take you out for dinner. A new Thai restaurant has opened, and Zhou Jiangjun went there last time and said the food was quite good. Shall we give it a try? Su Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Sure. I just got paid today. I'll treat you. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the two settled by the window, where Su Xiaoyu animatedly recounted amusing stories from her day. Do you remember the little girl's photo I showed you the other day? She didn't come for a couple of days, but she returned today. I asked her why she hadn't visited me, and she sweetly replied that she had a fever and had to go to the hospital for. As soon as she felt better, she rushed over to play and apologized, saying she missed me so much. She is just so adorable. Speaking of that little girl reminded Chen Lifu of his own daughter. Upon returning from a business trip once, his daughter had hugged him tightly, saying, Daddy, I miss you so much. I think about you all the time, even when I eat and sleep. Chen Lifu felt a lump in his throat. Though he was a grown man, thoughts of his daughter often overwhelmed him with emotion. Not wanting Su Xiaoyu to perceive his distress, he stood up. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom, he said before walking away. After washing his face in the restroom, Chen Lifu looked into the mirror at his 18-year-old self, his gaze clouded with melancholy. After taking a moment to compose himself, he returned to the dining area, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Su Xiaoyu had opened the box containing the high heels and was holding the card he had written for Xiao Baiwei. Tears brimmed in her large eyes. Her lips pressed tightly together as she fought to suppress her tears. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu looked up and saw Chen Lifu. She stood, took a few steps forward, and stood before him. Just as he intended to speak, she extended her arms and gently embraced him. This was the most proactive gesture Su Xiaoyu had made in their long acquaintance, and it marked the most intimate moment they had shared. Chen Lifu found himself utterly bewildered. Su Xiaoyu nestled in his embrace, softly murmuring, Chen Lifu, thank you so much. Thank you for preparing my birthday gift so far in advance. Did you buy it long ago? Otherwise, you wouldn't have suddenly inquired about my birthday. Chen Lifu, I truly appreciate it. Chen Lifu, taken aback, was consumed by a singular thought. This is a disaster. A misunderstanding. Yet, this gift was certainly not intended for Su Xiaoyu. He would prepare her birthday gift in due time. Gently grasping her shoulders, he pushed her back slightly and said, Little fish, this pair of shoes is. Words faltered on his lips. Su Xiaoyu's cheeks glistened with tears, her eyes resembling a sea of emotions. The overhead lights of the mall illuminated her gaze, making her tears shimmer like the diamonds on the shoes, sparkling brilliantly. With a quivering voice, she confessed, No one has ever remembered my birthday. For the past several years, I have believed my existence is a burden, a mistake. But then I met you, Chen Lifu. Thank you for your birthday gift. I adore it. I truly love it. Internally, Chen Lifu felt as though the sky had fallen. How could one be in such a grave predicament? At that moment, if he were to explain to Su Xiaoyu that the gift was not meant for her, but for another friend, he was confident that her understanding nature would prevent her from being genuinely upset. Yet, even if she wouldn't be angry, he would still feel utterly despondent. He sighed inwardly. Forget it. A smile graced his lips as he reached up to tousle her hair. Are you foolish? What is there to cry about? It's merely a birthday gift. What matters is that you like it. If you continue to weep over this, I shall take it back. Su Xiaoyu laughed through her tears, hastily wiping her eyes dry. I won't cry anymore. I truly cherish this. It is the finest birthday gift I have ever received in my life. Chen Lifu remarked, You are still quite young. There will be many more birthday gifts to come. Yet Su Xiaoyu shook her head. I know in my heart that these shoes are the most precious gift I will ever receive, truly. As he gazed into Su Xiaoyu's sincere eyes, filled with innocence and kindness, Chen Lifu could already envision the scene. Had Han Yu and Zhou Jiangjun been present, they would undoubtedly be gnashing their teeth in anger. Cursing him, Chen Lifu, you truly deserve to perish. However, Chen Lifu knew he was innocent in this matter. Who could have anticipated that Su Xiaoyu would unveil this gift? Once seated again, Su Xiaoyu carefully placed the shoebox lid back on and explained, I apologize, Chen Lifu. I did not mean to peek at the gift you prepared for me. After you left, an older sister approached me to fill out a consumer survey and inadvertently knocked the shoebox over. The card fell out, and my curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't resist taking a glance, and I was taken aback by its beauty. Chen Lifu responded, all right then. Perhaps in this world, coincidences are simply meant to be. It seems that I must find time to select a gift anew for Xiao Baiwei. What should I purchase for the little weeper? Chen Lifei felt a twinge of frustration. Surely, I cannot buy another pair of high heels. Although he had never experienced much romance, in his previous life, he had only known Lin Siyun. However, he was also aware that a man gifting presents should never present the same item to two different women. Such an act would undoubtedly classify him as a cad. And he was no cad. He was a well-rounded young man excelling in all aspects of development in the 21st century. Chapter 82. Xiao Baiwei's coming-of-age ceremony after finishing dinner. Su Xiaoyu seemed to recall something and retrieved a book from her backpack, handing it to Chen Lifei. Upon receiving it, Chen Lifei glanced at the title, The Fairy Tales of Oscar Wilde. He inquired, what is this? Su Xiaoyu replied, this is the gift that little girl gave to me. She said it is her favorite book and hopes I will enjoy it. Chen Lifei looked at the book, wanting to ask Su Xiaoyu why she had chosen to give it to him, but inexplicably, he refrained from questioning her and accepted it. It appeared that little girls had a penchant for such fairy tales. His daughter had once adored them as well, whether it was Andersen's fairy tales, the Brothers Grimm, or tales from the animal kingdom. They were scattered throughout their home. Chen Lifei would narrate stories to his daughter every night, and as time passed, she grew up. He placed the book into his bag and remarked, your return gift is rather meager. Su Xiaoyu blushed and retorted, what return gift? This is merely a sharing of enjoyment. She promised that when Chen Lifei's birthday truly arrived, she would carefully prepare the finest gift for him. With that thought, Su Xiaoyu inquired, by the way, Chen Lifei, you have yet to tell me when your birthday is. Chen Lifei slung his backpack over his right shoulder, leaned closer to Su Xiaoyu's face, and teased. Would you like to know? Su Xiaoyu obediently nodded. Chen Lifei playfully flicked Su Xiaoyu's forehead and declared, I shan't tell you. Su Xiaoyu rubbed her sore forehead, exasperatedly calling out Chen Lifei's name. The two engaged in playful banter as they returned home. After escorting Su Xiaoyu back, Chen Lifei arrived home around 7 o'clock. And Shui was quite surprised. Why are you home so early today, son? Have you eaten? If not, I can fry you some meat. Chen Dongjun at the dining table interjected. What is this? When I returned home and said I wanted to eat meat, you told me there was none and suggested I make do with these. Now that our son is back, suddenly there is meat? How was I to know that our refrigerator could conjure up meat? And Shui lightly tapped Chen Dongjun's head with her chopsticks, exasperatedly replying. Aren't you concerned about your fatty liver? You are already quite portly, and yet you still crave meat. Our son needs it for growth. But what do you need it for? Chen Lifei surveyed the 3 dishes on the table, a plate of shredded potatoes, a plate of stir-fried green peppers, and a bowl of tofu soup. He furrowed his brows, his tone turning serious. When did we reach the point where we cannot even afford to eat meat? Is this what you consume in my absence? At your age, do you not understand the basics of dietary health? Chen Lifei was genuinely quite upset. In the previous life, as long as Chen Lifei was not home, the meals of Shui and Chen Dongjun remained quite simple. It was either 2 plates of vegetarian dishes, or, even more simply, a bowl of noodles to suffice for a meal. When questioned, they would claim that they had consumed ample meat at their workplaces and preferred to make do at home. However, Chen Lifei was aware that their frugality stemmed from a desire to save every penny, enabling him to marry sooner and purchase a home more swiftly. Yet, Chen Lifei could no longer tolerate such behavior. I won't require a single cent from you for my university expenses. The scholarships and the money I earned this summer are sufficient to cover my education for several years. There is nothing at home that necessitates financial sacrifice. You should eat and spend freely without constantly worrying about saving. Seeing the genuine anger in Chen Lifei's demeanor, Shui hastily interjected, Oh, don't pay attention to your father's nonsense. I'm simply too tired to cook meat today after work. Normally, I ensure you have meat with every meal. How could you possibly have gained this weight without it? Besides, my dear child, you won't understand the value of money until you manage a household. Every penny is hard-earned, and even if you don't want us to worry now that you're in college, what about when you marry, buy a house, or have children? Everything requires money. It's always wise to be frugal. Chen Lifei set down his backpack and replied, Money is earned, not saved. The current obsession with frugality means that the little savings you manage to accumulate wouldn't even cover a hospital stay for 10 days to 2 weeks. Do you understand? And Shui quickly patted him on the back. Pish-posh. What are you talking about hospitals for? Our family is healthy and safe. Recalling matters from his past life, Chen Lifei's tone grew colder. Just make sure I don't see you eating such simple fare at home again. Every meal must include meat to ensure proper nutrition. Understood? Unable to argue further, and Shui relented. All right, I'll remember, dear. Chen Dongjun, meanwhile, was pushing his food around when he interjected, by the way. Tomorrow is old Zhao's daughter's coming-of-age celebration. His wife has booked a venue at the Century Binjiang Hotel for the occasion, and they want our family to attend. Li Fei, you should head there directly after class and skip coming home first. Your mother and I will take a cab. Okay, Chen Lifei replied. However, as he left the classroom the next day to buy a gift for Xiao Baiwei, he spotted Xiao Guoli standing at the entrance. Xiao Guoli approached him. Li Fei, I'm heading to the hotel now. Let us go together. We must hurry, or your aunt will surely be upset. Chen Lifei quickly replied, Wait, uncle. I haven't bought a gift yet. Why don't you go ahead? But before he could finish, Xiao Guoli interrupted. I've already told you, no gifts are necessary. Just come along to enjoy the food and festivities. If you insist on discussing such formalities, I might just get upset with you. With that, Chen Lifei was ushered along by Xiao Guoli, who pulled him into the car, and they drove straight to the hotel. The Century Binjiang Hotel, the only 6-star establishment in Haishur, boasted opulent decor and grandeur. It was said that the tiles in the hotel were airlifted from Rome specifically for its construction. Chen Lifei engaged in a casual conversation with Xiao Guoli. Uncle, how much does it cost to book a banquet hall here? Xiao Guoli responded. It depends on the size of the venue. Your aunt reserved a large hall, which cost around 80 to 90,000. Some smaller halls are approximately 50,000 in the West. He chuckled. What? Are you also considering hosting a banquet here when you come of age? Chen Lifei laughed and waved his hand dismissively. That's more of a girl's thing. For us guys, birthdays are more about treating our brothers. Xiao Guoli burst into laughter. However, Chen Lifei did harbor thoughts of reserving a banquet hall for Shui's birthday, wanting to elevate his mother's prestige among her friends and colleagues. As his hearty laughter resonated, the grand doors of the banquet hall swung open from within, and Chen Lifei looked up. The expansive hall was adorned with white and light purple helium balloons, and a magnificent archway made of champagne roses stood at the center. A vibrant array of flowers led from the entrance to the central stage, flanked by a neat arrangement of various desserts and cakes on either side. At the end of the arch, an impressive 18-layer champagne tower created a scene of unparalleled opulence. The hall boasted a height of over 10 meters, with a grand diamond chandelier slanting down from the ceiling, casting light that flowed like rippling water throughout the space. A delicate fragrance lingered in the air, a delightful fusion of floral, fruity, and high-end perfume aromas, refreshing and pleasant. As Chen Lifei scanned the room, he did not spot Xiao Baiwei. He mused that the main character often makes their entrance last. He noticed Shui and Chen Dongjun nearby, approached them, and indulged in some sweets. When a gentle female voice resonated from the center of the hall, I sincerely thank all our dear friends and family for taking the time from their busy schedules to attend my daughter Xiao Baiwei's coming-of-age ceremony. The guests have arrived, and it is a great honor. Now, please welcome my beloved daughter Wei Wei to step into her dazzling 18 with everyone's witness. Chen Lifei turned to look. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall dimmed, leaving only the central stage and the flower-lined path illuminated by spotlights. The champagne roses bloomed exquisitely, radiant and captivating. Xiao Baiwei emerged gracefully from behind the archway, adorned in a light purple strapless gown. Her long hair, cascading down to her waist, was partially gathered, with a delicate white feather accentuating her style. The remaining hair fell elegantly, forming lovely curls that made her appear more mature than usual. The gown hugged her figure perfectly. The strapless design highlighted her noble elegance, and her well-defined curves were complemented by her smooth, fair thighs that peeked out gracefully. Under the gaze of the audience, Xiao Baiwei resembled a proud little swan, lifting her regal head, her cool gaze glimmering softly, and a gentle smile gracing her lips. Chen Lifei heard a gasp beside him. It was Shui, her eyes wide in amazement, exclaiming, "Oh my, I can't believe my eyes. Has the daughter of the Xiao family grown this beautiful? Oh, how the girl has transformed. I recall when she was but a chubby little dumpling, and now she stands so gracefully." Chen Lifu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, like mother, like daughter. Mother, I share your sentiments." And Shui couldn't help but sigh. Raising a daughter is truly delightful. Each day brings a new surprise. With a son, it seems the only noticeable change is his height. What a stark contrast. Chen Lifu rolled her eyes. If you wish to witness transformation, a trip to Thailand would suffice. And Shui, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Isn't Korea renowned for its advanced cosmetic surgery? Chen Lifu replied, well, it seems my mother is quite trendy, aware of Korea's prowess in the beauty industry. Meanwhile, Xiao Baiwei had already approached the champagne fountain. Her mother, Xia Qingqing, handed her a glass of champagne. Xiao Baiwei raised her glass, expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elders, family, and friends, for taking the time to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. Turning 18 signifies not merely adulthood, but also the courage to explore the world independently and the confidence to take responsibility for my life. In these fleeting 18 years, I am grateful for my parents' nurturing love, my mentors' generous guidance, and the unwavering support of my friends and family. In the days ahead, I hope to have your continued presence by my side. Wishing you all success in your endeavors. Thank you. With that, Xiao Baiwei raised her champagne glass in a toast, then tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and drank. Her elegant swan-like neck was strikingly beautiful, long and fair, as if meticulously sculpted from porcelain. Chen Lifu, listening to Xiao Baiwei's heartfelt speech, couldn't help but marvel at how eloquent young women can be. If it were a man in this situation, he would merely declare, the words are in the drink. I've drunk, you do as you please. The guests, following Xiao Baiwei's lead, sipped their champagne, Chen Lifu included. After finishing her drink and setting the glass down, Chen Lifu's gaze met Xiao Baiwei's, illuminated by the stage lights. Her eyes were clear and captivating. He momentarily lost his train of thought, but when he looked again, Xiao Baiwei had turned away, as if their brief connection had been a mere figment of his imagination. Considering the multitude present, it was likely that she had simply glanced in his direction, not specifically at him. Moreover, the lighting in the hall was dim, making it improbable for her to discern him. Chen Lifu shrugged, rubbed his stomach, and inquired of Shui, I'm hungry. What shall we eat later? We can't just survive on these desserts, can we? Xiao Shu is quite affluent. He wouldn't be so stingy, would he? What nonsense are you spouting? And Shui gently tugged at Chen Lifu's sleeve, whispering, we will be seated and served after the ceremony. This is basic social etiquette at a formal banquet. Do you understand? Chen Lifu admittedly did not comprehend, but was curious how Shui, who seldom engaged in social gatherings, was knowledgeable about such matters. And Shui proudly declared, it's all in the novels. Just as Shui had stated, once the ceremony concluded, everyone took their seats, and the serving of dishes commenced. Xiao Guoli is indeed astonishingly wealthy, presenting a lavish array of dishes, including abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, and various delicacies, complemented by bottles of aged red wine gracing each table. Chen Lifu indulges heartily, savoring his meal to fullness. Sated and somewhat drowsy, he soon finds himself yearning to return home for a film. However, Chen Dongjun is reluctant to leave, contemplating a game of mahjong with Xiao Guoli, while Shui intends to converse with Xia Qingqing for a while, at least to extend her congratulations in person. Consequently, Chen Lifu retreats to a corner sofa. Feeling rather listless, he reaches for his bag, intending to pull out his phone for a game, only to unexpectedly discover the book The Fairy Tales of Oscar Wilde. After receiving it from Su Xiaoyu yesterday, he had forgotten to take it out upon returning home, and, having brought it along to class today, found himself unexpectedly detained by Xiao Guoli, with no time to return home to drop off his bag, thus bringing it to the hotel. As he gazes at the book, curiosity piqued, he reflects that he has only heard of Andersen and Grimm, but is unfamiliar with Wilde. Boredom often leads one to engage in even more trivial pursuits, prompting him to open the book and peruse its pages. To his surprise, he soon becomes engrossed in its content. A gentle voice interrupts his reverie. You enjoy reading Wilde as well? Chen Lifu looks up to find Xiao Baiwei before him. At this moment, she has changed from her earlier light purple gown into a pale apricot dress, featuring a ruffled silk design with straps, the hem falling mid-thigh. Her hair cascades freely, held back on one side by a fluffy hairpin shaped like a little rabbit. Seated on a rather low sofa, Chen Lifu finds himself somewhat ensconced in its embrace, while Xiao Baiwei stands directly in front of him as they converse. Thus, when he lifts his gaze to her voice, he is first struck by the exquisite sight of her alabaster thighs. After a brief moment of surprise, he finally meets her gaze. Xiao Baiwei's expression is calm, devoid of overt emotion, yet her eyes shimmer with a hint of surprise. Oh, right, Chen Lifu stammers, somewhat taken aback by her sudden presence and her initiative to engage him in conversation. Xiao Baiwei's brows lift slightly as her gaze shifts to the book in his hands, her tone softening. It is rare to encounter someone who appreciates him, she observes, her glance lingering on him, especially a young man. Chen Lifu concurs, admitting that he too is surprised by his affinity for this Wild, whom he scarcely knows. Nevertheless, with the conversation having reached this juncture, he feels compelled to contribute further. I find Wild. He trails off, struggling to conjure additional descriptors, and pretentiously flips to a page where he discovers Wild's portrait. His features are striking, with deep-set eyes, a center parting in his hair, prominent brows, and a well-defined nose, an archetypal yet unremarkable visage of a European man. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Lifu states, I think Wild is quite charming. Xiao Baiwei raises an eyebrow. Intrigued, Xiao Bai furrowed her brow slightly, adjusting her skirt as she settled beside Chen Lifu. Her legs were crossed, her feet directed to one side, and she lowered her gaze to the book in his hands, earnestly engaging him in discussion. What aspect of him do you find so alluring? Chen Lifu pondered for a moment. I find his prose quite sensual, evoking a plethora of thoughts. Xiao Bai's expression remained tranquil as she regarded him. Just as Chen Lifu felt on the verge of revealing the truth, a glimmer of light flashed in Xiao Bai's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled into a faint smile, a subtle yet charming expression. This is the first time I've heard someone describe Wild's writing in such a manner, Xiao Bai remarked, her tone shedding the previous chill and gaining a touch of warmth. While her voice retained its coolness, it softened somewhat. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. His words possessed an enchanting quality. Upon first reading, they seemed straightforward, yet they beckon one to revisit them. Like in The Selfish Giant, where the child tells the giant that those scars are the imprints of love. Initially, I found it puzzling. Harm is harm. How could it be love? Yet now I perceive that if a person endures pain in pursuit of what they deeply cherish, those very pains are marks of love. When viewed from this angle, it becomes profoundly romantic, does it not? As Xiao Bai articulated these thoughts, she radiated a newfound softness. Dressed in a light-colored dress, her skin was as fair as snow, and her subtly made-up eyes sparkled with tiny flecks of light, exuding an enchanting allure. It was as if a delicate halo enveloped her, a tangible manifestation of the brilliance of her complexion. When discussing Wild, the usual air of pride and distance surrounding Xiao Bai dissipated, revealing a girl immersed in her own world, passionately sharing her affections in a voice slow and gentle, reminiscent of a babbling brook, refreshing and melodious. Once she finished speaking, she turned to Chen Lifu, meeting his gaze. Xiao Bai paused, seemingly aware that she had spoken at length. The warmth in her expression abruptly faded, as if in an instant, reverting to her prior demeanor of aloofness and indifference. Yet Chen Lifu discerned her unease. He noticed her fingers slightly clutching the edge of her skirt, her rosy lips pressed together, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed for having spoken so much. Chen Lifu chuckled softly, diverting his gaze to alleviate her discomfort. Actually, I've only recently begun exploring Wild's works and am not very familiar with the author. Do you have any other of his pieces you could recommend to me? I'd love to take a look. Xiao Bai tilted her head to the side, pausing before responding. Not pressing her further, Chen Lifu resumed reading his book. After a few pages, he discovered that Wild's writings were indeed quite intriguing. Children may merely seek to enjoy a story, yet adults often perceive a distinctly different flavor within the narrative. At that moment, a subtle female voice chimed in beside him. Both the picture of Dorian Gray and Deep Within are quite commendable. Chen Lifu lifted his gaze. Xiao Baiwei remained averted, her profile towards him, her long hair cascading down, obscuring half of her face. Only her elegantly arched nose and delicate chin were faintly discernible. She sat rigidly, a polite distance of half a person away from Chen Lifu, exuding an air of both courtesy and aloofness. Chen Lifu offered a smile, his tone casual yet tinged with mirth. All right, I shall return home to peruse them. Once I finish, I will compose a reflection to express my gratitude for your earlier insights and heartfelt recommendations. Xiao Baiwei pressed her lips together, remaining silent. After a brief half-minute, she stood and departed. As the protagonist of the evening, Xiao Baiwei attracted attention wherever she went, surrounded by admirers who inquired incessantly. She responded with polite smiles and gentle answers. Chen Lifu couldn't help but recall their encounter at the mall, where her demeanor towards the cleaning lady had been equally courteous and gentle. It struck him as odd that her attitude towards him was so indifferent, as if he owed her a substantial debt. He had done nothing to warrant such treatment. Pondering this perplexity, He was interrupted as Xiao Guoli approached, giving Chen Lifei a hearty pat on the back. "Lifei, why are you sitting idly? Come join us for some fun," Xiao Guoli exclaimed. "Now that you've graduated high school, let me introduce you to some adult pleasures." Chen Lifei replied, perplexed. "Uncle, isn't that inappropriate? I'm still quite young." Rising, he grabbed his bag. "Where are we headed, uncle?" Xiao Guoli wrapped an arm around Chen Lifei's shoulder, continuing, "I'll teach you how to play mahjong. Learn our cherished national pastime." Chen Lifei thought, "Uncle, perhaps refrain from such heavy breathing in conversation. It leads to misunderstandings." As these thoughts crossed his mind, he waved his hand dismissively. No, uncle, it feels inappropriate for me, as a younger generation, to join you elders." Xiao Guoli waved his hand dismissively. "What is the issue? I'll find some peers for you. You youngsters can have your own table. Win or lose, it's all on me." With that, he led Chen Lifei over to where Xiao Baiwei was engaged in conversation with several of her high school classmates, including the girl he had encountered at the mall. Xiao Qiao. The group of young women was discussing plans to go shopping for sunscreen when they noticed Xiao Guoli bringing Chen Lifei along. "Ladies, you're not rushing home, are you? Would you care to join us for a little fun? Perhaps play some mahjong?" He introduced, "This is my friend's son, Chen Lifei. He is feeling a bit bored here. You're all of similar age, so you should get acquainted quickly. A few rounds of mahjong will surely break the ice." These young ladies were all classmates of Xiao Baiwei, studying in the international department, where students generally exhibit a greater level of maturity and social inclination than those in ordinary high schools, with many being familiar with the game of mahjong. Upon hearing Xiao Guoli's words, several female classmates expressed their interest. They called out to Xiao Baiwei, "Weiwei, shall we go and have some fun? It's your birthday today. Your luck must be particularly good." Xiao Qiao added, "I haven't played mahjong in ages. Since the 3rd year of high school, I haven't touched it. It would be a perfect way to indulge." Xiao Baiwei hesitated, but ultimately said, "No, I think I'll pass." Chen Lifei noticed her unease and reluctance, and proactively remarked, "It's evident that Weiwei isn't very skilled at mahjong. Since it's her birthday, we should prioritize her preferences. Besides, I fear my skills might be too advanced and would leave her in tears. It wouldn't be appropriate on her special day." Unexpectedly, this comment sparked some discontent in Xiao Baiwei. She turned around, her neck held high with an air of pride, gazing at Chen Lifei with slightly furrowed brows, clearly displeased. "Who says I can't play?" Chen Lifei observed her challenging gaze before she turned back to Xiao Guoli. "Dad, give me some money. I want to play mahjong." Xiao Guoli, smiling, retrieved 8 or 9 red Mao Zedong bills from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Baiwei. "Play slowly, and if you lose all of it, just ask your father for more." This elicited not only a chuckle from Chen Lifei, but also laughter from Xiao Baiwei's female classmates, who covered their mouths in amusement. Xiao Baiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she pursed her lips, casting an annoyed glance at Xiao Guoli before turning and heading to the game room. Xiao Guoli, unfazed by his daughter's attitude, found her behavior quite endearing. He patted Chen Lifei on the shoulder, urging him, "Go on, join Weiwei." When Chen Lifei entered the game room, he discovered that several girls were already seated at a table, arranged neatly in the 4 cardinal directions. Upon seeing Chen Lifei, Xiao Qiao, considering he was a friend of Xiao Baiwei and had been encouraged by her father to join, felt it was unkind to leave him alone. She stood up and said, "You must be Chen Lifei, right? Why don't you take my spot and play?" However, Chen Lifei could tell that Xiao Qiao was eager to play. Since he wasn't particularly keen on mahjong at that moment, he decided not to intrude. "It's all right. You enjoy the game. I'll just watch," he replied. Hearing this, Xiao Qiao smiled and took her seat once more. Chen Lifei positioned himself directly behind Xiao Baiwei. He overheard her quietly mutter, "Who said I can't play?" Chen Lifei realized that this little crybaby not only had a penchant for tears, but also held grudges. Stifling a laugh, he stood behind her, eager to observe her skills. As she shuffled her tiles meticulously, her brow furrowed slightly. Chen Lifei caught a glimpse of her hand. It was rather mediocre, a west tile, 5 bamboo tiles, and 3 character tiles. Xiao Baiwei reached out to draw another tile. It was yet another character tile. A typical hand with the west and 5 bamboo. Such a hand was particularly vexing when it came to exchanging tiles, leaving one uncertain about how to proceed. Indeed, Xiao Baiwei appeared somewhat hesitant. Chen Lifei pondered to himself, "This must be a set of thousands, 10,000, 30,000, 70,000, 90,000. Such an unyielding hand, devoid of any nearby opportunities, was most vexatious and difficult to navigate. Meanwhile, the tiles held by the player beside him were rather fortuitous, comprising the 2, 5, and 7 bamboo. Just as Chen Lifu was contemplating, Xiao Baiwei, with a decisive flick, exchanged her 5 and 7 bamboo tiles with the opponent. Chen Lifu was taken aback. Is this what she means by playing mahjong? Truly, she possesses an extraordinary aptitude. In the next moment, Xiao Baiwei retrieved the tiles exchanged with her opponent and unveiled them. Lo and behold, they were precisely the 2, 6, and 8 thousandths. Chen Lifu conceded, well then, it seems that luck surpasses even the finest skill. The game commenced swiftly. Xiao Baiwei drew several rounds, accumulating an impressive array of thousands. Chen Lifu mused that if her good fortune persisted, she might be able to meld those 5 bamboo tiles and achieve a pure hand. With numerous pairs of thousands at her disposal, forming a pure hand would be a simple feat. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Baiwei drew another tile, examined it, and confidently declared, I win. At this, Chen Lifu could no longer contain himself. Really? You've won already? Xiao Baiwei turned her head, a hint of pride glimmering in her cool gaze. Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Lifu. Indeed, I have won. Are you unfamiliar with the game? You can't even recognize a winning hand? Her demeanor remained haughty, as if she were not merely claiming a modest victory, but poised to ring the bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Chen Lifu was rendered speechless. In the subsequent rounds, he lost the inclination to decipher Xiao Baiwei's strategy. He watched in disbelief as she consistently won with modest hands. Even when starting with 10 bamboo tiles, failing to pursue a pure hand, yet seizing every opportunity to win. Conversely, while Xiao Baiwei eschewed the pursuit of a pure hand, the other players were intent on doing so. This resulted in her winning merely a single tile each time, yet incurring substantial losses in the event of defeat. In less than half an hour, she had relinquished over 80 tiles. If they adhered to their initial wager of $2, she had now lost nearly 200. Chen Lifu mused, to lose 200 while playing for $2, what a peculiar expertise in mahjong she possesses. It seems Xiao Baiwei is not only a skilled player, but also a philanthropist. Among the players, Xiao Qiao had amassed the greatest winnings. Her hand nearly doubled that of Xiao Baiwei's. Chen Lifu, positioned behind her, could not discern Xiao Baiwei's expression, only observing her once proud neck beginning to droop slightly. He found the situation rather amusing, especially when Xiao Baiwei contemplated relinquishing her promising pure hand yet again. Chen Lifu promptly interjected, play the 3,000, lay down the bamboo. Xiao Baiwei hesitated, clearly reluctant to heed his advice. Yet she seemed to genuinely realize that perhaps she indeed lacked proficiency in mahjong. After a brief pause, she acquiesced, retracting her 1 bamboo and laying down a 3,000. As the game progressed, Xiao Baiwei felt another slip of paper in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to play one of the 2 remaining won cards. Chen Lifu raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. Indeed, the girl was teachable. After a few more rounds, Xiao Baiwei had exhausted her won cards, and Chen Lifu marveled at her remarkable ability to draw exactly what she needed. Now, with a complete flush in hand, she only awaited one more card to claim victory. In a swift turn of events, Xiao Baiwei's opponent discarded a 9 of bamboo, prompting both Chen Lifu and Xiao Baiwei to call out simultaneously, Pong. Hearing the voice behind her, Xiao Baiwei gently pressed her lips together, drew a card, and discarded another. She was now waiting for either the 5 or 8 of bamboo. It was no surprise that on her birthday, the luck of the birthday girl was undeniable. Within 3 seconds, Xiao Qiao drew a 5 of bamboo and played it. Xiao Baiwei extended her hand to claim the card, placing it before her with a faint smile. I'm sorry, but I've won. A complete flush. Chen Lifu understood Xiao Baiwei's exuberance. After all, while the other players desperately sought their own flushes, she was the only one to achieve it that night. Wasn't she entitled to a moment of pride? After Xiao Baiwei declared her win, Chen Lifu leaned in and remarked, take a look at the other 3 players. 2 of them are not pursuing bamboo, and the only one who is will have a limited number of bamboo cards left, having already discarded the west wind. Thus, you might as well hope for a self-draw. Before Chen Lifu could finish her thought, Xiao Baiwei's opponent drew an 8 of bamboo. Had Xiao Baiwei not claimed Xiao Qiao's 5, she could have drawn that 8 herself. A look of surprise crossed Xiao Baiwei's face. She hadn't anticipated anyone could calculate the game so precisely. It was as if whatever Chen Lifu mentioned manifested in her hand. Xiao Baiwei lowered her gaze, remaining silent yet mentally noting the situation. Next time, she would observe the other players' hands more closely. In the following rounds, Chen Lifu occasionally offered suggestions, analyzing the remaining game dynamics with her after each win. With this guidance, Xiao Baiwei's skills visibly improved, naturally gifted, and with Chen Lifu's gentle nudges. Combined with the fortuitous luck of the birthday girl, she soon reclaimed nearly all the cards she had previously lost. Across the table, Xiao Qiao observed the interaction between Chen Lifu and Xiao Baiwei, unable to suppress her amusement. After several glances, she jested, "No way. Is there really a couple strategy in Mahjong? With 2 against 1, we certainly stand no chance." She exchanged knowing looks with the other 2 players, laughter bubbling forth. It was evident that the other girls had been quietly observing Chen Lifu and Xiao Baiwei for quite some time, though they hesitated to speak, unfamiliar with Chen Lifu. Upon the utterance of Xiao Qiao, Xiao Baiwei's lower neighbor, a girl, chimed in. "I believe I heard Uncle Xiao mention that your friend is the top scorer of the college entrance examination. 2 academic prodigies taking on our group of underachievers is simply too much. Just so you know, I might have to back out later." Following her words, a chorus of laughter erupted among the girls. Xiao Baiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, her long hair cascading down, concealing her expression from Chen Lifu. Amidst the playful banter of her friends, she continued to draw tiles. She had a pair of dragons, known as Long Qi. Initially, she aimed to win with an 8 of characters, but she then drew a 2 of characters. Now, she had 3 8s and 3 2s, leaving her uncertain about which tile to discard. After a few moments of hesitation, she instinctively inquired of the individuals behind her, "Should I keep this tile, or that one?" The moment those words escaped her lips, another wave of laughter erupted, accompanied by teasing glances exchanged between the girls directed at Xiao Baiwei and Chen Lifu. Realizing that her interaction with Chen Lifu appeared overly intimate and familiar, she bit her lip, reclaimed her tiles, and resolved to ponder her next move independently. Chen Lifu assessed the situation on the table and suggested, "You should discard the tile you just drew." Out of the corner of her eye, Xiao Baiwei noticed the girls secretly observing her reaction, igniting a sense of pride within her. "No, I will make my own choice." With that, she discarded the 8 of characters she originally held. To her surprise, her lower neighbor drew a tile and subsequently discarded an 8 as well. Xiao Baiwei sighed. Chen Lifu, standing behind her, smirked. Their essay saying, "Ignoring the advice of the wise leads to immediate misfortune." He pondered his own age, having lived nearly 60 years across 2 lifetimes. In the end, Xiao Baiwei's hard-earned pair of dragons did not materialize. The anticipated 2 did not appear on the table, and upon revealing the cards, she discovered that Xiao Qiao held a 1, 2, and 3 of characters. Xiao Baiwei pouted in disappointment, recalling how Chen Lifu had advised her to discard the 2, which she had disregarded. Well, it's merely luck on his part. He guessed correctly, but does not possess the gift of foresight. At that moment, as if he could read her thoughts, Chen Lifu stood beside her and explained, "Look, your upper neighbor has locked out the 7 of characters, and you hold 3 8s. This indicates that the remaining 8 must emerge, as it's improbable for someone to retain a lone 8, which cannot form a pair or connect in a sequence with 7 and 9. Therefore, if you win with the 8, you are assured of victory." He paused and added, "Thus, playing cards is not merely a game of chance. It involves a clear analysis of the situation on the table, followed by logical reasoning, akin to a mathematical formula." Xiao Qiao laughed. "Is this the manner in which scholars communicate? Even in a game of Mahjong, they resort to mathematical formulas to outsmart us." The other 2 girls joined Xiao Qiao in their shared amusement. Xiao Baiwei felt a peculiar sense of strangeness as Chen Lifu taught her how to play Mahjong in front of her friends. Yet she could not quite articulate what felt so unusual. With a gentle push, she slid the cards forward, declaring her intention to cease play. Xiao Qiao chuckled lightly. "Oh dear, has our little princess become slightly upset? We were merely jesting. Let us not dwell on it, shall we?" Xiao Baiwei as friends showered her with affection, and Chen Lifu concurred. "A girl who is beautiful, excels academically, and comes from a wealthy family surely deserves to be the center of attention wherever she goes." Xiao Baiwei glanced at the European-style clock hanging in the tea room, noting the time. It was already past 9. "Aren't you all heading home?" Chen Lifu turned to check. And indeed, it was just past 9. They had been engaged in Mahjong since 7 o'clock, unknowingly playing for nearly 3 hours. It seems the quickest way to squander time is through a game of Mahjong. Xiao Baiwei stood up. "Please wait a moment. I'll call my father to have the driver take you home." Xiao Qiao waved dismissively. "No need for that. We can all just take a taxi back. Xiao Baiwei hesitated, wanting to say more, but Xiao Qiao interjected, we're close friends now, no need for such formality. Besides, she nudged her chin towards Chen Lifu. You should take good care of him. After all, he has taught you so much today. Xiao Qiao couldn't help but laugh after her remark. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Xiao Baiwei playfully pinched Xiao Qiao's waist, prompting her to raise her hands and surrender. All right. We'll head back now. Happy birthday, Weiwei. Happy birthday, Weiwei, chimed in the other two friends. Xiao Baiwei smiled softly. Thank you. Please make sure to take a taxi home and text me when you arrive safely. Her friends nodded, bidding farewell to Xiao Baiwei and saying goodbye to Chen Lifu. The cards on the table lay scattered and disordered, as no one bothered to tally the wins or losses. It was merely a game among friends. So no actual money was exchanged. Soon, only Chen Lifu and Xiao Baiwei remained at the table. The game room was spacious and lively, filled with the sounds of machines, the clattering of mahjong tiles, and the unintentional chatter of players. Amidst the cacophony, the two of them seemed unusually quiet. After a while, Chen Lifu slung his bag over his shoulder and said, I'll take my leave now. You should head home early too. After a brief pause, he added, Happy birthday. Just as he was about to depart, Xiao Baiwei called out to him. That. Chen Lifu turned back. Xiao Baiwei avoided his gaze, instead looking towards the entrance. It's getting a bit late. Let me have the driver take you home. Chen Lifu couldn't help but laugh. Are you worried that someone might rob this tall fellow of mine on the way home? Your friends can make it back on their own. Do you really think I'm less capable than a few young ladies? He grinned, adjusting his backpack on his shoulder, his tone casual. Xiao Baiwei's gaze remained steady upon him. She felt that Chen Lifu carried an air of dissonance. At times, he appears quite mature, yet at other moments, his demeanor is rather frivolous, lacking seriousness. Just like the expression on his face now, half smiling, imbued with a youthful audacity, his gaze teasing yet not overly provocative. Chen Lifu found himself perplexed by the profoundness in Xiao Baiwei's eyes. The intricacies of a girl's thoughts are best left unguessed. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, Do not worry about me. I shall return on my own. Xiao Baiwei bit her lip and replied nonchalantly, Who is worried about you? It is merely father who instructed me to look after you. With that, she turned to leave, saying, Then go back. Farewell, Chen Lifu. Without a backward glance, she departed, her pale apricot skirt swaying as she faded from his sight, leaving behind a waft of gardenia fragrance. Watching her retreat, Chen Lifu reminisced about her recent appearance amidst the sea of champagne roses, resembling a princess. He mused that, compared to the roses, she was far better suited to the gardenias. Not long after returning home, Chen Lifu succumbed to sleep. Truth be told, attending supplementary classes was quite exhausting. After a full day of lessons, followed by a banquet and a game of mahjong, he could barely keep his eyes open while bathing. The next morning, as he opened his bedroom door, he happened upon Shui and Chen Dongjun returning from outside. Shui, carrying breakfast, beamed at Chen Lifu, saying, Awake at last, son? I just went out to buy you some xingjianbo. Come, eat while it's hot. At first glance, it seemed to be a testament to a mother's love. However, Chen Lifu, with an impassive expression, unraveled Shui's fib. You must have played cards all night. Neither of you has changed your clothes. And mother, when have you ever dressed up and put on makeup so early just to fetch me breakfast? Shui chuckled. My son is clever. Nothing escapes his notice. Chen Dongjun, with his hands behind his back, grumbled, I could have easily wiped them out in another half hour. Why the rush to return? Why did I return? To buy our son breakfast. Shui retorted, with your card skills, managing just 2 or 3 wins all night, others would mock you, and I feel embarrassed for you. You talk of annihilation. You should be grateful you didn't lose your trousers. Shui continued her playful banter. I wonder how you inherited none of your son's wit. Chen Dongjun replied, What a reversal of roles. Who is the parent here, and who is the child? Listening to their playful quarrel, Chen Lifu savored a xingjianbo and retreated to his bedroom for a nap. Life flowed on serenely. Days passed with classes during the daytime, occasional dinners with Su Xiaoyu after work, and sporadic gaming sessions at the internet CAF with Zhou Jianjun. Finally, on the 8th of July, Chen Lifu rose early, took a shower, and styled his hair with Chen Dongjun's hair wax, achieving a more adult appearance. He gazed into the mirror, admiring his handsome reflection, and whistled in approval. Perfect. Today was indeed a splendid day. This evening, a Brazilian team from across the Atlantic is set to send him money. Even the students have noticed Chen Lifu's radiant demeanor today, playfully inquiring if he has a date tonight. Chen Lifu feigns profundity with a smile. What could be more enticing than earning money? Once sufficient wealth is amassed, it will no longer be you inviting others. Rather, they will seek your company. A meal with Buffett costs a staggering $500,000, he muses, and from this day forth, should that rascal Zhou Jiangjun dare to summon him for a game, he will impose a fee. After all, even among brothers, a discount on $500,000 is still considerable. 17,000 sounds reasonable, does it not? Chapter 87. The Sleeping Dragon and the Young Phoenix. After class that day, Chen Lifu made his way to Lian's tavern, having not visited in quite some time. Business at the tavern had flourished during the summer, and by nightfall, it was typically bustling with patrons. The proprietress, a vision of elegance, stood by the bar, her attention absorbed by the screen of her phone. She was clad in a sleek black spaghetti strap dress, designed to accentuate her curves, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure in the dim light, alluring yet refined. Cascading waves of glossy black hair framed her face, with one side elegantly swept to reveal a diamond-studded earlobe, enhancing her already captivating allure. A former colleague who had worked alongside Su Xiaoyu at the tavern spotted Chen Lifu and greeted him with surprise. "Ah, it's you. Long time no see. Where have you been? Why haven't you come to visit?" The server's voice caught Luo Yan's attention. Her enchanting fox-like eyes lifted, casting a sultry glance in Chen Lifu's direction. For a fleeting moment, she appeared taken aback, but then a smile graced her lips. With a casual grace, she approached him, her figure swaying gently in her fitted dress. Leaning against the bar, she propped her elbow on the surface, tilting her head slightly as she regarded Chen Lifu with playful teasing. "It's been ages, oh esteemed scholar. I thought you had forgotten this place. Where has our little fish been taken all this time?" Luo Yan chuckled lightly. She had seen the news of Chen Lifu's remarkable achievement and had been genuinely surprised. Knowing he was academically gifted, she had not anticipated such exceptional success. She even jested with the staff about hosting an event at the tavern, proclaiming it to be the favored haunt of the top scholar before the exams. However, jokes aside, Luo Yan would refrain from promoting such an event, recognizing that a tavern is not the most suitable venue for students. Upon hearing Luo Yan's playful banter, Chen Lifu shrugged and approached the bar, requesting a glass of warm water. "How could I possibly forget the lovely proprietress? I've been quite occupied lately, juggling school responsibilities and summer work, leaving me little time to spare. But here I am, finally making time to visit." Luo Yan let out a soft laugh, her gaze lingering on the warm water in his hand. "In the days before graduation, I would frequently exclaim my desire for a drink. Yet now that I have graduated and can enjoy alcohol openly, I find myself ordering a cup of warm water instead. Is this the capricious nature of men?" Chen Lifu feigned profundity with a smile, declaring that abstaining from alcohol was necessary to maintain composure. Should he indulge too much, the situation might spiral out of control. After all, the midnight battle of the World Cup semifinals was about to commence. If he were to drink excessively, the entire world would learn of his $10 million windfall, and one could only imagine the envious souls who might resort to foul play, perhaps even trafficking him to Southeast Asia for his kidneys. In a past life, Chen Lifu often heard tales of schemes targeting those who suddenly came into wealth, such as the nouveau riche or those benefiting from urban redevelopment. Once individuals possess more money than their understanding can fathom, their judgment tends to falter. And scrupulous people exploit their psychology, orchestrating elaborate ruses to swindle them of their fortunes, sometimes leading to insurmountable debts and dire consequences. One must always guard against deception. Chen Lifu surveyed the tavern, which was predominantly filled with young men, mostly in their 20s or 30s, with a few appearing to be in their 40s. He inquired, "Are these all here to watch the match?" Luo Yan nodded and gestured towards the projector on the right, specifically set up for the World Cup. "By the way, there's an event tonight, guessing the match outcome. If you guess correctly, your tab is half off. Would you like to participate?" Chen Lifu waved his hand dismissively. "What is so entertaining about that? This tavern will soon be mine. Earning my own money is far more engaging." Luo Yan was taken aback. She had presumed that Chen Lifu's previous remarks were mere jest, given his extended absence from the tavern. To her surprise, he still harbored intentions regarding the establishment, and his tone suggested that acquiring it was a foregone conclusion. As they conversed, the tavern door swung open, and a slender figure entered, characterized by a typical triangular gaze. He glanced around before heading to the bar. It was Luo Yan's boyfriend, Li Yue. Chen Lifu's seat was shrouded in shadow. allowing him to remain unnoticed as Li Yue approached Luo Yan, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Darling, I'm about to strike it rich. My friend has meticulously analyzed the match. Brazil will surely triumph over Germany. To make money, one must bet on the score. Ordinary predictions like 2-1 or 3-1 yield little profit. If I'm placing a bet, it must be extreme. I'm betting on Brazil defeating Germany 5-0. It's a gamble, but if it hits, we can buy a big house by the end of the year and get married next year. What do you think? From the darkness, a mocking laugh resonated, causing Li Yue to frown as he turned to see Chen Lifu casually perched on a high stool, a cup of warm water in hand. He sat with an air of nonchalance, legs spread comfortably, chin slightly raised, casting a sidelong glance at Li Yue while addressing Luo Yan. Madam, I had no inkling that you were accompanied by such a prodigious talent. Typically, one encounters either a master strategist or a budding genius. Yet it is rare to find an individual embodying both. Li Yue, it seems, was simply born in the wrong era. Had he traversed back to the Three Kingdoms, the feats of Zhuge Liang would have been rendered unnecessary. Liu Bei would have long since rested in peace. Li Yue discerned the mockery in Chen Lifu's words, furrowing his brow in irritation, yet his body instinctively retreated a step. What are you doing here? This is my girlfriend's establishment, hence it is mine as well. You need to leave. The shadow of their previous encounter loomed over him, particularly since he had been bested by a mere adolescent in front of his girlfriend and several others. The indignation simmered within him upon reflection. Initially, he contemplated involving the authorities, but the truth remained that he had struck first against Luo Yan. In a bid to express his remorse towards her, he decided not to pursue any accountability from Chen Lifu. However, seeing him again stirred a deep-seated anger within Li Yue. Chen Lifu cast a nonchalant glance at Li Yue, aware that it would be unwise to disclose his intentions of purchasing the tavern. Whether or not Luo Yan revealed this to Li Yue was a matter for her to decide. In a previous life, at this juncture, he had yet to meet Luo Yan. He only learned of her troubles while working at the tavern, hearing from the locals about how her boyfriend had been duped for a considerable sum during the World Cup, leading to escalating debts and frequent disturbances at the tavern, which Luo Yan had to resolve with her own funds. Although she still possessed an alluring charm, the depths of her eyes spoke of untold hardships. Rising from his seat, Chen Lifu finished the cup of warm water in his hand. Madam, I have matters to attend to, he said, nodding slightly toward her. I wish your boyfriend good fortune today. Pausing, he directed a knowing smile towards Luo Yan, adding with sincere gravity, and I wish you luck as well. Luo Yan remained silent, fully aware of Chen Lifu's implications. In truth, following Li Yue's aggression, she had contemplated ending their relationship. However, after so many years together, during which Li Yue had genuinely treated her well, she had found it difficult to sever ties, especially after witnessing his remorseful display of tears and self-reproach. Yet, the words Chen Lifu had spoken lingered in her mind, growing increasingly resonant. She loved Li Yue, but understood that love should not come at the expense of her dignity or her very life. Darling, do not associate with that insufferable brat again. I tell you, these male students today are exceedingly cunning. They lack the sincerity we once possessed at their age. They mature far too quickly. And you must not allow yourself to be deceived by one who boasts so shamelessly. Li Yue spat bitterly. Luo Yan, however, chose to ignore his remarks and cast a glance in his direction. The severity of the bruise on his face was alarming, and the overpowering scent of smoke and alcohol emanating from him was evident. He did not smoke, so the odor must have been absorbed from his friends. Luo Yan harbored a profound disdain for Li Yue's companions. It was only after he began associating with them that he gradually transformed into a person she no longer recognized. These individuals were perpetually preoccupied with schemes for wealth, quick riches, and the pursuit of effortless gains. Li Yue's once cherished mantra, "Darling, I will work hard so we can thrive together," had devolved into a cynical declaration. It's impossible to grow rich while working a job. Have you ever seen a wealthy person working daily? Only by venturing out on one's own can one become a true magnate. He often brought his band of dubious friends to her tavern, indulging in free food and drink while engaging in grandiose discussions. Among them was one who incessantly made light of her, teasing her in a manner that made her uncomfortable. Yet Li Yue dismissed her discomfort, claiming the man was merely jesting, suggesting that her sensitivity was a sign of naivety. He even remarked, "Brother, you earns over 100,000 a month, surrounded by countless beauties. How could he possibly be interested in teasing you?" Luo Yin had never encountered a wealthy individual who dined and drank without paying a single cent, not even asking Li Yue to procure cigarettes for him. As she pondered this, Li Yue draped an arm around her shoulder and said, "Darling, would you care to join us in placing a bet? There is still time before the match starts tonight. Don't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away." She subtly shrugged off his arm and moved toward the bar. "How much have you wagered this time?" she inquired. 200,000, Li Yue replied. Luo Yin froze. Disbelief etched across her face. 200,000? Where did you acquire such funds? Don't you owe others hundreds of thousands? At the mention of debt, Li Yue's expression soured. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "I sold my grandmother's house for over 800,000. I've settled my debts and have 10,000 left. Brother Yu is generous and lent me another 100,000. Luo Yin was rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend the gravity of his words. After a lengthy pause, she glared at Li Yue, her voice grave and pained. "Li Yue, that was your grandmother's only home. It was meant to be her sanctuary in her twilight years." Li Yue interrupted her with a frown. "She is living in a nursing home now. The house is just sitting there empty. Renting it out would yield barely 1,000 a month. What is the point? Moreover, with my parents gone, I'm her only grandson. Whether it's money or property, it's all meant for me. What difference does it make when I spend it?" Luo Yin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. She recalled the chilling words of Chen Lifu, and an icy shiver crept up her spine. "If you can sell your grandmother's sole asset for money now, what will you do when you find yourself in need in the future? Will you sell me then?" Li Yue, now agitated, replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not in the mood for this conversation. I was merely trying to help you see an opportunity for wealth, and you're dragging in these irrelevant matters. Just wait. After tonight, I won tea just buy a house. I'll purchase a grand villa for my grandmother so she can live in comfort. Yugo has informed me of some insider news. Such a splendid opportunity. Were it not for the fact that you are to become my future wife, would I dare to disclose this to you? If you choose not to believe me, so be it." At that moment, Li Yue received a phone call, and his tone suddenly became excessively ingratiating. "Ah, Yugo? Yes, I'm at the tavern. All right, I'll be there shortly. You want me to pick up some cigarettes?" "Sure, I'll grab a pack of Huazi. I'll be right there. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated, all right?" After hanging up, Luo Yin wished to caution him about something. She vaguely sensed that the money Yugo lent to Li Yue was not entirely right. However, before she could speak, Li Yue abruptly interrupted her. "Luo Yin, enough. I know what you wish to say. You simply do not trust me, nor do you trust Yugo. I understand. Ever since you purchased this tavern, numerous affluent patrons have shown interest in you, attempting to court you, and now you look down upon me, a man of modest means. I do not wish to explain myself now. After tonight, everything will change. You shall realize that I, Li Yue, am the greatest benefactor you will ever encounter in your life." Luo Yin silently watched as he turned and exited the tavern, his frail silhouette vanishing from view. In the dimly lit tavern, the lights flickered with the rhythm of the music. For a fleeting moment, the incandescent light illuminated Luo Yin's face, revealing the crystalline tear that flowed from her eye. "I have never required a benefactor, nor do I seek vast wealth. My only desire is for you to return to the past, to be by my side once more." Yet, no one could hear the voice of her heart.